Atlantis, the Antediluvian World. By Ignatius Donnelly. Part 1. The History of Atlantis. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. The purpose of the book. This book is an attempt to demonstrate several distinct and novel propositions. These are: 1. That there once existed in the Atlantic Ocean, opposite the mouth of the Mediterranean Sea, a large island, which was the remnant of an Atlantic continent, and known to the ancient world as Atlantis. 2. That the description of this island given by Plato is not, as has been long supposed, fable, but veritable history. 3. That Atlantis was the region where man first rose from a state of barbarism to civilization. 4. That it became, in the course of ages, a populous and mighty nation, from whose overflowings the shores of the Gulf of Mexico, the Mississippi River, the Amazon, the Pacific coast of South America, the Mediterranean, the west coast of Europe and Africa, the Baltic, the Black Sea, and the Caspian were populated by civilized nations. 5. That it was the true antediluvian world, the Garden of Eden, the gardens of the Hesperides, the Elysian fields, the gardens of Alcinous, the Mesomphalos, the Olympos, the Asgard of the traditions of the ancient nations. Representing a universal memory of a great land, where early mankind dwelt for ages in peace and happiness. 6. That the gods and goddesses of the ancient Greeks, the Phoenicians, the Hindus, and the Scandinavians were simply the kings, queens, and heroes of Atlantis. And the acts attributed to them in mythology are a confused recollection of real historical events. 7. That the mythology of Egypt and Peru represented the original religion of Atlantis, which was sun worship. 8. That the oldest colony formed by the Atlanteans was probably in Egypt, whose civilization was a reproduction of that of the Atlantic island. 9. That the implements of the Bronze Age of Europe were derived from Atlantis. The Atlanteans were also the first manufacturers of iron. 10. That the Phoenician alphabet, parent of all the European alphabets, was derived from O-Atlantis alphabet, which was also conveyed from Atlantis to the Mayas of Central America. 11. That Atlantis was the original seat of the Aryan or Indo-European family of nations, as well as of the Semitic peoples, and possibly also of the Turanian races. 12. That Atlantis perished in a terrible convulsion of nature, in which the whole island sunk into the ocean, with nearly all its inhabitants. 13. That a few persons escaped in ships and on rafts, and carried to the nations east and west the tidings of the appalling catastrophe, which has survived to our own time in the flood and deluge legends of the different nations of the Old and New Worlds. If these propositions can be proved, they will solve many problems which now perplex mankind. They will confirm in many respects the statements in the opening chapters of Genesis. They will widen the area of human history. They will explain the remarkable resemblances which exist between the ancient civilizations found upon the opposite shores of the Atlantic Ocean, in the Old and New Worlds. And they will aid us to rehabilitate the fathers of our civilization, our blood, and our fundamental ideas, the men who lived, loved, and labored ages before the Aryans descended upon India, or the Phoenician had settled in Syria, or the Goth had reached the shores of the Baltic. The fact that the story of Atlantis was for thousands of years regarded as a fable proves nothing. There is an unbelief which grows out of ignorance, as well as a skepticism which is born of intelligence. The people nearest to the past are not always those who are best informed concerning the past. For 1,000 years it was believed that the legends of the buried cities of Pompeii and Herculaneum were myths. They were spoken of as the fabulous cities. For 1,000 years the educated world did not credit the accounts given by Herodotus of the wonders of the ancient civilizations of the Nile and of Chaldea. He was called the father of liars. Even Plutarch sneered at him. Now, in the language of Friedrich Schlegel, the deeper and more comprehensive the researches of the moderns have been, the more their regard and esteem for Herodotus has increased. Buckle says, his minute information about Egypt and Asia Minor is admitted by all geographers. There was a time when the expedition sent out by Pharaoh Necho to circumnavigate Africa was doubted, because the explorers stated that after they had progressed a certain distance the sun was north of them. This circumstance, which then aroused suspicion, now proves to us that the Egyptian navigators had really passed the equator, and anticipated by 2,100 years Vasquez da Gama in his discovery of the Cape of Good Hope. If I succeed in demonstrating the truth of the somewhat startling propositions with which I commenced this chapter, it will only be by bringing to bear upon the question of Atlantis 1,000 converging lines of light from a multitude of researches made by scholars in different fields of modern thought. Further investigations and discoveries will, I trust, confirm the correctness of the conclusions at which I have arrived. 2. Plato's History of Atlantis. Plato has preserved for us the history of Atlantis. If our views are correct, it is one of the most valuable records which have come down to us from antiquity. Plato lived 400 years before the birth of Christ. His ancestor, Solon, was the great lawgiver of Athens 600 years before the Christian era. Solon visited Egypt. Plutarch says, Solon attempted in verse a large description, or rather fabulous account of the Atlantic island, which he had learned from the wise men of Sais, and which particularly concerned the Athenians. But by reason of his age, not want of leisure, as Plato would have it, he was apprehensive the work would be too much for him, and therefore did not go through with it. These verses are a proof that business was not the hindrance. I grow in learning as I grow in age. And again. Wine, wit, and beauty still their charms bestow. Light all the shades of life, and cheer us as we go. Plato, ambitious to cultivate and adorn the subject of the Atlantic island, as a delightful spot in some fair field unoccupied, to which also he had some claim by reason of his being related to Solon, laid out magnificent courts and enclosures. And erected a grand entrance to it, such as no other story, fable, or poem ever had. But, as he began it late, he ended his life before the work, so that the more the reader is delighted with the part that is written, the more regret he has to find it unfinished. There can be no question that Solon visited Egypt. The causes of his departure from Athens, for a period of 10 years, are fully explained by Plutarch. He dwelt, B tells us, on the Canopian shore, by Nile's deep mouth. There be conversed upon points of philosophy and history with the most learned of the Egyptian priests. He was a man of extraordinary force and penetration of mind, as his laws and his sayings, which have been preserved to us, testify. There is no improbability in the statement that be commenced in verse a history and description of Atlantis, which be left unfinished at his death. And it requires no great stretch of the imagination to believe that this manuscript reached the hands of his successor and descendant, Plato. A scholar, thinker, and historian like himself, and, like himself, one of the profoundest minds of the ancient world. The Egyptian priest had said to Solon, "You have no antiquity of history, and no history of antiquity." And Solon doubtless realized fully the vast importance of a record which carried human history back, not only thousands of years before the era of Greek civilization, but many thousands of years before even the establishment of the Kingdom of Egypt. And B was anxious to preserve for his half-civilized countrymen this inestimable record of the past. We know of no better way to commence a book about Atlantis than by giving in full the record preserved by Plato. It is as follows. Critias. Then listen, Socrates, to a strange tale, which is, however, certainly true, as Solon, who was the wisest of the 7 sages, declared. He was a relative and great friend of my great-grandfather, Dropidas, as B himself says in several of his poems. And Dropidas told Critias, my grandfather, who remembered, and told us, that there were of old great and marvelous actions of the Athenians, which have passed into oblivion through time and the destruction of the human race, and one in particular, which was the greatest of them all, the recital of which will be a suitable testimony of our gratitude to you. Socrates. Very good, and what is This ancient famous action of which Critias spoke, not as a mere legend, but as a veritable action of the Athenian state, which Solon recounted. Critias. I will tell an old-world story which I heard from an aged man, for Critias was, as be said, at that time nearly 90 years of age, and I was about 10 years of age. Now the day was that day of the Apaturia which is called the registration of youth. At which, according to custom, our parents gave prizes for recitations, and the poems of several poets were recited by us boys, and many of us sung the poems of Solon, which were new at the time. One of our tribe, either because this was his real opinion, or because he thought that he would please Critias, said that, in his judgment, Solon was not only the wisest of men but the noblest of poets. The old man, I well remember, brightened up at this, and said, smiling, yes, Amminander, if Solon had only, like other poets, made poetry the business of his life, and had completed the tale which he brought with him from Egypt, and had not been compelled, by reason of the factions and troubles which he found stirring in this country when he came home, to attend to other matters, in my opinion he would have been as famous as Homer, or Hesiod, or any poet. And what was that poem about, Critias, said the person who addressed him. About the greatest action which the Athenians ever did, and which ought to have been most famous, but which, through the lapse of time and the destruction of the actors, has not come down to us. Tell us, said the other, the whole story, and how and from whom Solon heard this veritable tradition. He replied, at the head of the Egyptian delta, where the river Nile divides, there is a certain district which is called the district of Sais, and the great city of the district is also called Sais. And is the city from which Amasis the king was sprung. And the citizens have a deity who is their foundress, she is called in the Egyptian tongue Neith, which is asserted by them to be the same whom the Hellenes called Athene. Now, the citizens of this city are great lovers of the Athenians, and say that they are in some way related to them. Thither came Solon, who was received by them with great honor. And be asked the priests, who were most skillful in such matters, about antiquity, and made the discovery that neither he nor any other Hellene knew anything worth mentioning about the times of old. On one occasion, when he was drawing them on to speak of antiquity, he began to tell about the most ancient things in our part of the world, about Pharanius, who is called the first, and about Niobe. And, after the deluge, to tell of the lives of Deucalion and Pyrrha, and he traced the genealogy of their descendants, and attempted to reckon how many years old were the events of which he was speaking, and to give the dates. Thereupon, one of the priests, who was of very great age, said, O Solon, Solon, you Hellenes are but children, and there is never an old man who is an Hellene. Solon, bearing this, said, What do you mean? I mean to say, he replied, that in mind you are all young, there is no old opinion handed down among you by ancient tradition, nor any science which is hoary with age. And I will tell you the reason of this, there have been, and there will be again, many destructions of mankind arising out of many causes. There is a story which even you have preserved, that once upon a time Phaethon, the son of Helios, having yoked the steeds in his father's chariot, because he was not able to drive them in the path of his father, burnt up all that was upon the earth, and was himself destroyed by a thunderbolt. Now, this has the form of a myth, but really signifies a declination of the bodies moving around the earth and in the heavens, and a great conflagration of things upon the earth recurring at long intervals of time. When this happens, those who live upon the mountains and in dry and lofty places are more liable to destruction than those who dwell by rivers or on the seashore. And from this calamity the Nile, who is our never-failing Savior, saves and delivers us. When, on the other hand, the gods purge the earth with a deluge of water, among you herdsmen and shepherds on the mountains are the survivors, whereas those of you who live in cities are carried by the rivers into the sea. But in this country neither at that time nor at any other does the water come from above on the fields, having always a tendency to come up from below, for which reason the things preserved here are said to be the oldest. The fact is, that wherever the extremity of winter frost or of summer sun does not prevent, the human race is always increasing at times, and at other times diminishing in numbers. And whatever happened either in your country or in ours, or in any other region of which we are informed, if any action which is noble or great, or in any other way remarkable has taken place, all that has been written down of old, and is preserved in our temples. Whereas you and other nations are just being provided with letters and the other things which states require. And then, at the usual period, the stream from heaven descends like a pestilence, and leaves only those of you who are destitute of letters and education. And thus you have to begin all over again as children, and know nothing of what happened in ancient times, either among us or among yourselves. As for those genealogies of yours which you have recounted to us, Solon, they are no better than the tales of children, for, in the first place, you remember one deluge only, whereas there were many of them. And, in the next place, you do not know that there dwelt in your land the fairest and noblest race of men which ever lived, of whom you and your whole city are but a seed or remnant. And this was unknown to you, because for many generations the survivors of that destruction died and made no sign. For there was a time, Solon, before that great deluge of all, when the city which now is Athens was first in war, and was preeminent for the excellence of her laws, and is said to have performed the noblest deeds, and to have had the fairest constitution of any of which tradition tells, under the face of heaven. Solon marveled at this, and earnestly requested the priest to inform him exactly and in order about these former citizens. "You are welcome to hear about them, Solon," said the priest, "both for your own sake and for that of the city. And, above all, for the sake of the goddess who is the common patron and protector and educator of both our cities. She founded your city 1,000 years before ours, receiving from the earth and Hephaestus the seed of your race, and then she founded ours, the constitution of which is set down in our sacred registers as 8,000 years old. As touching the citizens of 9,000 years ago, I will briefly inform you of their laws and of the noblest of their actions, and the exact particulars of the whole we will hereafter go through at our leisure in the sacred registers themselves. If you compare these very laws with your own, you will find that many of ours are the counterpart of yours, as they were in the olden time. In the first place, there is the caste of priests, which is separated from all the others. Next there are the artificers, who exercise their several crafts by themselves, and without admixture of any other, and also there is the class of shepherds and that of hunters, as well as that of husbandmen. And you will observe, too, that the warriors in Egypt are separated from all the other classes, and are commanded by the law only to engage in war. Moreover, the weapons with which they are equipped are shields and spears, and this the goddess taught first among you, and then in Asiatic countries, and we among the Asiatics first adopted. Then, as to wisdom, do you observe what care the law took from the very first, searching out and comprehending the whole order of things down to prophecy and medicine, the latter with a view to health. And out of these divine elements drawing what was needful for human life, and adding every sort of knowledge which was connected with them. All this order and arrangement the goddess first imparted to you when establishing your city. And she chose the spot of earth in which you were born, because she saw that the happy temperament of the seasons in that land would produce the wisest of men. Wherefore the goddess, who was a lover both of war and of wisdom, selected, and first of all settled that spot which was the most likely to produce men likest herself. And there you dwelt, having such laws as these and still better ones, and excelled all mankind in all virtue, as became the children and disciples of the gods. Many great and wonderful deeds are recorded of your state in our histories. But one of them exceeds all the rest in greatness and valor, for these histories tell of a mighty power which was aggressing wantonly against the whole of Europe and Asia, and to which your city put an end. This power came forth out of the Atlantic Ocean, for in those days the Atlantic was navigable. And there was an island situated in front of the straits which you call the columns of Heracles. The island was larger than Libya and Asia put together, and was the way to other islands. And from the islands you might pass through the whole of the opposite continent which surrounded the true ocean. For this sea which is within the straits of Heracles is only a harbor, having a narrow entrance, but that other is a real sea, and the surrounding land may be most truly called a continent. Now, in the island of Atlantis there was a great and wonderful empire, which had rule over the whole island and several others, as well as over parts of the continent. And, besides these, they subjected the parts of Libya within the columns of Heracles as far as Egypt, and of Europe as far as Tyrrhenia. The vast power thus gathered into one, endeavored to subdue at one blow our country and yours, and the whole of the land which was within the straits. And then, Solon, your country shone forth, in the excellence of her virtue and strength, among all mankind, for she was the first in courage and military skill, and was the leader of the Hellenes. And when the rest fell off from her, being compelled to stand alone, after having undergone the very extremity of danger, she defeated and triumphed over the invaders, and preserved from slavery those who were not yet subjected. And freely liberated all the others who dwelt within the limits of Heracles. But afterward there occurred violent earthquakes and floods, and in a single day and night of rain all your warlike men in a body sunk into the earth, and the island of Atlantis in like manner disappeared, and was sunk beneath the sea. And that is the reason why the sea in those parts is impassable and impenetrable, because there is such a quantity of shallow mud in the way, and this was caused by the subsidence of the island. Plato's Dialogues, 2, 617, Timaeus. But in addition to the gods whom you have mentioned, I would specially invoke Mnemosyne. For all the important part of what I have to tell is dependent on her favor, and if I can recollect and recite enough of what was said by the priests, and brought hither by Solon, I doubt not that I shall satisfy the requirements of this theatre. To that task, then, I will at once address myself. Let me begin by observing, first of all, that 9,000 was the sum of years which had elapsed since the war which was said to have taken place between all those who dwelt outside the pillars of Heracles and those who dwelt within them. This war I am now to describe. Of the combatants on the one side the city of Athens was reported to have been the ruler, and to have directed the contest. The combatants on the other side were led by the kings of the islands of Atlantis, which, as I was saying, once had an extent greater than that of Libya and Asia. And, when afterwards sunk by an earthquake, became an impassable barrier of mud to voyagers sailing from hence to the ocean. The progress of the history will unfold the various tribes of barbarians and Hellenes which then existed, as they successively appear on the scene. But I must begin by describing, first of all, the Athenians as they were in that day, and their enemies who fought with them, and I shall have to tell of the power and form of government of both of them. Let us give the precedence to Athens. Many great deluges have taken place during the 9,000 years, for that is the number of years which have elapsed since the time of which I am speaking. And in all the ages and changes of things there has never been any settlement of the earth flowing down from the mountains, as in other places, which is worth speaking of. It has always been carried round in a circle, and disappeared in the depths below. The consequence is that, in comparison of what then was, there are remaining in small islets only the bones of the wasted body, as they may be called, all the richer and softer parts of the soil having fallen away, and the mere skeleton of the country being left. And next, if I have not forgotten what I heard when I was a child, I will impart to you the character and origin of their adversaries, for friends should not keep their stories to themselves, but have them in common. Yet, before proceeding farther in the narrative, I ought to warn you that you must not be surprised if you should bear Hellenic names given to foreigners. I will tell you the reason of this. Solon, who was intending to use the tale for his poem, made an investigation into the meaning of the names, and found that the early Egyptians, in writing them down, had translated them into their own language. And recovered the meaning of the several names and retranslated them, and copied them out again in our language. My great-grandfather, Dropidas, had the original writing, which is still in my possession, and was carefully studied by me when I was a child. Therefore, if you bear names such as are used in this country, you must not be surprised, for I have told you the reason of them. The tale, which was of great length, began as follows. I have before remarked, in speaking of the allotments of the gods, that they distributed the whole earth into portions differing in extent, and made themselves temples and sacrifices. And Poseidon, receiving for his lot the island of Atlantis, begot children by a mortal woman, and settled them in a part of the island which I will proceed to describe. On the side toward the sea, and in the center of the whole island, there was a plain which is said to have been the fairest of all plains, and very fertile. Near the plain again, and also in the center of the island, at a distance of about 50 stadia, there was a mountain, not very high on any side. In this mountain there dwelt one of the earth-born primeval men of that country, whose name was Evener, and he had a wife named Lusip, and they had an only daughter, who was named Clyto. The maiden was growing up to womanhood when her father and mother died. Poseidon fell in love with her, and had intercourse with her. And, breaking the ground, enclosed the hill in which she dwelt all round, making alternate zones of sea and land, larger and smaller, encircling one another. There were 2 of land and 3 of water, which he turned as with a lathe out of the center of the island, equidistant every way, so that no man could get to the island, for ships and voyages were not yet heard of. He himself, as was a god, found no difficulty in making special arrangements for the center island, bringing 2 streams of water under the earth, which he caused to ascend as springs, one of warm water and the other of cold. And making every variety of food to spring up abundantly in the earth. He also begot and brought up 5 pairs of male children, dividing the island of Atlantis into 10 portions. He gave to the firstborn of the eldest pair his mother's dwelling and the surrounding allotment, which was the largest and best. And made him king over the rest. The others he made princes, and gave them rule over many men and a large territory. And he named them all. The eldest, who was king, he named Atlas, and from him the whole island and the ocean received the name of Atlantic. To his twin brother, who was born after him, and obtained as his lot the extremity of the island toward the pillars of Heracles, as far as the country which is still called the region of Gades in that part of the world. B gave the name which in the Hellenic language is Eumelus, in the language of the country which is named after him, Gadeirus. Of the second pair of twins, he called one Amphirs and the other Avaemon. To the third pair of twins he gave the name Nesius to the elder, and Autochthon to the one who followed him. Of the fourth pair of twins he called the elder Elasippus and the younger Mestor, and of the fifth pair B gave to the elder the name of Ozas, and to the younger Diaprepes. All these and their descendants were the inhabitants and rulers of divers islands in the open sea, and also, as has been already said, they held sway in the other direction over the country within the pillars as far as Egypt and Tyrrhenia. Now Atlas had a numerous and honorable family, and his eldest branch always retained the kingdom, which the eldest son handed on to his eldest for many generations. And they had such an amount of wealth as was never before possessed by kings and potentates, and is not likely ever to be again, and they were furnished with everything which they could have, both in city and country. For, because of the greatness of their empire, many things were brought to them from foreign countries, and the island itself provided much of what was required by them for the uses of life. In the first place, they dug out of the earth whatever was to be found there, mineral as well as metal, and that which is now only a name, and was then something more than a name, orichalcum, was dug out of the earth in many parts of the island. And, with the exception of gold, was esteemed the most precious of metals among the men of those days. There was an abundance of wood for carpenter's work, and sufficient maintenance for tame and wild animals. Moreover, there were a great number of elephants in the island, and there was provision for animals of every kind, both for those which live in lakes and marshes and rivers, and also for those which live in mountains and on plains. And therefore for the animal which is the largest and most voracious of them. Also, whatever fragrant things there are in the earth, whether roots, or herbage, or woods, or distilling drops of flowers or fruits, grew and thrived in that land. And again, the cultivated fruit of the earth, both the dry edible fruit and other species of food, which we call by the general name of legumes, and the fruits having a hard rind, affording drinks, and meats, and ointments. And good store of chestnuts and the like, which may be used to play with, and are fruits which spoil with keeping, and the pleasant kinds of dessert which console us after dinner. When we are full and tired of eating, all these that sacred island lying beneath the sun brought forth fair and wondrous in infinite abundance. All these things they received from the earth, and they employed themselves in constructing their temples, and palaces, and harbors, and docks. And they arranged the whole country in the following manner. First of all they bridged over the zones of sea which surrounded the ancient metropolis, and made a passage into and out of they began to build the palace in the royal palace. And then the habitation of the god and of their ancestors. This they continued to ornament in successive generations, every king surpassing the one who came before him to the utmost of his power, until they made the building a marvel to behold for size and for beauty. And, beginning from the sea, they dug a canal 300 feet in width and 100 feet in depth, and 50 stadia in length, which they carried through to the outermost zone, making a passage from the sea up to this, which became a harbor, and leaving an opening sufficient to enable the largest vessels to find ingress. Moreover, they divided the zones of land which parted the zones of sea, constructing bridges of such a width as would leave a passage for a single trireme to pass out of one into another, and roofed them over. And there was a way underneath for the ships, for the banks of the zones were raised considerably above the water. Now the largest of the zones into which a passage was cut from the sea was 3 stadia in breadth, and the zone of land which came next of equal breadth. But the next two, as well the zone of water as of land, were 2 stadia, and the one which surrounded the central island was a stadium only in width. The island in which the palace was situated had a diameter of 5 stadia. This, and the zones and the bridge, which was the 6th part of a stadium in width, they surrounded by a stone wall, on either side placing towers, and gates on the bridges where the sea passed in. The stone which was used in the work they quarried from underneath the center island and from underneath the zones, on the outer as well as the inner side. One kind of stone was white, another black, and a third red. And, as they quarried, they at the same time hollowed out docks double within, having roofs formed out of the native rock. Some of their buildings were simple, but in others they put together different stones, which they intermingled for the sake of ornament, to be a natural source of delight. The entire circuit of the wall which went round the outermost one they covered with a coating of brass, and the circuit of the next wall they coated with tin, and the third, which encompassed the citadel flashed with the red light of orichalcum. The palaces in the interior of the citadel were constructed in this wise. In the center was a holy temple dedicated to Clito and Poseidon, which remained inaccessible, and was surrounded by an enclosure of gold. This was the spot in which they originally begot the race of the 10 princes, and thither they annually brought the fruits of the earth in their season from all the 10 portions, and performed sacrifices to each of them. Here, too, was Poseidon's own temple, of a stadium in length and half a stadium in width, and of a proportionate height, having a sort of barbaric splendor. All the outside of the temple, with the exception of the pinnacles, they covered with silver, and the pinnacles with gold. In the interior of the temple the roof was of ivory, adorned everywhere with gold and silver and orichalcum. All the other parts of the walls and pillars and floor they lined with orichalcum. In the temple they placed statues of gold. There was the god himself standing in a chariot, the charioteer of 6 winged horses, and of such a size that he touched the roof of the building with his head. Around him there were 100 nereids riding on dolphins, for such was thought to be the number of them in that day. There were also in the interior of the temple other images which had been dedicated by private individuals. And around the temple on the outside were placed statues of gold of all the 10 kings and of their wives. And there were many other great offerings, both of kings and of private individuals, coming both from the city itself and the foreign cities over which they held sway. There was an altar, too, which in size and workmanship corresponded to the rest of the work, and there were palaces in like manner which answered to the greatness of the kingdom and the glory of the temple. In the next place, they used fountains both of cold and hot springs. These were very abundant, and both kinds wonderfully adapted to use by reason of the sweetness and excellence of their waters. They constructed buildings about them, and planted suitable trees. Also cisterns, some open to the heaven, other which they roofed over, to be used in winter as warm baths. There were the king's baths, and the baths of private persons, which were kept apart. Also separate baths for women, and others again for horses and cattle, and to them they gave as much adornment as was suitable for them. The water which ran off they carried, some to the grove of Poseidon, where were growing all manner of trees of wonderful height and beauty, owing to the excellence of the soil. The remainder was conveyed by aqueducts which passed over the bridges to the outer circles, and there were many temples built and dedicated to many gods. Also gardens and places of exercise, some for men, and some set apart for horses, in both of the two islands formed by the zones. And in the center of the larger of the two there was a race course of a stadium in width, and in length allowed to extend all round the island, for horses to race in. Also there were guardhouses at intervals for the bodyguard, the more trusted of whom had their duties appointed to them in the lesser zone, which was nearer the Acropolis. While the most trusted of all had houses given them within the citadel, and about the persons of the kings. The docks were full of triremes and naval stores, and all things were quite ready for use. Enough of the plan of the royal palace. Crossing the outer harbors, which were 3 in number, you would come to a wall which began at the sea and went all round. This was everywhere distant 50 stadia from the largest zone and harbor, and enclosed the whole. Meeting at the mouth of the channel toward the sea. The entire area was densely crowded with habitations. And the canal and the largest of the harbors were full of vessels and merchants coming from all parts, who, from their numbers, kept up a multitudinous sound of human voices and din of all sorts night and day. I have repeated his descriptions of the city and the parts about the ancient palace nearly as he gave them, and now I must endeavor to describe the nature and arrangement of the rest of the country. The whole country was described as being very lofty and precipitous on the side of the sea, but the country immediately about and surrounding the city was a level plain, itself surrounded by mountains which descended toward the sea. It was smooth and even, but of an oblong shape, extending in one direction 3,000 stadia, and going up the country from the sea through the center of the island 2,000 stadia. The whole region of the island lies toward the south, and is sheltered from the north. The surrounding mountains he celebrated for their number and size and beauty, in which they exceeded all that are now to be seen anywhere. Having in them also many wealthy inhabited villages, and rivers and lakes, and meadows supplying food enough for every animal, wild or tame, and wood of various sorts, abundant for every kind of work. I will now describe the plain, which had been cultivated during many ages by many generations of kings. It was rectangular, and for the most part straight and oblong, and what it wanted of the straight line followed the line of the circular ditch. The depth and width and length of this ditch were incredible and gave the impression that such a work, in addition to so many other works, could hardly have been wrought by the hand of man. But I must say what I have heard. It was excavated to the depth of 100 feet, and its breadth was a stadium everywhere. It was carried round the whole of the plain, and was 10,000 stadia in length. It received the streams which came down from the mountains, and winding round the plain, and touching the city at various points, was there let off into the sea. From above, likewise, straight canals of 100 feet in width were cut in the plain, and again let off into the ditch, toward the sea. These canals were at intervals of 100 stadia, and by them they brought down the wood from the mountains to the city, and conveyed the fruits of the earth in ships, cutting transverse passages from one canal into another, and to the city. Twice in the year they gathered the fruits of the earth, in winter having the benefit of the rains, and in summer introducing the water of the canals. As to the population, each of the lots in the plain had an appointed chief of men who were fit for military service, and the size of the lot was to be a square of 10 stadia each way, and the total number of all the lots was 60,000. And of the inhabitants of the mountains and of the rest of the country there was also a vast multitude having leaders, to whom they were assigned according to their dwellings and villages. The leader was required to furnish for the war the 6th portion of a war chariot, so as to make up a total of 10,000 chariots. Also 2 horses and riders upon them, and a light chariot without a seat, accompanied by a fighting man on foot carrying a small shield, and having a charioteer mounted to guide the horses. Also, B was bound to furnish 2 heavy-armed men, 2 archers, 2 slingers, 3 stone-shooters, and 3 javelin men, who were skirmishers, and 4 sailors to make up a complement of 1,200 ships. Such was the order of war in the royal city. That of the other 9 governments was different in each of them, and would be wearisome to narrate. As to offices and honors, the following was the arrangement from the first: each of the 10 kings, in his own division and in his own city, had the absolute control of the citizens, and in many cases of the laws. Punishing and slaying whomsoever be would. Now the relations of their governments to one another were regulated by the injunctions of Poseidon as the law had handed them down. These were inscribed by the first men on a column of orichalcum, which was situated in the middle of the island, at the temple of Poseidon, whither the people were gathered together every 5th and 6th years alternately, thus giving equal honor to the odd and to the even number. And when they were gathered together they consulted about public affairs, and inquired if anyone had transgressed in anything, and passed judgment on him accordingly, and before they passed judgment they gave their pledges to one another in this wise: there were bulls who had the range of the temple of Poseidon. And the 10 who were left alone in the temple, after they had offered prayers to the gods that they might take the sacrifices which were acceptable to them, hunted the bulls without weapons, but with staves and nooses. And the bull which they caught they led up to the column. The victim was then struck on the head by them, and slain over the sacred inscription. Now on the column, besides the law, there was inscribed an oath invoking mighty curses on the disobedient. When, therefore, after offering sacrifice according to their customs, they had burnt the limbs of the bull, they mingled a cup and cast in a clot of blood for each of them. The rest of the victim they took to the fire, after having made a purification of the column all round. Then they drew from the cup in golden vessels, and, pouring a libation on the fire, they swore that they would judge according to the laws on the column, and would punish anyone who had previously transgressed. And that for the future they would not, if they could help, transgress any of the inscriptions, and would not command or obey any ruler who commanded them to act otherwise than according to the laws of their father Poseidon. This was the prayer which each of them offered up for himself and for his family, at the same time drinking, and dedicating the vessel in the temple of the god. And, after spending some necessary time at supper, when darkness came on and the fire about the sacrifice was cool, all of them put on most beautiful azure robes, and, sitting on the ground at night near the embers of the sacrifices on which they had sworn, and extinguishing all the fire about the temple, they received and gave judgment, if any of them had any accusation to bring against any one. And, when they had given judgment, at daybreak they wrote down their sentences on a golden tablet, and deposited them as memorials with their robes. There were many special laws which the several kings had inscribed about the temples, but the most important was the following: that they were not to take up arms against one another. And they were all to come to the rescue if any one in any city attempted to overthrow the royal house. Like their ancestors, they were to deliberate in common about war and other matters, giving the supremacy to the family of Atlas. And the king was not to have the power of life and death over any of his kinsmen, unless he had the assent of the majority of the 10 kings. Such was the vast power which the god settled in the lost island of Atlantis. And this he afterward directed against our land on the following pretext: as traditions tell, for many generations, as long as the divine nature lasted in them, they were obedient to the laws, and well affectioned toward the gods, who were their kinsmen. For they possessed true and in every way great spirits, practicing gentleness and wisdom in the various chances of life, and in their intercourse with one another. They despised everything but virtue, not caring for their present state of life, arid thinking lightly on the possession of gold and other property, which seemed only a burden to them, neither were they intoxicated by luxury. Nor did wealth deprive them of their self-control. But they were sober, and saw clearly that all these goods are increased by virtuous friendship with one another, and that by excessive zeal for them, and honor of them, the good of them is lost, and friendship perishes with them. By such reflections, and by the continuance in them of a divine nature, all that which we have described waxed and increased in them. But when this divine portion began to fade away in them, and became diluted too often, and with too much of the mortal admixture, and the human nature got the upper hand, then, they being unable to bear their fortune, became unseemly. And to him who had an eye to see, they began to appear base, and had lost the fairest of their precious gifts. But to those who had no eye to see the true happiness, they still appeared glorious and blessed at the very time when they were filled with unrighteous avarice and power. Zeus, the god of gods, who rules with law, and is able to see into such things, perceiving that an honorable race was in a most wretched state, and wanting to inflict punishment on them, that they might be chastened and improved, collected all the gods into his most holy habitation, which, being placed in the center of the world, sees all things that partake of generation. And when he had called them together he spake as follows. Here Plato's story abruptly ends. 3. The probabilities of Plato's story. There is nothing improbable in this narrative, so far as it describes a great, rich, cultured, and educated people. Almost every part of Plato's story can be paralleled by descriptions of the people of Egypt or Peru. In fact, in some respects Plato's account of Atlantis falls short of Herodotus's description of the grandeur of Egypt, or Prescott's picture of the wealth and civilization of Peru. For instance, Prescott, in his Conquest of Peru, Volume 1, p. 95, says, "The most renowned of the Peruvian temples, the pride of the capital and the wonder of the empire, was at Cuzco, where, under the munificence of successive sovereigns, it had become so enriched that it received the name of Coricancha, or the place of gold. The interior of the temple was literally a mine of gold. On the western wall was emblazoned a representation of the deity, consisting of a human countenance looking forth from amid innumerable rays of light, which emanated from it in every direction. In the same manner as the sun is often personified with us. The figure was engraved on a massive plate of gold, of enormous dimensions, thickly powdered with emeralds and precious stones. The walls and ceilings were everywhere encrusted with golden ornaments. Every part of the interior of the temple glowed with burnished plates and studs of the precious metal, the cornices were of the same material. There are in Plato's narrative no marvels, no myths, no tales of gods, gorgons, hobgoblins, or giants. It is a plain and reasonable history of a people who built temples, ships, and canals, who lived by agriculture and commerce, who, in pursuit of trade, reached out to all the countries around them. The early history of most nations begins with gods and demons, while here we have nothing of the kind. We see an immigrant enter the country, marry one of the native women, and settle down. In time a great nation grows up around him. It reminds one of the information given by the Egyptian priests to Herodotus. During the space of 11,340 years they assert, says Herodotus, that no divinity has appeared in human shape. They absolutely denied the possibility of a human being's descent from a god. If Plato had sought to draw from his imagination a wonderful and pleasing story, we should not have had so plain and reasonable a narrative. He would have given us a history like the legends of Greek mythology, full of the adventures of gods and goddesses, nymphs, fauns, and satyrs. Neither is there any evidence on the face of this history that Plato sought to convey in it a moral or political lesson, in the guise of a fable, as did Bacon in the New Atlantis, and More in the Kingdom of Nowhere. There is no ideal republic delineated here. It is a straightforward, reasonable history of a people ruled over by their kings, living and progressing as other nations have lived and progressed since their day. Plato says that in Atlantis there was a great and wonderful empire, which aggressed wantonly against the whole of Europe and Asia, thus testifying to the extent of its dominion. It not only subjugated Africa as far as Egypt, and Europe as far as Italy, but it ruled as well over parts of the continent, to wit, the opposite continent of America, which surrounded the true ocean. Those parts of America over which it ruled were, as we will show hereafter, Central America, Peru, and the valley of the Mississippi, occupied by the mound builders. Moreover, B tells us that this vast power was gathered into one. That is to say, from Egypt to Peru it was one consolidated empire. We will see hereafter that the legends of the Hindus as to Deva Nahusha distinctly refer to this vast empire, which covered the whole of the known world. Another corroboration of the truth of Plato's narrative is found in the fact that upon the Azores black lava rocks, and rocks red and white in color, are now found. He says they built with white, red, and black stone. Sir C. Wyville Thomson describes a narrow neck of land between Fayal and Monte de Guia, called Monte Quemada, the burnt mountain, as follows: it is formed partly of stratified tufa of a dark chocolate color, and partly of lumps of black lava, porous, and each with a large cavity in the center, which must have been ejected as volcanic bombs in a glorious display of fireworks at some period beyond the records of Assyrian history. But late in the geological annals of the island, Voyage of the Challenger, Volume 2, page 24. He also describes immense walls of black volcanic rock in the island. The plain of Atlantis, Plato tells us, had been cultivated during many ages by many generations of kings. If, as we believe, agriculture, the domestication of the horse, ox, sheep, goat, and bog, and the discovery or development of wheat, oats, rye, and barley originated in this region, then this language of Plato in reference to the many ages and the successive generations of kings, accords with the great periods of time which were necessary to bring man from a savage to a civilized condition. In the great ditch surrounding the whole land like a circle, and into which streams flowed down from the mountains, we probably see the original of the 4 rivers of paradise, and the emblem of the cross surrounded by a circle, which, as we will show hereafter, was, from the earliest pre-Christian ages, accepted as the emblem of the Garden of Eden. We know that Plato did not invent the name of Poseidon, for the worship of Poseidon was universal in the earliest ages of Europe. Poseidon worship seems to have been a peculiarity of all the colonies previous to the time of Sidon, Prehistoric Nations, page 148. This worship was carried to Spain, and to northern Africa, but most abundantly to Italy, to many of the islands, and to the regions around the Aegean Sea, also to Thrace. Ibid, page 155. Poseidon, or Neptune, is represented in Greek mythology as a sea god, but he is figured as standing in a war chariot drawn by horses. The association of the horse, a land animal, with a sea god is inexplicable, except with the light given by Plato. Poseidon was a sea god because he ruled over a great land in the sea, and was the national god of a maritime people. B is associated with horses, because in Atlantis the horse was first domesticated. And, as Plato shows, the Atlanteans had great racecourses for the development of speed in horses. And Poseidon is represented as standing in a war chariot, because doubtless wheeled vehicles were first invented by the same people who tamed the horse, and they transmitted these war chariots to their descendants from Egypt to Britain. We know that horses were the favorite objects chosen for sacrifice to Poseidon by the nations of antiquity within the historical period. They were killed, and cast into the sea from high precipices. The religious horse feasts of the pagan Scandinavians were a survival of this Poseidon worship, which once prevailed along all the coasts of Europe. They continued until the conversion of the people to Christianity, and were then suppressed by the Church with great difficulty. We find in Plato's narrative the names of some of the Phoenician deities among the kings of Atlantis. Where did the Greek, Plato, get these names if the story is a fable? Does Plato, in speaking of the fruits having a hard rind, affording drinks and meats and ointments, refer to the cocoa nut? Again, Plato tells us that Atlantis abounded in both cold and hot springs. How did he come to hit upon the hot springs if he was drawing a picture from his imagination? It is a singular confirmation of his story that hot springs abound in the Azores, which are the surviving fragments of Atlantis. And an experience wider than that possessed by Plato has taught scientific men that hot springs are a common feature of regions subject to volcanic convulsions. Plato tells us, the whole country was very lofty and precipitous on the side of the sea, but the country immediately about and surrounding the city was a level plain, itself surrounded by mountains which descended toward the sea. One has but to look at the profile of the Dolphin's Ridge, as revealed by the deep-sea soundings of the Challenger, given as the frontispiece to this volume, to see that this is a faithful description of that precipitous elevation. The surrounding mountains, which sheltered the plain from the north, are represented in the present towering peaks of the Azores. Plato tells us that the destruction of Atlantis filled the sea with mud, and interfered with navigation. For thousands of years the ancients believed the Atlantic Ocean to be a muddy, shallow, dark, and misty sea, mare tenebrosum. Cosmos, Volume 2, page 151. The three-pronged scepter or trident of Poseidon reappears constantly in ancient history. We find it in the hands of Hindu gods, and at the base of all the religious beliefs of antiquity. Among the numerals the sacred 3 has ever been considered the mark of perfection, and was therefore exclusively ascribed to the supreme deity, or to its earthly representative, a king, emperor, or any sovereign. For this reason triple emblems of various shapes are found on the belts, neckties, or any encircling fixture, as can be seen on the works of ancient art in Yucatan, Guatemala, Chiapas, Mexico, etc. Whenever the object has reference to divine supremacy. Dr. Arthur Schott, Smith. Republic, 1869, page 391. We are reminded of the tiara and the triple round of sovereignty. In the same manner the 10 kingdoms of Atlantis are perpetuated in all the ancient traditions. In the number given by the Bible for the antediluvian patriarchs we have the first instance of a striking agreement with the traditions of various nations. 10 are mentioned in the book of Genesis. Other nations, to whatever epoch they carry back their ancestors, whether before or after the deluge, whether the mythical or historical character prevail, they are constant to this sacred number 10. Which some have vainly attempted to connect with the speculations of later religious philosophers on the mystical value of numbers. In Chaldea, Berosus enumerates 10 antediluvian kings whose fabulous reign extended to thousands of years. The legends of the Iranian race commence with the reign of 10 Paistadian, Poseidon. Kings, men of the ancient law, who lived on pure homa, water of life, nectar, and who preserved their sanctity. In India we meet with the 9 Brahmadikas, who, with Brahma, their founder, make 10, and who are called the 10 Patrices, or fathers. The Chinese count 10 emperors, partakers of the divine nature, before the dawn of historical times. The Germans believed in the 10 ancestors of Odin, and the Arabs in the 10 mythical kings of the Attics. Lenormant and Chevalier, A.N.C., History of the East, Volume 1, page 13. The story of Plato finds confirmation from other sources. An extract preserved in Proclus, taken from a work now lost, which is quoted by Beck in his commentary on Plato, mentions islands in the exterior sea, beyond the Pillars of Hercules. And says it was known that in one of these islands, the inhabitants preserved from their ancestors a remembrance of Atlantis, all extremely large island, which for a long time held dominion over all the islands of the Atlantic Ocean. Aelian, in his Varia Historia, Book 3, Chapter 18, tells us that Theopompus, 400 BC, related the particulars of an interview between Midas, king of Phrygia, and Silenus, in which Silenus reported the existence of a great continent beyond the Atlantic, larger than Asia, Europe, and Libya together. He stated that a race of men called Meripes dwelt there, and had extensive cities. They were persuaded that their country alone was a continent. Out of curiosity some of them crossed the ocean and visited the Hyperboreans. The Gauls possessed traditions upon the subject of Atlantis which were collected by the Roman historian Timaeus, who lived in the 1st century before Christ. He represents that 3 distinct people dwelt in Gaul, 1. The indigenous population, which I suppose to be Mongoloids, who had long dwelt in Europe, 2. The invaders from a distant island, which I understand to be Atlantis, 3. The Aryan Gauls. Preadamites, page 380. Marcellus, in a work on the Ethiopians, speaks of 7 islands lying in the Atlantic Ocean, probably the Canaries, and the inhabitants of these islands, he says, preserve the memory of a much greater island, Atlantis, which had for a long time exercised dominion over the smaller ones. D. Muller, Fragmenta Historicorum Graecorum, Volume 4, page 443. Diodorus Siculus relates that the Phoenicians discovered a large island in the Atlantic Ocean, beyond the Pillars of Hercules, several days' sail from the coast of Africa. This island abounded in all manner of riches. The soil was exceedingly fertile, the scenery was diversified by rivers, mountains, and forests. It was the custom of the inhabitants to retire during the summer to magnificent country houses, which stood in the midst of beautiful gardens. Fish and game were found in great abundance. The climate was delicious, and the trees bore fruit at all seasons of the year. Homer, Plutarch, and other ancient writers mention islands situated in the Atlantic, several thousand stadia from the Pillars of Hercules. Silenus tells Midas that there was another continent besides Europe, Asia, and Africa, a country where gold and silver are so plentiful that they are esteemed no more than we esteem iron. St. Clement, in his epistle to the Corinthians, says that there were other worlds beyond the ocean. Attention may here be called to the extraordinary number of instances in which allusion is made in the Old Testament to the islands of the sea, especially in Isaiah and Ezekiel. What had an inland people, like the Jews, to do with seas and islands? Did these references grow out of vague traditions linking their race with islands and the sea? The Orphic Argonaut sings of the division of the ancient Lactonia into separate islands. He says, when the dark-haired Poseidon, in anger with Father Cronion, struck Lactonia with the golden trident. Plato states that the Egyptians told Solon that the destruction of Atlantis occurred 9,000 years before that date, to wit, about 9,600 years before the Christian era. This looks like an extraordinarily long period of time, but it must be remembered that geologists claim that the remains of man found in the caves of Europe date back 500,000 years. And the fossil Calaveras skull was found deep under the base of Table Mountain, California, the whole mountain having been formed since the man to whom it belonged lived and died. M. Oppert read an essay at the Brussels Congress to show, from the astronomical observations of the Egyptians and Assyrians, that 542 years before our era man existed on the earth at such a stage of civilization as to be able to take note of astronomical phenomena, and to calculate with considerable accuracy the length of the year. The Egyptians, says he, calculated by cycles of 1,460 years, zodiacal cycles, as they were called. Their year consisted of 365 days, which caused them to lose 1 day in every 4 solar years, and, consequently, they would attain their original starting point again only after 1460 years, 365 by 4. Therefore, the zodiacal cycle ending in the year 139 of our era commenced in the year 1322 BC. On the other hand, the Assyrian cycle was 1805 years, or 22,325 lunations. An Assyrian cycle began 712 BC. The Chaldeans state that between the Deluge and their first historic dynasty there was a period of 39,180 years. Now, what means this number? It stands for 12 Egyptian zodiacal cycles plus 12 Assyrian lunar cycles. 12 times 1,460 is equal to 17,520. Equals 39,180. 12 times 1805 is equal to 21,660. These two modes of calculating time are in agreement with each other, and were known simultaneously to one people, the Chaldeans. Let us now build up the series of both cycles, starting from our era, and the result will be as follows. Zodiacal cycle, 1,460, 1,822, 2,782, 4,242, 5,702, 7,162, 8,622, 110,082, 11,542. Lunar cycle, 1,805, 712, 2,517, 4,322, 6,127, 7,932, 9,737. 11,542. At the year 11,542 B.C. the two cycles came together, and consequently they had on that year their common origin in one and the same astronomical observation. That observation was probably made in Atlantis. The wide divergence of languages which is found to exist among the Atlanteans at the beginning of the historical period implies a vast lapse of time. The fact that the nations of the Old World remembered so little of Atlantis, except the colossal fact of its sudden and overwhelming destruction, would also seem to remove that event into a remote past. Herodotus tells us that he learned from the Egyptians that Hercules was one of their most ancient deities, and that he was one of the 12 produced from the 8 gods, 17,000 years before the reign of Amasis. In short, I fail to see why this story of Plato, told as history, derived from the Egyptians, a people who, it is known, preserved most ancient records, and who were able to trace their existence back to a vast antiquity, should have been contemptuously set aside as a fable by Greeks, Romans, and the modern world. It can only be because our predecessors, with their limited knowledge of the geological history of the world, did not believe it possible that any large part of the Earth's surface could have been thus suddenly swallowed up by the sea. Let us then first address ourselves to that question. 4. Was such a catastrophe possible? All that is needed to answer this question is to briefly refer to some of the facts revealed by the study of geology. In the first place, the Earth's surface is a record of successive risings and fallings of the land. The accompanying picture represents a section of the anthracite coal measures of Pennsylvania. Each of the coal deposits here shown, indicated by the black lines, was created when the land had risen sufficiently above the sea to maintain vegetation. Each of the strata of rock, many of them hundreds of feet in thickness, was deposited underwater. Here we have 23 different changes of the level of the land during the formation of 2,000 feet of rock and coal. And these changes took place over vast areas, embracing thousands of square miles. All the continents which now exist were, it is well understood, once, underwater, and the rocks of which they are composed were deposited beneath the water. More than this, most of the rocks so deposited were the detritus or washings of other continents, which then stood where the oceans now roll, and whose mountains and plains were ground down by the action of volcanoes and earthquakes, and frost, ice, wind, and rain, and washed into the sea, to form the rocks upon which the nations now dwell. So that we have changed the conditions of land and water, that which is now continent was once sea, and that which is now sea was formerly continent. There can be no question that the Australian archipelago is simply the mountaintops of a drowned continent, which once reached from India to South America. Science has gone so far as to even give it a name. It is called Lemuria, and here, it is claimed, the human race originated. An examination of the geological formation of our Atlantic states proves beyond a doubt, from the manner in which the sedimentary rocks, the sand, gravel, and mud, aggregating a thickness of 45,000 feet, are deposited, that they came from the north and east. They represent the detritus of pre-existing lands, the washings of rain, rivers, coast currents, and other agencies of erosion. And since the areas supplying the waste could scarcely have been of less extent than the new strata it formed, it is reasonably inferred that land masses of continental magnitude must have occupied the region now covered by the North Atlantic before America began to be, and onward at least through the Paleozoic ages of American history. The proof of this fact is that the great strata of rocks are thicker the nearer we approach their source in the east. The maximum thickness of the Paleozoic rocks of the Appalachian Formation is 25,000 to 35,000 feet in Pennsylvania and Virginia, while their minimum thickness in Illinois and Missouri is from 3,000 to 4,000 feet. The rougher and grosser textured rocks predominate in the east, while the farther west we go the finer the deposits were of which the rocks are composed, the finer materials were carried farther west by the water. New America Cyclop, Art. Coal. The history of the growth of the European continent, as recounted by Professor Geeky, gives an instructive illustration of the relations of geology to geography. The earliest European land, he says, appears to have existed in the north and northwest, comprising Scandinavia, Finland, and the northwest of the British area, and to have extended thence through boreal and Arctic latitudes into North America. Of the height and mass of this primeval land some idea may be formed by considering the enormous bulk of the material derived from its disintegration. In the Silurian formations of the British Islands alone there is a mass of rock, worn from the land, which would form a mountain chain extending from Marseilles to the North Cape, 1,800 miles, with a mean breadth of over 33 miles, and an average height of 16,000 feet. As the great continent which stood where the Atlantic Ocean now is wore away, the continents of America and Europe were formed. And there seems to have been from remote times a continuous rising, still going on, of the new lands, and a sinking of the old ones. Within 5,000 years, or since the age of the polished stone, the shores of Sweden, Denmark, and Norway have risen from 200 to 600 feet. Professor Winchell says, the Preadamites, p. 437. We are in the midst of great changes, and are scarcely conscious of it. We have seen worlds in flames, and have felt a cornet strike the earth. We have seen the whole coast of South America lifted up bodily 10 or 15 feet and let down again in an hour. We have seen the Andes sink 220 feet in 70 years. Vast transpositions have taken place in the coastline of China. The ancient capital, located, in all probability, in an accessible position near the center of the empire, has now become nearly surrounded by water, and its site is on the peninsula of Korea. There was a time when the rocky barriers of the Thracian Bosphorus gave way and the Black Sea subsided. It had covered a vast area in the north and east. Now this area became drained, and was known as the ancient Lectonia. It is now the prairie region of Russia, and the granary of Europe. There is ample geological evidence that at one time the entire area of Great Britain was submerged to the depth of at least 1,700 feet. Over the face of the submerged land was strewn thick beds of sand, gravel, and clay, termed by geologists the Northern Drift. The British Islands rose again from the sea, bearing these water deposits on their bosom. What is now Sicily once lay deep beneath the sea, subsequently rose 3,000 feet above the sea level. The desert of Sahara was once under water, and its now burning sands are a deposit of the sea. Geologically speaking, the submergence of Atlantis, within the historical period, was simply the last of a number of vast changes, by which the continent which once occupied the greater part of the Atlantic had gradually sunk under the ocean, while the new lands were rising on both sides of it. We come now to the second question: is it possible that Atlantis could have been suddenly destroyed by such a convulsion of nature as is described by Plato? The ancients regarded this part of his story as a fable. With the wider knowledge which scientific research has afforded the modern world, we can affirm that such an event is not only possible, but that the history of even the last 2 centuries has furnished us with striking parallels for it. We now possess the record of numerous islands lifted above the waters, and others sunk beneath the waves, accompanied by storms and earthquakes similar to those which marked the destruction of Atlantis. In 1783 Iceland was visited by convulsions more tremendous than any recorded in the modern annals of that country. About a month previous to the eruption on the mainland a submarine volcano burst forth in the sea, at a distance of 30 miles from the shore. It ejected so much pumice that the sea was covered with it for a distance of 150 miles, and ships were considerably impeded in their course. A new island was thrown up, consisting of high cliffs, which was claimed by His Danish Majesty, and named Nio, or the New Island, but before a year had elapsed it sunk beneath the sea, leaving a reef of rocks 30 fathoms under water. The earthquake of 1783 in Iceland destroyed 9,000 people out of a population of 50,000, 20 villages were consumed by fire or inundated by water, and a mass of lava thrown out greater than the entire bulk of Mont Blanc. On the 8th of October, 1822, a great earthquake occurred on the island of Java, near the mountain of Galunggung. A loud explosion was heard, the earth shook, and immense columns of hot water and boiling mud, mixed with burning brimstone, ashes, and lapilli, of the size of nuts, were projected from the mountain like a waterspout. With such prodigious violence that large quantities fell beyond the river Tandoi, which is 40 miles distant. The first eruption lasted nearly 5 hours, and on the following days the rain fell in torrents, and the rivers, densely charged with mud, deluged the country far and wide. At the end of 4 days, October 12, a second eruption occurred, more violent than the first, in which hot water and mud were again vomited, and great blocks of basalt were thrown to the distance of 7 miles from the volcano. There was at the same time a violent earthquake, the face of the mountain was utterly changed, its summits broken down, and one side, which had been covered with trees, became an enormous gulf in the form of a semicircle. Over 4,000 persons were killed and 114 villages destroyed. Lyell's Principles of Geology, page 430. In 1831 a new island was born in the Mediterranean, near the coast of Sicily. It was called Graham's Island. It came up with an earthquake, and a waterspout 60 feet high and 800 yards in circumference rising from the sea. In about a month the island was 200 feet high and 3 miles in circumference. It soon, however, stinked beneath the sea. The Canary Islands were probably a part of the original empire of Atlantis. On the 1st of September, 1730, the earth split open near Yare, in the island of Lancerota. In one night a considerable hill of ejected matter was thrown up. In a few days another vent opened and gave out a lava stream which overran several villages. It flowed at first rapidly, like water, but became afterward heavy and slow, like honey. On the 11th of September more lava flowed out, covering up a village, and precipitating itself with a horrible roar into the sea. Dead fish floated on the waters in indescribable multitudes, or were thrown dying on the shore. The cattle throughout the country dropped lifeless to the ground, suffocated by putrid vapors, which condensed and fell down in drops. These manifestations were accompanied by a storm such as the people of the country had never known before. These dreadful commotions lasted for 5 years. The lavas thrown out covered 1/3 of the whole island of Lancerota. The Gulf of Santorini, in the Grecian archipelago, has been for 2,000 years a scene of active volcanic operations. Pliny informs us that in the year 186 BC the island of Old Kymene, or the Sacred Isle, was lifted up from the sea, and in AD 19 the island of Thia, the Divine, made its appearance. In AD 1573 another island was created, called the Small Sunburnt Island. In 1848 a volcanic convulsion of 3 months' duration created a great shoal. An earthquake destroyed many houses in Thera, and the sulfur and hydrogen issuing from the sea killed 50 persons and 1,000 domestic animals. A recent examination of these islands shows that the whole mass of Santorini has sunk, since its projection from the sea, over 1,200 feet. The fort and village of Sindri, on the eastern arm of the Indus, above Lukput, was submerged in 1819 by an earthquake, together with a tract of country 2,000 square miles in extent. In 1828 Sir A. Burns went in a boat to the ruins of Sindri, where a single remaining tower was seen in the midst of a wide expanse of sea. The tops of the ruined walls still rose 2 or 3 feet above the level of the water. And, standing on one of these, he could behold nothing in the horizon but water, except in one direction, where a blue streak of land to the north indicated the Olabund. This scene, says Lyell, Principles of Geology, p. 462, presents to the imagination a lively picture of the revolutions now in progress on the earth. A waste of waters where a few years before all was land, and the only land visible consisting of ground uplifted by a recent earthquake. We give from Lyell's great work the following curious pictures of the appearance of the fort of Sindri before and after the inundation. In April, 1815, one of the most frightful eruptions recorded in history occurred in the province of Tumoro, in the island of Sumbawa, about 200 miles from the eastern extremity of Java. It lasted from April 5 to July of that year, but was most violent on the 11th and 12th of July. The sound of the explosions was heard for nearly 1,000 miles. Out of a population of 12,000, in the province of Tambora, only 26 individuals escaped. Violent whirlwinds carried up men, horses, and cattle into the air, tore tipped the largest trees by the roots, and covered the whole sea with floating timber. Raffles, History of Java, Volume 1, page 28. The ashes darkened the air. The floating cinders to the westward of Sumatra formed, on the 12th of April, a mass 2 feet thick and several miles in extent, through which ships with difficulty forced their way. The darkness in daytime was more profound than the blackest night. The town called Tumoro, on the west side of Sumbawa, was overflowed by the sea, which encroached upon the shore, so that the water remained permanently 18 feet deep in places where there was land before. The area covered by the convulsion was 1,000 English miles in circumference. In the island of Amboina, in the same month and year, the ground opened, threw out water, and then closed again. Raffles, History of Java, Volume 1, page 25. But it is at that point of the European coast nearest to the site of Atlantis at Lisbon that the most tremendous earthquake of modern times has occurred. On the 1st of November, 1775, a sound of thunder was heard underground, and immediately afterward a violent shock threw down the greater part of the city. In 6 minutes 60,000 persons perished. A great concourse of people had collected for safety upon a new quay, built entirely of marble, but suddenly it sunk down with all the people on it, and not one of the dead bodies ever floated to the surface. A great number of small boats and vessels anchored near it, and, full of people, were swallowed up as in a whirlpool. No fragments of these wrecks ever rose again to the surface. The water where the quay went down is now 600 feet deep. The area covered by this earthquake was very great. Humboldt says that a portion of the Earth's surface, for times as great as the size of Europe, was simultaneously shaken. It extended from the Baltic to the West Indies, and from Canada to Algiers. At 8 leagues from Morocco the ground opened and swallowed a village of 10,000 inhabitants, and closed again over them. It is very probable that the center of the convulsion was in the bed of the Atlantic, at or near the buried island of Atlantis, and that it was a successor of the great earth throe which, thousands of years before, had brought destruction upon that land. Ireland also lies near the axis of this great volcanic area, reaching from the Canaries to Iceland, and it has been many times in the past the seat of disturbance. The ancient annals contain numerous accounts of eruptions, preceded by volcanic action. In 1490, at the Ox Mountains, Sligo, one occurred by which 100 persons and numbers of cattle were destroyed. And a volcanic eruption in May, 1788, on the hill of Knocklade, Antrim, poured a stream of lava 60 yards wide for 39 hours, and destroyed the village of Ballyowen and all the inhabitants, save a man and his wife and 2 children. Amur. Cyclop, Art. Ireland. While we find Lisbon and Ireland, east of Atlantis, subjected to these great earthquake shocks, the West India Islands, west of the same center, have been repeatedly visited in a similar manner. In 1692 Jamaica suffered from a violent earthquake. The earth opened, and great quantities of water were cast out, many people were swallowed up in these rents, the earth caught some of them by the middle and squeezed them to death. The heads of others only appeared above ground. A tract of land near the town of Port Royal, about 1,000 acres in extent, sunk down in less than 1 minute, and the sea immediately rolled in. The Azore Islands are undoubtedly the peaks of the mountains of Atlantis. They are even yet the center of great volcanic activity. They have suffered severely from eruptions and earthquakes. In 1808 a volcano rose suddenly in San Jorge to the height of 3,500 feet, and burnt for 6 days, desolating the entire island. In 1811 a volcano rose from the sea, near San Miguel, creating an island 300 feet high, which was named Sambrina, but which soon sunk beneath the sea. Similar volcanic eruptions occurred in the Azores in 1691 and 1720. Along a great line, a mighty fracture in the surface of the globe, stretching north and south through the Atlantic, we find a continuous series of active or extinct volcanoes. In Iceland we have Oarafa, Hekla, and Rauda Kamba. Another in Pico, in the Azores, the Peak of Tenerife, Fogo, in one of the Cape de Verde Islands, while of extinct volcanoes we have several in Iceland, and 2 in Madeira, while Fernando de Noronha, the island of Ascension, St. Helena, and Tristan da Cunha are all of volcanic origin. Cosmos, Volume 5, page 331. The following singular passage we quote entire from Lyell's Principles of Geology, page 436. In the Nautical Magazine for 1835, page 642, and for 1838, p. 361, and in the Comptes Rendus, April, 1838, accounts are given of a series of volcanic phenomena, earthquakes, troubled water, floating scoria, and columns of smoke, which have been observed at intervals since the middle of the last century. In a space of open sea between longitudes 20 degrees and 22 foot W. About half a degree south of the equator. These facts, says Mr. Darwin, seem to show that an island or archipelago is in process of formation in the middle of the Atlantic. A line joining St. Helena and Ascension would, if prolonged, intersect this slowly nascent focus of volcanic action. Should land be eventually formed here, it will not be the first that has been produced by igneous action in this ocean since it was inhabited by the existing species of Testacea. At Porto Praya, in St. Iago, one of the Azores, a horizontal, calcareous stratum occurs, containing shells of recent marine species, covered by a great sheet of basalt 80 feet thick. It would be difficult to estimate too highly the commercial and political importance which a group of islands might acquire if, in the next 2,000 or 3,000 years, they should rise in mid-ocean between St. Helena and Ascension. These facts would seem to show that the great fires which destroyed Atlantis are still smoldering in the depths of the ocean. That the vast oscillations which carried Plato's continent beneath the sea may again bring it, with all its buried treasures, to the light. And that even the wild imagination of Jules Verne, when he described Captain Nemo, in his diving armor, looking down upon the temples and towers of the lost island, hit by the fires of submarine volcanoes, had some groundwork of possibility to build upon. But who will say, in the presence of all the facts here enumerated, that the submergence of Atlantis, in some great world-shaking cataclysm, is either impossible or improbable? As will be shown hereafter, when we come to discuss the flood legends, every particular which has come down to us of the destruction of Atlantis has been duplicated in some of the accounts just given. We conclude, therefore, 1. That it is proven beyond question, by geological evidence, that vast masses of land once existed in the region where Atlantis is located by Plato, and that therefore such an island must have existed. 2. That there is nothing improbable or impossible in the statement that it was destroyed suddenly by an earthquake in one dreadful night and day. V. The testimony of the sea. Suppose we were to find in mid-Atlantic, in front of the Mediterranean, in the neighborhood of the Azores, the remains of an immense island, sunk beneath the sea, 1,000 miles in width, and 2,000 or 3,000 miles long, would it not go far to confirm the statement of Plato that, beyond the strait where you place the Pillars of Hercules, there was an island larger than Asia, Minor, and Libya combined, called Atlantis? And suppose we found that the Azores were the mountain peaks of this drowned island, and were torn and rent by tremendous volcanic convulsions, while around them, descending into the sea, were found great strata of lava. And the whole face of the sunken land was covered for thousands of miles with volcanic debris, would we not be obliged to confess that these facts furnished strong corroborative proofs of the truth of Plato's statement? That, in one day and one fatal night there came mighty earthquakes and inundations which engulfed that mighty people. Atlantis disappeared beneath the sea, and then that sea became inaccessible on account of the quantity of mud which the engulfed island left in its place. And all these things recent investigation has proved conclusively. Deep-sea soundings have been made by ships of different nations. The United States ship Dolphin, the German frigate Gazelle, and the British ships Hydra, Porcupine, and Challenger have mapped out the bottom of the Atlantic, and the result is the revelation of a great elevation, reaching from a point on the coast of the British Islands southwardly to the coast of South America, at Cape Orange, then southeastwardly to the coast of Africa, and then southwardly to Tristan da Cunha. I give one map showing the profile of this elevation in the frontispiece, and another map, showing the outlines of the submerged land, on page 47. It rises about 9,000 feet above the great Atlantic depths around it, and in the Azores, St. Paul's Rocks, Ascension, and Tristan da Cunha it reaches the surface of the ocean. Evidence that this elevation was once dry land is found in the fact that the inequalities, the mountains and valleys of its surface, could never have been produced in accordance with any laws for the deposition of sediment, nor by submarine elevation, but, on the contrary, must have been carved by agencies acting above the water level. Scientific American, July 28, 1877. Mr. J. Stark Gardner, the eminent English geologist, is of the opinion that in the Eocene period a great extension of land existed to the west of Cornwall. Referring to the location of the Dolphin and Challenger ridges, he asserts that a great tract of land formerly existed where the sea now is, and that Cornwall, the Scilly and Channel Islands, Ireland and Brittany are the remains of its highest summits. Popular Science Review, July, 1878. Here, then, we have the backbone of the ancient continent which once occupied the whole of the Atlantic Ocean, and from whose washings Europe and America were constructed. The deepest parts of the ocean, 3,500 fathoms deep, represent those portions which sunk first, to wit, the plains to the east and west of the central mountain range. Some of the loftiest peaks of this range, the Azores, St. Paul's, Ascension, Tristan d'Acunha, are still above the ocean level, while the great body of Atlantis lies a few hundred fathoms beneath the sea. In these connecting ridges, we see the pathway which once extended between the New World and the Old, and by means of which the plants and animals of one continent traveled to the other. And by the same avenues black men found their way, as we will show hereafter, from Africa to America, and red men from America to Africa. And, as I have shown, the same great law which gradually depressed the Atlantic continent, and raised the lands east and west of it, is still at work, the coast of Greenland, which may be regarded as the northern extremity of the Atlantic continent, is still sinking so rapidly that ancient buildings on low rock islands are now submerged, and the Greenlander has learned by experience never to build near the water's edge. North Amer. Of Antique, page 504. The same subsidence is going on along the shore of South Carolina and Georgia, while the north of Europe and the Atlantic coast of South America are rising rapidly. Along the latter raised beaches, 1,180 miles long and from 100 to 1,300 feet high, have been traced. When these connecting ridges extended from America to Europe and Africa, they shut off the flow of the tropical waters of the ocean to the north. There was then no Gulf Stream. The landlocked ocean that laved the shores of northern Europe was then intensely cold, and the result was the glacial period. When the barriers of Atlantis sunk sufficiently to permit the natural expansion of the heated water of the tropics to the north, the ice and snow which covered Europe gradually disappeared. The Gulf Stream flowed around Atlantis, and it still retains the circular motion first imparted to it by the presence of that island. The officers of the Challenger found the entire ridge of Atlantis covered with volcanic deposits. These are the subsided mud which, as Plato tells us, rendered the sea impassable after the destruction of the island. It does not follow that, at the time Atlantis was finally engulfed, the ridges connecting it with America and Africa rose above the water level. These may have gradually subsided into the sea, or have gone down in cataclysms such as are described in the Central American books. The Atlantis of Plato may have been confined to the Dolphin Ridge of our map. The United States sloop Gettysburg has also made some remarkable discoveries in a neighboring field. I quote from John James Wild, in Nature, March 1, 1877, p. 377. The recently announced discovery by Commander Gorringe, of the United States sloop Gettysburg, of a bank of soundings bearing N 85 degrees west, and distant 130 miles from Cape Street. Vincent, during the last voyage of the vessel across the Atlantic, taken in connection with previous soundings obtained in the same region of the North Atlantic, suggests the probable existence of a submarine ridge or plateau connecting the island of Madeira with the coast of Portugal, and the probable subaerial connection in prehistoric times of that island with the southwestern extremity of Europe. These soundings reveal the existence of a channel of an average depth of from 2,000 to 3,000 fathoms, extending in a northeasterly direction from its entrance between Madeira and the Canary Islands toward Cape St. Vincent. Commander Gorringe, when about 150 miles from the Strait of Gibraltar, found that the soundings decreased from 2,700 fathoms to 1,600 fathoms in the distance of a few miles. The subsequent soundings, 5 miles apart, gave 900, 500, 400, and 100 fathoms, and eventually a depth of 32 fathoms was obtained, in which the vessel anchored. The bottom was found to consist of live pink coral, and the position of the bank in lat. 36 degrees 29 foot N, long. 11 degrees 33 foot W. The map on page 51 shows the position of these elevations. They must have been originally islands. Stepping stones, as it were, between Atlantis and the coast of Europe. Sir C. Wyville Thomson found that the specimens of the fauna of the coast of Brazil, brought up in his dredging machine, are similar to those of the western coast of southern Europe. This is accounted for by the connecting ridges reaching from Europe to South America. A member of the Challenger staff, in a lecture delivered in London, soon after the termination of the expedition, gave it as his opinion that the Great Submarine Plateau is the remains of the lost Atlantis. 6. The testimony of the flora and fauna. Proofs are abundant that there must have been at one time uninterrupted land communication between Europe and America. In the words of a writer upon this subject, when the animals and plants of the Old and New World are compared, one cannot but be struck with their identity. All or nearly all belong to the same genera, while many, even of the species, are common to both continents. This is most important in its bearing on our theory, as indicating that they radiated from a common center after the glacial period. The hairy mammoth, woolly-haired rhinoceros, the Irish elk, the muskox, the reindeer, the glutton, the lemming, etc. more or less accompanied this flora, and their remains are always found in the post-glacial deposits of Europe as low down as the south of France. In the New World, beds of the same age contain similar remains, indicating that they came from a common center, and were spread out over both continents alike. Westminster Review, January, 1872, page 19. Recent discoveries in the fossil beds of the Badlands of Nebraska prove that the horse originated in America. Professor Marsh, of Yale College, has identified the several preceding forms from which it was developed, rising, in the course of ages, from a creature not larger than a fox until, by successive steps, it developed into the true horse. How did the wild horse pass from America to Europe and Asia if there was not continuous land communication between the two continents? He seems to have existed in Europe in a wild state prior to his domestication by man. The fossil remains of the camel are found in India, Africa, South America, and in Kansas. The existing alpacas and llamas of South America are but varieties of the camel family. The cave bear, whose remains are found associated with the hones of the mammoth and the bones and works of man in the caves of Europe, was identical with the grizzly bear of our Rocky Mountains. The muskox, whose relics are found in the same deposits, now roams the wilds of Arctic America. The glutton of northern Europe, in the Stone Age, is identical with the wolverine of the United States. According to Rudemeyer, the ancient bison, Bos priscus, of Europe was identical with the existing American buffalo. Every stage between the ancient cave bison and the European aurochs can be traced. The Norway elk, now nearly extinct, is identical with the American moose. The Cervus americanus found in Kentucky was as large as the Irish elk, which it greatly resembled. The lagamies, or tailless hare, of the European eves, is now found in the colder regions of North America. The reindeer, which once occupied Europe as far down as France, was the same as the reindeer of America. Remains of the cave lion of Europe, Felix spiloi, a larger beast than the largest of the existing species, have been found at Natchez, Mississippi. The European cave wolf was identical with the American wolf. Cattle were domesticated among the people of Switzerland during the earliest part of the Stone Period, Darwin's Animals Under Domestication, Volume 1, page 103, that is to say, before the Bronze Age and the Age of Iron. Even at that remote period they had already, by long-continued selection, been developed out of wild forms akin to the American buffalo. M. Gervais, Historical Nat de Mammifores, Volume 11, p. 191, concludes that the wild race from which our domestic sheep was derived is now extinct. The remains of domestic sheep are found in the debris of the Swiss lake dwellings during the Stone Age. The domestic horse, ass, lion, and goat also date back to a like great antiquity. We have historical records 7,000 years old, and during that time no similar domestication of a wild animal has been made. This fact speaks volumes as to the vast periods of time during which man must have lived in a civilized state to effect the domestication of so many and such useful animals. And when we turn from the fauna to the flora, we find the same state of things. An examination of the fossil beds of Switzerland of the Miocene age reveals the remains of more than 800 different species of flower-bearing plants, besides mosses, ferns, etc. The total number of fossil plants catalogued from those beds, cryptogamous as well as phenogamous, is upward of 3,000. The majority of these species have migrated to America. There were others that passed into Asia, Africa, and even to Australia. The American types are, however, in the largest proportion. The analogues of the flora of the Miocene age of Europe now grow in the forests of Virginia, North and South Carolina, and Florida. They include such familiar examples as magnolias, tulip trees, evergreen oaks, maples, plane trees, rabinas, sequoias, etc. It would seem to be impossible that these trees could have migrated from Switzerland to America unless there was unbroken land communication between the two continents. It is a still more remarkable fact that a comparison of the flora of the Old World and New goes to show that not only was there communication by land, over which the plants of one continent could extend to another, but that man must have existed and have helped this transmigration, in the case of certain plants that were incapable of making the journey unaided. Otto Kuntz, a distinguished German botanist, who has spent many years in the tropics, announces his conclusion that, in America and in Asia the principal domesticated tropical plants are represented by the same species. He instances the Manihot utilissima, whose roots yield a fine flower, the taro, Colocasia esculenta, the Spanish or red pepper, the tomato, the bamboo, the guava, the mango fruit, and especially the banana. He denies that the American origin of tobacco, maize, and the coconut is proved. He refers to the Parisium tiliaceum, a malvaceous plant, hardly noticed by Europeans, but very highly prized by the natives of the tropics, and cultivated everywhere in the East and West Indies. It supplies to the natives of these regions so far apart their ropes and cordage. It is always seedless in a cultivated state. It existed in America before the arrival of Columbus. But Professor Kuntz pays especial attention to the banana, or plantain. The banana is seedless. It is found throughout tropical Asia and Africa. Professor Kuntz asks, in what way was this plant, which cannot stand a voyage through the temperate zone, carried to America? And yet it was generally cultivated in America before 1492. Says Professor Kuntz, it must be remembered that the plantain is a tree-like, herbaceous plant, possessing no easily transportable bulbs, like the potato or the dahlia, nor propagable by cuttings, like the willow or the poplar. It has only a perennial root, which, once planted, needs hardly any care, and yet produces the most abundant crop of any known tropical plant. He then proceeds to discuss how it could have passed from Asia to America. He admits that the roots must have been transported from one country to the other by civilized man. He argues that it could not have crossed the Pacific from Asia to America, because the Pacific is nearly thrice or 4 times as wide as the Atlantic. The only way he can account for the plantain reaching America is to suppose that it was carried there when the North Pole had a tropical climate. Is there any proof that civilized man existed at the North Pole when it possessed the climate of Africa? Is it not more reasonable to suppose that the plantain, or banana, was cultivated by the people of Atlantis, and carried by their civilized agricultural colonies to the east and the west? Do we not find a confirmation of this view in the fact alluded to by Professor Kuntz in these words: a cultivated plant which does not possess seeds must have been under culture for a very long period. We have not in Europe a single exclusively seedless, berry-bearing, cultivated plant, and hence it is perhaps fair to infer that these plants were cultivated as early as the beginning of the middle of the diluvial period. Is it possible that a plant of this kind could have been cultivated for this immense period of time in both Asia and America? Where are the two nations, agricultural and highly civilized, on those continents by whom it was so cultivated? What has become of them? Where are the traces of their civilization? All the civilizations of Europe, Asia, and Africa radiated from the Mediterranean, the Hindu-Aryans advanced from the northwest. They were kindred to the Persians, who were next-door neighbors to the Arabians, cousins of the Phoenicians, and who lived alongside of the Egyptians, who had in turn derived their civilization from the Phoenicians. It would be a marvel of marvels if one nation, on one continent, had cultivated the banana for such a vast period of time until it became seedless, the nation retaining a peaceful, continuous, agricultural civilization during all that time. But to suppose that two nations could have cultivated the same plant, under the same circumstances, on two different continents, for the same unparalleled lapse of time, is supposing an impossibility. We find just such a civilization as was necessary, according to Plato, and under just such a climate, in Atlantis and nowhere else. We have found it reaching, by its contiguous islands, within 150 miles of the coast of Europe on the one side, and almost touching the West India Islands on the other, while, by its connecting ridges, it bound together Brazil and Africa. But it may be said these animals and plants may have passed from Asia to America across the Pacific by the continent of Lemuria, or there may have been continuous land communication at one time at Bering Strait. True. But an examination of the flora of the Pacific states shows that very many of the trees and plants common to Europe and the Atlantic states are not to be seen west of the Rocky Mountains. The magnificent magnolias, the tulip trees, the plane trees, etc., which were found existing in the Miocene age in Switzerland, and are found at the present day in the United States, are altogether lacking on the Pacific coast. The sources of supply of that region seem to have been far inferior to the sources of supply of the Atlantic states. Professor Asa Gray tells us that, out of 66 genera and 155 species found in the forests cast of the Rocky Mountains, only 31 genera and 78 species are found west of the mountains. The Pacific coast possesses no pawpaw, no linden or basswood, no locust trees, no cherry tree large enough for a timber tree, no gum trees, no sorrel tree, nor kalmia. No persimmon trees, not a holly, only one ash that may be called a timber tree, no catalpa or sassafras, not a single elm or hackberry, not a mulberry, not a hickory, or a beech, or a true chestnut. These facts would seem to indicate that the forest flora of North America entered it from the east, and that the Pacific states possess only those fragments of it that were able to struggle over or around the great dividing mountain chain. We thus see that the flora and fauna of America and Europe testify not only to the existence of Atlantis, but to the fact that in an earlier age it must have extended from the shores of one continent to those of the other. And by this bridge of land the plants and animals of one region passed to the other. The cultivation of the cotton plant and the manufacture of its product was known to both the Old and New World. Herodotus describes it, 450 BC. as the tree of India that bears a fleece more beautiful than that of the sheep. Columbus found the natives of the West Indies using cotton cloth. It was also found in Mexico and Peru. It is a significant fact that the cotton plant has been found growing wild in many parts of America, but never in the Old World. This would seem to indicate that the plant was a native of America. And this is confirmed by the superiority of American cotton, and the further fact that the plants taken from America to India constantly degenerate, while those taken from India to America as constantly improve. There is a question whether the potato, maize, and tobacco were not cultivated in China ages before Columbus discovered America. A recent traveler says, the interior of China, along the course of the Yangtze-Kiang, is a land full of wonders. In one place piscicultural nurseries line the banks for nearly 50 miles. All sorts of inventions, the cotton gin included, claimed by Europeans and Americans, are to be found there 40 centuries old. Plants, yielding drugs of great value, without number, the familiar tobacco and potato, maize, white and yellow corn, and other plants believed to be indigenous to America, have been cultivated there from time immemorial. Boniface, Histoire naturelle du maize, Paris, 1826, attributes a European or Asiatic origin to maize. The word maize, Indian corn, is derived from mahais or mahis, the name of the plant in the language of the island of Haiti. And yet, strange to me, in the Lettish and Livonian languages, in the north of Europe, maize signifies bread, in Irish, maize is food, and in the Old High German, mas is meat. May not likewise the Spanish maize have antedated the time of Columbus, and borne testimony to early intercommunication between the people of the Old and New Worlds? It is to Atlantis we must look for the origin of nearly all our valuable plants. Darwin says, Animals and Plants Under Domestication, Volume 1, p. 374, it has often been remarked that we do not owe a single useful plant to Australia, or the Cape of Good Hope, countries abounding to an unparalleled degree with endemic species, or to New Zealand, or to America south of the Plata. And, according to some authors, not to America north of Mexico. In other words, the domesticated plants are only found within the limits of what I shall show hereafter was the empire of Atlantis and its colonies. For only here was to be found an ancient, long-continuing civilization, capable of developing from a wild state those plants which were valuable to man, including all the cereals on which today civilized man depends for subsistence. M. Alphonse de Condal tells us that we owe 33 useful plants to Mexico, Peru, and Chile. According to the same high authority, of 157 valuable cultivated plants 85 can be traced back to their wild state, as to 40, there is doubt as to their origin. While 32 are utterly unknown in their aboriginal condition. Geograph. Boughton. Raisonné, 1855, pages 810 to 991. Certain roses, the imperial lily, the tuberose, and the lilac, are said to have been cultivated from such a vast antiquity that they are not known in their wild state. Darwin, Animals and Plants, Volume 1, page 370. And these facts are the more remarkable because, as de Condal has shown, all the plants historically known to have been first cultivated in Europe still exist there in the wild state. Ibid. The inference is strong that the great cereals, wheat, oats, barley, rye, and maize, must have been first domesticated in a vast antiquity, or in some continent which has since disappeared, carrying the original wild plants with it. Darwin quotes approvingly the opinion of Mr. Bentham, History Notes Cult. Plants, as the result of all the most reliable evidence that none of the cerealia, wheat, rye, barley, and oats, exist or have existed truly wild in their present state. In the Stone Age of Europe 5 varieties of wheat and 3 of barley were cultivated. Darwin, Animals and Plants, Volume 1, page 382. He says that it may be inferred, from the presence in the lake habitations of Switzerland of a variety of wheat known as the Egyptian wheat, and from the nature of the weeds that grew among their crops, that the lake inhabitants either still kept up commercial intercourse with some southern people, or had originally proceeded as colonists from the south. I should argue that they were colonists from the land where wheat and barley were first domesticated, to wit, Atlantis. And when the Bronze Age came, we find oats and rye making their appearance with the weapons of bronze, together with a peculiar kind of pea. Darwin concludes, Ibid, Volume 1, p. 385, that wheat, barley, rye, and oats were either descended from 10 or 15 distinct species, most of which are now unknown or extinct, or from 4 or 8 species closely resembling our present forms, or so widely different as to escape identification. In which latter case, he says, man must have cultivated the cereals at an enormously remote period, and at that time practiced some degree of selection. Rawlinson, Ancient Monarchies, Volume 1, p. 578, expresses the opinion that the ancient Assyrians possessed the pineapple. The representation on the monuments is so exact that I can scarcely doubt the pineapple being intended. See Layard's Nineveh and Babylon, page 338. The pineapple, Bromelia ananassa, is supposed to be of American origin, and unknown to Europe before the time of Columbus, and yet, apart from the revelations of the Assyrian monuments, there has been some dispute upon this point. America Cyclop. Volume 13, p. 528. It is not even certain that the use of tobacco was not known to the colonists from Atlantis settled in Ireland in an age long prior to Sir Walter Raleigh. Great numbers of pipes have been found in the raths and tumuli of Ireland, which, there is every reason to believe, were placed there by men of the prehistoric period. The illustration on p. 63 represents some of the so-called Danes' pipes, now in the collection of the Royal Irish Academy. The Danes entered Ireland many centuries before the time of Columbus, and if the pipes are theirs, they must have used tobacco, or some substitute for it, at that early period. It is probable, however, that the tumuli of Ireland antedate the Danes thousands of years. Compare these pipes from the ancient mounds of Ireland with the accompanying picture of an Indian pipe of the Stone Age of New Jersey. Smithsonian Rep. 1875, page 342. Recent Portuguese travelers have found the most remote tribes of savage Negroes in Africa, holding no commercial intercourse with Europeans, using strangely shaped pipes, in which they smoked a plant of the country. Investigations in America lead to the conclusion that tobacco was first burnt as an incense to the gods, the priest alone using the pipe, and from this beginning the extraordinary practice spread to the people, and thence over all the world. It may have crossed the Atlantic in a remote age, and have subsequently disappeared with the failure of retrograding colonists to raise the tobacco plant. Part 2. The Deluge. I. The destruction of Atlantis described in the Deluge legends. Having demonstrated, as we think successfully, that there is no improbability in the statement of Plato that a large island, almost a continent, existed in the past in the Atlantic Ocean, nay, more, that it is a geological certainty that it did exist. And having further shown that it is not improbable but very possible that it may have sunk beneath the sea in the manner described by Plato, we come now to the next question. Is the memory of this gigantic catastrophe preserved among the traditions of mankind? We think there can be no doubt that an affirmative answer must be given to this question. An event, which in a few hours destroyed, amid horrible convulsions, an entire country, with all its vast population, that population the ancestors of the great races of both continents. And they themselves the custodians of the civilization of their age, could not fail to impress with terrible force the minds of men, and to project its gloomy shadow over all human history. And hence, whether we turn to the Hebrews, the Aryans, the Phoenicians, the Greeks, the Cushites, or the inhabitants of America, we find everywhere traditions of the deluge. And we shall see that all these traditions point unmistakably to the destruction of Atlantis. François Lenormand says, Contemp. Rev. November 1879. The result authorizes us to affirm the story of the deluge to be a universal tradition among all branches of the human race, with the one exception, however, of the black. Now, a recollection thus precise and concordant cannot be a myth voluntarily invented. No religious or cosmogonic myth presents this character of universality. It must arise from the reminiscence of a real and terrible event, so powerfully impressing the imagination of the first ancestors of our race as never to have been forgotten by their descendants. This cataclysm must have occurred near the first cradle of mankind, and before the dispersion of the families from which the principal races were to spring. For it would be at once improbable and uncritical to admit that, at as many different points of the globe as we should have to assume in order to explain the wide spread of these traditions, local phenomena so exactly alike should have occurred. Their memory having assumed an identical form, and presenting circumstances that need not necessarily have occurred to the mind in such cases. Let us observe, however, that probably the Diluvian tradition is not primitive, but imported in America, that it undoubtedly wears the aspect of an importation among the rare populations of the yellow race where it is found. And lastly, that it is doubtful among the Polynesians of Oceania. There will still remain three great races to which it is undoubtedly peculiar, who have not borrowed it from each other, but among whom the tradition is primitive, and goes back to the most ancient times. And these three races are precisely the only ones of which the Bible speaks as being descended from Noah, those of which it gives the ethnic filiation in the 10th chapter of Genesis. This observation, which I hold to be undeniable, attaches a singularly historic and exact value to the tradition as recorded by the sacred book, even if, on the other hand, it may lead to giving it a more limited geographical and ethnological significance. But, as the case now stands, we do not hesitate to declare that, far from being a myth, the biblical deluge is a real and historical fact, having, to say the least, left its impress on the ancestors of three races, Aryan, or Indo-European, Semitic, or Syro-Arabian, Chamitic, or Kushite, that is to say, on the three great civilized races of the ancient world, those which constitute the higher humanity, before the ancestors of those races had as yet separated. And in the part of Asia they together inhabited. Such profound scholars and sincere Christians as M. Schwobel, Paris, 1858, and M. Omelius de Halloy, Bruxelles, 1866, deny the universality of the deluge, and claim that it extended only to the principal center of humanity, to those who remained near its primitive cradle, without reaching the scattered tribes who had already spread themselves far away in almost desert regions. It is certain that the Bible narrative commences by relating facts common to the whole human species, confining itself subsequently to the annals of the race peculiarly chosen by the designs of Providence. Lenormant and Chevalier, A.N.C. Hist. Of the East, page 44. This theory is supported by that eminent authority on anthropology, M. de Cataphages, as well as by Cuvier. The Reverend R. P. Bellink, S.J., admits that it has nothing expressly opposed to orthodoxy. Plato identifies the great deluge of all with the destruction of Atlantis. The priest of Sais told Solon that before the great deluge of all, Athens possessed a noble race, who performed many noble deeds, the last and greatest of which was resisting the attempts of Atlantis to subjugate them. And after this came the destruction of Atlantis, and the same great convulsion which overwhelmed that island destroyed a number of the Greeks. So that the Egyptians, who possessed the memory of many partial deluges, regarded this as the great deluge of all. 2. The Deluge of the Bible. We give first the Bible history of the deluge, as found in Genesis, chapter 6 to chapter 8. And it came to pass, when men began to multiply on the face of the earth, and daughters were born unto them, that the sons of God saw the daughters of men that they were fair, and they took them wives of all which they chose. And the Lord said, My spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh, yet his days shall be 120 years. There were giants in the earth in those days. And also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men, and they bare children to them, the same became mighty men which were of old, men of renown. And God saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. And it repented the Lord that he had made man on the earth, and it grieved him at his heart. And the Lord said, I will destroy man whom I have created from the face of the earth, both man, and beast, and the creeping thing, and the fowls of the air, for it repenteth me that I have made them. But Noah found grace in the eyes of the Lord. These are the generations of Noah. Noah was a just man and perfect in his generations, and Noah walked with God. And Noah begot 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The earth also was corrupt before God, and the earth was filled with violence. And God looked upon the earth, and, behold, it was corrupt, for all flesh had corrupted his way upon the earth. And God said unto Noah, The end of all flesh is come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them. And, behold, I will destroy them with the earth. Make thee an ark of gopher wood, rooms shalt thou make in the ark, and shalt pitch it within and without with pitch. And this is the fashion which thou shalt make it of, the length of the ark shall be 300 cubits, the breadth of it 50 cubits, and the height of it 30 cubits. A window shalt thou make to the ark, and in a cubit shalt thou finish it above, and the door of the ark shalt thou set in the side thereof, with lower, second, and third stories shalt thou make it. And, behold, I, even I, do bring a flood of waters upon the earth, to destroy all flesh, wherein is the breath of life, from under heaven, and everything that is in the earth shall die. But with thee will I establish my covenant. And thou shalt come into the ark, thou, and thy sons, and thy wife, and thy sons' wives with thee. And of every living thing of all flesh, 2 of every sort shalt thou bring into the ark, to keep them alive with thee, they shall be male and female. Of fowls after their kind, and of cattle after their kind, of every creeping thing of the earth after his kind, 2 of every sort shall come unto thee, to keep them alive. And take thou unto thee of all food that is eaten, and thou shalt gather it to thee, and it shall be for food for thee, and for them. Thus did Noah, according to all that God commanded him, so did he. And the Lord said unto Noah, Come thou and all thy house into the ark, for thee have I seen righteous before me in this generation. Of every clean beast thou shalt take to thee by sevens, the male and his female, and of beasts that are not clean by 2, the male and his female. Of fowls also of the air by sevens, the male and the female. To keep seed alive upon the face of all the earth. For yet 7 days, and I will cause it to rain upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights, and every living substance that I have made will I destroy from off the face of the earth. And Noah did according unto all that the Lord commanded him. And Noah was 600 years old when the flood of waters was upon the earth. And Noah went in, and his sons, and his wife, and his sons' wives with him, into the ark, because of the waters of the flood. Of clean beasts, and of beasts that are not clean, and of fowls, and of everything that creepeth upon the earth, there went in 2 and 2 unto Noah into the ark, the male and the female, as God had commanded Noah. And it came to pass after 7 days, that the waters of the flood were upon the earth. In the 600th year of Noah's life, in the 2nd month, the 17th day of the month, the same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened. And the rain was upon the earth 40 days and 40 nights. In the selfsame day entered Noah, and Shem, and Ham, and Japheth, the sons of Noah, and Noah's wife, and the 3 wives of his sons with them, into the ark. They, and every beast after his kind, and all the cattle after their kind, and every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth after his kind, and every fowl after his kind, every bird of every sort. And they went in unto Noah into the ark, 2 and 2 of all flesh, wherein is the breath of life. And they that went in male and female of all flesh, as God had commanded him, and the Lord shut him in. And the flood was 40 days upon the earth, and the waters increased, and bare up the ark, and it was lifted up above the earth. And the waters prevailed, and were increased greatly upon the earth, and the ark went upon the face of the waters. And the waters prevailed exceedingly upon the earth, and all the high bills, that were under the whole heaven, were covered. 15 cubits upward did the waters prevail, and the mountains were covered. And all flesh died that moved upon the earth, both of fowl, and of cattle, and of beast, and of every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth, and every man, all in whose nostrils was the breath of life, of all that was in the dry land, died. And every living substance was destroyed which was upon the face of the ground, both man, and cattle, and the creeping things, and the fowl of the heaven. And they were destroyed from the earth, and Noah only remained alive, and they that were with him in the ark. And the waters prevailed upon the earth 150 days. And God remembered Noah, and every living thing, and all the cattle that was with him in the ark, and God made a wind to pass over the earth, and the waters assuaged. The fountains also of the deep and the windows of heaven were stopped, and the rain from heaven was restrained. And the waters returned from off the earth continually, and after the end of the 150 days the waters were abated. And the ark rested in the 7th month, on the 17th day of the month, upon the mountains of Ararat. And the waters decreased continually until the 10th month, in the 10th month, on the 1st day of the month, were the tops of the mountains seen. And it came to pass at the end of 40 days, that Noah opened the window of the ark which he had made, and be sent forth a raven, which went forth to and fro, until the waters were dried up from off the earth. Also he sent forth a dove from him, to see if the waters were abated from off the face of the ground. But the dove found no rest for the sole of her foot, and she returned unto him into the ark, for the waters were on the face of the whole earth. Then he put forth his hand, and took her, and pulled her in unto him into the ark. And he stayed yet other 7 days, and again he sent forth the dove out of the ark. And the dove came in to him in the evening, and, lo, in her mouth was an olive leaf plucked off, so Noah knew that the waters were abated from off the earth. And he stayed yet other 7 days, and sent forth the dove, which returned not again unto him any more. And it came to pass in the 601st year, in the 1st month, the 1st day of the month, the waters were dried up from off the earth, and Noah removed the covering of the ark, and looked, and, behold, the face of the ground was dry. And in the 2nd month, on the 27th day of the month, was the earth dried. And God spake unto Noah, saying, Go forth of the ark, thou, and thy wife, and thy sons wives with thee. Bring forth with thee every living thing that is with thee, of all flesh, both of fowl and of cattle, and of every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. That they may breed abundantly the earth, and be fruitful, and multiply upon the earth. And Noah went forth, and his sons, and his wife, and big sons' wives with him, every beast, every creeping thing, and every fowl, and whatsoever creepeth upon the earth, after their kinds, went forth out of the ark. And Noah builded an altar unto the Lord, and took of every clean beast, and of every clean fowl, and offered burnt offerings on the altar. And the Lord smelled a sweet savour. And the Lord said in his heart, I will not again curse the ground any more for man's sake, for the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth, neither will I again smite any more every thing living, as I have done. While the earth remaineth, seed time and harvest, and cold and heat, and summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease. Let us briefly consider this record. It shows, taken in connection with the opening chapters of Genesis. 1. That the land destroyed by water was the country in which the civilization of the human race originated. Adam was at first naked, Gen. chapter 3, 7, then he clothed himself in leaves, then in the skins of animals, chapter 3. 21b was the first that tilled the earth, having emerged from a more primitive condition in which be lived upon the fruits of the forest, chapter 2, 16, his son Abel was the first of those that kept flocks of sheep, chapter 4, 2. His son Cain was the builder of the first city, chapter 4, 17, his descendant, Tubal-Cain, was the first metallurgist, chapter 4, 22, Jabal was the first that erected tents and kept cattle, chapter 4, 20. Jubal was the first that made musical instruments. We have here the successive steps by which a savage race advances to civilization. We will see hereafter that the Atlanteans passed through precisely similar stages of development. 2. The Bible agrees with Plato in the statement that these antediluvians had reached great populousness and wickedness, and that it was on account of their wickedness God resolved to destroy them. 3. In both cases the inhabitants of the doomed land were destroyed in a great catastrophe by the agency of water, they were drowned. 4. The Bible tells us that in an earlier age, before their destruction, mankind had dwelt in a happy, peaceful, sinless condition in a Garden of Eden. Plato tells us the same thing of the earlier ages of the Atlanteans. 5. In both the Bible history and Plato's story the destruction of the people was largely caused by the intermarriage of the superior or divine race, the sons of God, with an inferior stock, the children of men. Whereby they were degraded and rendered wicked. We will see hereafter that the Hebrews and their flood legend are closely connected with the Phoenicians, whose connection with Atlantis is established in many ways. It is now conceded by scholars that the genealogical table given in the Bible, Gen. chapter 10, is not intended to include the true Negro races, or the Chinese, the Japanese, the Finns or Lapps, the Australians, or the American red men. It refers altogether to the Mediterranean races, the Aryans, the Cushites, the Phoenicians, the Hebrews, and the Egyptians. The sons of Ham were not true Negroes, but the dark brown races. See Winchell's Pre-Adamites, chapter 7. If these races, the Chinese, Australians, Americans, etc., are not descended from Noah, they could not have been included in the deluge. If neither China, Japan, America, Northern Europe, nor Australia were depopulated by the deluge could not have been universal. But as it is alleged that it did destroy a country, and drowned all the people thereof except Noah and his family, the country so destroyed could not have been Europe, Asia, Africa, America, or Australia. For there has been no universal destruction of the people of those regions. Or, if there had been, how can we account for the existence today of people on all of those continents whose descent Genesis does not trace back to Noah, and, in fact, about whom the writer of Genesis seems to have known nothing? We are thus driven to one of two alternative conclusions: either the deluge record of the Bible is altogether fabulous, or it relates to some land other than Europe, Asia, Africa, or Australia, some land that was destroyed by water. It is not fabulous, and the land it refers to is not Europe, Asia, Africa, or Australia, but Atlantis. No other land is known to history or tradition that was overthrown in a great catastrophe by the agency of water. That was civilized, populous, powerful, and given over to wickedness. That high and orthodox authority, François Lenormant, says, Ancient History of the East, Volume 1, p. 64, the descendants of Shem, Ham, and Japhet, so admirably catalogued by Moses, include one only of the races of humanity, the white race, whose three chief divisions he gives us as now recognized by anthropologists. The other three races, yellow, black, and red, have no place in the Bible list of nations sprung from Noah. As, therefore, the deluge of the Bible destroyed only the land and people of Noah, it could not have been universal. The religious world does not pretend to fix the location of the Garden of Eden. The Reverend George Leo Haydock says, the precise situation cannot be ascertained, how great might be its extent we do not know. And we will see hereafter that the unwritten traditions of the Church pointed to a region in the west, beyond the ocean which bounds Europe in that direction, as the locality in which mankind dwelt before the deluge. It will be more and more evident, as we proceed in the consideration of the flood legends of other nations, that the antediluvian world was none other than Atlantis. 3. The Deluge of the Chaldeans. We have two versions of the Chaldean story, unequally developed, indeed, but exhibiting a remarkable agreement. The one most anciently known, and also the shorter, is that which Berosus took from the sacred books of Babylon, and introduced into the history that he wrote for the use of the Greeks. After speaking of the last 9 antediluvian kings, the Chaldean priest continues thus. Obartzelber Tutu being dead, his son Xisuthros, Khasisatra, reigned 18 seres, 64,800 years. It was under him that the great deluge took place, the history of which is told in the sacred documents as follows: Kronos, Ea, appeared to him in his sleep, and announced that on the 15th of the month of Disios, the Assyrian month Sivan, a little before the summer solstice, all men should perish by a flood. He therefore commanded him to take the beginning, the middle, and the end of whatever was consigned to writing, and to bury it in the city of the sun, at Sippara, then to build a vessel, and to enter it with his family and dearest friends. To place in this vessel provisions to eat and drink, and to cause animals, birds, and quadrupeds to enter it, lastly, to prepare everything, for navigation. And when Xisuthros inquired in what direction he should steer his bark, B was answered, toward the gods, and enjoined to pray that good might come of it for men. Xisuthros obeyed, and constructed a vessel 5 stadia long and 5 broad. He collected all that had been prescribed to him, and embarked his wife, his children, and his intimate friends. The deluge having come, and soon going down, Xisuthros loosed some of the birds. These, finding no food nor place to alight on, returned to the ship. A few days later Xisuthros again let them free, but they returned again to the vessel, their feet full of mud. Finally, loosed the third time, the birds came no more back. Then Xisuthros understood that the earth was bare. He made an opening in the roof of the ship, and saw that it had grounded on the top of a mountain. He then descended with his wife, his daughter, and his pilot, who worshipped the earth, raised an altar, and there sacrificed to the gods. At the same moment he vanished with those who accompanied him. Meanwhile those who had remained in the vessel, not seeing Xisuthros return, descended too, and began to seek him, calling him by his name. They saw Xisuthros no more, but a voice from heaven was heard commanding them piety toward the gods. That he, indeed, was receiving the reward of his piety in being carried away to dwell thenceforth in the midst of the gods, and that his wife, his daughter, and the pilot of the ship shared the same honor. The voice further said that they were to return to Babylon, and, conformably to the decrees of fate, disinter the writings buried at Sippara in order to transmit them to men. It added that the country in which they found themselves was Armenia. These, then, having heard the voice, sacrificed to the gods and returned on foot to Babylon. Of the vessel of Xisuthros, which had finally landed in Armenia, a portion is still to be found in the Gordyan Mountains in Armenia, and pilgrims bring thence asphalt that they have scraped from its fragments. It is used to keep off the influence of witchcraft. As to the companions of Xisuthros, they came to Babylon, disinterred the writings left at Sippara, founded numerous cities, built temples, and restored Babylon. By the side of this version, says Lenormant, which, interesting though it be, is, after all, second-hand, we are now able to place an original Chaldeo-Babylonian edition, which the lamented George Smith was the first to decipher on the cuneiform tablets exhumed at Nineveh, and now in the British Museum. Here the narrative of the deluge appears as an episode in the 11th tablet, or 11th chant of the great epic of the town of Uruk. The hero of this poem, a kind of Hercules, whose name has not as yet been made out with certainty, being attacked by disease, a kind of leprosy, goes, with a view to its cure, to consult the patriarch saved from the deluge, Khasisatra. In the distant land to which the gods have transported him, there to enjoy eternal felicity. He asks Khasisatra to reveal the secret of the events which led to his obtaining the privilege of immortality, and thus the patriarch is induced to relate the cataclysm. By a comparison of the 3 copies of the poem that the library of the Palace of Nineveh contained, it has been possible to restore the narrative with hardly any breaks. These 3 copies were, by order of the king of Assyria, Ashurbanipal, made in the 8th century BC, from a very ancient specimen in the sacerdotal library of the town of Uruk, founded by the monarchs of the First Chaldean Empire. It is difficult precisely to fix the date of the original, copied by Assyrian scribes, but it certainly goes back to the ancient empire, 17 centuries at least before our era, and even probably beyond. It was therefore much anterior to Moses, and nearly contemporaneous with Abraham. The variations presented by the 3 existing copies prove that the original was in the primitive mode of writing called the hieratratic, a character which must have already become difficult to decipher in the 8th century BC. As the copyists have differed as to the interpretation to be given to certain signs, and in other cases have simply reproduced exactly the forms of such as they did not understand. Finally, it results from a comparison of these variations, that the original, transcribed by order of Ashurbanipal, must itself have been a copy of some still more ancient manuscript, which the original text had already received interlinear comments. Some of the copyists have introduced these into their text, others have omitted them. With these preliminary observations, I proceed to give integrally the narrative ascribed the poem to Khasisatra. I will reveal to thee, O Izdubar, the history of my preservation and tell to thee the decision of the gods. The town of Shuruppak, a town which thou knowest, is situated on the Euphrates. It was ancient, and in it, men did not honor the gods. I alone, I was, their servant, to the great gods. The gods took counsel on the appeal of, and, a deluge was proposed by, Bel, and approved by Nabon, Nergal and, Adar. And the god, Ea, the immutable Lord, repeated this command in a dream. I listened to the decree of fate that he announced, and he said to me, Man of Shuruppak, son of Obratutu, thou, build a vessel and finish it, quickly. By a deluge, I will destroy substance and life. Cause thou to go up into the vessel the substance of all that has life. The vessel thou shalt build, 600 cubits shall be the measure of its length, and 60 cubits the amount of its breadth and of its height. Launch it, thus on the ocean, and cover it with a roof. I understood, and I said to Ea, my lord, the vessel, that thou commandest me to build thus, when, I shall do it, young and old, shall laugh at me. Ea opened his mouth and, spoke. He said to me, his servant, if they laugh at thee, thou shalt say to them, shall be punished, he who has insulted me, for the protection of the gods, is over me. Like to caverns. I will exercise my judgment on that which is on high and that which is below. Close the vessel. At a given moment that I shall cause thee to know, enter into it, and draw the door of the ship toward thee. Within it, thy grains, thy furniture, thy provisions, thy riches, thy men servants, and thy maid servants, and thy young people, the cattle of the field, and the wild beasts of the plain that I will assemble and that I will send thee, shall be kept behind thy door. Khasisatra opened his mouth and spoke. He said to Ea, his lord, no one has made such a ship. On the prow I will fix, I shall see, and the vessel thou commandest me to build, thus, which in. On the 5th day, the 2 sides of the bark were raised. In its covering 14 in all were its rafters, 14 in all did it count above. I placed its roof, and I covered it. I embarked in it on the 6th day. I divided its floors on the 7th, I divided the interior compartments on the 8th. I stopped up the chinks through which the water entered in, I visited the chinks, and added what was wanting. I poured on the exterior 3 times 3,600 measures of asphalt, and 3 times 3,600 measures of asphalt within. 3 times 3,600 men, porters, brought on their heads the chests of provisions. I kept 3,600 chests for the nourishment of my family, and the mariners divided among themselves twice 3,600 chests. For provisioning, I had oxen slain, I instituted rations for each day. In anticipation of the need of drinks, of barrels, and of wine, I collected in quantity, like to the waters of a river, of provisions, in quantity like to the dust of the earth, to arrange them in the chests I set my hand to. Of the sun, the vessel was completed. Strong and, I had carried above and below the furniture of the ship. This lading filled the 2/3. All that I possessed I gathered together. All I possessed of silver I gathered together, all that I possessed of gold I gathered, all that I possessed of the substance of life of every kind I gathered together. I made all ascend into the vessel. My servants, male and female, the cattle of the fields, the wild beasts of the plains, and the sons of the people, I made them all ascend. Shamash, the sun, made the moment determined, and he announced it in these terms: in the evening I will cause it to rain abundantly from heaven, enter into the vessel and close the door. The fixed moment had arrived, which he announced in these terms: in the evening I will cause it to rain abundantly from heaven. When the evening of that day arrived, I was afraid, I entered into the vessel and shut my door. In shutting the vessel, to Buzur Shadirabi, the pilot, I confided this dwelling, with all that it contained. Mushariananamari, rose from the foundations of heaven in a black cloud. Ramman thundered in the midst of the cloud, and Naban and Sheru marched before, they marched, devastating the mountain and the plain, Nergal the powerful dragged chastisements after him, Adar advanced, overthrowing, before him. The archangels of the abyss brought destruction, in their terrors they agitated the earth. The inundation of Ramman swelled up to the sky, and, the earth, became without luster, was changed into a desert. They broke. Of the surface of the earth they destroyed, the living beings of the surface of the earth. The terrible deluge on men swelled up to heaven, the brother no longer saw his brother, men no longer knew each other. In heaven, the gods became afraid of the waterspout, and, sought a refuge, they mounted up to the heaven of Anu. The gods were stretched out motionless, pressing one against another like dogs. Ishtar wailed like a child, the great goddess pronounced her discourse: here is humanity returned into mud, and, this is the misfortune that I have announced in the presence of the gods. So I announced the misfortune in the presence of the gods, for the evil I announced the terrible chastisement of men who are mine. I am the mother who gave birth to men, and, like to the race of fishes, there they are filling the sea. And the gods, by reason of that, which the archangels of the abyss are doing, weep with me. The gods on their seats were seated in tears, and they held their lips closed, revolving future things. 6 days and as many nights passed. The wind, the waterspout, and the diluvian rain were in all their strength. At the approach of the seventh day the diluvian rain grew weaker, the terrible waterspout which had assailed after the fashion of an earthquake, grew calm, the sea inclined to dry up, and the wind and the waterspout came to an end. I looked at the sea, attentively observing, and the whole of humanity had returned to mud, like unto seaweeds the corpses floated. I opened the window, and the light smote on my face. I was seized with sadness, I sat down and I wept. And my tears came over my face. I looked at the regions bounding the sea, toward the 12 points of the horizon, not any continent. The vessel was borne above the land of Nazir, the mountain of Nazir arrested the vessel, and did not permit it to pass over. A day and a second day the mountain of Nazir arrested the vessel, and did not permit it to pass over. The third and fourth day the mountain of Nazir arrested the vessel, and did not permit it to pass over. The fifth and sixth day the mountain of Nazir arrested the vessel, and did not permit it to pass over. At the approach of the seventh day, I sent out and loosed a dove. The dove went, turned, and found no place to light on, and it came back. I sent out and loosed a swallow. The swallow went, turned, and found no place to light on, and it came back. I sent out and loosed a raven, the raven went and saw the corpses on the waters, it ate, rested, turned, and came not back. One then sent out, what was in the vessel, toward the four winds, and I offered a sacrifice. I raised the pile of my burnt offering on the peak of the mountain. 7 by 7 I disposed the measured vases, and beneath I spread rushes, cedar, and juniper wood. The gods were seized with the desire of it, the gods were seized with a benevolent desire of it. And the gods assembled like flies above the master of the sacrifice. From afar, in approaching, the great goddess raised the great zones that Anu has made for their glory, the gods. These gods, luminous crystal before me, I will never leave them. In that day I prayed that I might never leave them. Let the gods come to my sacrificial pile. But never may Bel come to my sacrificial pile. For he did not master himself, and he has made the waterspout for the deluge, and he has numbered my men for the pit. From far, in drawing near, Bel saw the vessel, and Bel stopped. He was filled with anger against the gods and the celestial archangels. No one shall come out alive. No man shall be preserved from the abyss. Adar opened his mouth and said. He said to the warrior Bel, what other than Ea should have formed this resolution? For Ea possesses knowledge, and he foresees all. Ea opened his mouth and spake. He said to the warrior Bel, O thou, herald of the gods, warrior, as thou didst not master thyself, thou hast made the waterspout of the deluge. Let the sinner carry the weight of his sins, the blasphemer the weight of his blasphemy. Please thyself with this good pleasure, and it shall never be infringed, faith in it never shall be violated. Instead of thy making a new deluge, let lions appear and reduce the number of men. Instead of thy making a new deluge, let hyenas appear and reduce the number of men. Instead of thy making a new deluge, let there be famine, and let the earth be devastated. Instead of thy making a new deluge, let Deborah appear, and let men be mown down. I have not revealed the decision of the great gods, it is Khasisatra who interpreted a dream and comprehended what the gods had decided. Then, when his resolve was arrested, Bel entered into the vessel. He took my hand and made me rise. He made my wife rise, and made her place herself at my side. He turned around us and stopped short, he approached our group. Until now Khasisatra has made part of perishable humanity, but lo, now Khasisatra and his wife are going to be carried away to live like the gods, and Khasisatra will reside afar at the mouth of the rivers. They carried me away, and established me in a remote place at the mouth of the streams. This narrative, says Lenormant, follows with great exactness the same course as that, or, rather, as those of Genesis. And the analogies are, on both sides, striking. When we consider these two forms of the same legend, we see many points wherein the story points directly to Atlantis. 1. In the first place, Berosus tells us that the god who gave warning of the coming of the deluge was Kronos. Kronos, it is well known, was the same as Saturn. Saturn was an ancient king of Italy, who, far anterior to the founding of Rome, introduced civilization from some other country to the Italians. He established industry and social order, filled the land with plenty, and created the Golden Age of Italy. He was suddenly removed to the abodes of the gods. His name is connected, in the mythological legends, with a great Saturnian continent in the Atlantic Ocean, and a great kingdom which, in the remote ages, embraced northern Africa and the European coast of the Mediterranean as far as the peninsula of Italy, and certain islands in the sea. Agreeing, in this respect, with the story of Plato as to the dominions of Atlantis. The Romans called the Atlantic Ocean, Cronium Mare, the Sea of Kronos, thus identifying Kronos with that ocean. The Pillars of Hercules were also called by the ancients the Pillars of Kronos. Here, then, we have convincing testimony that the country referred to in the Chaldean legends was the land of Kronos, or Saturn, the ocean world, the dominion of Atlantis. 2. He or Ea, the god of the Nineveh tablets, was a fish god. He was represented in the Chaldean monuments as half man and half fish. He was described as the god, not of the rivers and seas, but of the abyss, to wit, the ocean. He it was who was said to have brought civilization and letters to the ancestors of the Assyrians. He clearly represented an ancient, maritime, civilized nation. He came from the ocean, and was associated with some land and people that had been destroyed by rain and inundations. The fact that the scene of the deluge is located on the Euphrates proves nothing, for we will see hereafter that almost every nation had its especial mountain on which, according to its traditions, the ark rested. Just as every Greek tribe had its own particular mountain of Olympos. The god Bel of the legend was the Baal of the Phoenicians, who, as we shall show, were of Atlantean origin. Bel, or Baal, was worshipped on the western and northern coasts of Europe, and gave his name to the Baltic, the Great and Little Belt, Balesbogen, Balestranden, etc. And to many localities, in the British Islands, as, for instance, Bellon and the Ball Hills in Yorkshire. 3. In those respects wherein the Chaldean legend, evidently the older form of the tradition, differs from the biblical record, we see that in each instance we approach nearer to Atlantis. The account given in Genesis is the form of the tradition that would be natural to an inland people. Although there is an allusion to the breaking up of the fountains of the great deep, about which I shall speak more fully hereafter, the principal destruction seems to have been accomplished by rain. Hence the greater period allowed for the deluge, to give time enough for the rain to fall, and subsequently drain off from the land. A people dwelling in the midst of a continent could not conceive the possibility of a whole world sinking beneath the sea. They therefore supposed the destruction to have been caused by a continuous downpour of rain for 40 days and 40 nights. In the Chaldean legend, on the contrary, the rain lasted but 7 days. And we see that the writer had a glimpse of the fact that the destruction occurred in the midst of or near the sea. The Ark of Genesis, Teba, was simply a chest, a coffer, a big box, such as might be imagined by an inland people. The Ark of the Chaldeans was a veritable ship. It had a prow, a helm, and a pilot, and men to manage it, and it navigated the sea. For, the Chaldean legend represents not a mere rainstorm, but a tremendous cataclysm. There was rain, it is true, but there was also thunder, lightning, earthquakes, wind, a waterspout, and a devastation of mountain and land by the war of the elements. All the dreadful forces of nature were fighting together over the doomed land. The archangel of the abyss brought destruction, the water rose to the sky, the brother no longer saw his brother, men no longer knew each other. The men filled the sea like fishes, the sea was filled with mud, and the corpses floated like seaweed. When the storm abetted, the land had totally disappeared, there was no longer any continent. Does not all this accord with that dreadful day and night described by Plato? 5. In the original it appears that Isdubar, when he started to find the deified Khasisatra, traveled first, for 9 days' journey, to the sea. Then secured the services of a boatman, and, entering a ship, sailed for 15 days before finding the Chaldean Noah. This would show that Khasisatra dwelt in a far country, one only attainable by crossing the water. And this, too, seems like a reminiscence of the real site of Atlantis. The sea which a sailing vessel required 15 days to cross must have been a very large body of water, in fact, an ocean. 4. The Deluge Legends of Other Nations. A collection of the deluge legends of other nations will throw light upon the biblical and Chaldean records of that great event. The author of the treatise, on the Syrian goddess, acquaints us with the Diluvian tradition of the Arameans, directly derived from that of Chaldea, as it was narrated in the celebrated sanctuary of Hierapolis, or Bambus. The generality of people, B says, tells us that the founder of the temple was Deucalion Sisyphus, that Deucalion in whose time the great inundation occurred. I have also heard the account given by the Greeks themselves of Deucalion. The myth runs thus: the actual race of men is not the first, for there was a previous one, all the members of which perished. We belong to a second race, descended from Deucalion, and multiplied in the course of time. As to the former men, they are said to have been full of insolence and pride, committing many crimes, disregarding their oath, neglecting the rights of hospitality, unsparing to suppliants. Accordingly, they were punished by an immense disaster. All on a sudden enormous volumes of water issued from the earth, and rains of extraordinary abundance began to fall, the rivers left their beds, and the sea overflowed its shores, the whole earth was covered with water, and all men perished. Deucalion alone, because of his virtue and piety, was preserved alive to give birth to a new race. This is how he was saved: he placed himself, his children, and his wives in a great coffer that he had, in which pigs, horses, lions, serpents, and all other terrestrial animals came to seek refuge with him. He received them all. And while they were in the coffer, Zeus inspired them with reciprocal amity, which prevented their devouring one another. In this manner, shut up within one single coffer, they floated as long as the waters remained in force. Such is the account given by the Greeks of Deucalion. But to this, which they equally tell, the people of Hierapolis add a marvelous narrative, that in their country a great chasm opened, into which all the waters of the deluge poured. Then Deucalion raised an altar, and dedicated a temple to Hera, Atargatis, close to this very chasm. I have seen it. It is very narrow, and situated under the temple. Whether it was once large, and has now shrunk, I do not know. But I have seen it, and it is quite small. In memory of the event the following is the rite accomplished: twice a year seawater is brought to the temple. This is not only done by the priests, but numerous pilgrims come from the whole of Syria and Arabia, and even from beyond the Euphrates, bringing water. It is poured out in the temple and goes into the cleft, which, narrow as it is, swallows up a considerable quantity. This is said to be in virtue of a religious law instituted by Deucalion to preserve the memory of the catastrophe, and of the benefits that he received from the gods. Such is the ancient tradition of the temple. It appears to me difficult, says Lenormant, not to recognize an echo of fables popular in all Semitic countries about this chasm of Hierapolis, and the part it played in the deluge. In the enigmatic expressions of the Quran respecting the oven, tanner, which began to bubble and disgorge water all around at the commencement of the deluge. We know that this tanner has been the occasion of most grotesque imaginings of Mussulman commentators, who had lost the tradition of the story to which Muhammad made allusion. And, moreover, the Quran formally states that the waters of the deluge were absorbed in the bosom of the earth. Here the Xisuthros of Berosus becomes Deucalion Sisyphus. The animals are not collected together by Deucalion, as in the case of Noah and Khasisatra, but they crowded into the vessel of their own accord, driven by the terror with which the storm had inspired them. As in great calamities the creatures of the forest have been known to seek refuge in the houses of men. India affords us art account of the deluge which, by its poverty, strikingly contrasts with that of the Bible and the Chaldeans. Its most simple and ancient form is found in the Katapatha Brahmana of the Rig Veda. It has been translated for the first time by Max Muller. One morning water for washing was brought to Manu, and when he had washed himself a fish remained in his hands, and it addressed these words to him: "Protect me, and I will save thee." "From what wilt thou save me?" "A deluge will sweep all creatures away. it is from that I will save thee. How shall I protect thee? The fish replied, while we are small we run great dangers, for fish swallow fish. Keep me at first in a vase. When I become too large for it, dig a basin to put me into. When I shall have grown still more, throw me into the ocean, then I shall be preserved from destruction. Soon it grew a large fish. It said to Manu, the very year I shall have reached my full growth the deluge will happen. Then build a vessel and worship me. When the waters rise, enter the vessel, and I will save thee. After keeping him thus, Manu carried the fish to the sea. In the year indicated Manu built a vessel and worshipped the fish. And when the deluge came he entered the vessel. Then the fish came swimming up to him, and Manu fastened the cable of the ship to the horn of the fish, by which means the latter made it pass over the mountain of the north. The fish said, I have saved thee. Fasten the vessel to a tree, that the water may not sweep it away while thou art on the mountain, and in proportion as the waters decrease thou shalt descend. Manu descended with the waters, and this is what is called the descent of Manu on the mountain of the north. The deluge had carried away all creatures, and Manu remained alone. There is another form of the Hindu legend in the Puranas. Lenormand says, we must also remark that in the Puranas it is no longer Manu Vivasata that the divine fish saves from the deluge, but a different personage, the king of the Dastas, i.e. fishers, Satyravata, the man who loves justice and truth, strikingly corresponding to the Chaldean Khasasatra. Nor is the Puranic version of the legend of the deluge to be despised, though it be of recent date, and full of fantastic and often puerile details. In certain aspects it is less Aryanized than that of Brahmana or than the Mahabharata. And, above all, it gives some circumstances omitted in these earlier versions, which must yet have belonged to the original foundation, since they appear in the Babylonian legend. A circumstance preserved, no doubt, by the oral tradition, popular, and not Brahmanic, with which the Puranas are so deeply imbued. This has already been observed by Pictet, who lays due stress on the following passage of the Bhagavata Purana, in 7 days, said Vishnu to Satyravata, the 3 worlds shall be submerged. There is nothing like this in the Brahmana nor the Mahabharata, but in Genesis the Lord says to Noah, yet 7 days and I will cause it to rain upon the earth. And a little farther we read, after 7 days the waters of the flood were upon the earth. Nor must we pay less attention to the directions given by the fish god to Satyravata for the placing of the sacred scriptures in a safe place, in order to preserve them from Hayagriva, a marine horse dwelling in the abyss. We recognize in it, under an Indian garb, the very tradition of the interment of the sacred writings at Sitpara by Khasasatra, such as we have seen it in the fragment of Berosus. The references to the 3 worlds and the fish god in these legends point to Atlantis. The 3 worlds probably refers to the great empire of Atlantis, described by Plato, to wit, the western continent, America, the eastern continent, Europe and Africa, considered as one, and the island of Atlantis. As we have seen, Poseidon, the founder of the civilization of Atlantis, is identical with Neptune, who is always represented riding a dolphin, bearing a trident, or 3-pronged symbol, in his hand, emblematical probably of the Triple Kingdom. He is thus a sea god, or fish god, and becomes to save the representative of his country. And we have also a new and singular form of the legend in the following. Lenormand says, among the Iranians, in the sacred books containing the fundamental Zoroastrian doctrines, and dating very far back, we meet with a tradition which must assuredly be looked upon as a variety of that of the deluge. Though possessing a special character, and diverging in some essential particulars from those we have been examining. It relates how Yima, who, in the original and primitive conception, was the father of the human race, was warned by Ahuramazda, the good deity, of the earth being about to be devastated by a flood. The god ordered Yima to construct a refuge, a square garden, vara, protected by an enclosure, and to cause the germs of men, beasts, and plants to enter it, in order to escape annihilation. Accordingly, when the inundation occurred, the garden of Yima, with all that it contained, was alone spared, and the message of safety was brought thither by the bird Karshipta, the envoy of Ahura-Mazda. Venduded, Volume 2, page 46. This clearly signifies that, prior to the destruction of Atlantis, a colony had been sent out to some neighboring country. These emigrants built a walled town, and brought to it the grains and domestic animals of the mother country. And when the island of Atlantis sunk in the ocean, a messenger brought the terrible tidings to them in a ship. The Greeks had two principal legends as to the cataclysm by which primitive humanity was destroyed. The first was connected with the name of Ogyges, the most ancient of the kings of Boeotia or Attica, a quite mythical personage, lost in the night of ages, his very name seemingly derived from one signifying deluge in Aryan idioms. In Sanskrit Anga. It is said that in his time the whole land was covered by a flood, whose waters reached the sky, and from which he, together with some companions, escaped in a vessel. The second tradition is the Thessalian legend of Deucalion. Zeus having worked to destroy the men of the Age of Bronze, with whose crimes he was wroth, Deucalion, by the advice of Prometheus, his father, constructed a coffer, in which he took refuge with his wife, Pyrrha. The deluge came. The chest, or coffer, floated at the mercy of the waves for 9 days and 9 nights, and was finally stranded on Mount Parnassus. Deucalion and Pyrrha leave it, offer sacrifice, and, according to the command of Zeus, repeople the world by throwing behind them the bones of the earth, namely, stones, which change into men. This deluge of Deucalion is, in Grecian tradition, what most resembles a universal deluge. Many authors affirm that it extended to the whole earth, and that the whole human race perished. At Athens, in memory of the event, and to appease the manes of its victims, a ceremony called hydrophoria was observed, having so close a resemblance to that in use at Hierapolis, in Syria, that we can hardly fail to look upon it as a Syro-Phoenician importation, and the result of an assimilation established in remote antiquity between the deluge of Deucalion and that of Khasisatra. As described by the author of the treatise on the Syrian goddess. Close to the temple of the Olympian Zeus a fissure in the soil was shown, in length but 1 cubit, through which it was said the waters of the deluge had been swallowed tip. Thus, every year, on the 3rd day of the festival of the Anthesteria, a day of mourning consecrated to the dead, that is, on the 13th of the month of Anthesterion, toward the beginning of March, it was customary, as at Bambus, to pour water into the fissure, together with flour mixed with honey, poured also into the trench dug to the west of the tomb, in the funeral sacrifices of the Athenians. In this legend, also, there are passages which point to Atlantis. We will see hereafter that the Greek god Zeus was one of the kings of Atlantis. The men of the Age of Bronze indicates the civilization of the doomed people. They were the great metallurgists of their day, who, as we will see, were probably the source of the great number of implements and weapons of bronze found all over Europe. Here, also, while no length of time is assigned to the duration of the storm, we find that the ark floated but 9 days and nights. Noah was 1 year and 10 days in the ark, Khasisatra was not half that time, while Deucalion was afloat only 9 days. At Megara, in Greece, it was the eponym of the city, Megaros, son of Zeus and one of the nymphs, Cythnides, who, warned by the cry of cranes of the imminence of the danger of the coming flood, took refuge on Mount Geranion. Again, there was the Thessalian Cerambos, who was said to have escaped the flood by rising into the air on wings given him by the nymphs, and it was Periros, son of Aeolus, that Zeus Nios had preserved at Dodona. For the inhabitants of the Isle of Kos the hero of the deluge was Merops, son of Hyas, who there assembled under his rule the remnant of humanity preserved with him. The traditions of Rhodes only suppose the Telchines, those of Crete Sasian, to have escaped the cataclysm. In Samothracia the same character was attributed to Seion, said to be the son of Zeus or of Hermes. It will be observed that in all these legends the name of Zeus, king of Atlantis, reappears. It would appear probable that many parties had escaped from the catastrophe, and had landed at the different points named in the traditions. Or else that colonies had already been established by the Atlanteans at those places. It would appear impossible that a maritime people could be totally destroyed. Doubtless many were on shipboard in the harbors, and others going and coming on distant voyages. The invasion of the East, says Baldwin, Prehistoric Nations, p. 396, to which the story of Atlantis refers, seems to have given rise to the Panatheni, the oldest, greatest, and most splendid festivals in honor of Athena celebrated in Attica. These festivals are said to have been established by Erycthenes in the most ancient times remembered by the historical traditions of Athens. Beck says of them, in his Commentary on Plato. In the greater Panatheni there was carried in procession a peplum of Minerva, representing the war with the giants and the victory of the gods of Olympus. In the lesser Panatheni they carried another peplum, covered with symbolic devices, which showed how the Athenians, supported by Minerva, had the advantage in the war with the Atlantes. A scholia quoted from Proclus by Humboldt and Beck says, "The historians who speak of the islands of the exterior sea tell us that in their time there were 7 islands consecrated, to Proserpine, and 3 others of immense extent. Of which the first was consecrated to Pluto, the second to Ammon, and the third to Neptune. The inhabitants of the latter had preserved a recollection, transmitted to them by their ancestors, of the island of Atlantis, which was extremely large, and for a long time held sway over all the islands of the Atlantic Ocean. Atlantis was also consecrated to Neptune." See Humboldt's Histoire de la géographie du Nouveau Continent, Volume 1. No one can read these legends and doubt that the flood was an historical reality. It is impossible that in 2 different places in the Old World, remote from each other, religious ceremonies should have been established and perpetuated from age to age in memory of an event which never occurred. We have seen that at Athens and at Hierapolis, in Syria, pilgrims came from a distance to appease the god of the earthquake, by pouring offerings into fissures of the earth said to have been made at the time Atlantis was destroyed. More than this, we know from Plato's history that the Athenians long preserved in their books the memory of a victory won over the Atlanteans in the early ages, and celebrated it by national festivals, with processions and religious ceremonies. It is too much to ask us to believe that biblical history, Chaldean, Iranian, and Greek legends signify nothing, and that even religious pilgrimages and national festivities were based upon a myth. I would call attention to the farther fact that in the deluge legend of the Isle of Kos the hero of the affair was Merops. Now we have seen that, according to Theopompus, one of the names of the people of Atlantis was Meropes. But we have not reached the end of our flood legends. The Persian Magi possessed a tradition in which the waters issued from the oven of an old woman. Muhammad borrowed this story, and in the Quran he refers to the deluge as coming from an oven. All men were drowned save Noah and his family, and then God said, "O earth, swallow up thy waters, and thou, O heaven, withhold thy rain," and immediately the waters abated. In the bardic poems of Wales we have a tradition of the deluge which, although recent, under the concise forms of the triads, is still deserving of attention. As usual, the legend is localized in the country, and the deluge counts among 3 terrible catastrophes of the island of Prydian, or Britain, the other 2 consisting of devastation by fire and by drought. The first of these events, it is said, was the eruption of El Lion, or the Lake of Waves, and the inundation, Baud, of the whole country, by which all mankind was drowned with the exception of Dwyfam and Dwyfach, who saved themselves in a vessel without rigging, and it was by them that the island of Prydian was repeopled. Pictet here observes, although the triads in their actual form hardly date farther than the 13th or 14th century, some of them are undoubtedly connected with very ancient traditions. And nothing here points to a borrowing from Genesis. But it is not so, perhaps, with another triad, speaking of the vessel Nephidnaph-Neophion, which at the time of the overflow of Lion, bore a pair of all living creatures, and rather too much resembles the Ark of Noah. The very name of the patriarch may have suggested this triple epithet, obscure as to its meaning, but evidently formed on the principle of Kymric alliteration. In the same triad we have the enigmatic story of the horned oxen, Ichain Bannock, of Hu the Mighty, who drew out of Lion the avank, beaver or crocodile, in order that the lake should not overflow. The meaning of these enigmas could only be hoped from deciphering the chaos of barbaric monuments of the Welsh Middle Age, but meanwhile we cannot doubt that the Cymri possessed an indigenous tradition of the deluge. We also find a vestige of the same tradition in the Scandinavian Ialda. Here the story is combined with a cosmogonic myth. The three sons of Bor, Othin, Wili, and Wheat, grandsons of Buri, the first man, slay Ymir, the father of the Hrimthursar, or ice giants, and his body serves them for the construction of the world. Blood flows from his wounds in such abundance that all the race of giants is drowned in it except Bergelmir, who saves himself, with his wife, in a boat, and reproduces the race. In the Edda of Somund, the Vala's prophecy, STZ 48-56, p. 9, we seem to catch traditional glimpses of a terrible catastrophe, which reminds us of the Chaldean legend. Then trembles Yggdrasil's ash yet standing, groans that ancient tree, and the Jotun Loki is loosed. The shadows groan on the ways of hell, the goddess of death, until the fire of Surt has consumed the tree. Hyrm steers from the east, the waters rise, the mundane snake is coiled in Jotun rage. The worm beats the water and the eagle screams. The pail of beak tears carcasses, the ship, Naglfar is loosed. Surt from the south comes with flickering flame, shines from his sword the Valgud sun. The stony hills are dashed together, the giantesses totter. Men tread the path of hell, and heaven is cloven. The sun darkens, earth in ocean sinks, fall from heaven the bright stars, fire's breath assails the all-nourishing, towering fire plays against heaven itself. Egypt does not contain a single allusion to the flood. Lenormand says, while the tradition of the deluge holds so considerable a place in the legendary memories of all branches of the Aryan race, the monuments and original texts of Egypt, with their many cosmogonic speculations, have not afforded one even distant allusion to this cataclysm. When the Greeks told the Egyptian priests of the deluge of Deucalion, their reply was that they had been preserved from it as well as from the conflagration produced by Phaethon. They even added that the Hellenes were childish in attaching so much importance to that event, as there had been several other local catastrophes resembling it. According to a passage in Manetho, much suspected, however, of being an interpolation, Thoth, or Hermes Trismegistus, had himself, before the cataclysm, inscribed on stelae, in hieroglyphical and sacred language, the principles of all knowledge. After it the second Thoth translated into the vulgar tongue the contents of these stelae. This would be the only Egyptian mention of the deluge, the same Manetho not speaking of it in what remains to us of his Dynasties, his only complete authentic work. The silence of all other myths of the pharaonic religion on this head render it very likely that the above is merely a foreign tradition, recently introduced, and no doubt of Asiatic and Chaldean origin. To my mind the explanation of this singular omission is very plain. The Egyptians had preserved in their annals the precise history of the destruction of Atlantis, out of which the flood legends grew. And, as they told the Greeks, there had been no universal flood, but only local catastrophes. Possessing the real history of the local catastrophe which destroyed Atlantis, they did not indulge in any myths about a universal deluge covering the mountaintops of all the world. They had no Ararat in their neighborhood. The traditions of the early Christian ages touching the deluge pointed to the quarter of the world in which Atlantis was situated. There was a quaint old monk named Cosmos, who, about 1,000 years ago, published a book, Topographia Christiana, accompanied by a map, in which he gives his view of the world as it was then understood. It was a body surrounded by water, and resting on nothing. The earth, says Cosmos, presses downward, but the igneous parts tend upward, and between the conflicting forces the earth hangs suspended, like Muhammad's coffin in the old story. The accompanying illustration represents the earth surrounded by the ocean, and beyond this ocean was the land where men dwelt before the deluge. He then gives us a more accurate map, in detail, of the known world of his day. I copy this map, not to show how much more we know than poor Cosmos, but because be taught that all around this habitable world there was yet another world, adhering closely on all sides to the circumscribing walls of heaven. Upon the eastern side of this transmarine land he judges man was created. And that there the paradise of gladness was located, such as here on the eastern edge is described, where it received our first parents, driven out of paradise to that extreme point of land on the seashore. Hence, upon the coming of the deluge, Noah and his sons were borne by the ark to the earth we now inhabit. The 4 rivers he supposes to be gushing up the spouts of paradise. They are depicted on the above map. O is the Mediterranean Sea. P, the Arabian Gulf. L, the Caspian Sea. Q, the Tigris. M, the river Pison. And J, the land where men dwelt before the flood. It will be observed that, while he locates paradise in the east, he places the scene of the deluge in the west. And he supposes that Noah came from the scene of the deluge to Europe. This shows that the traditions in the time of Cosmos looked to the west as the place of the deluge, and that after the deluge Noah came to the shores of the Mediterranean. The fact, too, that there was land in the west beyond the ocean is recognized by Cosmos, and is probably a dim echo from Atlantean times. The following rude cut, from Cosmos, represents the high mountain in the north behind which the sun hid himself at night, thus producing the alternations of day and night. His solar majesty is just getting behind the mountain, while Luna looks calmly on at the operation. The mountain is as crooked as Culhuacan, the crooked mountain of Aztlan described by the Aztecs. V. The Deluge Legends of America. It is a very remarkable fact, says Alfred Maury, that we find in America traditions of the deluge coming infinitely nearer to that of the Bible and the Chaldean religion than among any people of the Old World. It is difficult to suppose that the emigration that certainly took place from Asia into North America by the Kuril and Aleutian Islands, and still does so in our day, should have brought in these memories. Since no trace is found of them among those Mongol or Siberian populations which were fused with the natives of the New World. The attempts that have been made to trace the origin of Mexican civilization to Asia have not as yet led to any sufficiently conclusive facts. Besides, had Buddhism, which we doubt, made its way into America, it could not have introduced a myth not found in its own scriptures. The cause of these similarities between the Diluvian traditions of the nations of the New World and that of the Bible remains therefore unexplained. The cause of these similarities can be easily explained. The legends of the flood did not pass into America by way of the Aleutian Islands, or through the Buddhists of Asia, but were derived from an actual knowledge of Atlantis possessed by the people of America. Atlantis and the western continent had from an immemorial age held intercourse with each other. The great nations of America were simply colonies from Atlantis, sharing in its civilization, language, religion, and blood. From Mexico to the peninsula of Yucatan, from the shores of Brazil to the heights of Bolivia and Peru, from the Gulf of Mexico to the headwaters of the Mississippi River, the colonies of Atlantis extended. And therefore it is not strange to find, as Alfred Maury says, American traditions of the deluge coming nearer to that of the Bible and the Chaldean record than those of any people of the Old World. The most important among the American traditions are the Mexican, for they appear to have been definitively fixed by symbolic and mnemonic paintings before any contact with Europeans. According to these documents, the Noah of the Mexican cataclysm was Coxcox, called by certain peoples Teosipactli or Tespi. He had saved himself, together with his wife Xochiquetzal, in a bark, or, according to other traditions, on a raft made of cypress wood, Cupressus distica. Paintings retracing the deluge of Coxcox have been discovered among the Aztecs, Miztecs, Zapotecs, Tlaxcaltecs, and Mechoacaneses. The tradition of the latter is still more strikingly in conformity with the story as we have it in Genesis, and in Chaldean sources. It tells how Tespi embarked in a spacious vessel with his wife, his children, and several animals, and grain, whose preservation was essential to the subsistence of the human race. When the great god Tezcatlipoca decreed that the waters should retire, Tespi sent a vulture from the bark. The bird, feeding on the carcasses with which the earth was laden, did not return. Tespi sent out other birds, of which the hummingbird only came back with a leafy branch in its beak. Then Tespi, seeing that the country began to vegetate, left his bark on the mountain of Culhuacan. The document, however, that gives the most valuable information, says Lenormand, as to the cosmogony of the Mexicans is one known as Codex Vaticanus, from the library where it is preserved. It consists of 4 symbolic pictures, representing the 4 ages of the world preceding the actual one. They were copied at Chabula from a manuscript anterior to the conquest, and accompanied by the explanatory commentary of Pedro de los Rios, a Dominican monk, who, in 1566, less than 50 years after the arrival of Cortés, devoted himself to the research of indigenous traditions as being necessary to his missionary work. There were, according to this document, 4 ages of the world. The first was an age of giants, the great mammalia, who were destroyed by famine. The second age ended in a conflagration. The third age was an age of monkeys. Then comes the 4th age, Atanasiu, son of water, whose number is 10 times 400 plus 8, or 4008. It ends by a great inundation, a veritable deluge. All mankind are changed into fish, with the exception of one man and his wife, who save themselves in a bark made of the trunk of a cypress tree. The picture represents Matlochioi, goddess of waters, and consort of Tlaloc, god of rain, as darting down toward earth. Coxcox and Xochiquetzal, the 2 human beings preserved, are seen seated on a tree trunk and floating in the midst of the waters. This flood is represented as the last cataclysm that devastates the earth. The learned Abbé Brasser de Bourbourg translates from the Aztec language of the Codex Camalpopoca the following flood legend. This is the sun called Nahuatl, for water. Now the water was tranquil for 40 years, plus 12, and men lived for the 3rd and 4th times. When the sun Nahuatl came there had passed away 400 years, plus 2 ages, plus 76 years. Then all mankind was lost and drowned, and found themselves changed into fish. The sky came nearer the water. In a single day all was lost, and the day Nahuatl, for flower, destroyed all our flesh. And that year was that of Ce Cali, 1 house, and the day Nahuatl all was lost. Even the mountains sunk into the water, and the water remained tranquil for 52 springs. Now at the end of the year the god Titlacahuan had warned Nada and his spouse Nina, saying, Make no more wine of agave, but begin to hollow out a great cypress, and you will enter into it when in the month Tozontli the water approaches the sky. Then they entered in, and when the god had closed the door, he said, Thou shalt eat but 1 ear of maize, and thy wife 1 also. But as soon as they had finished they went out, and the water remained calm, for the wood no longer moved, and, on opening it, they began to see fish. Then they lit a fire, by rubbing together pieces of wood, and they roasted fish. The gods Citlalinicue and Citlalotonac, instantly looking down said, Divine Lord, what is that fire that is making there? Why do they thus smoke the sky? At once Titlacahuantezcatlipoca descended. He began to chide, saying, Who has made this fire here? And, seizing hold of the fish, he shaped their loins and heads, and they were transformed into dogs, Chichime. Here we note a remarkable approximation to Plato's account of the destruction of Atlantis. In one day and one fatal night, says Plato, there came mighty earthquakes and inundations that engulfed that warlike people. In a single day all was lost, says the Aztec legend. And, instead of a rainfall of 40 days and 40 nights, as represented in the Bible, here we see, in a single day, even the mountains sunk into the water. Not only the land on which the people dwelt who were turned into fish, but the very mountains of that land sunk into the water. Does not this describe the fate of Atlantis? In the Chaldean legend, the great goddess Ishtar wailed like a child, saying, I am the mother who gave birth to men, and, like to the race of fishes, they are filling the sea. In the account in Genesis, Noah builded an altar unto the Lord, and took of every clean beast, and of every clean fowl, and offered burnt offerings on the altar. And the Lord smelled a sweet savor. And the Lord said in his heart, I will not again curse the ground any more for man's sake. In the Chaldean legend we are told that Khasisatra also offered a sacrifice, a burnt offering, and the gods assembled like flies above the master of the sacrifice. But Bel came in a high state of indignation, just as the Aztec god did, and was about to finish the work of the deluge, when the great god Ea took pity in his heart and interfered to save the remnant of mankind. These resemblances cannot be accidental. Neither can they be the interpolations of Christian missionaries, for it will be observed the Aztec legends differ from the Bible in points where they resemble on the one hand Plato's record, and on the other the Chaldean legend. The name of the hero of the Aztec story, Nada, pronounced with the broad sound of the A, is not far from the name of Noah or No. The Deluge of Genesis is a Phoenician, Semitic, or Hebraic legend, and yet, strange to say, the name of Noah, which occurs in it, bears no appropriate meaning in those tongues, but is derived from Aryan sources. Its fundamental root is Na, to which in all the Aryan language is attached the meaning of water, nu epsilon iota nu, to flow, nu mu alpha, water, nympha, Neptunus, water deities. Lenormant and Chevalier, ANC, History of the East, Volume 1, page 15. We find the root Na repeated in the name of this Central American Noah, Nata, and probably in the word Nahuatl, the age of water. But still more striking analogies exist between the Chaldean legend and the story of the deluge as told in the Popol Vuh, the sacred book, of the Central Americans. Then the waters were agitated by the will of the heart of heaven, Huracan. And a great inundation came upon the heads of these creatures. They were engulfed, and a resinous thickness descended from heaven, the face of the earth was obscured, and a heavy darkening rain commenced, rain by day and rain by night. There was beard a great noise above their heads, as if produced by fire. Then were men seen running, pushing each other, filled with despair, they wished to climb upon their houses, and the houses, tumbling down, fell to the ground. They wished to climb upon the trees, and the trees shook them off, they wished to enter into the grottos, eaves, and the grottos closed themselves before them. Water and fire contributed to the universal ruin at the time of the last great cataclysm which preceded the fourth creation. Observe the similarities here to the Chaldean legend. There is the same graphic description of a terrible event. The black cloud is referred to in both instances, also the dreadful noises. The rising water, the earthquake rocking the trees, overthrowing the houses, and crushing even the mountain caverns. The men running and pushing each other, filled with despair, says the Popol Vuh, the brother no longer saw his brother, says the Assyrian legend. And here I may note that this word Huracan, the spirit of the abyss, the god of storm, the hurricane, is very suggestive, and testifies to an early intercourse between the opposite shores of the Atlantic. We find in Spanish the word huracán. In Portuguese, furacán, in French, hurricane, in German, Danish, and Swedish, orkan, all of them signifying a storm, while in Latin furo, or furio, means to rage. And are not the old Swedish hurra, to be driven along, our own word hurried? The Icelandic word hurra, to be rattled over frozen ground, all derived from the same root from which the god of the abyss, Huracan, obtained his name. The last thing a people forgets is the name of their god. We retain to this day, in the names of the days of the week, the designations of 4 Scandinavian gods and 1 Roman deity. It seems to me certain the above are simply 2 versions of the same event. That while ships from Atlantis carried terrified passengers to tell the story of the dreadful catastrophe to the people of the Mediterranean shores, other ships, flying from the tempest, bore similar awful tidings to the civilized races around the Gulf of Mexico. The native Mexican historian, Ixtlilxochtli, gave this as the Toltec legend of the flood. It is found in the histories of the Toltecs that this age and first world, as they call it, lasted 1,716 years. That men were destroyed by tremendous rains and lightning from the sky, and even all the land, without the exception of anything, and the highest mountains, were covered up and submerged in water 15 cubits, Caxtalmalatli. And here they added other fables of how men came to multiply from the few who escaped from this destruction in a Toplopevlocali, that this word nearly signifies a close chest. And how, after men had multiplied, they erected a very high Zaquali, which is today a tower of great height, in order to take refuge in it should the second world, age, be destroyed. Presently their languages were confused, and, not being able to understand each other, they went to different parts of the earth. The Toltecs, consisting of 7 friends, with their wives, who understood the same language, came to these parts, having first passed great land and seas, having lived in caves, and having endured great hardships in order to reach this land. They wandered 104 years through different parts of the world before they reached Huitlapalan, which was in Sutekpadal, 520 years after the flood. Extloxidal Relations, in Kingsborough's, Mexico Ant, Volume 9, pages 321, 322. It will of course be said that this account, in those particulars where it agrees with the Bible, was derived from the teachings of the Spanish priests. But it must be remembered that Extloxidal was an Indian, a native of Tezuco, a son of the queen. And that his relations were drawn from the archives of his family and the ancient writings of his nation. He had no motive to falsify documents that were probably in the hands of hundreds at that time. Here we see that the depth of the water over the earth, 15 cubits, given in the Toltec legend, is precisely the same as that named in the Bible, 15 cubits upward did the waters prevail. Gen. Chapter 7, 20. In the two curious picture histories of the Aztecs preserved in the Boccherini collection, and published by Gemelli Carreri and others, there is a record of their migrations from their original location through various parts of the North American continent until their arrival in Mexico. In both cases their starting point is an island, from which they pass in a boat, and the island contains in one case a mountain, and in the other a high temple in the midst thereof. These things seem to be reminiscences of their origin in Atlantis. In each case we see the crooked mountain of the Aztec legends, the Calhuacan, looking not unlike the bent mountain of the monk, Cosmos. In the legends of the Chibchas of Bogota we seem to have distinct reminiscences of Atlantis. Bochica was their leading divinity. During 2,000 years he employed himself in elevating his subjects. He lived in the sun, while his wife Chia occupied the moon. This would appear to be an allusion to the worship of the sun and moon. Beneath Bochica in their mythology was Chibchacum. In an angry mood he brought a deluge on the people of the tableland. Bochica punished him for this act, and obliged him ever after, like Atlas, to bear the burden of the earth on his back. Occasionally he shifts the earth from one shoulder to another, and this causes earthquakes. Here we have allusions to an ancient people who, during thousands of years, were elevated in the scale of civilization, and were destroyed by a deluge. And with this is associated an Atlantean god bearing the world on his back. We find even the rainbow appearing in connection with this legend. When Bochica appeared in answer to prayer to quell the deluge he is seated on a rainbow. He opened a breach in the earth at Tequendama, through which the waters of the flood escaped, precisely as we have seen them disappearing through the crevice in the earth near Bambus, in Greece. The Toltecs traced their migrations back to a starting point called Aztlan, or Atlan. This could be no other than Atlantis. Bancroft's Native Races, Volume 5, page 221. The original home of the Nahuatlacas was Aztlan, the location of which has been the subject of much discussion. The causes that led to their exodus from that country can only be conjectured. But they may be supposed to have been driven out by their enemies, for Aztlan is described as a land too fair and beautiful to be left willingly in the mere hope of finding a better. Bancroft's Native Races, Volume 5, p. 306. The Aztecs also claim to have come originally from Aztlan. Ibid, page 321. Their very name, Aztecs, was derived from Aztlan. Ibid, Volume 2, page 125. They were Atlanteans. The Popol Vuh tells us that after the migration from Aztlan 3 sons of the king of the Quiches, upon the death of their father, determined to go as their fathers had ordered to the east, on the shores of the sea whence their fathers had come, to receive the royalty, bidding adieu to their brothers and friends, and promising to return. Doubtless they passed over the sea when they went to the east to receive the royalty. Now this is the name of the Lord, of the monarch of the people of the east where they went. And when they arrived before the Lord Naxit, the name of the great Lord, the only judge, whose power was without limit, behold he granted them the sign of royalty and all that represents it and the insignia of royalty. All the things, in fact, which they brought on their return, and which they went to receive from the other side of the sea, the art of painting from Toulon, a system of writing, they said, for the things recorded in their histories. Bancroft's Native Races, Volume 5, page 553, Popol Vuh, page 294. This legend not only points to the East as the place of origin of these races, but also proves that this land of the East, this Aslan, this Atlantis, exercised dominion over the colonies in Central America, and furnished them with the essentials of civilization. How completely does this agree with the statement of Plato that the kings of Atlantis held dominion over parts of the great opposite continent? Professor Valentini, Maya Archeol, p. 23, describes an Aztec picture in the work of Gemelli, I. L. Giro del Mondo, Volume 6, of the migration of the Aztecs from Aztlan. Out of a sheet of water there projects the peak of a mountain. On it stands a tree, and on the tree a bird spreads its wings. At the foot of the mountain peak there comes out of the water the heads of a man and a woman. The one wears on his head the symbol of his name, cox, a pheasant. The other head bears that of a hand with a bouquet, xochitl, a flower, and quetzal, shining in green gold. In the foreground is a boat, out of which a naked man stretches out his hand imploringly to heaven. Now turn to the sculpture in the flood tablet, on the great calendar stone. There you will find represented the flood, and with great emphasis, by the accumulation of all those symbols with which the ancient Mexicans conveyed the idea of water, a tub of standing water, drops springing out, not two, as heretofore in the symbol for atl, water, but 4 drops. The picture for moisture, a snail, above, a crocodile, the king of the rivers. In the midst of these symbols you notice the profile of a man with a fillet, and a smaller one of a woman. There can be doubt these are the Mexican Noah, Cox, and his wife, Xochiquetzal, and at the same time it is evident, the calendar stone, we know, was made in A.D. 1478, that the story of them, and the pictures representing the story, have not been invented by the Catholic clergy, but really existed among these nations long before the conquest. The above figure represents the flood tablet on the great calendar stone. When we turn to the uncivilized Indians of America, while we still find legends referring to the deluge, they are, with one exception, in such garbled and uncouth forms that we can only see glimpses of the truth shining through a mass of fable. The following tradition was current among the Indians of the Great Lakes. In former times the father of the Indian tribes dwelt toward the rising sun. Having been warned in a dream that a deluge was coming upon the earth, he built a raft, on which he saved himself, with his family and all the animals. He floated thus for several months. The animals, who at that time spoke, loudly complained and murmured against him. At last a new earth appeared, on which he landed with all the animals, who from that time lost the power of speech, as a punishment for their murmurs against their deliverer. According to Father Charlevoix, the tribes of Canada and the valley of the Mississippi relate in their rude legends that all mankind was destroyed by a flood, and that the good spirit, to repeople the earth, had changed animals into men. It is to J. S. Cole we owe our acquaintance with the version of the Chippeways, full of grotesque and perplexing touches, in which the man saved from the deluge is called Menabashu. To know if the earth be drying, he sends a bird, the diver, out of his bark, then becomes the restorer of the human race and the founder of existing society. A clergyman who visited the Indians northwest of the Ohio in 1764 met, at a treaty, a party of Indians from the west of the Mississippi. They informed him that one of their most ancient traditions was that, a great while ago, they had a common father, who lived toward the rising of the sun, and governed the whole world, that all the white people's heads were under his feet. That he had 12 sons, by whom he administered the government, that the 12 sons behaved very bad, and tyrannized over the people, abusing their power. That the Great Spirit, being thus angry with them, suffered the white people to introduce spirituous liquors among them, made them drunk, stole the special gift of the Great Spirit from them, and by this means usurped power over them. And ever since the Indians' heads were under the white people's feet. Boudinot's Star in the West, page 111. Here we note that they looked toward the rising sun, toward Atlantis, for the original home of their race. That this region governed the whole world, that it contained white people, who were at first a subject race, but who subsequently rebelled, and acquired dominion over the darker races. We will see reason hereafter to conclude that Atlantis had a composite population, and that the rebellion of the Titans in Greek mythology was the rising up of a subject population. In 1836 C.S. Rafinesque published in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, a work called The American Nations, in which he gives the historical songs or chants of the Lenni-Lenape, or Delaware Indians, the tribe that originally dwelt along the Delaware River. After describing a time when there was nothing but seawater on top of the land, and the creation of sun, moon, stars, earth, and man, the legend depicts the golden age and the fall in these words: all were willingly pleased. All were easy thinking, and all were well happified. But after a while a snake priest, Powako, brings on earth secretly the snake worship, Inatako, of the god of the snakes, Wakan. And there came wickedness, crime, and unhappiness. And bad weather was coming, distemper was coming, with death was coming. All this happened very long ago, at the first land, Netamaki, beyond the great ocean Kitahiko. Then follows the song of the flood. There was, long ago, a powerful snake, Maskanako, when the men had become bad beings, Makawini. This strong snake had become the foe of the genes, and they became troubled, hating each other. Both were fighting, both were spoiling, both were never peaceful. And they were fighting, least man Matapui with dead keeper Niholuit. And the strong snake readily resolved to destroy or fight the beings or the men. The dark snake he brought, the monster, Amanyam, he brought, snake rushing water he brought, it. Much water is rushing, much go to hills, much penetrate, much destroying. Meanwhile at Tula, this is the same Tula referred to in the Central American legends, at that island, Nana Bush, the great hare Nana, becomes the ancestor of beings and men. Being born creeping, he is ready to move and dwell at Tula. The beings and men all go forth from the flood creeping in shallow water or swimming afloat, asking which is the way to the turtleback, Tula Pin. But there are many monsters in the way, and some men were devoured by them. But the daughter of a spirit helped them in a boat, saying, "Come, come," they were coming and were helped. The name of the boat or raft is Mokol. Water running off, it is drying. In the plains and the mountains, at the path of the cave, elsewhere went the powerful action or motion. Then follows Song 3, describing the condition of mankind after the flood. Like the Aryans, they moved into a cold country, it freezes was there, it snows was there, it is cold was there. They moved to a milder region to hunt cattle, they divided their forces into tillers and hunters. The good and the holy were the hunters, they spread themselves north, south, east, and west. Meantime all the snakes were afraid in their huts, and the snake priest Nakapoa said to all, "Let us go." Eastwardly they go forth at Snakeland, Akokink, and they went away earnestly grieving. Afterward the fathers of the Delawares, who were always boating and navigating, find that the snake people have taken possession of a fine country. And they collect together the people from north, south, east, and west, and attempt to pass over the waters of the frozen sea to possess that land. They seem to travel in the dark of an Arctic winter until they come to a gap of open sea. They can go no farther, but some tarry at Furland, while the rest return to where they started from, the old Turtle Land. Here we find that the land that was destroyed was the first land, that it was an island beyond the great ocean. In all early age the people were happy and peaceful, they became wicked, snake worship was introduced, and was associated, as in Genesis, with the fall of man. Nanabush became the ancestor of the new race. His name reminds us of the Toltec Nada and the Hebrew Noah. After the flood came a dispersing of the people, and a separation into hunters and tillers of the soil. Among the Mandan Indians we not only find flood legends, but, more remarkable still, we find an image of the ark preserved from generation to generation, and a religious ceremony performed which refers plainly to the destruction of Atlantis. And to the arrival of one of those who escaped from the flood, bringing the dreadful tidings of the disaster. It must be remembered, as we will show hereafter, that many of these Mandan Indians were white men, with hazel, gray, and blue eyes, and all shades of color of the hair from black to pure white. That they dwelt in houses in fortified towns, and manufactured earthenware pots in which they could boil water, an art unknown to the ordinary Indians, who boiled water by putting heated stones into it. I quote the very interesting account of George Catlin, who visited the Mandans nearly 50 years ago, lately republished in London in the North American Indians, a very curious and valuable work. He says, Volume 1, p. 88. In the center of the village is an open space, or public square, 150 feet in diameter and circular in form, which is used for all public games and festivals, shows and exhibitions. The lodges around this open space front in, with their doors toward the center, and in the middle of this stands an object of great religious veneration, on account of the importance it has in connection with the annual religious ceremonies. This object is in the form of a large hogshead, some 8 or 10 feet high, made of planks and hoops, containing within it some of their choicest mysteries or medicines. They call it the big canoe. This is a representation of the ark. The ancient Jews venerated a similar image, and some of the ancient Greek states followed in processions a model of the Ark of Deucalion. But it is indeed surprising to find this practice perpetuated, even to our own times, by a race of Indians in the heart of America. On page 158 of the first volume of the same work Catlin describes the great annual mysteries and religious ceremonials of which this image of the Ark was the center. He says, on the day set apart for the commencement of the ceremonies a solitary figure is seen approaching the village. During the deafening din and confusion within the pickets of the village the figure discovered on the prairie continued to approach with a dignified step, and in a right line toward the village. All eyes were upon him, and he at length made his appearance within the pickets, and proceeded toward the center of the village, where all the chiefs and braves stood ready to receive him, which they did in a cordial manner by shaking hands. Recognizing him as an old acquaintance, and pronouncing his name, Numokmakana, the first or only man. The body of this strange personage, which was chiefly naked, was painted with white clay, so as to resemble at a distance a white man. He enters the medicine lodge, and goes through certain mysterious ceremonies. During the whole of this day Numokmakana, the first or only man, traveled through the village, stopping in front of each man's lodge, and crying until the owner of the lodge came out and asked who he was, and what was the matter. To which be replied by narrating the sad catastrophe which had happened on the earth's surface by the overflowing of the waters, saying that he was the only person saved from the universal calamity. That he landed his big canoe on a high mountain in the west, where he now resides. That he has come to open the medicine lodge, which must needs receive a present of an edged tool from the owner of every wigwam, that it may be sacrificed to the water. For, he says, if this is not done there will be another flood, and no one will be saved, as it was with such tools that the big canoe was made. Having visited every lodge in the village during the day, and having received such a present from each as a hatchet, a knife, etc., which is undoubtedly always prepared ready for the occasion, he places them in the medicine lodge. And, on the last day of the ceremony, they are thrown into a deep place in the river, sacrificed to the spirit of the waters. Among the sacred articles kept in the great medicine lodge are 4 sacks of water, called itika, sewed together, each of them in the form of a tortoise lying on its back, with a bunch of eagle feathers attached to its tail. These 4 tortoises, they told me, contained the waters from the 4 quarters of the world. That those waters have been contained therein ever since the settling down of the waters, I did not, says Catlin, who knew nothing of an Atlantis theory, think it best to advance anything against such a ridiculous belief. Catlin tried to purchase one of these water sacks, but could not obtain it for any price. He was told they were a society property. He then describes a dance by 12 men around the ark. They arrange themselves according to the 4 cardinal points. 2 are painted perfectly black, 2 are vermilion color, some were painted partially white. They dance a dance called Belloknapai, with horns on their heads, like those used in Europe as symbolical of Bel, or Baal. Could anything be more evident than the connection of these ceremonies with the destruction of Atlantis? Here we have the image of the ark, here we have a white man coming with the news that the waters had overflowed the land, and that all the people were destroyed except himself. Here we have the sacrifice to appease the spirit that caused the flood, just as we find the flood terminating, in the Hebrew, Chaldean, and Central American legends, with a sacrifice. Here, too, we have the image of the tortoise, which we find in other flood legends of the Indians, and which is a very natural symbol for an island. As one of our own poets has expressed it, very fair and full of promise lay the island of St. Thomas. Like a great green turtle slumbered on the sea which it encumbered. Here we have, too, the 4 quarters of Atlantis, divided by its 4 rivers, as we shall see a little farther on, represented in a dance, where the dancers arrange themselves according to the 4 cardinal points of the compass. The dancers are painted to represent the black and red races, while the first and only man represents the white race, and the name of the dance is a reminiscence of Baal, the ancient god of the races derived from Atlantis. But this is not all. The Mandans were evidently of the race of Atlantis. They have another singular legend, which we find in the account of Lewis and Clark. Their belief in a future state is connected with this theory of their origin. The whole nation resided in one large village, underground, near a subterranean lake. A grapevine extended its roots down to their habitation, and gave them a view of the light. Some of the most adventurous climbed up the vine, and were delighted with the sight of the earth, which they found covered with buffalo, and rich with every kind of fruit. Returning with the grapes they had gathered, their countrymen were so pleased with the taste of them that the whole nation resolved to leave their dull residence for the charms of the upper region. Men, women, and children ascended by means of the vine, but, when about half the nation had reached the surface of the earth, a corpulent woman, who was clambering up the vine, broke it with her weight, and closed upon herself and the rest of the nation the light of the sun. This curious tradition means that the present nation dwelt in a large settlement underground, that is, beyond the land, in the sea being represented by the subterranean lake. At one time the people had free intercourse between this large village and the American continent, and they founded extensive colonies on this continent, whereupon some mishap cut them off from the mother country. This explanation is confirmed by the fact that in the legends of the Iowa Indians, who were a branch of the Dakotas, or Sioux Indians, and relatives of the Mandans, according to Major James W. Lind, all the tribes of Indians were formerly one, and all dwelt together on an island, or at least across a large water toward the east or sunrise. They crossed this water in skin canoes, or by swimming. But they know not how long they were in crossing, or whether the water was salt or fresh. While the Dakotas, according to Major Lind, who lived among them for 9 years, possessed legends of huge skiffs, in which the Dakotas of old floated for weeks, finally gaining dry land, a reminiscence of ships and long sea voyages. The Mandans celebrated their great religious festival above described in the season when the willow is first in leaf, and a dove is mixed up in the ceremonies. And they further relate a legend that, the world was once a great tortoise, born on the waters, and covered with earth, and that when one day, in digging the soil, a tribe of white men, who had made holes in the earth to a great depth digging for badgers, at length pierced the shell of the tortoise, it sank, and the water covering it drowned all men with the exception of one, who saved himself in a boat. And when the earth re-emerged, sent out a dove, who returned with a branch of willow in its beak. The holes dug to find badgers were a savage's recollection of mining operations. And when the great disaster came, and the island sunk in the sea amid volcanic convulsions, doubtless men said it was due to the deep mines, which had opened the way to the central fires. But the recurrence of white men as the miners, and of a white man as the last and only man, and the presence of white blood in the veins of the people, all point to the same conclusion, that the Mandans were colonists from Atlantis. And here I might add that Catlin found the following singular resemblances between the Mandan tongue and the Welsh. English, I. Mandan, me. Welsh, me. Pronounced, me. English, you. Mandan, na. Welsh, chui. Pronounced, chu. English, he. Mandan, e. Welsh, a. Pronounced, a. English, she. Mandan, a. Welsh, e. Pronounced, a. English, it. Mandan, ount. Welsh, hwnt. Pronounced, huint. English, we. Mandan, no. Welsh, ni. Pronounced, na. English, they. Mandan, iena. Welsh, hona. Fem. Pronounced, hona. English, no. Or there is not. Mandan, megosh. Welsh, negos. Pronounced, nagosh. English, no. Mandan. Welsh, na. Pronounced. English, head. Mandan, pan. Welsh, pen. Pronounced, pan. English, the Great Spirit. Mandan, Meho Panita. Welsh, Mar/Penethir. Pronounced, Mozor/Panether. Major Lind found the following resemblances between the Dakota tongue and the languages of the Old World. Comparison of Dakota or Sioux with other languages. Latin. English, see, seen. Saxon, seen. Sanskrit. German, seien. Danish, sight. Sioux, sin. Other languages. Primary signification, appearing. Visible. Latin, pinso. English, pound. Saxon, punnion. Sanskrit. German. Danish. Sioux, pow. Other languages, w. Puinian. Primary signification, beating. Latin, vedo. English, went/wend. Saxon, wendan. Sanskrit. German. Danish. Sioux, winter. Other languages. Primary signification, passage. Latin. English, town. Saxon, ton. Sanskrit. German, zon. Danish, ton. Sioux, tonwi. Other languages, Gaelic. Dun. Primary signification. Latin, ka. English, who. Saxon, wa. Sanskrit, quas. German, were. Danish. Sioux, tu. Other languages. Primary signification. Latin. English, weapon. Saxon, weapon. Sanskrit. German, wapen. Danish, vapen. Sioux, wipe. Other languages. Primary signification, Sioux diminutive. Wipena. Latin, ego. English, I. Saxon, ic. Sanskrit, agam. German, ich. Danish, jeg. Sioux, mish. Other languages. Primary signification. Latin, soar. English, core. Saxon. Sanskrit. German. Danish. Sioux, ko. Other languages, gr. Kier. Primary signification, center, heart. Latin. English, 8. Saxon, acta. Sanskrit, ought. German, act. Danish, ought. Sioux, shaktigan. Other languages, gr. Octo. Primary signification. Latin, canna. English, cane. Saxon. Sanskrit. German. Danish. Sioux, can. Other languages, heb, can/w. Con. Primary signification, reed, weed, wood. Latin, pock. English, pock. Saxon, piosi. Sanskrit. German, pock. Danish, pukkel. Sioux, polka. Other languages, Dutch. Polka. Primary signification, swelling. Latin. English, with. Saxon, with. Sanskrit. German, wider. Danish. Sioux, Wida. Other languages, Goth. Juithan. Primary signification. Latin. English, dowdy. Saxon, dodig. Sanskrit. German, taugen. Danish, digtig. Sioux, dita/ditaya. Other languages. Primary signification, hot, brave. Daring. Latin. English, tight. Saxon, tion. Sanskrit. German, dite. Danish, dict. Sioux, titan. Other languages. Primary signification, strain. Latin, tango/tactus. English, touch/take. Saxon, taken. Sanskrit. German, tikken. Danish, tekken. Sioux, tan. Taka. Other languages. Primary signification, touch/take. Latin. English, child. Saxon, siled. Sanskrit. German, kind. Danish, cooled. Sioux, cin. Other languages. Primary signification, progeny. Latin. English, work. Saxon, worken. Sanskrit. German. Danish. Sioux, wakas/hekon. Other languages, Dutch. Work/span. Hecho. Primary signification, labor, motion. Latin. English, shackle. Saxon, sioakel. Sanskrit. German. Danish. Sioux, shka. Other languages, ar. Shakala/Dutch, skakel/teton. Shakalan. Primary signification, to bind, a link. Latin, query. English. Saxon. Sanskrit. German. Danish. Sioux, kiva. Other languages. Primary signification. Latin, shabby. English. Saxon. Sanskrit. German, schabig. Danish, schabig. Sioux, shabaya. Other languages. Primary signification. According to Major Lind. The Dakotas, or Sioux, belong to the same race as the Mandans. Hence the interest which attaches to these verbal similarities. Among the Iroquois there is a tradition that the sea and waters infringed upon the land, so that all human life was destroyed. The Chickasaws assert that the world was once destroyed by water, but that one family was saved, and 2 animals of every kind. The Sioux say there was a time when there was no dry land, and all men had disappeared from existence. See Lind's, M.S. History of the Dakotas, Library of Historical Society of Minnesota. The Okanagows have a god, Skyap, and also one called Cha-Cha, who appear to be endowed with omniscience. But their principal divinity is their great mythical ruler and heroine, Skomalt. Long ago, when the sun was no bigger than a star, this strong medicine woman ruled over what appears to have now become a lost island. At last the peace of the island was destroyed by war, and the noise of battle was heard, with which Skomalt was exceeding wroth, whereupon she rose up in her might and drove her rebellious subjects to one end of the island. And broke off the piece of land on which they were huddled and pushed it out to sea, to drift whither it would. This floating island was tossed to and fro and buffeted by the winds till all but 2 died. A man and woman escaped in a canoe, and arrived on the mainland, and from these the Okanagows are descended. Bancroft's Native Races, Volume 3, p. 149. Here we have the flood legend clearly connected with a lost island. The Nicaraguans believed that ages ago the world was destroyed by a flood, in which the most part of mankind perished. Afterward the Teotes, or gods, restored the earth as at the beginning. Ibid, page 75. The wild Apaches, wild from their natal hour, have a legend that the first days of the world were happy and peaceful days. Then came a great flood, from which Montezuma and the coyote alone escaped. Montezuma became then very wicked, and attempted to build a house that would reach to heaven, but the Great Spirit destroyed it with thunderbolts. Bancroft's Native Races, Volume 3, page 76. The Pimas, an Indian tribe allied to the Papagos, have a peculiar flood legend. The son of the creator was called Sukkah, Zeus. An eagle prophesied the deluge to the prophet of the people 3 times in succession, but his warning was despised. Then in the twinkling of an eye there came a peal of thunder and an awful crash. And a green mound of water reared itself over the plain. It seemed to stand upright for a second, then, cut incessantly by the lightning, goaded on like a great beast. It flung itself upon the prophet's hut. When the morning broke there was nothing to be seen alive but one man, if indeed he were a man, Sukkah, the son of the Creator, had saved himself by floating on a ball of gum or resin. This instantaneous catastrophe reminds one forcibly of the destruction of Atlantis. Sukkah killed the eagle, restored its victims to life, and repeopled the earth with them. As Deucalion repeopled the earth with the stones. 6. Some consideration of the deluge legends. The fountains of the great deep. As Atlantis perished in a volcanic convulsion, it must have possessed volcanoes. This is rendered the more probable when we remember that the ridge of land of which it was a part, stretching from north to south, from Iceland to St. Helena, contains even now great volcanoes, as in Iceland, the Azores, the Canaries, etc. And that the very seabed along the line of its original axis is, to this day, as we have shown, the scene of great volcanic disturbances. If, then, the mountains of Atlantis contained volcanoes, of which the peaks of the Azores are the surviving representatives, it is not improbable that the convulsion which drowned it in the sea was accompanied by great discharges of water. We have seen that such discharges occurred in the island of Java, when 4,000 people perished. Immense columns of hot water and boiling mud were thrown out of the volcano of Galunggung. The water was projected from the mountain like a waterspout. When a volcanic island was created near Sicily in 1831, it was accompanied by a waterspout 60 feet high. In the island of Dominica, one of the islands constituting the leeward group of the West Indies, and nearest to the site of Atlantis, on the 4th of January, 1880, occurred a series of convulsions which reminds us forcibly of the destruction of Plato's island. And the similarity extends to another particular. Dominica contains, like Atlantis, we are told, numerous hot and sulfur springs. I abridge the account given by the New York Herald of January 28, 1880. A little after 11 o'clock a.m. Soon after High Mass in the Roman Catholic Cathedral, and while divine service was still going on in the Anglican and Wesleyan chapels, all the indications of an approaching thunderstorm suddenly showed themselves. The atmosphere, which just previously had been cool and pleasant, slight showers falling since early morning, became at once nearly stifling hot. The rumbling of distant thunder was heard, and the light blue and fleecy white of the sky turned into a heavy and lowering black. Soon the thunder peals came near and loud, the lightning flashes, of a blue and red color, more frequent and vivid. And the rain, first with a few heavy drops, commenced to pour as if the floodgates of heaven were open. In a moment it darkened, as if night had come, a strong, nearly overpowering smell of sulfur announced itself. And people who happened to be out in the streets felt the raindrops falling on their heads, backs, and shoulders like showers of hailstones. The cause of this was to be noted by looking at the spouts, from which the water was rushing like so many cataracts of molten lead, while the gutters below ran swollen streams of thick grey mud, looking like nothing ever seen in them before. In the meantime the Roseau River had worked itself into a state of mad fury, overflowing its banks, carrying down rocks and large trees, and threatening destruction to the bridges over it and the houses in its neighborhood. When the storm ceased, it lasted till 12 midday, the roofs and walls of the buildings in town, the street pavement, the doorsteps and backyards were found covered with a deposit of volcanic debris, holding together like clay. Dark gray in color, and in some places more than an inch thick, with small, shining metallic particles on the surface, which could be easily identified as iron pyrites. Scraping up some of the stuff, it required only a slight examination to determine its main constituents, sandstone and magnesia, the pyrites being slightly mixed, and silver showing itself in even smaller quantity. This is, in fact, the composition of the volcanic mud thrown up by the soufrières at Watton-Waven and in the Boiling Lake country, and it is found in solution as well in the lake water. The Devil's Billiard Table, within half a mile of the Boiling Lake, is composed wholly of this substance, which there assumes the character of stone in formation. Inquiries instituted on Monday morning revealed the fact that, except on the southeast, the mud shower had not extended beyond the limits of the town. On the northwest, in the direction of Fond Colorado and Morne Daniel, nothing but pure rainwater had fallen, and neither Le Bière nor Point Michel had seen any signs of volcanic disturbance. But what happened at Point Mulator enables us to spot the locale of the eruption. Point Mulator lies at the foot of the range of mountains on the top of which the Boiling Lake frets and seethes. The only outlet of the lake is a cascade which falls into one of the branches of the Point Mulator River, the color and temperature of which, at one time and another, shows the existence or otherwise of volcanic activity in the lake country. We may observe, en passant, that the fall of the water from the lake is similar in appearance to the falls on the sides of Roraima, in the interior of British Guiana. There is no continuous stream, but the water overleaps its basin, like a kettle boiling over, and comes down in detached cascades from the top. May there not be a boiling lake on the unapproachable summit of Roraima? The phenomena noted at Point Mulator on Sunday were similar to what we witnessed in Roseau, but with every feature more strongly marked. The fall of mud was heavier, covering all the fields. The atmospheric disturbance was greater, and the change in the appearance of the running water about the place more surprising. The Point Mulator River suddenly began to run volcanic mud and water. Then the mud predominated, and almost buried the stream under its weight, and the odor of sulfur in the air became positively oppressive. Soon the fish in the water, brochet, camus, may, crocro, mullet, down to the eel, the crawfish, the loch, the tedder, and the dormer, died, and were thrown on the banks. The mud carried down by the river has formed a bank at the month which nearly dams up the stream, and threatens to throw it back over the low-lying lands of the Point Mulator estate. The reports from the Laudat section of the Boiling Lake district are curious. The Bachelor and Admiral rivers, and the numerous mineral springs which arise in that part of the island, are all running a thick white flood, like cream milk. The face of the entire country, from the Admiral River to the Solfatara Plain, has undergone some portentous change, which the frightened peasants who bring the news to Roseau seem unable clearly and connectedly to describe. And the volcanic activity still continues. From this account it appears that the rain of water and mud came from a boiling lake on the mountains. It must have risen to a great height, like a waterspout, and then fallen in showers over the face of the country. We are reminded, in this boiling lake of Dominica, of the Welsh legend of the eruption of the Llywelyn Lion, the Lake of Waves, which inundated the whole country. On the top of a mountain in the county of Kerry, Ireland, called Mangerton, there is a deep lake known as Pulaifurin, which signifies hellhole. It frequently overflows, and rolls down the mountain in frightful torrents. On Slieve Donart, in the territory of Mourne, in the county of Down, Ireland, a lake occupies the mountain top, and its overflowings help to form rivers. If we suppose the destruction of Atlantis to have been, in like manner, accompanied by a tremendous outpour of water from one or more of its volcanoes, thrown to a great height, and deluging the land, we can understand the description in the Chaldean legend of the terrible waterspout, which even the gods grew afraid of, and which rose to the sky, and which seems to have been one of the chief causes, together with the earthquake, of the destruction of the country. And in this view we are confirmed by the Aramean legend of the deluge, probably derived at an earlier age from the Chaldean tradition. In it we are told, all on a sudden enormous volumes of water issued from the earth, and rains of extraordinary abundance began to fall, the rivers left their beds, and the ocean overflowed its banks. The disturbance in Dominica duplicates this description exactly. In a moment, the water and mud burst from the mountains, the floodgates of heaven were opened, and the river overflowed its banks. And here, again, we are reminded of the expression in Genesis, the same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up, chapter 7:11. That this does not refer to the rain is clear from the manner in which it is stated, the same day were all the fountains of the great deep broken up, and the windows of heaven were opened. And the rain was upon the earth, etc. And when the work of destruction is finished, we are told the fountains also of the deep and the windows of heaven were stopped. This is a reminiscence by an inland people, living where such tremendous volcanic disturbances were nearly unknown, of the terrible waterspout which rose to the sky, of the Chaldean legend. And of the enormous volumes of water issuing from the earth, of the Aramean tradition. The Hindu legend of the flood speaks of the marine god Hayagriva, who dwelt in the abyss, who produced the cataclysm. This is doubtless the archangel of the abyss spoken of in the Chaldean tradition. The mountains of the north. We have in Plato the following reference to the mountains of Atlantis. The whole country was described as being very lofty and precipitous on the side of the sea. The whole region of the island lies toward the south, and is sheltered from the north. The surrounding mountains exceeded all that are to be seen now anywhere. These mountains were the present Azores. One has but to contemplate their present elevation, and remember the depth to which they descend in the ocean, to realize their tremendous altitude and the correctness of the description given by Plato. In the Hindu legend we find the fish god, who represents Poseidon, father of Atlantis, helping Manu over the mountain of the north. In the Chaldean legend Khasisatra's vessel is stopped by the mountain of Nazir until the sea goes down. The mud which stopped navigation. We are told by Plato, Atlantis disappeared beneath the sea, and then that sea became inaccessible, so that navigation on it ceased, on account of the quantity of mud which the engulfed island left in its place. This is one of the points of Plato's story which provoked the incredulity and ridicule of the ancient, and even of the modern, world. We find in the Chaldean legend something of the same kind. Khasisatra says, I looked at the sea attentively, observing, and the whole of humanity had returned to mud. In the Popol Vuh, we are told that a resinous thickness descended from heaven, even as in Dominica the rain was full of thick grey mud, accompanied by an overpowering smell of sulfur. The explorations of the ship Challenger show that the whole of the submerged ridge of which Atlantis is a part is to this day thickly covered with volcanic debris. We have but to remember the cities of Pompeii and Herculaneum, which were covered with such a mass of volcanic ashes from the eruption of AD 79 that for 17 centuries they remained buried at a depth of from 15 to 30 feet. A new population lived and labored above them, an aqueduct was constructed over their heads. And it was only when a farmer, in digging for a well, penetrated the roof of a house, that they were once more brought to the light of day and the knowledge of mankind. We have seen that, in 1783, the volcanic eruption in Iceland covered the sea with pumice for a distance of 150 miles, and ships were considerably impeded in their course. The eruption in the island of Sumbawa, in April, 1815, threw out such masses of ashes as to darken the air. The floating cinders to the west of Sumatra formed, on the 12th of April, a mass 2 feet thick and several miles in extent, through which ships with difficulty forced their way. It thus appears that the very statement of Plato which has provoked the ridicule of scholars is in itself one of the corroborating features of his story. It is probable that the ships of the Atlanteans, when they returned after the tempest to look for their country, found the sea impassable from the masses of volcanic ashes and pumice. They returned terrified to the shores of Europe. And the shock inflicted by the destruction of Atlantis upon the civilization of the world probably led to one of those retrograde periods in the history of our race in which they lost all intercourse with the Western continent. The preservation of a record. There is a singular coincidence in the stories of the deluge in another particular. The legends of the Phoenicians, preserved by Sank, tell us that Tautos, or Tot, was the inventor of the alphabet and of the art of writing. Now, we find in the Egyptian legends a passage of Manetho, in which Thoth, or Hermes Trismegistus, before the deluge, inscribed on stelae, or tablets, in hieroglyphics, or sacred characters, the principles of all knowledge. After the deluge the second Thoth translated the contents of these stelae into the vulgar tongue. Josephus tells us that, the patriarch Seth, in order that wisdom and astronomical knowledge should not perish, erected, in provision of the double destruction by fire and water predicted by Adam, 2 columns, one of brick, the other of stone, on which this knowledge was engraved, and which existed in the Syriatic country. In the Chaldean legends the god Ea ordered Khasisatra to inscribe the divine learning, and the principles of all sciences, on tables of terracotta, and bury them, before the deluge, in the city of the sun at Sippara. Berosus, in his version of the Chaldean flood, says, "The deity, Kronos, appeared to him, Sisuthros, in a vision, and warned him that, upon the 15th day of the month Thoesius, there would be a flood by which mankind would be destroyed. He therefore enjoined him to write a history of the beginning, procedure, and conclusion of all things, and to bury it in the city of the sun at Sippara, and to build a vessel, etc." The Hindu Bhagavata Purana tells us that the fish god, who warned Satyravata of the coming of the flood, directed him to place the sacred scriptures in a safe place, in order to preserve them from Hayagriva, a marine horse dwelling in the abyss. Are we to find the original of these legends in the following passage from Plato's History of Atlantis? Now, the relations of their governments to one another were regulated by the injunctions of Poseidon, as the law had handed them down. These were inscribed by the first then on a column of orichalcum, which was situated in the middle of the island, at the temple of Poseidon, whither the people were gathered together. They received and gave judgments, and at daybreak they wrote down their sentences on a golden tablet, and deposited them as memorials with their robes. There were many special laws which the several kings had inscribed about the temples. Critias, page 120. A succession of disasters. The Central American books, translated by de Bourbourg, state that originally a part of the American continent extended far into the Atlantic Ocean. This tradition is strikingly confirmed by the explorations of the ship Challenger, which show that the Dolphin's Ridge was connected with the shore of South America north of the mouth of the Amazon. The Central American books tell us that this region of the continent was destroyed by a succession of frightful convulsions, probably at long intervals apart. 3 of these catastrophes are constantly mentioned, and sometimes there is reference to 1 or 2 more. The land, in these convulsions, was shaken by frightful earthquakes, and the waves of the sea combined with volcanic fires to overwhelm and engulf it. Each convulsion swept away portions of the land until the whole disappeared, leaving the line of coast as it now is. Most of the inhabitants, overtaken amid their regular employments, were destroyed. But some escaped in ships, and some fled for safety to the summits of high mountains, or to portions of the land which for a time escaped immediate destruction. Baldwin's Ancient America, page 176. This accords precisely with the teachings of geology. We know that the land from which America and Europe were formed once covered nearly or quite the whole space now occupied by the Atlantic between the continents. And it is reasonable to believe that it went down piecemeal, and that Atlantis was but the stump of the ancient continent, which at last perished from the same causes and in the same way. The fact that this tradition existed among the inhabitants of America is proven by the existence of festivals, especially one in the month Kali, which were instituted to commemorate this frightful destruction of land and people, and in which, say the sacred books, princes and people humbled themselves before the divinity, and besought him to withhold a return of such terrible calamities. Can we doubt the reality of events which we thus find confirmed by religious ceremonies at Athens, in Syria, and on the shores of Central America? And we find this succession of great destructions of the Atlantic continent in the Triads of Wales, where traditions are preserved of 3 terrible catastrophes. We are told by the explorations of the ship Challenger at the higher lands reach in the direction of the British Islands. And the Celts had traditions that a part of their country once extended far out into the Atlantic, and was subsequently destroyed. And the same succession of destructions is referred to in the Greek legends, where a deluge of Ogyges, the most ancient of the kings of Boeotia or Attica, a quite mythical person, lost in the night of ages, preceded that of Deucalion. We will find hereafter the most ancient hymns of the Aryans praying God to hold the land firm. The people of Atlantis, having seen their country thus destroyed, section by section, and judging that their own time must inevitably come, must have lived under a great and perpetual terror, which will go far to explain the origin of primeval religion, and the hold which it took upon the minds of men. And this condition of things may furnish us a solution of the legends which have come down to us of their efforts to perpetuate their learning on pillars, and also an explanation of that other legend of the Tower of Babel, which, as I will show hereafter, was common to both continents, and in which they sought to build a tower high enough to escape the deluge. All the legends of the preservation of a record prove that the united voice of antiquity taught that the antediluvians had advanced so far in civilization as to possess an alphabet and a system of writing. A conclusion which, as we will see hereafter, finds confirmation in the original identity of the alphabetical signs used in the Old World and the New. Part 3. The civilization of the Old World and New compared. Civilization and inheritance. Material civilization might be defined to be the result of a series of inventions and discoveries, whereby man improves his condition, and controls the forces of nature for his own advantage. The savage man is a pitiable creature, as Menabosbu says, in the Chippeway legends. He is pursued by a perpetual hunger, he is exposed unprotected to the blasts of winter and the heats of summer. A great terror sits upon his soul. For every manifestation of nature, the storm, the wind, the thunder, the lightning, the cold, the heat, all are threatening and dangerous demons. The seasons bring him neither seed-time nor harvest. Pinched with hunger, appeasing in part the everlasting craving of his stomach with seeds, berries, and creeping things, he sees the animals of the forest dash by him, and he has no means to arrest their flight. He is powerless and miserable in the midst of plenty. Every step toward civilization is a step of conquest over nature. The invention of the bow and arrow was, in its time, a far greater stride forward for the human race than the steam engine or the telegraph. The savage could now reach his game, his insatiable hunger could be satisfied. The very eagle, towering in its pride of place, was not beyond the reach of this new and wonderful weapon. The discovery of fire and the art of cooking was another immense step forward. The savage, having nothing but wooden vessels in which to cook, covered the wood with clay, the day hardened in the fire. The savage gradually learned that he could dispense with the wood, and thus pottery was invented. Then someone, if we are to believe the Chippeway legends, on the shores of Lake Superior, found fragments of the pure copper of that region, beat them into shape, and the art of metallurgy was begun. Iron was first worked in the same way by shaping meteoric iron into spearheads. But it must not be supposed that these inventions followed one another in rapid succession. Thousands, and perhaps tens of thousands, of years intervened between each step. Many savage races have not to this day achieved some of these steps. Prof. Richard Owen says, unprepossessed and sober experience teaches that arts, language, literature are of slow growth, the results of gradual development. I shall undertake to show hereafter that nearly all the arts essential to civilization which we possess date back to the time of Atlantis, certainly to that ancient Egyptian civilization which was coeval with, and an outgrowth from, Atlantis. In 6,000 years the world made no advance on the civilization which it received from Atlantis. Phoenicia, Egypt, Chaldea, India, Greece, and Rome passed the torch of civilization from one to the other. But in all that lapse of time they added nothing to the arts which existed at the earliest period of Egyptian history. In architecture, sculpture, painting, engraving, mining, metallurgy, navigation, pottery, glassware, the construction of canals, roads, and aqueducts, the arts of Phoenicia and Egypt extended, without material change or improvement, to a period but 200 or 300 years ago. The present age has entered upon a new era, it has added a series of wonderful inventions to the Atlantean list, it has subjugated steam and electricity to the uses of man. And its work has but commenced, it will continue until it lifts man to a plane as much higher than the present as the present is above the barbaric condition. And in the future it will be said that between the birth of civilization in Atlantis and the new civilization there stretches a period of many thousands of years, during which mankind did not invent, but simply perpetuated. Herodotus tells us, Euterpe, Xlii, that, according to the information he received from the Egyptian priests, their written history dated back 11,340 years before his era, or nearly 14,000 years prior to this time. They introduced him into a spacious temple, and showed him the statues of 341 high priests who had in turn succeeded each other. And yet the age of Columbus possessed no arts, except that of printing, which was ancient in China, which was not known to the Egyptians. And the civilization of Egypt at its first appearance was of a higher order than at any subsequent period of its history, thus testifying that it drew its greatness from a fountain higher than itself. It was in its early days that Egypt worshipped one only God. In the later ages this simple and sublime belief was buried under the corruptions of polytheism. The greatest pyramids were built by the fourth dynasty, and so universal was education at that time among the people that the stones with which they were built retain to this day the writing of the workman. The first king was Menes. At the epoch of Menes, says Winchell, the Egyptians were already a civilized and numerous people. Manetho tells us that Athotis, the son of this first king, Menes, built the palace at Memphis, that he was a physician, and left anatomical books. All these statements imply that even at this early period the Egyptians were in a high state of civilization. Winchell's Pre-Adamites, page 120. In the time of Menes the Egyptians had long been architects, sculptors, painters, mythologists, and theologians. Professor Richard Owen says, Egypt is recorded to have been a civilized and governed community before the time of Menes. The pastoral community of a group of nomad families, as portrayed in the Pentateuch, may be admitted as an early step in civilization. But how far in advance of this stage is a nation administered by a kingly government, consisting of grades of society, with divisions of labor, of which one kind, assigned to the priesthood, was to record or chronicle the names and dynasties of the kings, the duration and chief events of their reigns. Ernest Renan points out that Egypt at the beginning appears mature, old, and entirely without mythical and heroic ages, as if the country had never known youth. Its civilization has no infancy, and its art no archaic period. The civilization of the old monarchy did not begin with infancy. It was already mature. We shall attempt to show that it matured in Atlantis, and that the Egyptian people were unable to maintain it at the high standard at which they had received it, as depicted in the pages of Plato. What king of Assyria, or Greece, or Rome, or even of these modern nations, has ever devoted himself to the study of medicine and the writing of medical books for the benefit of mankind? Their mission has been to kill, not to heal the people. Yet here, at the very dawn of Mediterranean history, we find the son of the first king of Egypt recorded as a physician, and as having left anatomical books. I hold it to be incontestable that, in some region of the earth, primitive mankind must have existed during vast spaces of time, and under most favorable circumstances, to create, invent, and discover those arts and things which constitute civilization. When we have it before our eyes that for 6,000 years mankind in Europe, Asia, and Africa, even when led by great nations, and illuminated by marvelous minds, did not advance 1 inch beyond the arts of Egypt, we may conceive what lapses, what eons, of time it must have required to bring savage man to that condition of refinement and civilization possessed by Egypt when it first comes within the purview of history. That illustrious Frenchman, H. Taine, History of English Literature, p. 23, sees the unity of the Indo-European races manifest in their languages, literature, and philosophies, and argues that these preeminent traits are the great marks of an original model, and that when we meet with them 15, 20, 30 centuries before our era, in an Aryan, an Egyptian, a Chinese, they represent the work of a great many ages, perhaps of several myriads of centuries. Such is the first and richest source of these master faculties from which historical events take their rise. And one sees that if it be powerful it is because this is no simple spring, but a kind of lake, a deep reservoir, wherein other springs have, for a multitude of centuries, discharged their several streams. In other words, the capacity of the Egyptian, Aryan, Chaldean, Chinese, Saxon, and Celt to maintain civilization is simply the result of civilized training during myriads of centuries, in some original home of the race. I cannot believe that the great inventions were duplicated spontaneously, as some would have us believe, in different countries. There is no truth in the theory that men pressed by necessity will always hit upon the same invention to relieve their wants. If this were so, all savages would have invented the boomerang. All savages would possess pottery, bows and arrows, slings, tents, and canoes. In short, all races would have risen to civilization, for certainly the comforts of life are as agreeable to one people as another. Civilization is not communicable to all, many savage tribes are incapable of it. There are two great divisions of mankind, the civilized and the savage. And, as we shall show, every civilized race in the world has had something of civilization from the earliest ages, and as all roads lead to Rome, so all the converging lines of civilization lead to Atlantis. The abyss between the civilized man and the savage is simply incalculable. It represents not alone a difference in arts and methods of life, but in the mental constitution, the instincts, and the predispositions of the soul. The child of the civilized races in his sports manufactures water wheels, wagons, and houses of cobs. The savage boy amuses himself with bows and arrows. The one belongs to a building and creating race, the other to a wild, hunting stock. This abyss between savagery and civilization has never been passed by any nation through its own original force, and without external influences. During the historic period, those who were savages at the dawn of history are savages still. Barbarian slaves may have been taught something of the arts of their masters, and conquered races have shared some of the advantages possessed by their conquerors. But we will seek in vain for any example of a savage people developing civilization of and among themselves. I may be reminded of the Gauls, Goths, and Britons. But these were not savages. They possessed written languages, poetry, oratory, and history. They were controlled by religious ideas. They believed in God and the immortality of the soul, and in a state of rewards and punishments after death. Wherever the Romans came in contact with Gauls, or Britons, or German tribes, they found them armed with weapons of iron. The Scots, according to Tacitus, used chariots and iron swords in the Battle of the Grampians, in Norm's Gladii sine Mucrone. The Celts of Gaul are stated by Diodorus Siculus to have used iron-headed spears and coats of mail, and the Gauls who encountered the Roman arms in BC 222 were armed with soft iron swords, as well as at the time when Caesar conquered their country. Among the Gauls men would lend money to be repaid in the next world, and, we need not add, that no Christian people has yet reached that sublime height of faith. They cultivated the ground, built houses and walled towns, wove cloth, and employed wheeled vehicles. They possessed nearly all the cereals and domestic animals we have, and they wrought in iron, bronze, and steel. The Gauls had even invented a machine on wheels to cut their grain, thus anticipating our reapers and mowers by 2,000 years. The difference between the civilization of the Romans under Julius Caesar and the Gauls under Vercingetorix was a difference in degree and not in kind. The Roman civilization was simply a development and perfection of the civilization possessed by all the European populations. It was drawn from the common fountain of Atlantis. If we find on both sides of the Atlantic precisely the same arts, sciences, religious beliefs, habits, customs, and traditions, it is absurd to say that the peoples of the two continents arrived separately, by precisely the same steps, at precisely the same ends. When we consider the resemblance of the civilizations of the Mediterranean nations to one another, no man is silly enough to pretend that Rome, Greece, Egypt, Assyria, Phoenicia, each spontaneously and separately invented the arts, sciences, habits, and opinions in which they agreed. But we proceed to trace out the thread of descent or connection from one to another. Why should a rule of interpretation prevail, as between the two sides of the Atlantic, different from that which holds good as to the two sides of the Mediterranean Sea. If, in the one case, similarity of origin has unquestionably produced similarity of arts, customs, and condition, why, in the other, should not similarity of arts, customs, and condition prove similarity of origin? Is there any instance in the world of two peoples, without knowledge of or intercourse with each other, happening upon the same invention, whether that invention be an arrowhead or a steam engine? If it required of mankind a lapse of at least 6,000 years before it began anew the work of invention, and took up the thread of original thought where Atlantis dropped it, what probability is there of 3 or 4 separate nations all advancing at the same speed to precisely the same arts and opinions? The proposition is untenable. If, then, we prove that, on both sides of the Atlantic, civilizations were found substantially identical, we have demonstrated that they must have descended one from the other, or have radiated from some common source. 2. The identity of the civilizations of the Old World and the New. Architecture. Plato tells us that the Atlanteans possessed architecture, that they built walls, temples, and palaces. We need not add that this art was found in Egypt and all the civilized countries of Europe, as well as in Peru, Mexico, and Central America. Among both the Peruvians and Egyptians the walls receded inward, and the doors were narrower at the top than at the threshold. The obelisks of Egypt, covered with hieroglyphics, are paralleled by the round columns of Central America, and both are supposed to have originated in phallus worship. The usual symbol of the phallus was an erect stone, often in its rough state, sometimes sculptured. Squire, Serpent Symbol, page 49, Bancroft's Native Races, Volume 3, page 504. The worship of Priapus was found in Asia, Egypt, along the European shore of the Mediterranean, and in the forests of Central America. The mounds of Europe and Asia were made in the same way and for the same purposes as those of America. Herodotus describes the burial of a Scythian king. He says, after this they set to work to raise a vast mound above the grave, all of them vying with each other, and seeking to make it as tall as possible. It must be confessed, says Foster, Prehistoric Races, page 193, that these Scythic burial rites have a strong resemblance to those of the mound builders. Homer describes the erection of a great symmetrical mound over Achilles, also one over Hector. Alexander the Great raised a great mound over his friend Hephaestion, at a cost of more than $1 million. And Semiramis raised a similar mound over her husband. The pyramids of Egypt, Assyria, and Phoenicia had their duplicates in Mexico and Central America. The grave cists made of stone of the American mounds are exactly like the stone chests, or kistvine for the dead, found in the British mounds. Foster's Prehistoric Races, page 109. Tumuli have been found in Yorkshire enclosing wooden coffins, precisely as in the mounds of the Mississippi Valley. Ibid, page 185. The articles associated with the dead are the same in both continents: arms, trinkets, food, clothes, and funeral urns. In both the Mississippi Valley and among the Chaldeans vases were constructed around the bones, the neck of the vase being too small to permit the extraction of the skull. Foster's Prehistoric Races, page 200. The use of cement was known alike to the European and American nations. The use of the arch was known on both sides of the Atlantic. The manufacture of bricks was known in both the Old and New Worlds. The style of ornamentation in architecture was much the same on both hemispheres, as shown in the preceding designs, pages 137, 139. Metallurgy. The Atlanteans mined ores, and worked in metals. They used copper, tin, bronze, gold, and silver, and probably iron. The American nations possessed all these metals. The age of bronze, or of copper combined with tin, was preceded in America, and nowhere else, by a simpler age of copper. And, therefore, the working of metals probably originated in America, or in some region to which it was tributary. The Mexicans manufactured bronze, and the Incas mined iron near Lake Titicaca. And the civilization of this latter region, as we will show, probably dated back to Atlantean times. The Peruvians called gold the tears of the sun, it was sacred to the sun, as silver was to the moon. Sculpture. The Atlanteans possessed this art, so did the American and Mediterranean nations. Dr. Arthur Schott, Smith. Republic, 1869, p. 391, in describing the cara gigantesca, or gigantic face, a monument of Izamal, in Yucatan, says, behind and on both sides, from under the mitre, a short veil falls upon the shoulders, so as to protect the back of the head and the neck. This particular appendage vividly calls to mind the same feature in the symbolic adornments of Egyptian and Hindu priests, and even those of the Hebrew hierarchy. Dar. Schott sees in the orbicular wheel-like plates of this statue the wheel symbol of Kronos and Saturn, and, in turn, it may be supposed that the wheel of Kronos was simply the cross of Atlantis, surrounded by its encircling ring. Painting. This art was known on both sides of the Atlantic. The paintings upon the walls of some of the temples of Central America reveal a state of the art as high as that of Egypt. Engraving. Plato tells us that the Atlanteans engraved upon pillars. The American nations also had this art in common with Egypt, Phoenicia, and Assyria. Agriculture. The people of Atlantis were preeminently an agricultural people, so were the civilized nations of America and the Egyptians. In Egypt the king put his hand to the plow at an annual festival, thus dignifying and consecrating the occupation of husbandry. In Peru precisely the same custom prevailed. In both the plow was known. In Egypt it was drawn by oxen, and in Peru by men. It was drawn by men in the north of Europe down to a comparatively recent period. Public works. The American nations built public works as great as or greater than any known in Europe. The Peruvians had public roads, 1,500 to 2,000 miles long, made so thoroughly as to elicit the astonishment of the Spaniards. At every few miles taverns or hotels were established for the accommodation of travelers. Humboldt pronounced these Peruvian roads, among the most useful and stupendous works ever executed by man. They built aqueducts for purposes of irrigation, some of which were 500 miles long. They constructed magnificent bridges of stone, and had even invented suspension bridges thousands of years before they were introduced into Europe. They had, both in Peru and Mexico, a system of posts, by means of which news was transmitted hundreds of miles in a day, precisely like those known among the Persians in the time of Herodotus, and subsequently among the Romans. Stones similar to milestones were placed along the roads in Peru. See Prescott's Peru. Navigation. Sailing vessels were known to the Peruvians and the Central Americans. Columbus met, in 1502, at an island near Honduras, a party of the Mayas in a large vessel, equipped with sails, and loaded with a variety of textile fabrics of divers colors. Manufactures. The American nations manufactured woolen and cotton goods, they made pottery as beautiful as the wares of Egypt, they manufactured glass, they engraved gems and precious stones. The Peruvians had such immense numbers of vessels and ornaments of gold that the Inca paid with them a ransom for himself to Pizarro of the value of $15 million. Music. It has been pointed out that there is great resemblance between the five-tone music of the Highland Scotch and that of the Chinese and other Eastern nations. Anthropology, page 292. Weapons. The weapons of the New World were identically the same as those of the Old World. They consisted of bows and arrows, spears, darts, short swords, battle axes, and slings. And both peoples used shields or bucklers, and casques of wood or hide covered with metal. If these weapons had been derived from separate sources of invention, one country or the other would have possessed implements not known to the other, like the blowpipe, the boomerang, etc. Absolute identity in so many weapons strongly argues identity of origin. Religion. The religion of the Atlanteans, as Plato tells us, was pure and simple. They made no regular sacrifices but fruits and flowers, they worshipped the sun. In Peru a single deity was worshipped, and the sun, his most glorious work, was honored as his representative. Quetzalcoatl, the founder of the Aztecs, condemned all sacrifice but that of fruits and flowers. The first religion of Egypt was pure and simple, its sacrifices were fruits and flowers, temples were erected to the sun Ra, throughout Egypt. In Peru the great festival of the sun was called Arami. The Phoenicians worshipped Baal and Moloch. The one represented the beneficent, and the other the injurious powers of the sun. Religious beliefs. The Guanches of the Canary Islands, who were probably a fragment of the old Atlantean population, believed in the immortality of the soul and the resurrection of the body, and preserved their dead as mummies. The Egyptians believed in the immortality of the soul and the resurrection of the body, and preserved the bodies of the dead by embalming them. The Peruvians believed in the immortality of the soul and the resurrection of the body, and they too preserved the bodies of their dead by embalming them. A few mummies in remarkable preservation have been found among the Chinooks and Flatheads. Schoolcraft, Volume 5, page 693. The embalmment of the body was also practiced in Central America and among the Aztecs. The Aztecs, like the Egyptians, mummified their dead by taking out the bowels and replacing them with aromatic substances. Dorman, Origin Prim. Supperst, page 173. The bodies of the kings of the Virginia Indians were preserved by embalming. Beverly, page 47. Here are different races, separated by immense distances of land and ocean, uniting in the same beliefs, and in the same practical and logical application of those beliefs. The use of confession and penance was known in the religious ceremonies of some of the American nations. Baptism was a religious ceremony with them, and the bodies of the dead were sprinkled with water. Vestal virgins were found in organized communities on both sides of the Atlantic. They were in each case pledged to celibacy, and devoted to death if they violated their vows. In both hemispheres the recreant were destroyed by being buried alive. The Peruvians, Mexicans, Central Americans, Egyptians, Phoenicians, and Hebrews each had a powerful hereditary priesthood. The Phoenicians believed in an evil spirit called Zebub, the Peruvians had a devil called Cupid. The Peruvians burnt incense in their temples. The Peruvians, when they sacrificed animals, examined their entrails, and from these prognosticated the future. I need not add that all these nations preserved traditions of the deluge. And all of them possessed systems of writing. The Egyptian priest of Sais told Solon that the myth of Phaethon, the son of Helios, having attempted to drive the chariot of the sun, and thereby burning up the earth, referred to a declination of the bodies moving round the earth and in the heavens, comets, which caused a great conflagration upon the earth, from which those only escaped who lived near rivers and seas. The Codex Chimalpopoca, a Nawa, Central American record, tells us that the third era of the world, or third sun, is called Kiatonetiu, or son of rain, because in this age there fell a rain of fire, all which existed burned. And there fell a rain of gravel. The rocks boiled with tumult, and there also arose the rocks of vermilion color. In other words, the traditions of these people go back to a great cataclysm of fire, when the earth possibly encountered, as in the Egyptian story, one of the bodies moving round the earth and in the heavens. They had also memories of the drift period, and of the outburst of plutonic rocks. If man has existed on the earth as long as science asserts, he must have passed through many of the great catastrophes which are written upon the face of the planet. And it is very natural that in myths and legends he should preserve some recollection of events so appalling and destructive. Among the early Greeks Pan was the ancient god, his wife was Maya. The Abbé Brasseur de Bourbourg calls attention to the fact that Pan was adored in all parts of Mexico and Central America, and at Panuco, or Panca, literally Panopolis, the Spaniards found, upon their entrance into Mexico, superb temples and images of Pan. Brasseur's introduction in Landa's Relation. The names of both Pan and Maya enter extensively into the Maya vocabulary, Maya being the same as Maya, the principal name of the peninsula, and Pan, added to Maya, makes the name of the ancient capital Mayapan. In the Nawa language Pan, or Pani, signifies equality to that which is above, and Pentecatl was the progenitor of all beings. North Americans of Antiquity, page 467. The ancient Mexicans believed that the sun god would destroy the world in the last night of the 52nd year, and that he would never come back. They offered sacrifices to him at that time to propitiate him. They extinguished all the fires in the kingdom, they broke all their household furniture, they bung black masks before their faces, they prayed and fasted. And on the evening of the last night they formed a great procession to a neighboring mountain. A human being was sacrificed exactly at midnight. A block of wood was laid at once on the body, and fire was then produced by rapidly revolving another piece of wood upon it. A spark was carried to a funeral pile, whose rising flame proclaimed to the anxious people the promise of the god not to destroy the world for another 52 years. Precisely the same custom obtained among the nations of Asia Minor and other parts of the continent of Asia, wherever sun worship prevailed, at the periodical reproduction of the sacred fire, but not with the same bloody rites as in Mexico. Valentini, Maya Archaeology, page 21. To this day the Brahmin of India churns his sacred fire out of a board by boring into it with a stick. The Romans renewed their sacred fire in the same way. And in Sweden even now a need fire is kindled in this manner when cholera or other pestilence is about. Tyler's Anthropology, page 262. A belief in ghosts is found on both continents. The American Indians think that the spirits of the dead retain the form and features which they wore while living, that there is a hell and a heaven, that hell is below the earth, and heaven above the clouds. That the souls of the wicked sometimes wander the face of the earth, appearing occasionally to mortals. The story of Tantalus is found among the Chippewyans, who believe that bad souls stand up to their chins in water in sight of the spirit land, which they can never enter. The dead pass to heaven across a stream of water by means of a narrow and slippery bridge, from which many were lost. The Zunas set apart a day in each year which they spent among the graves of their dead, communing with their spirits, and bringing them presents, a kind of All Souls' Day. Dorman, Prim. Supperst, page 35. The Stygian flood, and Scylla and Charybdis, are found among the legends of the Caribs. Ibid, page 37. Even the boat of Charon reappears in the traditions of the Chippewyans. The Oriental belief in the transmigration of souls is found in every American tribe. The souls of men passed into animals or other men. Schoolcraft, Volume 1, page 33. The souls of the wicked passed into toads and wild beasts. Dorman, Prim. Supperst, page 50. Among both the Germans and the American Indians lycanthropy, or the metamorphosis of men into wolves, was believed in. In British Columbia the men-wolves have often been seen seated around a fire, with their wolf hides hung upon sticks to dry. The Irish legend of hunters pursuing an animal which suddenly disappears, whereupon a human being appears in its place is found among all the American tribes. That timid and harmless animal, the hare, was, singularly enough, an object of superstitious reverence and fear in Europe, Asia, and America. The ancient Irish killed all the hares they found on May Day among their cattle, believing them to be witches. Caesar gives an account of the horror in which this animal was held by the Britons. The Kalmucks regarded the rabbit with fear and reverence. Divine honors were paid to the hare in Mexico. Wabasso was changed into a white rabbit, and canonized in that form. The white bull, Apis, of the Egyptians, reappears in the sacred white buffalo of the Dakotas, which was supposed to possess supernatural power, and after death became a god. The white doe of European legend had its representative in the white deer of the Housatonic Valley, whose death brought misery to the tribe. The transmission of spirits by the laying on of hands, and the exorcism of demons, were part of the religion of the American tribes. The witches of Scandinavia, who produce tempests by their incantations, are duplicated in America. A Cree sorcerer sold 3 days of fair weather for 1 pound of tobacco. The Indian sorcerers around Freshwater Bay kept the winds in leather bags, and disposed of them as they pleased. Among the American Indians it is believed that those who are insane or epileptic are possessed of devils. Tyler, Prim. Cult, Volume 2, pages 123 to 126. Sickness is caused by evil spirits entering into the sick person. Eastman's Sioux. The spirits of animals are much feared, and their departure out of the body of the invalid is a cause of thanksgiving. Thus in Omaha, after an eructation, says, "Thank you, animal." Dorman, Prim. Supperst, page 55. The confession of their sins was with a view to satisfy the evil spirit and induce him to leave them. Ibid, page 57. In both continents burnt offerings were sacrificed to the gods. In both continents the priests divined the future from the condition of the internal organs of the man or animal sacrificed. Ibid, pages 214, 226. In both continents the future was revealed by the flight of birds and by dreams. In Peru and Mexico there were colleges of augurs, as in Rome, who practiced divination by watching the movements and songs of birds. Ibid, page 261. Animals were worshipped in Central America and on the banks of the Nile. Ibid, page 259. The Ojibways believed that the barking of a fox was ominous of ill. Ibid, page 225. The peasantry of Western Europe have the same belief as to the howling of a dog. The belief in satyrs, and other creatures half man and half animal, survived in America. The Kickapoos are Darwinians. They think their ancestors had tails, and when they lost them the impudent fox sent every morning to ask how their tails were, and the bear shook his fat sides at the joke. Ibid, page 232. Among the natives of Brazil the father cut a stick at the wedding of his daughter. This was done to cut off the tails of any future grandchildren. Tyler, Volume 1, page 384. Jove, with the thunderbolts in his hand, is duplicated in the Mexican god of thunder, Mixcoatl, who is represented holding a bundle of arrows. He rode upon a tornado, and scattered the lightnings. Dorman, Prim. Supperst, page 98. Dionysus, or Bacchus, is represented by the Mexican god Texcatzoncatl, the god of wine. Bancroft, Volume 3, page 418. Atlas reappears in Chibchacum, the deity of the Chibchas. He bears the world on his shoulders, and when he shifts the burden from one shoulder to another severe earthquakes are produced. Ballard, pages 12, 13. Deucalion repeopling the world is repeated in Zololt, who, after the destruction of the world, descended to Mictlan, the realm of the dead, and brought thence a bone of the perished race. This, sprinkled with blood, grew into a youth, the father of the present race. The Quiche hero gods, Hunafu and Zblank, died. Their bodies were burnt, their bones ground to powder and thrown into the waters, whereupon they changed into handsome youths, with the same features as before. Dorman, Prim. Supperst, page 193. Witches and warlocks, mermaids and mermen, are part of the mythology of the American tribes, as they were of the European races. Ibid, page 79. The mermaid of the Ottawas was, woman to the waist and fair, thence fish-like. Ibid, page 278. The snake-locks of Medusa are represented in the snake-locks of Atotarho, an ancient culture hero of the Iroquois. A belief in the incarnation of gods in men, and the physical translation of heroes to heaven, is part of the mythology of the Hindus and the American races. Hiawatha, we are told, rose to heaven in the presence of the multitude, and vanished from sight in the midst of sweet music. The vocal statues and oracles of Egypt and Greece were duplicated in America. In Peru, in the valley of Rimac, there was an idol which answered questions and became famous as an oracle. Dorman, Prim. Supperst, page 124. The Peruvians believed that men were sometimes metamorphosed into stones. The Oneidas claimed descent from a stone, as the Greeks from the stones of Deucalion. Ibid, page 132. Witchcraft is an article of faith among all the American races. Among the Illinois Indians, they made small images to represent those whose days they have a mind to shorten, and which they stab to the heart, whereupon the person represented is expected to die. Charlevoix, Volume 2, page 166. The witches of Europe made figures of wax of their enemies, and gradually melted them at the fire, and as they diminished the victim was supposed to sicken and die. A writer in the Popular Science Monthly, April, 1881, p. 828, points out the fact that there is an absolute identity between the folklore of the Negroes on the plantations of the South and the myths and stories of certain tribes of Indians in South America, as revealed by Mr. Herbert Smith's Brazil, the Amazons, and the Coast. New York, Scribner, 1879. Mr. Harris, the author of a work on the folklore of the Negroes, asks this question: when did the Negro or the North American Indian come in contact with the tribes of South America? Customs. Both peoples manufactured a fermented, intoxicating drink, the one deriving it from barley, the other from maize. Both drank toasts. Both had the institution of marriage, an important part of the ceremony consisting in the joining of hands. Both recognized divorce, and the Peruvians and Mexicans established special courts to decide cases of this kind. Both the Americans and Europeans erected arches, and had triumphal processions for their victorious kings, and both strewed the ground before them with leaves and flowers. Both celebrated important events with bonfires and illuminations. Both used banners, both invoked blessings. The Phoenicians, Hebrews, and Egyptians practiced circumcision. Palacio relates that at Azori, in Honduras, the natives circumcised boys before an idol called Iselca. Carta, page 84. Lord Kingsborough tells us the Central Americans used the same rite, and Mackenzie, quoted by Retzius, says he saw the ceremony performed by the Chippeways. Both had bards and minstrels, who on great festivals sung the deeds of kings and heroes. Both the Egyptians and the Peruvians held agricultural fairs, both took a census of the people. Among both the land was divided per capita among the people, in Judea a new division was made every 50 years. The Peruvians renewed every year all the fires of the kingdom from the temple of the sun, the new fire being kindled from concave mirrors by the sun's rays. The Romans under Numa had precisely the same custom. The Peruvians had theatrical plays. They chewed the leaves of the coca mixed with lime, as the Hindu today chews the leaves of the betel mixed with lime. Both the American and European nations were divided into castes, both practiced planet worship. Both used scales and weights and mirrors. The Peruvians, Egyptians, and Chaldeans divided the year into 12 months, and the months into lesser divisions of weeks. Both inserted additional days, so as to give the year 365 days. The Mexicans added 5 intercalary days, and the Egyptians, in the time of Amenhotep I, had already the same practice. Humboldt, whose high authority cannot be questioned, by an elaborate discussion, views de Cordilleras, page 148 et. Seek, edition 1870, has shown the relative likeness of the Nawa calendar to that of Asia. He cites the fact that the Chinese, Japanese, Kalmucks, Mongols, Manchu, and other hordes of Tartars have cycles of 60 years duration, divided into 5 brief periods of 12 years each. The method of citing a date by means of signs and numbers is quite similar with Asiatics and Mexicans. He further shows satisfactorily that the majority of the names of the 20 days employed by the Aztecs are those of a zodiac used since the most remote antiquity among the peoples of Eastern Asia. Cabrera thinks he finds analogies between the Mexican and Egyptian calendars. Adopting the view of several writers that the Mexican year began on the 26th of February, B finds the date to correspond with the beginning of the Egyptian year. The American nations believed in 4 great primeval ages, as the Hindu does to this day. In the Greeks of Homer, says Volney, I find the customs, discourse, and manners of the Iroquois, Delawares, and Miamis. The tragedies of Sophocles and Euripides paint to me almost literally the sentiments of the red men respecting necessity, fatality, the miseries of human life, and the rigor of blind destiny. Volney's view of the United States. The Mexicans represent an eclipse of the moon as the moon being devoured by a dragon, and the Hindus have precisely the same figure, and both nations continued to use this expression long after they had discovered the real meaning of an eclipse. The Tartars believe that if they cut with an axe near a fire, or stick a knife into a burning stick, or touch the fire with a knife, they will cut the top off the fire. The Sioux Indians will not stick an awl or a needle into a stick of wood on the fire, or chop on it with an axe or a knife. Cremation was extensively practiced in the New World. The dead were burnt, and their ashes collected and placed in vases and urns, as in Europe. Wooden statues of the dead were made. There is a very curious and apparently inexplicable custom, called the kavad, which extends from China to the Mississippi Valley. It demands that, when a child is born, the father must take to his bed, while the mother attends to all the duties of the household. Marco Polo found the custom among the Chinese in the 13th century. The widow tells Hudibras. Chineses thus are said to lie in their lady's stead. The practice remarked by Marco Polo continues to this day among the hill tribes of China. The father of a newborn child, as soon as the mother has become strong enough to leave her couch, gets into bed himself, and there receives the congratulations of his acquaintances. Max Muller's Chips from a German Workshop, Volume 2, page 272. Strabo, Volume 3, pages 4, 17, mentions that, among the Iberians of the north of Spain, the women, after the birth of a child, tend their husbands, putting them to bed instead of going themselves. The same custom existed among the Basques only a few years ago. In Biscay, says M. F. Michel, the women rise immediately after childbirth and attend to the duties of the household, while the husband goes to bed, taking the baby with him, and thus receives the neighbors' compliments. The same custom was found in France, and is said to exist to this day in some cantons of Béarn. Diodorus Siculus tells us that among the Corsicans the wife was neglected, and the husband put to bed and treated as the patient. Apollonius Rhodius says that among the Tiberini, at the south of the Black Sea, when a child was born the father lay groaning, with his head tied up, while the mother tended him with food and prepared his baths. The same absurd custom extends throughout the tribes of North and South America. Among the Caribs in the West Indies, and the Caribs, Brasser de Bourbourg says, were the same as the ancient Carians of the Mediterranean Sea, the man takes to his bed as soon as a child is born, and kills no animals. And herein we find an explanation of a custom otherwise inexplicable. Among the American Indians it is believed that, if the father kills an animal during the infancy of the child, the spirit of the animal will revenge itself by inflicting some disease upon the helpless little one. For 6 months the Carib father must not eat birds or fish, for whatever animals he eats will impress their likeness on the child, or produce disease by entering its body. Dorman, Prim. Supperst, page 58. Among the Abipones the husband goes to bed, fasts a number of days, and you would think, says Dobrizboffer, that it was he that had the child. The Brazilian father takes to his hammock during and after the birth of the child, and for 15 days eats no meat and hunts no game. Among the Eskimo the husbands forbear hunting during the lying in of their wives and for some time thereafter. Here, then, we have a very extraordinary and unnatural custom, existing to this day on both sides of the Atlantic, reaching back to a vast antiquity, and finding its explanation only in the superstition of the American races. A practice so absurd could scarcely have originated separately in the two continents. Its existence is a very strong proof of unity of origin of the races on the opposite sides of the Atlantic. And the fact that the custom and the reason for it are both found in America, while the custom remains in Europe without the reason, would imply that the American population was the older of the two. The Indian practice of depositing weapons and food with the dead was universal in ancient Europe, and in German villages nowadays a needle and thread is placed in the coffin for the dead to mend their torn clothes with. While all over Europe the dead man had a piece of money put in his hand to pay his way with. Anthropology, page 347. The American Indian leaves food with the dead. The Russian peasant puts crumbs of bread behind the saints' pictures on the little iron shelf, and believes that the souls of his forefathers creep in and out and eat them. At the cemetery of Père Lachaise, Paris, on All Souls' Day, they still put cakes and sweetmeats on the graves. And in Brittany the peasants that night do not forget to make up the fire and leave the fragments of the supper on the table for the souls of the dead. Ibid. Page 351. The Indian prays to the spirits of his forefathers. The Chinese religion is largely ancestor worship, and the rites paid to the dead ancestors, or laras, held the Roman family together. Anthropology, page 351. We find the Indian practice of burying the dead in a sitting posture in use among the Nasamonians, tribe of Libyans. Herodotus, speaking of the wandering tribes of northern Africa, says, they bury their dead according to the fashion of the Greeks. They bury them sitting, and are right careful, when the sick man is at the point of giving up the ghost, to make him sit, and not let him die lying down. The dead bodies of the caciques of Bogota were protected from desecration by diverting the course of a river and making the grave in its bed, and then letting the stream return to its natural course. Alaric, the leader of the Goths, was secretly buried in the same way. Dorman, Prim. Supperst, page 195. Among the American tribes no man is permitted to marry a wife of the same clan name or totem as himself. In India a Brahmin is not allowed to marry a wife whose clan name, her cow stall, as they say, is the same as his own, nor may a Chinaman take a wife of his own surname. Anthropology, page 403. Throughout India the hill tribes are divided into septs or clans, and a man may not marry a woman belonging to his own clan. The Kalmucks of Tartary are divided into hordes, and a man may not marry a girl of his own horde. The same custom prevails among the Circassians and the Samoyeds of Siberia. The Ostyaks and Yakuts regard it as a crime to marry a woman of the same family, or even of the same name. Sir John Lubbock, Smith. Republic, page 347, 1869. Satiism, the burning of the widow upon the funeral pile of the husband, was extensively practiced in America, West's Journal, page 141. As was also the practice of sacrificing warriors, servants, and animals at the funeral of a great chief, Dorman, pages 210 to 211. Beautiful girls were sacrificed to appease the anger of the gods, as among the Mediterranean races. Bancroft, Volume 3. Page 471. Fathers offered up their children for a like purpose, as among the Carthaginians. The poisoned arrows of America had their representatives in Europe. Odysseus went to Ephra for the manslaying drug with which to smear his bronze-tipped arrows. Tyler's Anthropology, page 237. The bark canoe of America was not unknown in Asia and Africa, Ibid, p. 254, while the skin canoes of our Indians and the Eskimo were found on the shores of the Thames and the Euphrates. In Peru and on the Euphrates commerce was carried on upon rafts supported by inflated skins. They are still used on the Tigris. The Indian boils his meat by dropping red-hot stones into a water vessel made of hide, and Linnaeus found the both land people brewing beer in this way, and to this day the rude Corinthian boor drinks such stone beer, as it is called. Ibid, p. 266. In the buffalo dance of the Mandan Indians the dancers covered their heads with a mask made of the head and horns of the buffalo. Today in the temples of India, or among the lamas of Tibet, the priests dance the demons out, or the New Year in, arrayed in animal masks, Ibid, page 297, and the mummers, at Yuletide, in England, are a survival of the same custom. Ibid, p. 298, the North American dog and bear dances, wherein the dancers acted the part of those animals, had their prototype in the Greek dances at the festivals of Dionysia. Ibid, page 298. Tattooing was practiced in both continents. Among the Indians it was fetishistic in its origin. Every Indian had the image of an animal tattooed on his breast or arm, to charm away evil spirits. Dorman, Prim. Supperst, page 156. The sailors of Europe and America preserve to this day a custom which was once universal among the ancient races. Banners, flags, and armorial bearings are supposed to be survivals of the old totemic tattooing. The Arab woman still tattoos her face, arms, and ankles. The war paint of the American savage reappeared in the woad with which the ancient Briton stained his body. And Tyler suggests that the painted stripes on the circus clown are a survival of a custom once universal. Tyler's Anthropology, page 327. In America, as in the Old World, the temples of worship were built over the dead, dormen, prim. Superst. Page 178. Says Prudentius, the Roman bard, there were as many temples of gods as sepulchres. The Etruscan belief that evil spirits strove for the possession of the dead was found among the Mosquito Indians. Bancroft, Native Races, Volume 1, p. 744. The belief in fairies, which forms so large a part of the folklore of Western Europe, is found among the American races. The Ojibways see thousands of fairies dancing in a sunbeam, during a rain myriads of them bide in the flowers. When disturbed they disappear underground. They have their dances, like the Irish fairies, and, like them, they kill the domestic animals of those who offend them. The Dakotas also believe in fairies. The Otos located the little people in a mound at the mouth of Whitestone River. They were 18 inches high, with very large heads. They were armed with bows and arrows, and killed those who approached their residence. See Dorman's Origin of Primitive Superstitions, page 23. The Shoshone legends people the mountains of Montana with little imps, called Nirumbees, 2 feet long, naked, and with a tail. They stole the children of the Indians, and left in their stead the young of their own baneful race, who resembled the stolen children so much that the mothers were deceived and suckled them, whereupon they died. This greatly resembles the European belief in changelings. Ibid, page 24. In both continents we find tree worship. In Mexico and Central America cypresses and palms were planted near the temples, generally in groups of 3s. They were tended with great care, and received offerings of incense and gifts. The same custom prevailed among the Romans. The cypress was dedicated to Pluto, and the palm to Victory. Not only infant baptism by water was found both in the old Babylonian religion and among the Mexicans, but an offering of cakes, which is recorded by the prophet Jeremiah as part of the worship of the Babylonian goddess mother. The Queen of Heaven was also found in the ritual of the Aztecs. Builders of Babel, page 78. In Babylonia, China, and Mexico the caste at the bottom of the social scale lived upon floating islands of reeds or rafts, covered with earth, on the lakes and rivers. In Peru and Babylonia marriages were made but once a year, at a public festival. Among the Romans, the Chinese, the Abyssinians, and the Indians of Canada the singular custom prevails of lifting the bride over the doorstep of her husband's home. Sir John Lubbock, Smith. Republic, 1869, page 352. The bride cake which so invariably accompanies a wedding among ourselves, and which must always be cut by the bride, may be traced back to the old Roman form of marriage by conferatio, or eating together. So, also, among the Iroquois the bride and bridegroom used to partake together of a cake of sogamite, which the bride always offered to her husband. Ibid. Among many American tribes, notably in Brazil, the husband captured the wife by main force, as the men of Benjamin carried off the daughters of Shiloh at the feast, and as the Romans captured the Sabine women. Within a few generations the same old habit was kept up in Wales, where the bridegroom and his friends, mounted and armed as for war, carried off the bride. And in Ireland they used even to hurl spears at the bride's people, though at such a distance that no one was hurt, except now and then by accident, as happened when one Lord Howth lost an eye. Which mischance put an end to this curious relic of antiquity. Tyler's Anthropology, page 409. Marriage in Mexico was performed by the priest. He exhorted them to maintain peace and harmony, and tied the end of the man's mantle to the dress of the woman. He perfumed them, and placed on each a shawl on which was painted a skeleton, as a symbol that only death could now separate them from one another. Dorman, Prim. Superst, page 379. The priesthood was thoroughly organized in Mexico and Peru. They were prophets as well as priests. They brought the newly born infant into the religious society, they directed their training and education, they determined the entrance of the young men into the service of the state. They consecrated marriage by their blessing, they comforted the sick and assisted the dying. Ibid, page 374. There were 5,000 priests in the temples of Mexico. They confessed and absolved the sinners, arranged the festivals, and managed the choirs in the churches. They lived in conventual discipline, but were allowed to marry, they practiced flagellation and fasting, and prayed at regular hours. There were great preachers and exhorters among them. There were also convents into which females were admitted. The novice had her hair cut off and took vows of celibacy, they lived holy and pious lives. Ibid, pages 375, 376. The king was the high priest of the religious orders. A new king ascended the temple naked, except his girdle, he was sprinkled 4 times with water which had been blessed. He was then clothed in a mantle, and on his knees took an oath to maintain the ancient religion. The priests then instructed him in his royal duties. Ibid, page 378. Besides the regular priesthood there were monks who were confined in cloisters. Ibid, page 390. Cortés says the Mexican priests were very strict in the practice of honesty and chastity, and any deviation was punished with death. They wore long white robes and burned incense. Dorman, Prim. Supperst, page 379. The first fruits of the earth were devoted to the support of the priesthood. Ibid, page 383. The priests of the Isthmus were sworn to perpetual chastity. The American doctors practiced phlebotomy. They bled the sick man because they believed the evil spirit which afflicted him would come away with the blood. In Europe phlebotomy only continued to a late period, but the original superstition out of which it arose, in this case as in many others, was forgotten. There is opportunity here for the philosopher to meditate upon the perversity of human nature and the persistence of hereditary error. The superstition of one age becomes the science of another. Men were first bled to withdraw the evil spirit, then to cure the disease. And a practice whose origin is lost in the night of ages is continued into the midst of civilization, and only overthrown after it has sent millions of human beings to untimely graves. Dar. Sangrado could have found the explanation of his profession only among the red men of America. Folklore. Says Max Muller, not only do we find the same words and the same terminations in Sanskrit and Gothic. Not only do we find the same name for Zeus in Sanskrit, Latin, and German, not only is the abstract name for God the same in India, Greece, and Italy. But these very stories, these Märchen, which nurses still tell, with almost the same words, in the Thuringian forest and in the Norwegian villages, and to which crowds of children listen under the pipal trees of India, these stories, too, belong to the common heirloom of the Indo-European race, and their origin carries us back to the same distant past, when no Greek had set foot in Europe, no Hindu had bathed in the sacred waters of the Ganges. And we find that an identity of origin can be established between the folklore or fairy tales of America and those of the Old World, precisely such as exists between the legends of Norway and India. Mr. Tyler tells us the story of the 2 brothers in Central America who, starting on their dangerous journey to the land of Xibalba, where their father had perished, plant each a cane in the middle of their grandmother's house, that she may know by its flourishing or withering whether they are alive or dead. Exactly the same conception occurs in Grimm's Märchen, when the 2 gold children wish to see the world and to leave their father. And when their father is sad, and asks them how he shall bear news of them, they tell him, "We leave you the 2 golden lilies, from these you can see how we fare. If they are fresh, we are well, if they fade, we are ill, if they fall, we are dead." Grimm traces the same idea in Hindu stories. Now this, says Max Muller, is strange enough, and its occurrence in India, Germany, and Central America is stranger still. Compare the following stories, which we print in parallel columns, one from the Ojibwe Indians, the other from Ireland. The Ojibwe story. The birds met together one day to try which could fly the highest. Some flew up very swift, but soon got tired, and were passed by others of stronger wing. But the eagle went up beyond them all, and was ready to claim the victory, when the grey linnet, a very small bird, flew from the eagle's back, where it had perched unperceived, and, being fresh and unexhausted, succeeded in going the highest. When the birds came down and met in council to award the prize, it was given to the eagle, because that bird had not only gone up nearer to the sun than any of the larger birds, but it had carried the linnet on its back. For this reason the eagle's feathers became the most honorable marks of distinction a warrior could bear. The Irish story. The birds all met together one day, and settled among themselves that whichever of them could fly highest was to be the king of all. Well, just as they were on the hinges of being off, what does the little rogue of a wren do but hop up and perch himself unbeknown on the eagle's tail? So they flew and flew ever so high, till the eagle was miles above all the rest, and could not fly another stroke, he was so tired. Then, says he, I'm king of the birds. You lie. Says the wren, darting up a perch and a half above the big fellow. Well, the eagle was so mad to think how he was done, that when the wren was coming down he gave him a stroke of his wing, and from that day to this the wren was never able to fly farther than a hawthorn bush. Compare the following stories. The Asiatic story. In Hindu mythology Urvasi came down from heaven and became the wife of the son of Buddha only on condition that 2 pet rams should never be taken from her bedside, and that she should never behold her lord undressed. The immortals, however, wishing Urvasi back in heaven, contrived to steal the rams, and, as the king pursued the robbers with his sword in the dark, the lightning revealed his person, the compact was broken, and Urvasi disappeared. This same story is found in different forms among many people of Aryan and Turanian descent, the central idea being that of a man marrying someone of an aerial or aquatic origin, and living happily with her till he breaks the condition on which her residence with him depends, stories exactly parallel to that of Raymond of Toulouse, who chances in the hunt upon the beautiful Melusina at a fountain, and lives with her happily until he discovers her fish nature and she vanishes. The American story. Wampy, a great hunter, once came to a strange prairie, where he heard faint sounds of music, and looking up saw a speck in the sky, which proved itself to be a basket containing 12 most beautiful maidens, who, on reaching the earth, forthwith set themselves to dance. He tried to catch the youngest, but in vain. Ultimately he succeeded by assuming the disguise of a mouse. He was very attentive to his new wife, who was really a daughter of one of the stars, but she wished to return home, so she made a wicker basket secretly, and, by help of a charm she remembered, ascended to her father. If the legend of Cadmus recovering Europa, after she has been carried away by the white bull, the spotless cloud, means that the sun must journey westward until he sees again the beautiful tints which greeted his eyes in the morning. It is curious to find a story current in North America to the effect that a man once had a beautiful daughter, whom he forbade to leave the lodge lest she should be carried off by the king of the buffaloes. And that as she sat, notwithstanding, outside the house combing her hair, all of a sudden the king of the buffaloes came dashing on, with his herd of followers, and, taking her between his horns, away he cantered over plains, plunged into a river which bounded his land, and carried her safely to his lodge on the other side, whence she was finally recovered by her father. Games. The same games and sports extended from India to the shores of Lake Superior. The game of the Hindus, called pachisi, is played upon a cross-shaped board or cloth. It is a combination of checkers and draughts, with the throwing of dice, the dice determining the number of moves. When the Spaniards entered Mexico they found the Aztecs playing a game called patali, identical with the Hindu pachisi, on a similar cross-shaped board. The game of ball, which the Indians of America were in the habit of playing at the time of the discovery of the country, from California to the Atlantic, was identical with the European chueca, cross, or hockey. One may well pause, after reading this catalogue, and ask himself, wherein do these peoples differ? It is absurd to pretend that all these similarities could have been the result of accidental coincidences. These two peoples, separated by the great ocean, were baptized alike in infancy with blessed water, they prayed alike to the gods, they worshipped together the sun, moon, and stars, they confessed their sins alike. They were instructed alike by an established priesthood, they were married in the same way and by the joining of hands, they armed themselves with the same weapons. When children came, the man, on both continents, went to bed and left his wife to do the honors of the household, they tattooed and painted themselves in the same fashion, they became intoxicated on kindred drinks, their dresses were alike. They cooked in the same manner, they used the same metals, they employed the same exorcisms and bleedings for disease, they believed alike in ghosts, demons, and fairies, they listened to the same stories, they played the same games. They used the same musical instruments, they danced the same dances, and when they died they were embalmed in the same way and buried sitting, while over them were erected, on both continents, the same mounds, pyramids, obelisks, and temples. And yet we are asked to believe that there was no relationship between them, and that they had never had any antecolumbian intercourse with each other. If our knowledge of Atlantis was more thorough, it would no doubt appear that, in every instance wherein the people of Europe accord with the people of America, they were both in accord with the people of Atlantis. And that Atlantis was the common center from which both peoples derived their arts, sciences, customs, and opinions. It will be seen that in every case where Plato gives us any information in this respect as to Atlantis, we find this agreement to exist. It existed in architecture, sculpture, navigation, engraving, writing, an established priesthood, the mode of worship, agriculture, the construction of roads and canals. And it is reasonable to suppose that the same correspondence extended down to all the minor details treated of in this chapter. 3. American evidences of intercourse with Europe or Atlantis. 1. On the monuments of Central America there are representations of bearded men. How could the beardless American Indians have imagined a bearded race? 2. All the traditions of the civilized races of Central America point to an Eastern origin. The leader and civilizer of the Nahua family was Quetzalcoatl. This is the legend respecting him. From the distant east, from the fabulous Huitlapalan, this mysterious person came to Tula, and became the patron god and high priest of the ancestors of the Toltecs. He is described as having been a white man, with strong formation of body, broad forehead, large eyes, and flowing beard. He wore a mitre on his head, and was dressed in a long white robe reaching to his feet, and covered with red crosses. In his hand he held a sickle. His habits were ascetic, he never married, was most chaste and pure in life, and is said to have endured penance in a neighboring mountain, not for its effects upon himself, but as a warning to others. He condemned sacrifices, except of fruits and flowers, and was known as the god of peace, for, when addressed on the subject of war, he is reported to have stopped his ears with his fingers. North America of Antique, page 268. He was skilled in many arts, he invented, that is, imported, gem-cutting and metal casting, he originated letters, and invented the Mexican calendar. He finally returned to the land in the east from which he came, leaving the American coast at Vera Cruz, he embarked in a canoe made of serpent skins, and sailed away into the east. Ibid, page 271. Dar. Le Plongeon says of the columns at Chichen. The base is formed by the head of Cuculcan, the shaft of the body of the serpent, with its feathers beautifully carved to the very chapiter. On the chapiters of the columns that support the portico, at the entrance of the castle in Chichen Itza, may be seen the carved figures of long-bearded men, with upraised hands, in the act of worshipping sacred trees. They forcibly recall to mind the same worship in Assyria. In the accompanying cut of an ancient vase from Tula, we see a bearded figure grasping a beardless man. In the cut given below we see a face that might be duplicated among the old men of any part of Europe. The Cachical MS says, 4 persons came from Toulon, from the direction of the rising sun, that is one Toulon. There is another Toulon in Zibelbay, and another where the sun sets, and it is there that we came, and in the direction of the setting sun there is another, where is the god, so that there are 4 Toulons. And it is where the sun sets that we came to Toulon, from the other side of the sea, where this Toulon is, and it is there that we were conceived and begotten by our mothers and fathers. That is to say, the birthplace of the race was in the east, across the sea, at a place called Toulon, and when they emigrated they called their first stopping place on the American continent Toulon also, and besides this there were two other Toulons. Of the Nahua predecessors of the Toltecs in Mexico, the Olmecs and Xicalacans were the most important. They were the forerunners of the great races that followed. According to Ixtlilxochtli, these people which are conceded to be one occupied the world in the Third Age. They came from the east in ships or barks to the land of Patonkan, which they commenced to populate. 3. The Abbé Brasseur de Bourbourg, in one of the notes of the introduction of the Popol Vuh, presents a very remarkable analogy between the kingdom of Xibalba, described in that work, and Atlantis. He says, "Both countries are magnificent, exceedingly fertile, and abound in the precious metals. The empire of Atlantis was divided into 10 kingdoms, governed by 5 couples of twin sons of Poseidon, the eldest being supreme over the others. And the 10 constituted a tribunal that managed the affairs of the empire. Their descendants governed after them. The 10 kings of Xibalba, who reigned, in couples, under Huncame and Vucupcame, and who together constituted a grand council of the kingdom, certainly furnish curious points of comparison. And there is wanting neither a catastrophe, for Xibalba had a terrific inundation, nor the name of Atlas, of which the etymology is found only in the Nahuatl tongue, it comes from atl, water. And we know that a city of Atlan, near the water, still existed on the Atlantic side of the Isthmus of Panama at the time of the conquest. In Yucatan the traditions all point to an eastern and foreign origin for the race. The early writers report that the natives believe their ancestors to have crossed the sea by a passage which was opened for them. Landa's Relation, page 28. It was also believed that part of the population came into the country from the west. Lozana says that the smaller portion, the little descent, came from the east, while the greater portion, the great descent, came from the west. Cogaluda considers the eastern colony to have been the larger. The culture hero Zamna, the author of all civilization in Yucatan, is described as the teacher of letters, and the leader of the people from their ancient home. He was the leader of a colony from the east. North America of Antique, page 229. The ancient Mexican legends say that, after the flood, Coxcox and his wife, after wandering 104 years, landed at Antlan, and passed thence to Capultepec, and thence to Culhuacan, and lastly to Mexico. Coming from Atlantis, they named their first landing place Antlan. All the races that settled Mexico, we are told, traced their origin back to an Aztlan, Atlantis. Duran describes Aztlan as a most attractive land. North America of Antique, p. 257. Same, the great name of Brazilian legend, came across the ocean from the rising sun. He had power over the elements and tempests. The trees of the forests would reseed to make room for him, cutting down the trees. The animals used to crouch before him, domesticated animals, lakes and rivers became solid for him, boats and bridges, and he taught the use of agriculture and magic. Like him, Bochica, the great lawgiver of the Muiscas, and son of the sun, he who invented for them the calendar and regulated their festivals, had a white beard, a detail in which all the American culture heroes agree. The same of Brazil was probably the Zamna of Yucatan. 4. We find in America numerous representations of the elephant. We are forced to one of two conclusions: either the monuments date back to the time of the mammoth in North America, or these people held intercourse at some time in the past with races who possessed the elephant, and from whom they obtained pictures of that singular animal. Plato tells us that the Atlanteans possessed great numbers of elephants. There are in Wisconsin a number of mounds of earth representing different animals, men, birds, and quadrupeds. Among the latter is a mound representing an elephant, so perfect in its proportions, and complete in its representation of an elephant, that its builders must have been well acquainted with all the physical characteristics of the animal which they delineated. We copy the representation of this mound on page 168. On a farm in Louisa County, Iowa, a pipe was plowed up which also represents an elephant. We are indebted to the valuable work of John T. Short, The North Americans of Antiquity, p. 530, for a picture of this singular object. It was found in a section where the ancient mounds were very abundant and rich in relics. The pipe is of sandstone, of the ordinary mound builder's type, and has every appearance of age and usage. There can be no doubt of its genuineness. The finder had no conception of its archaeological value. In the ruined city of Palenque we find, in one of the palaces, a stucco bas-relief of a priest. His elaborate headdress or helmet represents very faithfully the head of an elephant. The cut on page 169 is from a drawing made by Waldeck. The decoration known as elephant trunks is found in many parts of the ancient ruins of Central America, projecting from above the doorways of the buildings. In Tyler's Researches into the Early History of Mankind, p. 313, I find a remarkable representation of an elephant, taken from an ancient Mexican manuscript. It is as follows. 4. Corroborating Circumstances. 1. Lenormand insists that the human race issued from Ups Meroe, and adds that some Greek traditions point to this locality, particularly the expression Muro Omicron Pi Epsilon Nu Theta Omega Pi Omicron Iota, which can only mean the men sprung from Meroe. Manual, page 21. Theopompus tells us that the people who inhabited Atlantis were the Meropes, the people of Meroe. 2. Whence comes the word Atlantic? The dictionaries tell us that the ocean is named after the mountains of Atlas. But whence did the Atlas Mountains get their name? The words Atlas and Atlantic have no satisfactory etymology in any language known to Europe. They are not Greek, and cannot be referred to any known language of the Old World. But in the Nahuatl language we find immediately the radical atl, which signifies water, war, and the top of the head. Molina, vocab. En lengua mexicana y castellana. From this comes a series of words, such as Atlan, on the border of or amid the water, from which we have the adjective Atlantic. We have also Atlica, to combat, or be in agony. It means likewise to hurl or dart from the water, and in the preter it makes Atlas. A city named Atlan existed when the continent was discovered by Columbus, at the entrance of the Gulf of Uraba, in Darien. With a good harbor, it is now reduced to an unimportant pueblo named Acla. Baldwin's Ancient America, page 179. Plato tells us that Atlantis and the Atlantic Ocean were named after Atlas, the eldest son of Poseidon, the founder of the kingdom. 3. Upon that part of the African continent nearest to the site of Atlantis we find a chain of mountains, known from the most ancient times as the Atlas Mountains. Whence this name Atlas, if it be not from the name of the great king of Atlantis? And if this be not its origin, how comes it that we find it in the most northwestern corner of Africa? And how does it happen that in the time of Herodotus there dwelt near this mountain chain a people called the Atlantes, probably a remnant of a colony from Solon's island? How comes it that the people of the Barbary states were known to the Greeks, Romans, and Carthaginians as the Atlantes, this name being especially applied to the inhabitants of Fezzan and Bilma? Where did they get the name from? There is no etymology for it east of the Atlantic Ocean. Lenormand's ANC History of the East, page 253. Look at it. An Atlas mountain on the shore of Africa, an Atlan town on the shore of America. The Atlantes living along the north and west coast of Africa, an Aztec people from Aztlan, in Central America, an ocean rolling between the two worlds called the Atlantic, a mythological deity called Atlas holding the world on his shoulders. And an immemorial tradition of an island of Atlantis. Can all these things be the result of accident? 4. Plato says that there was a passage west from Atlantis to the rest of the islands, as well as from these islands to the whole opposite continent that surrounds that real sea. He calls it a real sea, as contradistinguished from the Mediterranean, which, as he says, is not a real sea, or ocean, but a landlocked body of water, like a harbor. Now, Plato might have created Atlantis out of his imagination. But how could he have invented the islands beyond, the West India Islands, and the whole continent, America, enclosing that real sea? If we look at the map, we see that the continent of America does surround the ocean in a great half-circle. Could Plato have guessed all this? If there had been no Atlantis, and no series of voyages from it that revealed the half-circle of the continent from Newfoundland to Cape St. Roche, how could Plato have guessed it? And how could he have known that the Mediterranean was only a harbor compared with the magnitude of the great ocean surrounding Atlantis? Long sea voyages were necessary to establish that fact, and the Greeks, who kept close to the shores in their short journeys, did not make such voyages. 5. How can we, without Atlantis, explain the presence of the Basques in Europe, who have no lingual affinities with any other race on the continent of Europe, but whose language is similar to the languages of America? Plato tells us that the dominion of Gadirus, one of the kings of Atlantis, extended, toward the pillars of Heracles, Hercules, as far as the country which is still called the region of Gades in that part of the world. Gades is the Cadiz of today, and the dominion of Gadirus embraced the land of the Iberians or Basques, their chief city taking its name from a king of Atlantis, and they themselves being Atlanteans. Dar. Farrar, referring to the Basque language, says, "What is certain about it is, that its structure is polysynthetic, like the languages of America. Like them, it forms its compounds by the elimination of certain radicals in the simple words. So that Ilhan, the twilight, is contracted from hill, dead, and Egan, day, and Belhor, the knee, from Belhar, front, and Oin, leg. The fact is indisputable, and is eminently noteworthy, that while the affinities of the Basque roots have never been conclusively elucidated, there has never been any doubt that this isolated language, preserving its identity in a western corner of Europe, between two mighty kingdoms, resembles, in its grammatical structure, the aboriginal languages of the vast opposite continent, America, and those alone." Families of Speech, page 132. If there was an Atlantis, forming, with its connecting ridges, a continuous bridge of land from America to Africa, we can understand how the Basques could have passed from one continent to another. But if the wide Atlantic rolled at all times unbroken between the two continents, it is difficult to conceive of such an emigration by an uncivilized people. 6. Without Atlantis, how can we explain the fact that the early Egyptians were depicted by themselves as red men on their own monuments? And, on the other hand, how can we account for the representations of Negroes on the monuments of Central America? Desire Charnay, now engaged in exploring those monuments, has published in the North American Review for December, 1880, photographs of a number of idols exhumed at San Juan de Teotihuacan, from which I select the following strikingly Negroid faces. Dar. Le Plongeon says, "Besides the sculptures of long-bearded men seen by the explorer at Chichen Itza, there were tall figures of people with small heads, thick lips, and curly short hair or wool, regarded as Negroes. We always see them as standard or parasol bearers, but never engaged in actual warfare." Maya Archaeology, page 62. The following cut is from the court of the Palace of Palenque, figured by Stevens. The face is strongly Ethiopian. The figure below represents a gigantic granite head, found near the volcano of Tuxtla, in the Mexican state of Veracruz, at Caxapa. The features are unmistakably Negroid. As the Negroes have never been a seagoing race, the presence of these faces among the antiquities of Central America proves one of two things: either the existence of a land connection between America and Africa via Atlantis, as revealed by the deep-sea soundings of the Challenger, or commercial relations between America and Africa through the ships of the Atlanteans or some other civilized race, whereby the Negroes were brought to America as slaves at a very remote epoch. And we find some corroboration of the latter theory in that singular book of the Quiches, the Popol Vuh, in which, after describing the creation of the first men, in the region of the rising sun, Bancroft's Native Races, Volume 5, p. 548, and enumerating their first generations, we are told, all seem to have spoken one language, and to have lived in great peace, black men and white together. Here they awaited the rising of the sun, and prayed to the heart of heaven. Bancroft's Native Races, page 547. How did the red men of Central America know anything about black men and white men? The conclusion seems inevitable that these legends of a primitive, peaceful, and happy land, an Aztlan in the east, inhabited by black and white men, to which all the civilized nations of America traced their origin, could only refer to Atlantis, that bridge of land where the white, dark, and red races met. The Popol Vuh proceeds to tell how this first home of the race became overpopulous, and how the people under Balamquitza migrated, how their language became confounded, in other words, broken up into dialects, in consequence of separation. And how some of the people went to the east, and many came hither to Guatemala. Ibid, page 547. M.A. De Cataphages, Human Species, p. 200, says, black populations have been found in America in very small numbers only, as isolated tribes in the midst of very different populations. Such are the Chiruas, of Brazil, the black Caribbees of St. Vincent, in the Gulf of Mexico, the Jamassi of Florida, and the dark-complexioned Californians. Such, again, is the tribe that Balboa saw some representatives of in his passage of the Isthmus of Darien in 1513, they were true Negroes. 7. How comes it that all the civilizations of the Old World radiate from the shores of the Mediterranean? The Mediterranean is a cul-de-sac, with Atlantis opposite its mouth. Every civilization on its shores possesses traditions that point to Atlantis. We hear of no civilization pointing to the Mediterranean from Asia, Africa, or Europe, from north, south, or west, but north, south, east, and west we find civilization radiating from the Mediterranean to other lands. We see the Aryans descending upon Hindostan from the direction of the Mediterranean, and we find the Chinese borrowing inventions from Hindostan, and claiming descent from a region not far from the Mediterranean. The Mediterranean has been the center of the modern world, because it lay in the path of the extension of an older civilization, whose ships colonized its shores, as they did also the shores of America. Plato says, the nations are gathered around the shores of the Mediterranean like frogs around a marsh. Dar. McCausland says, the obvious conclusion from these facts is, that at some time previous to these migrations a people speaking a language of a superior and complicated structure broke up their society, and, under some strong impulse, poured out in different directions, and gradually established themselves in all the lands now inhabited by the Caucasian race. Their territories extend from the Atlantic to the Ganges, and from Iceland to Ceylon, and are bordered on the north and east by the Asiatic Mongols, and on the south by the Negro tribes of Central Africa. They present all the appearances of a later race, expanding itself between and into the territories of two pre-existing neighboring races, and forcibly appropriating the room required for its increasing population. McCausland's Adam and the Adamites, page 280. Modern civilization is Atlantean. Without the thousands of years of development which were had in Atlantis, modern civilization could not have existed. The inventive faculty of the present age is taking up the great delegated work of creation where Atlantis left it thousands of years ago. 8. How are we to explain the existence of the Semitic race in Europe without Atlantis? It is an intrusive race, a race colonized on sea coasts. Where are its old world affinities? 9. Why is it that the origin of wheat, barley, oats, maize, and rye, the essential plants of civilization, is totally lost in the mists of a vast antiquity? We have in the Greek mythology legends of the introduction of most of these by Atlantean kings or gods into Europe, but no European nation claims to have discovered or developed them, and it has been impossible to trace them to their wild originals. Out of the whole flora of the world, mankind in the last 7,000 years has not developed a single food plant to compare in importance to the human family with these. If a wise and scientific nation should propose nowadays to add to this list, it would have to form great botanical gardens, and, by systematic and long-continued experiments, develop useful plants from the humble productions of the field and forest. Was this done in the past on the island of Atlantis? 10. Why is it that we find in Ptolemy's Geography of Asia Minor, in a list of cities in Armenia Major in AD 140, the names of 5 cities which have their counterparts in the names of localities in Central America? Armenian cities/Central American localities. Kol/Kolula. Kalyua/Kalyuakan. Zuavana/Suavan. Cholima/Kalima. Zalissa/Salisco. Shorts, North Americans of Antiquity, page 497. 11. How comes it that the sandals upon the feet of the statue of Shakmul, discovered at Chichen Itza, are exact representations of those found on the feet of the Guanches, the early inhabitants of the Canary Islands, whose mummies are occasionally discovered in the eaves of Tenerife? Dr. Merritt deems the axe or chisel heads dug up at Chiriqui, Central America, almost identical in form as well as material with specimens found in Suffolk County, England. Bancroft's Native Races, Volume 4, page 20. The rock carvings of Chiriqui are pronounced by Mr. Seaman to have a striking resemblance to the ancient incised characters found on the rocks of Northumberland, England. Ibid. Some stones have recently been discovered in Hierro and Las Palmas, Canary Islands, bearing sculptured symbols similar to those found on the shores of Lake Superior, and this has led M. Berthollet, the historiographer of the Canary Islands, to conclude that the first inhabitants of the Canaries and those of the Great West were one in race. Benjamin, The Atlantic Islands, page 130. 12. How comes it that very high authority, Professor Retzius, Smithsonian Report, 1859, p. 266, declares, with regard to the primitive dolichocephaly of America, I entertain a hypothesis still more bold, namely, that they are nearly related to the Guanches in the Canary Islands, and to the Atlantic populations of Africa, the Moors, Tuareg, Copts, etc., which Latham comprises under the name of Egyptian Atlantidi. We find one and the same form of skull in the Canary Islands, in front of the African coast, and in the Carib Islands, on the opposite coast, which faces Africa. The color of the skin on both sides of the Atlantic is represented in these populations as being of a reddish-brown. 13. The barbarians who are alluded to by Homer and Thucydides were a race of ancient navigators and pirates called Cares, or Carians, who occupied the Isles of Greece before the Pelasgi, and antedated the Phoenicians in the control of the sea. The Abbé Brasseur de Bourbourg claims that these Carians were identical with the Caribs of the West Indies, the Caras of Honduras, and the Guarani of South America. Landa's Relation, pages 52 to 65. 14. When we consider it closely, one of the most extraordinary customs ever known to mankind is that to which I have already alluded in a preceding chapter, to wit, the embalming of the body of the dead man, with a purpose that the body itself may live again in a future state. To arrive at this practice several things must coexist. A. The people must be highly religious, and possessed of an organized and influential priesthood, to perpetuate so troublesome a custom from age to age. B. They must believe implicitly in the immortality of the soul, and this implies a belief in rewards and punishments after death, in a heaven and a hell. C. They must believe in the immortality of the body, and its resurrection from the grave on some day of judgment in the distant future. D. But a belief in the immortality of the soul and the resurrection of the body is not enough, for all Christian nations hold to these beliefs. They must supplement these with a determination that the body shall not perish, that the very flesh and blood in which the man died shall rise with him on the last day, and not a merely spiritual body. Now all these four things must coexist before a people proceed to embalm their dead for religious purposes. The probability that all these four things should coexist by accident in several widely separated races is slight indeed. The doctrine of chances is all against it. There is here no common necessity driving men to the same expedient, with which so many resemblances have been explained. The practice is a religious ceremony, growing out of religious beliefs by no means common or universal, to wit, that the man who is dead shall live again, and live again in the very body in which he died. Not even all the Jews believed in these things. If, then, it should appear that among the races which we claim were descended from Atlantis this practice of embalming the dead is found, and nowhere else, We have certainly furnished evidence which can only be explained by admitting the existence of Atlantis, and of some great religious race dwelling on Atlantis, who believed in the immortality of soul and body, and who embalmed their dead. We find, as I have shown. First, that the Guanches of the Canary Islands, supposed to be a remnant of the Atlantean population, preserved their dead as mummies. Second, that the Egyptians, the oldest colony of Atlantis, embalmed their dead in such vast multitudes that they are now exported by the ton to England, and ground up into manures to grow English turnips. Third, that the Assyrians, the Ethiopians, the Persians, the Greeks, and even the Romans embalmed their dead. Fourth, on the American continents we find that the Peruvians, the Central Americans, the Mexicans, and some of the Indian tribes, followed the same practice. Is it possible to account for this singular custom, reaching through a belt of nations, and completely around the habitable world, without Atlantis? 15. All the traditions of the Mediterranean races look to the ocean as the source of men and gods. Homer sings of ocean, the origin of gods and mother Tethys. Orpheus says, the fair river of ocean was the first to marry, and he espoused his sister Tethys, who was his mother's daughter. Plato's Dialogues, Cradle, page 402. The ancients always alluded to the ocean as a river encircling the earth, as in the map of Cosmos, see page 95 ante, probably a reminiscence of the great canal described by Plato which surrounded the plain of Atlantis. Homer, Iliad, Book 18. Describes Tethys, the mother goddess, coming to Achilles, from the deep abysses of the main. The circling Nereids with their mistress weep. And all the sea-green sisters of the deep. Plato surrounds the great statue of Poseidon in Atlantis with the images of 100 Nereids. 16. In the deluge legends of the Hindus, as given on page 87 ante, we have seen Manu saving a small fish, which subsequently grew to a great size, and warned him of the coming of the flood. In this legend all the indications point to an ocean as the scene of the catastrophe. It says, at the close of the last Kalpa there was a general destruction, caused by the sleep of Brahma, whence his creatures, in different worlds, were drowned in a vast ocean. A holy king, named Satyavrat, then reigned, a servant of the spirit which moved on the waves, Poseidon, and so devout that water was his only sustenance. In 7 days the 3 worlds, remember Poseidon's trident, shall be plunged in an ocean of death. Thou shalt enter the spacious ark, and continue in it secure from the flood on one immense ocean. The sea overwhelmed its shores, deluged the whole earth, augmented by showers from immense clouds. Asiatic Researches, Volume 1. Page 230. All this reminds us of the fountains of the great deep and the floodgates of heaven, and seems to repeat precisely the story of Plato as to the sinking of Atlantis in the ocean. 17. While I do not attach much weight to verbal similarities in the languages of the 2 continents, nevertheless there are some that are very remarkable. We have seen the Pan and Maya of the Greeks reappearing in the Pan and Maya of the Mayas of Central America. The god of the Welsh triads, Hu the Mighty, is found in the Hunap Bu, the hero god of the Quiches, in Hunapu, a hero god. And in Hunap Hu, in Huncam, in Hunbats, semi-divine heroes of the Quiches. The Phoenician deity El was subdivided into a number of hypostases called the Baalim, secondary divinities, emanating from the substance of the deity, Anc, Hist. East, Volume 2, page 219, and this word Baalim we find appearing in the mythology of the Central Americans, applied to the semi-divine progenitors of the human race, Balamquitza, Balamagab, and Ikibalam. v. The question of complexion. The tendency of scientific thought in ethnology is in the direction of giving more and more importance to the race characteristics, such as height, color of the hair, eyes and skin, and the formation of the skull and body generally, than to language. The language possessed by a people may be merely the result of conquest or migration. For instance, in the United States today, white, black, and red men, the descendants of French, Spanish, Italians, Mexicans, Irish, Germans, Scandinavians, Africans, all speak the English language. And by the test of language they are all Englishmen. And yet none of them are connected by birth or descent with the country where that language was developed. There is a general misconception as to the color of the European and American races. Europe is supposed to be peopled exclusively by white men. But in reality every shade of color is represented on that continent, from the fair complexion of the fairest of the Swedes to the dark-skinned inhabitants of the Mediterranean coast, only a shade lighter than the Berbers, or Moors. On the opposite side of that sea, Tacitus spoke of the black Celts, and the term, so far as complexion goes, might not inappropriately be applied to some of the Italians, Spaniards, and Portuguese, while the Basques are represented as of a still darker hue. Tyler says, Anthropology, page 67, on the whole, it seems that the distinction of color, from the fairest Englishman to the darkest African, has no hard and fast lines, but varies gradually from one tint to another. And when we turn to America we find that the popular opinion that all Indians are red men, and of the same hue from Patagonia to Hudson's Bay, is a gross error. Pritchard says, Researches into the Physical History of Mankind, Volume 1, p. 269, 4th edition, 1841. It will be easy to show that the American races show nearly as great a variety in this respect as the nations of the old continent. There are among them white races with a florid complexion, and tribes black or of a very dark hue, that their stature, figure, and countenance are almost equally diversified. John T. Short says, North Americans of Antiquity, p. 189. The Menominees, sometimes called the White Indians, formerly occupied the region bordering on Lake Michigan, around Green Bay. The whiteness of these Indians, which is compared to that of white mulattoes, early attracted the attention of the Jesuit missionaries, and has often been commented on by travelers. While it is true that hybridy has done much to lighten the color of many of the tribes, still the peculiarity of the complexion of this people has been marked since the first time a European encountered them. Almost every shade, from the ash color of the Menominees through the cinnamon red, copper, and bronze tints, may be found among the tribes formerly occupying the territory cast of the Mississippi, until we reach the dark-skinned cause of Kansas, who are nearly as black as the Negro. The variety of complexion is as great in South America as among the tribes of the northern part of the continent. In footnote of page 107 of Volume 3 of U.S. Explorations for a Railroad Route to the Pacific Ocean, we are told, many of the Indians of Zuni, New Mexico, are white. They have a fair skin, blue eyes, chestnut or auburn hair, and are quite good-looking. They claim to be full-blooded Zunians, and have no tradition of intermarriage with any foreign race. The circumstance creates no surprise among this people, for from time immemorial a similar class of people has existed among the tribe. Winchell says, the ancient Indians of California, in the latitude of 42 degrees, were as black as the Negroes of Guinea, while in Mexico were tribes of an olive or reddish complexion, relatively light. Among the black races of tropical regions we find, generally, some light-colored tribes interspersed. These sometimes have light hair and blue eyes. This is the case with the Tuareg of the Sahara, the Afghans of India, and the Aborigines of the banks of the Orinoco and the Amazon. Winchell's Pre-Adamites, page 185. William Penn said of the Indians of Pennsylvania, in his letter of August, 1683. The natives are generally tall, straight, well-built, and of singular proportion, they tread strong and clever, and mostly walk with a lofty chin. Their eye is little and black, not unlike a straight-looked Jew. I have seen among them as comely European-like faces of both sexes as on your side of the sea. And truly an Italian complexion hath not much more of the white, and the noses of several of them have as much of the Roman. For their original, I am ready to believe them to be of the Jewish race, I mean of the stock of the 10 tribes, and that for the following reasons. First, in the next place, I find them to be of the like countenance, and their children of so lively a resemblance that a man would think himself in Duke's Place or Berry Street in London when he seeth them. But this is not all, they agree in rites, they reckon by moons, they offer their first fruits, they have a kind of feast of tabernacles, they are said to lay their altars upon 12 stones, their mourning a year, customs of women. With many other things that do not now occur. Upon this question of complexion Catlin, in his Indians of North America, Volume 1, page 95, etc., gives us some curious information. We have already seen that the Mandans preserved an image of the Ark, and possessed legends of a clearly Atlantean character. Catlin says, "A stranger in the Mandan village is first struck with the different shades of complexion and various colors of hair which he sees in a crowd about him, and is at once disposed to exclaim, 'These are not Indians.' There are a great many of these people whose complexions appear as light as half-breeds, and among the women particularly there are many whose skins are almost white, with the most pleasing symmetry and proportion of feature. With hazel, with grey, and with blue eyes, with mildness and sweetness of expression and excessive modesty of demeanor, which render them exceedingly pleasing and beautiful. Why this diversity of complexion I cannot tell, nor can they themselves account for it. Their traditions, so far as I can learn them, afford us no information of their having had any knowledge of white men before the visit of Lewis and Clark, made to their village 33 years ago. Since that time until now, 1835, there have been very few visits of white men to this place, and surely not enough to have changed the complexions and customs of a nation. And I recollect perfectly well that Governor Clark told me, before I started for this place, that I would find the Mandans a strange people and half white. Among the females may be seen every shade and color of hair that can be seen in our own country except red or auburn, which is not to be found. There are very many of both sexes, and of every age, from infancy to manhood and old age, with hair of a bright silvery gray, and in some instances almost perfectly white. This unaccountable phenomenon is not the result of disease or habit, but it is unquestionably an hereditary characteristic which runs in families, and indicates no inequality in disposition or intellect. And by passing this hair through my hands I have found it uniformly to be as coarse and harsh as a horse's mane, differing materially from the hair of other colors, which, among the Mandans, is generally as fine and soft as silk. The stature of the Mandans is rather below the ordinary size of man, with beautiful symmetry of form and proportion, and wonderful suppleness and elasticity. Catlin gives a group, 54, showing this great diversity in complexion. One of the figures is painted almost pure white, and with light hair. The faces are European. Major James W. Lind, who lived among the Dakota Indians for 9 years, and was killed by them in the great outbreak of 1862, says, M.S. History of Dakotas, Library, Historical Society, Minnesota, p. 47, after calling attention to the fact that the different tribes of the Sioux Nation represent several different degrees of darkness of color. The Dakota child is of lighter complexion than the young brave. This one lighter than the middle-aged man, and the middle-aged man lighter than the superannuated homo, who, by smoke, paint, dirt, and a drying up of the vital juices, appears to be the true copper-colored Dakota. The color of the Dakotas varies with the nation, and also with the age and condition of the individual. It may be set down, however, as a shade lighter than olive. Yet it becomes still lighter by change of condition or mode of life, and nearly vanishes, even in the child, under constant ablutions and avoiding of exposure. Those children in the mission at Hazelwood, who are taken very young, and not allowed to expose themselves, lose almost entirely the olive shade, and become quite as white as the American child. The Mandans are as light as the peasants of Spain, while their brothers, the Crows, are as dark as the Arabs. Dr. Goodrich, in the Universal Traveler, p. 154, says that the modern Peruvians, in the warmer regions of Peru, are as fair as the people of the south of Europe. The Aymaras, the ancient inhabitants of the mountains of Peru and Bolivia, are described as having an olive-brown complexion, with regular features, large heads, and a thoughtful and melancholy cast of countenance. They practiced in early times the deformation of the skull. Professor Wilson describes the hair of the ancient Peruvians, as found upon their mummies, as a lightish brown, and of a fineness of texture which equals that of the Anglo-Saxon race. The ancient Peruvians, says Short, North Americans of Antiquity, page 187, appear, from numerous examples of hair found in their tombs, to have been an auburn-haired race. Garcilaso, who had an opportunity of seeing the body of the king, Viracocha, describes the hair of that monarch as snow-white. Haywood tells us of the discovery, at the beginning of this century, of 3 mummies in a cave on the south side of the Cumberland River, Tennessee, who were buried in baskets, as the Peruvians were occasionally buried. And whose skin was fair and white, and their hair auburn, and of a fine texture. Natural and Aboriginal History of Tennessee, page 191. Neither is the common opinion correct which asserts all the American Indians to be of the same type of features. The portraits on this page and on pages 187 and 191, taken from the Report of the U.S. Survey for a Route for a Pacific Railroad, present features very much like those of Europeans. In fact, every face here could be precisely matched among the inhabitants of the southern part of the old continent. On the other hand, look at the portrait of the great Italian orator and reformer, Savonarola, on page 193. It looks more like the hunting Indians of northwestern America than any of the preceding faces. In fact, if it was dressed with a scalp lock it would pass muster anywhere as a portrait of the man afraid of his horses, or Sitting Bull. Adam was, it appears, a red man. Winchell tells us that Adam is derived from the red earth. The radical letters Adam are found in Adam IH, something out of which vegetation was made to germinate, to wit, the earth. Adam and Dom signifies red, ruddy, bay-colored, as of a horse, the color of a red heifer. Adam, a man, a human being, male or female, red, ruddy. Pre-Adamites, page 161. The Arabs distinguished mankind into 2 races, one red, ruddy, the other black. Ibid, they classed themselves among the red men. Not only was Adam a red man, but there is evidence that, from the highest antiquity, red was a sacred color. The gods of the ancients were always painted red. The wisdom of Solomon refers to this custom. The carpenter carved it elegantly, and formed it by the skill of his understanding, and fashioned it to the shape of a man, or made it like some vile beast, laying it over with vermilion, and with paint, coloring it red, and covering every spot therein. The idols of the Indians were also painted red, and red was the religious color. Lynn's M.S. History of Dakotas, Library, History Society, Minnesota. The Cushites and Ethiopians, early branches of the Atlantean stock, took their name from their sunburnt complexion. They were red men. The name of the Phoenicians signified red. Himyar, the prefix of the Himyaritic Arabians, also means red, and the Arabs were painted red on the Egyptian monuments. The ancient Egyptians were red men. They recognized 4 races of men, the red, yellow, black, and white men. They themselves belonged to the Rot, or red men. The yellow men they called Namu. It included the Asiatic races. The black men were called Nasu, and the white men, Tamhu. The following figures are copied from Knott and Gliddon's Types of Mankind, page 85, and were taken by them from the great works of Belzoni, Champollion, and Lepsius. In later ages so desirous were the Egyptians of preserving the aristocratic distinction of the color of their skin, that they represented themselves on the monuments as of a crimson hue, an exaggeration of their original race complexion. In the same way we find that the ancient Aryan writings divided mankind into 4 races, the white, red, yellow, and black. The 4 castes of India were founded upon these distinctions in color. In fact, the word for color in Sanskrit, varna, means caste. The red men, according to the Mahabharata, were the Kshatriyas, the warrior caste who were afterward engaged in a fierce contest with the whites, the Brahmins, and were nearly exterminated, although some of them survived. And from their stock Buddha was born. So that not only the Mohammedan and Christian but the Buddhistic religion seemed to be derived from branches of the Hamitic or red stock. The great Manu was also of the red race. The Egyptians, while they painted themselves red-brown, represented the nations of Palestine as yellow-brown, and the Libyans yellow-white. The present inhabitants of Egypt range from a yellow color in the north parts to a deep bronze. Tyler is of opinion, Anthropology, page 95, that the ancient Egyptians belonged to a brown race, which embraced the Nubian tribes and, to some extent, the Berbers of Algiers and Tunis. He groups the Assyrians, Phoenicians, Persians, Greeks, Romans, Andalusians, Bretons, dark Welshmen, and people of the Caucasus into one body, and designates them as dark whites. The Himyarite Arabs, as I have shown, derived their name originally from their red color, and they were constantly depicted on the Egyptian monuments as red or light brown. Herodotus tells us that there was a nation of Libyans, called the Maxians, who claimed descent from the people of Troy. The walls of Troy, we shall see, were built by Poseidon, that is to say, Troy was an Atlantean colony. These Maxians painted their whole bodies red. The Zevetians, the ancestors of the Zouaves of Algiers, the tribe that gave their name to the French Zouaves, also painted themselves red. Some of the Ethiopians were copper-colored. Amur, Cyclop. Art. Egypt, page 464. Tyler says, Anthropology, p. 160, the language of the ancient Egyptians, though it cannot be classed in the Semitic family with Hebrew, has important points of correspondence. Whether due to the long intercourse between the two races in Egypt or to some deeper ancestral connection. And such analogies also appear in the Berber languages of North Africa. These last were called by the ancients the Atlanteans. If a congregation of 12 representatives from Malacca, China, Japan, Mongolia, Sandwich Islands, Chile, Peru, Brazil, Chickasaws, Comanches, etc. were dressed alike, or undressed and unshaven, the most skillful anatomist could not, from their appearance, separate them. Fontaine's How the World Was Peopled, pages 147-244. Ferdinand Columbus, in his relation of his father's voyages, compares the inhabitants of Guanahani to the Canary Islanders, an Atlantean race, and describes the inhabitants of San Domingo as still more beautiful and fair. In Peru the Sharanzanis, studied by M. Engrad, also resemble the Canary Islanders. Lab Brasser de Bourbourg imagined himself surrounded by Arabs when all his Indians of Ravenel were around him. For they had, he said, their complexion, features, and beard. Pierre Martyr speaks of the Indians of the Parian Gulf as having fair hair. The Human Species, page 201. The same author believes that tribes belonging to the Semitic type are also found in America. He refers to certain traditions of Guyana, and the use in the country of a weapon entirely characteristic of the ancient Canary Islanders. When science is able to disabuse itself of the Mortonian theory that the aborigines of America are all red men, and all belong to one race, we may hope that the confluence upon the continent of widely different races from different countries may come to be recognized and intelligently studied. There can be no doubt that red, white, black, and yellow men have united to form the original population of America. And there can be as little doubt that the entire population of Europe and the south shore of the Mediterranean is a mongrel race, a combination, in varying proportions, of a dark brown or red race with a white race. The characteristics of the different nations depending upon the proportions in which the dark and light races are mingled, for peculiar mental and moral characteristics go with these complexions. The red-haired people are a distinct variety of the white stock. There were once whole tribes and nations with this color of hair, their blood is now intermingled with all the races of men, from Palestine to Iceland. Everything in Europe speaks of vast periods of time and long continued and constant interfusion of bloods, until there is not a fair-skinned man on the continent that has not the blood of the dark-haired race in his veins. Nor scarcely a dark-skinned man that is not lighter in hue from intermixture with the white stock. 6. Genesis contains a history of Atlantis. The Hebrews are a branch of the great family of which that powerful commercial race, the Phoenicians, who were the merchants of the world 1500 years before the time of Christ, were a part. The Hebrews carried out from the common storehouse of their race a mass of traditions, many of which have come down to us in that oldest and most venerable of human compositions, the Book of Genesis. I have shown that the story of the deluge plainly refers to the destruction of Atlantis, and that it agrees in many important particulars with the account given by Plato. The people destroyed were, in both instances, the ancient race that had created civilization. They had formerly been in a happy and sinless condition, they had become great and wicked. They were destroyed for their sins, they were destroyed by water. But we can go farther, and it can be asserted that there is scarcely a prominent fact in the opening chapters of the book of Genesis that cannot be duplicated from the legends of the American nations. And scarcely a custom known to the Jews that does not find its counterpart among the people of the New World. Even in the history of the creation we find these similarities. The Bible tells us, Gen I, 2, that in the beginning the earth was without form and void, and covered with water. In the Quiche legends we are told, at first all was sea, no man, animal, bird, or green herb, there was nothing to be seen but the sea and the heavens. The Bible says, Gen I, 2, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. The Quiche legend says, the Creator, the Former, the Dominator, the feathered serpent, those that give life, moved upon the waters like a glowing light. The Bible says, Gen I. 9, and God said, Let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear, and it was so. The Quiche legend says, the creative spirits cried out, Earth. And in an instant it was formed, and rose like a vapor cloud. Immediately the plains and the mountains arose, and the cypress and pine appeared. The Bible tells us, and God saw that it was good. The Quiche legend says, Then Gucumatz was filled with joy, and cried out, Blessed be thy coming, O heart of heaven, Huracan, thunderbolt. The order in which the vegetables, animals, and man were formed is the same in both records. In Genesis, chapter 2, 7, we are told, And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground. The Quiche legend says, The first man was made of clay, but he had no intelligence, and was consumed in the water. In Genesis the first man is represented as naked. The Aztec legend says, The sun was much nearer the earth then than now, and his grateful warmth rendered clothing unnecessary. Even the temptation of Eve reappears in the American legends. Lord Kingsborough says, The Toltecs had paintings of a garden, with a single tree standing in the midst, round the root of the tree is entwined a serpent, whose head appearing above the foliage displays the face of a woman. Torquemada admits the existence of this tradition among them, and agrees with the Indian historians, who affirm that this was the first woman in the world, who bore children, and from whom all mankind are descended. Mexican Antiquities, Volume 8, page 19. There is also a legend of Xochiquetzal, who disobediently gathered roses from a tree, and thereby disgraced and injured herself and all her posterity. Mexican Antiquities, Volume 6, page 401. The legends of the Old World which underlie Genesis, and were used by Milton in the Paradise Lost, appear in the Mexican legends of a war of angels in heaven, and the fall of Xotemque, Sotem, Satan, Arabic, Shatana, and the other rebellious spirits. We have seen that the Central Americans possessed striking parallels to the account of the deluge in Genesis. There is also a clearly established legend which singularly resembles the Bible record of the Tower of Babel. Father Duran, in his MS Historia Antigua de la Nueva España, A.D. 1585, quotes from the lips of a native of Cholula, over 100 years old, a version of the legend as to the building of the Great Pyramid of Cholula. It is as follows. In the beginning, before the light of the sun had been created, this land, Cholula, was in obscurity and darkness, and void of any created thing. All was a plain, without hill or elevation, encircled in every part by water, without tree or created thing. And immediately after the light and the sun arose in the east there appeared gigantic men of deformed stature and possessed the land, and desiring to see the nativity of the sun, as well as his occident, proposed to go and seek them. Dividing themselves into two parties, some journeyed to the west and others toward the east, these traveled until the sea cut off their road, whereupon they determined to return to the place from which they started, and arriving at this place, Cholula, not finding the means of reaching the sun, enamored of his light and beauty. They determined to build a tower so high that its summit should reach the sky. Having collected materials for the purpose, they found a very adhesive clay and bitumen, with which they speedily commenced to build the tower. And having reared it to the greatest possible altitude, so that they say it reached to the sky, the Lord of the heavens, enraged, said to the inhabitants of the sky, "Have you observed how they of the earth have built a high and haughty tower to mount hither, being enamored of the light of the sun and his beauty? Come and confound them, because it is not right that they of the earth, living in the flesh, should mingle with us." Immediately the inhabitants of the sky sallied forth like flashes of lightning. They destroyed the edifice, and divided and scattered its builders to all parts of the earth. One can recognize in this legend the recollection, by a ruder race, of a highly civilized people. For only a highly civilized people would have attempted such a vast work. Their mental superiority in command of the arts gave them the character of giants who arrived from the east, who had divided into two great emigrations, one moving eastward, toward Europe, the other westward, toward America. They were sun worshippers. For we are told, they were enamored of the light and beauty of the sun, and they built a high place for his worship. The Pyramid of Cholula is one of the greatest constructions ever erected by human hands. It is even now, in its ruined condition, 160 feet high, 1,400 feet square at the base, and covers 45 acres. We have only to remember that the greatest pyramid of Egypt, Cheops, covers but 12 or 13 acres, to form some conception of the magnitude of this American structure. It must not be forgotten that this legend was taken down by a Catholic priest, shortly after the conquest of Mexico, from the lips of an old Indian who was born before Columbus sailed from Spain. Observe the resemblances between this legend and the Bible account of the building of the Tower of Babel. All was a plain without hill or elevation, says the Indian legend. They found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there, says the Bible. They built of brick in both cases. Let us build us a tower whose top may reach unto heaven, says the Bible. They determined to build a tower so high that its summit should reach the sky, says the Indian legend. And the Lord came down to see the city and the tower which the children of men had builded. And the Lord said, Behold, nothing will be restrained from them which they have imagined to do. Let us go down and confound them, says the Bible record. The Lord of the heavens, enraged, said to the inhabitants of the sky, Have you observed, etc. Come and confound them, says the Indian record. And the Lord scattered them abroad from thence on all the face of the earth, says the Bible. They scattered its builders to all parts of the earth, says the Mexican legend. Can anyone doubt that these two legends must have sprung in some way from one another, or from some common source? There are enough points of difference to show that the American is not a servile copy of the Hebrew legend. In the former the story comes from a native of Cholula, it is told under the shadow of the mighty pyramid it commemorates, it is a local legend which he repeats. The men who built it, according to his account, were foreigners. They built it to reach the sun, that is to say, as a sun temple, while in the Bible record Babel was built to perpetuate the glory of its architects. In the Indian legend the gods stopped the work by a great storm, in the Bible account by confounding the speech of the people. Both legends were probably derived from Atlantis, and referred to some gigantic structure of great height built by that people. And when the story emigrated to the east and west, it was in the one case affixed to the Tower of the Chaldeans, and in the other to the Pyramid of Cholula. Precisely as we find the Ark of the Deluge resting upon separate mountain chains all the way from Greece to Armenia. In one form of the Tower of Babel legend, that of the Toltecs, we are told that the Pyramid of Cholula was erected as a means of escape from a second flood, should another occur. But the resemblances between Genesis and the American legends do not stop here. We are told, Gen 2:21, that the Lord God caused a deep sleep to fall upon Adam, and while he slept God made Eve out of one of his ribs. According to the Quiche tradition, there were 4 men from whom the races of the world descended, probably a recollection of the red, black, yellow, and white races. And these men were without wives, and the Creator made wives for them while they slept. Some wicked misanthrope referred to these traditions when he said, and man's first sleep became his last repose. In Genesis, chapter 3:22, and the Lord God said, Behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil, and now, lest he put forth his hand, and take also of the tree of life, and eat, and live forever. Therefore God drove him out of the garden. In the Quiche legends we are told, the gods feared that they had made men too perfect, and they breathed a cloud of mist over their vision. When the ancestors of the Quiches migrated to America, the divinity parted the sea for their passage, as the Red Sea was parted for the Israelites. The story of Samson is paralleled in the history of a hero named Zepenka, told of in the Popol Vuh, who, being captured by his enemies and placed in a pit, pulled down the building in which his captors had assembled, and killed 400 of them. There were giants in those days, says the Bible. A great deal of the Central American history is taken up with the doings of an ancient race of giants called Canaans. This parallelism runs through 100 particulars. Both the Jews and Mexicans worship toward the east. Both called the south the right hand of the world. Both burnt incense toward the four corners of the earth. Confession of sin and sacrifice of atonement were common to both peoples. Both were punctilious about washings and ablutions. Both believed in devils, and both were afflicted with leprosy. Both considered women who died in childbirth as worthy of honor as soldiers who fell in battle. Both punished adultery with stoning to death. As David leaped and danced before the ark of the Lord, so did the Mexican monarchs before their idols. Both had an ark, the abiding place of an invisible God. Both had a species of serpent worship. Compare our representation of the Great Serpent Mound in Adams County, Ohio, with the following description of a Great Serpent Mound in Scotland. Serpent worship in the West. Some additional light appears to have been thrown upon ancient serpent worship in the West by the recent archaeological explorations of Mr. John S. Fean, FGS, FRGS, in Scotland. Mr. Fean has just investigated a curious earthen mound in Glen Feechan, Argyllshire, referred to by him, at the late meeting of the British Association in Edinburgh, as being in the form of a serpent or saurian. The mound, says the Scotsman, is a most perfect one. The head is a large cairn, and the body of the earthen reptile 300 feet long, and in the center of the head there were evidences, when Mr. Fean first visited it, of an altar having been placed there. The position with regard to Ben Cruachan is most remarkable. The three peaks are seen over the length of the reptile when a person is standing on the head, or cairn. The shape can only be seen so as to be understood when looked down upon from an elevation, as the outline cannot be understood unless the whole of it can be seen. This is most perfect, and the spectator is on the head of the animal form, or on the lofty rock to the west of it. This mound corresponds almost entirely with one 700 feet long in America, an account of which was lately published, after careful survey, by Mr. Squire. The altar toward the head in each case agrees. In the American mound 3 rivers, also objects of worship with the ancients, were evidently identified. The number 3 was a sacred number in all ancient mythologies. The sinuous winding and articulations of the vertebral spinal arrangement are anatomically perfect in the Argyllshire mound. The gentlemen present with Mr. Fean during his investigation state that beneath the cairn forming the head of the animal was found a megalithic chamber, in which was a quantity of charcoal and burnt earth and charred nutshells, a flint instrument, beautifully and minutely serrated at the edge, and burnt bones. The back or spine of the serpent, which, as already stated, is 300 feet long, was found, beneath the peat moss, to be formed by a careful adjustment of stones, the formation of which probably prevented the structure from being obliterated by time and weather. Pall Mall Gazette. We find a striking likeness between the works of the Stone Age in America and Europe, as shown in the figures here given. The same singular custom which is found among the Jews and the Hindus, for a man to raise up seed for his deceased brother by marrying his widow, was found among the Central American nations. Las Casas, MS, History Apoloc, Cap. XI, CCXV. Torquemada, Monarch. IND, Tom. 2, 377-8. No one but the Jewish high priest might enter the Holy of Holies. A similar custom obtained in Peru. Both ate the flesh of the sacrifices of atonement. Both poured the blood of the sacrifice on the earth, they sprinkled it, they marked persons with it, they smeared it upon walls and stones. The Mexican temple, like the Jewish, faced the east. As among the Jews the ark was a sort of portable temple, in which the deity was supposed to be continually present, so among the Mexicans, the Cherokees, and the Indians of Michoacán and Honduras, an ark was held in the highest veneration, and was considered an object too sacred to be touched by any but the priests. Kingsborough, Mexico Antique, Volume 8, page 258. The Peruvians believed that the rainbow was a sign that the earth would not be again destroyed by a deluge. Ibid, page 25. The Jewish custom of laying the sins of the people upon the head of an animal, and turning him out into the wilderness, had its counterpart among the Mexicans, who, to cure a fever, formed a dog of maize paste and left it by the roadside, saying the first passerby would carry away the illness. Dorman, Prim. Super, page 59. Jacob's ladder had its duplicate in the vine or tree of the Ojibways, which led from the earth to heaven, up and down which the spirits passed. Ibid, page 67. Both Jews and Mexicans offered water to a stranger that he might wash his feet, both ate dust in token of humility, both anointed with oil, both sacrificed prisoners. Both periodically separated the women, and both agreed in the strong and universal idea of uncleanness connected with that period. Both believed in the occult power of water, and both practiced baptism. Then the Mexican midwife gave the child to taste of the water, putting her moistened fingers in its mouth, and said, "Take this, by this thou hast to live on the earth, to grow and to flourish. Through this we get all things that support existence on the earth, receive it." Then with moistened fingers she touched the breast of the child, and said, "Behold the pure water that washes and cleanses thy heart, that removes all filthiness. Receive it, may the goddess see good to purify and cleanse thine heart." Then the midwife poured water upon the head of the child, saying, "O my grandson, my son, take this water of the Lord of the world, which is thy life, invigorating and refreshing, washing and cleansing. I pray that this celestial water, blue and light blue, may enter into thy body, and there live. I pray that it may destroy in thee and put away from thee all the things evil and adverse that were given thee before the beginning of the world. Wheresoever thou art in this child, O thou hurtful thing, begone. Leave it, put thyself apart, for now does it live anew, and anew is it born, now again is it purified and cleansed. Now again is it shaped and engendered by our mother, the goddess of water." Bancroft's Native Races, Volume 3, page 372. Here we find many resemblances to the Christian ordinance of baptism, the pouring of the water on the head, the putting of the fingers in the mouth, the touching of the breast, the new birth, and the washing away of the original sin. The Christian rite, we know, was not a Christian invention, but was borrowed from ancient times, from the great storehouse of Asiatic traditions and beliefs. The Mexicans hung up the heads of their sacrificed enemies. This was also a Jewish custom. "And the Lord said unto Moses, Take all the heads of the people, and hang them up before the Lord against the sun, that the fierce anger of the Lord may be turned away from Israel. And Moses said unto the judges of Israel, Slay ye every one his men that were joined unto Baal-peor." Num. 25, 4, 5. The Scythians, Herodotus tells us, scalped their enemies, and carried the scalp at the pommel of their saddles. The Jews probably scalped their enemies. "But God shall wound the head of his enemies, and the hairy scalp of such a one as goeth on still in his trespasses." PSA, 68, 21. The ancient Scandinavians practiced scalping. When Harold Harefoot seized his rival, Alfred, with 600 followers, had them maimed, blinded, hamstrung, scalped, or emboweled. Taine's History Eng Lit, page 35. Herodotus describes the Scythian mode of taking the scalp. He makes a cut round the head near the ears, and shakes the skull out. This is precisely the Indian custom. The more scalps a man has, says Herodotus, the more highly he is esteemed among them. The Indian scalp lock is found on the Egyptian monuments as one of the characteristics of the Japhetic Libyans, who shaved all the head except one lock in the middle. The Manchus of Tartary wear a scalp lock, as do the modern Chinese. Byron describes the heads of the dead Tartars under the walls of Corinth, devoured by the wild dogs. Crimson and green were the shawls of their wear. And each scalp had a single long tuft of hair. All the rest was shaven and bare. These resemblances are so striking and so numerous that repeated attempts have been made to prove that the inhabitants of America are the descendants of the Jews. Some have claimed that they represented the lost tribes of that people. But the Jews were never a maritime or emigrating people, they formed no colonies. And it is impossible to believe, as has been asserted, that they left their flocks and herds, marched across the whole face of Asia, took ships and sailed across the greatest of the oceans to a continent of the existence of which they had no knowledge. If we seek the origin of these extraordinary coincidences in opinions and habits, we must go far back of the time of the lost tribes. We must seek it in the relationship of the Jews to the family of Noah, and in the identity of the Noachic race destroyed in the deluge with the people of the drowned Atlantis. Nor need it surprise us to find traditions perpetuated for thousands upon thousands of years, especially among a people having a religious priesthood. The essence of religion is conservatism, little is invented, nothing perishes. Change comes from without, and even when one religion is supplanted by another its gods live on as the demons of the new faith, or they pass into the folklore and fairy stories of the people. We see Wotan, a hero in America, become the god Odin or Woden in Scandinavia, and when his worship as a god dies out Odin survives, as Dr. Dasent has proved, in the Wild Huntsman of the Hearts, and in the Robin Hood, Budin, of popular legend. The Harlequin of France becomes the Harlequin of our pantomimes. William Tell never existed, he is a myth, a survival of the sun god Apollo, Indra, who was worshipped on the altars of Atlantis. Nothing here but it doth change into something rich and strange. The rite of circumcision dates back to the first days of Phoenicia, Egypt, and the Cushites. It, too, was probably an Atlantean custom, invented in the Stone Age. Tens of thousands of years have passed since the Stone Age, the ages of copper, bronze, and iron bear intervened, and yet to this day the Hebrew rabbi performs the ceremony of circumcision with a stone knife. Frothingham says, speaking of St. Peter's Cathedral, in Rome, "Into what depths of antiquity the ceremonies carried me back. To the mysteries of Eleusis, to the sacrificial rites of Phoenicia. The boys swung the censers as censers had been swung in the adoration of Bacchus. The girdle and cassock of the priests came from Persia, the veil and tonsure were from Egypt, the alb and chasuble were prescribed by Numa Pompilius. The stole was borrowed from the official who used to throw it on the back of the victim that was to be sacrificed, the white surplice was the same as described by Juvenal and Ovid. Although it is evident that many thousands of years must have passed since the men who wrote in Sanskrit, in northwestern India, could have dwelt in Europe. Yet to this day they preserve among their ancient books maps and descriptions of the western coast of Europe, and even of England and Ireland. And we find among them a fuller knowledge of the vexed question of the sources of the Nile than was possessed by any nation in the world 25 years ago. This perpetuation of forms and beliefs is illustrated in the fact that the formulas used in the Middle Ages in Europe to exorcise evil spirits were Assyrian words, imported probably thousands of years before from the magicians of Chaldea. When the European conjurer cried out to the demon, Hilka, Hilka, Besha, Besha, he had no idea that he was repeating the very words of a people who had perished ages before, and that they signified go away, evil one, evil one. Lenormant, A.N.C., History East, Volume 1, page 448. Our circle of 360 degrees. The division of a chord of the circle equal to the radius into 60 equal parts, called degrees, the division of these into 60 minutes, of the minute into 60 seconds, and the second into 60 thirds. The division of the day into 24 hours, each hour into 60 minutes, each minute into 60 seconds, the division of the week into 7 days, and the very order of the days, all have come down to us from the Chaldeo-Assyrians. And these things will probably be perpetuated among our posterity, to the last syllable of recorded time. We need not be surprised, therefore, to find the same legends and beliefs cropping out among the nations of Central America and the people of Israel. Nay, it should teach us to regard the book of Genesis with increased veneration, as a relic dating from the most ancient days of man's history on earth. Its roots cross the great ocean, every line is valuable. A word, a letter, an accent may throw light upon the gravest problems of the birth of civilization. The vital conviction which, during thousands of years, at all times pressed home upon the Israelites, was that they were a chosen people, selected out of all the multitude of the earth. To perpetuate the great truth that there was but one God, an illimitable, omnipotent, paternal spirit, who rewarded the good and punished the wicked, in contradistinction from the multifarious, subordinate, animal and bestial demigods of the other nations of the earth. This sublime monotheism could only have been the outgrowth of a high civilization, for man's first religion is necessarily a worship of stocks and stones, and history teaches us that the gods decrease in number as man increases in intelligence. It was probably in Atlantis that monotheism was first preached. The Proverbs of Ptahhotep, the oldest book of the Egyptians, show that this most ancient colony from Atlantis received the pure faith from the motherland at the very dawn of history. This book preached the doctrine of one God, the rewarder of the good and the punisher of the wicked. Reginald S. Poole, Contemporary Rev. August, 1881, page 38. In the early days the Egyptians worshipped one only God, the maker of all things, without beginning and without end. To the last the priests preserved this doctrine and taught it privately to a select few. America in Cycle, Volume 6, page 463. The Jews took up this great truth where the Egyptians dropped it, and over the heads and over the ruins of Egypt, Chaldea, Phoenicia, Greece, Rome, and India this handful of poor shepherds, ignorant, debased, and despised, have carried down to our own times a conception which could only have originated in the highest possible state of human society. And even skepticism must pause before the miracle of the continued existence of this strange people, wading through the ages, bearing on their shoulders the burden of their great trust, and pressing forward under the force of a perpetual and irresistible impulse. The speech that may be heard today in the synagogues of Chicago and Melbourne resounded 2,000 years ago in the streets of Rome. And, at a still earlier period, it could be heard in the palaces of Babylon and the shops of Thebes, in Tyre, in Sidon, in Gades, in Palmyra, in Nineveh. How many nations have perished, how many languages have ceased to exist, how many splendid civilizations have crumbled into ruin. How many temples and towers and towns have gone down to dust since the sublime frenzy of monotheism first seized this extraordinary people. All their kindred nomadic tribes are gone, their land of promise is in the hands of strangers, but Judaism, with its offspring, Christianity, is taking possession of the habitable world. And the continuous life of one people, one poor, obscure, and wretched people, spans the tremendous gulf between Ptahhotep and this 19th century. If the spirit of which the universe is but an expression, of whose frame the stars are the infinite molecules, can be supposed ever to interfere with the laws of matter and reach down into the doings of men, would it not be to save from the wreck and waste of time the most sublime fruit of the civilization of the drowned Atlantis, a belief in the one, only, just God, the Father of all life, the imposer of all moral obligations? 7. The origin of our alphabet. One of the most marvelous inventions for the advancement of mankind is the phonetic alphabet, or a system of signs representing the sounds of human speech. Without it our present civilization could scarcely have been possible. No solution of the origin of our European alphabet has yet been obtained. We can trace it back from nation to nation, and form to form, until we reach the Egyptians, and the archaic forms of the Phoenicians, Hebrews, and Cushites, but Beyond this the light fails us. The Egyptians spoke of their hieroglyphic system of writing not as their own invention, but as the language of the gods. Lenormant and Cheval, A.N.C., History of the East, Volume 2, page 208. The gods were, doubtless, their highly civilized ancestors, the people of Atlantis, who, as we shall hereafter see, became the gods of many of the Mediterranean races. According to the Phoenicians, the art of writing was invented by Tautus or Tot, whom the Egyptians call Thouth, and the Egyptians said it was invented by Thouth, or Thoth, otherwise called the first Hermes. In which we clearly see that both the Phoenicians and Egyptians referred the invention to a period older than their own separate political existence, and to an older nation, from which both peoples received it. Baldwin's Prehistoric Nations, page 91. The first Hermes, here referred to, afterward called Mercury by the Romans, was a son of Zeus and Maia, a daughter of Atlas. This is the same Maia whom the Abbé Brasseur de Bourbourg identifies with the Maya of Central America. Sir William Drummond, in his Origins, said, "There seems to be no way of accounting either for the early use of letters among so many different nations, or for the resemblance which existed between some of the graphic systems employed by those nations, than by supposing hieroglyphical writing, if I may be allowed the term, to have been in use among the Sabaists in the first ages after the flood. When Sabaean, planet worship, was the religion of almost every country that was yet inhabited." Sir Henry Rawlinson says, "So great is the analogy between the first principles of the science of writing, as it appears to have been pursued in Chaldea, and as we can actually trace its progress in Egypt, that we can hardly hesitate to assign the original invention to a period before the Hamitic race had broken up and divided. It is not to be believed that such an extraordinary system of sound signs could have been the invention of any one man or even of any one age. Like all our other acquisitions, it must have been the slow growth and accretion of ages. It must have risen step by step from picture writing through an intermediate condition like that of the Chinese, where each word or thing was represented by a separate sign. The fact that so old and enlightened a people as the Chinese have never reached a phonetic alphabet, gives us some indication of the greatness of the people among whom it was invented, and the lapse of time before they attained to it. Humboldt says, "According to the views which, since Champollion's great discovery, have been gradually adopted regarding the earlier condition of the development of alphabetical writing, the Phoenician as well as the Semitic characters are to be regarded as a phonetic alphabet that has originated from pictorial writing, as one in which the ideal signification of the symbols is wholly disregarded, and the characters are regarded as mere signs for sounds." Cosmos, Volume 2, page 129. Baldwin says, Prehistoric Nations, p. 93. "The nation that became mistress of the seas, established communication with every shore, and monopolized the commerce of the known world, must have substituted a phonetic alphabet for the hieroglyphics as it gradually grew to this eminence. While isolated Egypt, less affected by the practical wants and tendencies of commercial enterprise, retained the hieroglyphic system, and carried it to a marvelous height of perfection. It must be remembered that some of the letters of our alphabet are inventions of the later nations. In the oldest alphabets there was no C, the G taking its place. The Romans converted the G into C. And then, finding the necessity for a G sign, made one by adding a tailpiece to the C, C, G. The Greeks added to the ancient alphabet the upsilon, shaped like our V or Y, the two forms being used at first indifferently. They added the X sign. They converted the T of the Phoenicians into TH, or theta, Z and S into signs for double consonants. They turned the Phoenician Y, yod, into I, iota. The Greeks converted the Phoenician alphabet, which was partly consonantal, into one purely phonetic, a perfect instrument for the expression of spoken language. The W was also added to the Phoenician alphabet. The Romans added the Y. At first I and J were both indicated by the same sound, a sign for J was afterward added. We have also, in common with other European languages, added a W, that is, VV, or W, to represent the W sound. The letters, then, which we owe to the Phoenicians, are A, B, C, D, E, H, I, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, Z. If we are to trace out resemblances with the alphabet of any other country, it must be with these signs. Is there any other country to which we can turn which possessed a phonetic alphabet in any respect kindred to this Phoenician alphabet? It cannot be the Chinese alphabet, which has more signs than words. It cannot be the cuneiform alphabet of Assyria, with its 700 arrow-shaped characters, none of which bear the slightest affinity to the Phoenician letters. It is a surprising fact that we find in Central America a phonetic alphabet. This is in the alphabet of the Mayas, the ancient people of the peninsula of Yucatan, who claim that their civilization came to them across the sea in ships from the east, that is, from the direction of Atlantis. The Mayas succeeded to the Coluas, whose era terminated 1,000 years before the time of Christ. From them they received their alphabet. It has come to us through Bishop Landa, one of the early missionary bishops, who confesses to having burnt a great number of Maya books because they contained nothing but the works of the devil. He fortunately, however, preserved for posterity the alphabet of this people. We present it herewith. Diego de Landa was the first bishop of Yucatan. He wrote a history of the Mayas and their country, which was preserved in manuscript at Madrid in the library of the Royal Academy of History. It contains a description and explanation of the phonetic alphabet of the Mayas. Landa's manuscript seems to have lain neglected in the library, for little or nothing was heard of it until it was discovered by the French priest Brasseur de Bourbourg, who, by means of it, has deciphered some of the old American writings. He says, "The alphabet and signs explained by Landa have been to me a Rosetta Stone." Baldwin's Ancient America, page 191. When we observe, in the table of alphabets of different European nations which I give herewith, how greatly the forms of the Phoenician letters have been modified, it would surprise us to find any resemblance between the Maya alphabet of 2 or 3 centuries since and the ancient European forms. It must, however, be remembered that the Mayas are one of the most conservative peoples in the world. They still adhere with striking pertinacity to the language they spoke when Columbus landed on San Salvador. And it is believed that that language is the same as the one inscribed on the most ancient monuments of their country. Señor Pimentel says of them, "The Indians have preserved this idiom with such tenacity that they will speak no other. It is necessary for the whites to address them in their own language to communicate with them. It is therefore probable, as their alphabet did not pass from nation to nation, as did the Phoenician, that it has not departed so widely from the original forms received from the Coluas. But when we consider the vast extent of time which has elapsed, and the fact that we are probably without the intermediate stages of the alphabet which preceded the archaic Phoenician, it will be astonishing if we find resemblances between any of the Maya letters and the European forms, even though we concede that they are related. If we find decided affinities between 2 or 3 letters, we may reasonably presume that similar coincidences existed as to many others which have disappeared under the attrition of centuries. The first thought that occurs to us on examining the Landa alphabet is the complex and ornate character of the letters. Instead of the 2 or 3 strokes with which we indicate a sign for a sound, we have here rude pictures of objects. And we find that these are themselves simplifications of older forms of a still more complex character. Take, for instance, the letter PP in Landa's alphabet. Image here are evidently the traces of a face. The same appear, but not so plainly, in the sign for X, which is, image. Now, if we turn to the ancient hieroglyphics upon the monuments of Central America, we will find the human face appearing in a great many of them, as in the following, which we copy from the tablet of the cross at Palenque. We take the hieroglyphs from the left-hand side of the inscription. Here it will be seen that, out of 7 hieroglyphical figures, 6 contain human faces. And we find that in the whole inscription of the tablet of the cross there are 33 figures out of 108 that are made up in part of the human countenance. We can see, therefore, in the Landa alphabet a tendency to simplification. And this is what we would naturally expect. When the emblems, which were probably first intended for religious inscriptions, where they could be slowly and carefully elaborated, were placed in the hands of a busy, active, commercial people, such as were the Atlanteans. And afterward the Phoenicians, men with whom time was valuable, the natural tendency would be to simplify and condense them. And when the original meaning of the picture was lost, they would naturally slur it, as we find in the letters PP and X of the Maya alphabet, where the figure of the human face remains only in rude lines. The same tendency is plainly shown in the two forms of the letter H, as given in Landa's alphabet. The original form is more elaborate than the variation of it. The original form is hashtag. The variation is given as hashtag. Now let us suppose this simplification to be carried a step farther. We have seen the upper and lower parts of the first form shrink into a smaller and less elaborate shape. Let us imagine that the same tendency does away with them altogether. We would then have the letter H of the Maya alphabet represented by this figure, hashtag. Now, as it takes less time to make a single stroke than a double one, this would become in time hashtag. We turn now to the archaic Greek and the Old Hebrew, and we find the letter H indicated by this sign, hashtag, precisely the Maya letter H simplified. We turn to the archaic Hebrew, and we find hashtag. Now it is known that the Phoenicians wrote from right to left, and just as we in writing from left to right slope our letters to the right, so did the Phoenicians slope their letters to the left. Hence the Maya sign becomes in the archaic Phoenician this, hashtag. In some of the Phoenician alphabets we even find the letter H made with the double strokes above and below, as in the Maya H. The Egyptian hieroglyph for H is hashtag, while CH is hashtag. In time the Greeks carried the work of simplification still farther, and eliminated the top lines, as we have supposed the Atlanteans to have eliminated the double strokes, and they left the letter as it has come down to us, H. Now it may be said that all this is coincidence. If it is certainly remarkable. But let us go a step farther. We have seen in Landa's alphabet that there are two forms of the letter M. The first is hashtag. But we find also an M combined with the letter O, A, or E, says Landa, in this form, hashtag. The M here is certainly indicated by the central part of this combination, the figure hashtag. Where does that come from? It is clearly taken from the heart of the original figure wherein it appears. What does this prove? That the Atlanteans, or Mayas, when they sought to simplify their letters and combine them with others, took from the center of the ornate hieroglyphical figure some characteristic mark with which they represented the whole figure. Now let us apply this rule. We have seen in the table of alphabets that in every language, from our own day to the time of the Phoenicians, O has been represented by a circle or a circle within a circle. Now where did the Phoenicians get it? Clearly from the Mayas. There are two figures for O in the Maya alphabet, they are hashtag and hashtag. Now, if we apply the rule which we have seen to exist in the case of the Maya M to these figures, the essential characteristic found in each is the circle, in the first case pendant from the hieroglyph. In the other, in the center of the lower part of it. And that this circle was withdrawn from the hieroglyph, and used alone, as in the case of the M, is proved by the very sign used at the foot of Landa's alphabet, which is, hashtag. Landa calls this ma, mi, or mo, it is probably the latter, and in it we have the circle detached from the hieroglyph. We find the precise Maya o a circle in a circle, or a dot within a circle, repeated in the Phoenician forms for o, thus, hashtag and hashtag, and by exactly the same forms in the Egyptian hieroglyphics. In the runic we have the circle and the circle. In one form of the Greek O the dot was placed alongside of the circle instead of below it, as in the Maya. Are these another set of coincidences? Take another letter. The letter N of the Maya alphabet is represented by this sign, itself probably a simplification of some more ornate form, hashtag. This is something like our letter S, but quite unlike our N. But let us examine into the pedigree of our N. We find in the archaic Ethiopian, a language as old as the Egyptian, and which represents the Kushite branch of the Atlantean stock, the sign for n, na, is ####. In archaic Phoenician it comes still closer to the S shape, thus, ####, or in this form, ####, we have but to curve these angles to approximate it very closely to the Maya n. In Troy this form was found, ####. The Samaritan makes it ####. The Old Hebrew ####, the Moab stone inscription gives it ####. The later Phoenicians simplified the archaic form still further, until it became ####, then it passed into ####. The archaic Greek form is ####. The later Greeks made ####, from which it passed into the present form, n. All these forms seem to be representations of a serpent. We turn to the valley of the Nile, and we find that the Egyptian hieroglyphic for n was the serpent, ####. The Pelasgian n was ####, the Arcadian, ####, the Etruscan, ####. Can anything be more significant than to find the serpent the sign for n in Central America, and in all these old world languages? Now turn to the letter K. The Maya sign for K is ####. This does not look much like our letter K, but let us examine it. Following the precedent established for us by the Mayas in the case of the letter M, let us see what is the distinguishing feature here. It is clearly the figure of a serpent standing erect, with its tail doubled around its middle, forming a circle. It has already been remarked by Savallini that this erect serpent is very much like the Egyptian uraeus, an erect serpent with an enlarged body, a sacred emblem found in the hair of their deities. We turn again to the valley of the Nile, and we find that the Egyptian hieroglyphic for K was a serpent with a convolution or protuberance in the middle, precisely as in the Maya, thus, ####. This was transformed into the Egyptian letter ####. The serpent and the protuberance reappear in one of the Phoenician forms of K, to wit, ####, while in the Punic we have these forms, #### and ####. Now suppose a busy people trying to give this sign, instead of drawing the serpent in all its details they would abbreviate it into something like this, ####. Now we turn to the ancient Ethiopian sign for K, Ka, and we have ####, or the Himyaritic Arabian ####, while in the Phoenician it becomes ####, in the archaic Greek, ####, and in the later Greek, when they changed the writing from left to right, ####. So that the two lines projecting from the upright stroke of our English K are a reminiscence of the convolution of the serpent in the Maya original and the Egyptian copy. Turn now to the Maya sign for T, it is ####. What is the distinctive mark about this figure? It is the cross composed of two curved lines, thus, ####. It is probable that in the Maya sign the cross is united at the bottom, like a figure 8. Here again we turn to the valley of the Nile, and we find that the Egyptian hieroglyph for T is ####, and in the Syriac T it is ####. We even find the curved lines of the Maya T which give it something of the appearance of the numeral 8, repeated accurately in the Mediterranean alphabets, thus the Punic T repeats the Maya form almost exactly as ####, and ####. Now suppose a busy people compelled to make this mark every day for 1,000 years, and generally in a hurry, and the cross would soon be made without curving the lines, it would become X. But before it reached even that simplified form it had crossed the Atlantic, and appeared in the archaic Ethiopian sign for TSA, thus, ####. In the archaic Phoenician the sign for T is ####, and ####. The oldest Greek form is ####, or ####, and the later Greeks gave it to the Romans ####, and modified this into ####, the Old Hebrew gave it as hashtag 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 and hashtag hashtag hashtag, the Moab stone as hashtag hashtag hashtag. This became in time hashtag 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 and hashtag hashtag hashtag. Take the letter A. In the Maya there are three forms given for this letter. The first is hashtag hashtag hashtag, the third is hashtag hashtag hashtag. The first looks very much like the foot of a lion or tiger, the third is plainly a foot or boot. If one were required to give hurriedly a rude outline of either of these, would he not represent it thus, hashtag hashtag hashtag, and can we not conceive that this could have been in time modified into the Phoenician A, which was hashtag hashtag hashtag. The hieratic Egyptian A was hashtag hashtag hashtag. The ancient Hebrew, which was hashtag 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 or hashtag hashtag hashtag, the ancient Greek was the foot reversed, hashtag hashtag hashtag, the later Greek became our A. Turn next to the Maya sign for Q, Ku it is hashtag hashtag hashtag. Now what is the peculiarity of this hieroglyph? The circle below is not significant, for there are many circular figures in the Maya alphabet. Clearly, if one was called upon to simplify this, he would retain the two small circles joined side by side at the top, and would indicate the lower circle with a line or dash. And when we turn to the Egyptian Q we find it in this shape, hashtag hashtag hashtag. We turn to the Ethiopian Q, Kua, and we find it hashtag hashtag hashtag, as Kwa, hashtag hashtag hashtag, while the Phoenician comes still nearer the supposed Maya form in hashtag hashtag hashtag, the Moab stone was hashtag hashtag hashtag, the Himyaritic Arabian form became hashtag hashtag hashtag. The Greek form was hashtag hashtag hashtag, which graduated into the Roman Q. But a still more striking proof of the descent of the Phoenician alphabet from the Maya is found in the other form of the Q, the Maya Cu, which is hashtag hashtag hashtag. Now, if we apply the Maya rule to this, and discard the outside circle, we have this left, hashtag hashtag hashtag. In time the curved line would be made straight, and the figure would assume this form, hashtag hashtag hashtag. The next step would be to make the cross on the straight line, thus, hashtag hashtag hashtag. One of the ancient Phoenician forms is hashtag hashtag hashtag. Can all this be accident? The letter C or G, for the two probably gave the same sound as in the Phoenician, is given in the Maya alphabet as follows, hashtag hashtag hashtag. This would in time be simplified into a figure representing the two sides of a triangle with the apex upward, thus, hashtag hashtag hashtag. This is precisely the form found by Dr. Schliemann in the ruins of Troy, hashtag hashtag hashtag. What is the Phoenician form for G as found on the Moab stone? It is hashtag hashtag hashtag. The Carthaginian Phoenicians gave it more of a rounded form, thus, hashtag hashtag hashtag. The hieratic Egyptian figure for G was hashtag hashtag hashtag. In the earlier Greek form the left limb of the figure was shortened, thus, hashtag hashtag hashtag. The later Greeks reversed it and wrote it hashtag hashtag hashtag. The Romans changed this into hashtag 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 and it finally became C. In the Maya we have one sign for P, and another for pages. The first contains a curious figure, precisely like R are laid on its back hashtag hashtag hashtag, there is, apparently, no R in the Maya alphabet. And the Roman R grew out of the later Phoenician R formed thus, hashtag hashtag hashtag. It would appear that the earliest Phoenician alphabet did not contain the letter R. But if we now turn to the Phoenician alphabet, we will find one of the curious forms of the P given thus, hashtag hashtag hashtag, a very fair representation of an R lying upon its face. Is it not another remarkable coincidence that the P, in both Maya and Phoenician, should contain this singular sign? The form of PP in the Maya alphabet is this, hashtag hashtag hashtag. If we are asked, on the principle already indicated, to reduce this to its elements, we would use a figure like this, hashtag hashtag hashtag. In time the tendency would be to shorten one of these perpendicular lines, thus, and this we find is very much like the Phoenician P, hashtag hashtag hashtag. The Greek PH is phi. The letter L in the Maya is in two forms. One of these is ####, the other is ####. Now, if we again apply the rule which we observed to hold good with the letter M, that is, draw from the inside of the hieroglyph some symbol that will briefly indicate the whole letter, we will have one of two forms. Either a right-angled figure formed thus, ####, or an acute angle formed by joining the two lines which are unconnected, thus, ####. And either of these forms brings us quite close to the letter L of the Old World. We find L on the Moab stone thus formed, ####. The archaic Phoenician form of I was ####, or ####. The archaic Hebrew was #### and ####. The hieratic Egyptian was ####. The Greek form was ####, the Roman L. The Maya letter B is shaped thus, ####. Now, if we turn to the Phoenician, we find that B is represented by the same crescent-like figure which we find in the middle of this hieroglyph, but reversed in the direction of the writing, thus, ####. While in the archaic Hebrew we have the same crescent figure as in the Maya, turned in the same direction, but accompanied by a line drawn downward, and to the left, thus, ####. A similar form is also found in the Phoenician ####, and this in the earliest Greek changed into ####, and in the later Greek into beta. One of the Etruscan signs for B was ####, while the Pelasgian B was represented thus, ####. The Chaldaic B was ####. The Syriac sign for B was B, the Illyrian B was ####. The Maya E is ####, this became in time ####, then ####, we see this form on the Maya monuments. The dots in time were indicated by strokes, and we reach the hieratic Egyptian form, ####. We even find in some of the ancient Phoenician inscriptions the original Maya circles preserved in making the letter E, thus, ####. Then we find the Old Greek form, ####, the Old Hebrew, ####, and the later Phoenician, ####. When the direction of the writing was changed, this became ####. Dr. Schliemann found a form like this on inscriptions deep in the ruins of Troy, ####. This is exactly the form found on the American monuments. The Maya I is ####, this became in time ####, this developed into a still simpler form, ####, and this passed into the Phoenician form, ####. The Samaritan I was formed thus, ####. The Egyptian letter I is ####. Gradually in all these the left-hand line was dropped, and we come to the figure used on the stone of Moab, ####, and ####. This in time became the Old Hebrew ####, or ####, and this developed into the Greek ####. We have seen the complicated symbol for M reduced by the Mayas themselves into this figure, ####. If we attempt to write this rapidly, we find it very difficult to always keep the base lines horizontal. Naturally we form something like this, ####. The distinctive figure within the sign for M in the Maya is X or ####. We see this repeated in the Egyptian hieroglyphics for M, ####, and ####, and ####, and in the Chaldaic M. And in the Ethiopic ####. We find one form of the Phoenician where the M is made thus, ####, and in the Punic it appears thus, ####. And this is not unlike the M on the stone of Moab, ####, or the ancient Phoenician forms ####, and the Old Greek ####, or the ancient Hebrew ####. The hashtag X of the Maya alphabet is a hand pointing downward hashtag. This, reduced to its elements, would be expressed something like this, hashtag or hashtag, and this is very much like the X of the archaic Phoenician, hashtag, or the Moab stone, hashtag. Or the later Phoenician hashtag, or the Hebrew hashtag, or the Old Greek, hashtag, the later Greek form was psi. The Maya alphabet contains no sign for the letter S, there is, however, a symbol called Ca immediately above the letter K. It is probable that the sign Ca stands for the soft sound of C, as, in our word citron, circle, civil, circus, etc. As it is written in the Maya alphabet Ca, and not K, it evidently represents a different sound. The sign Ca is this, hashtag. A somewhat similar sign is found in the body of the symbol for K, thus, hashtag, this would appear to be a simplification of Ca, but turned downward. If now we turn to the Egyptian letters, we find the sign K represented by this figure hashtag, simplified again into hashtag, while the sign for K in the Phoenician inscription on the stone of Moab is hashtag. If now we turn to the S sound, indicated by the Maya sign Ca, hashtag, we find the resemblance still more striking to kindred European letters. The Phoenician S is hashtag, in the Greek this becomes hashtag, the Hebrew is hashtag, the Samaritan, hashtag. The Egyptian hieroglyph for S is hashtag, the Egyptian letter S is hashtag, the Ethiopic, hashtag, the Chaldaic, hashtag, and the Illyrian SC is hashtag. We have thus traced back the forms of 18 of the ancient letters to the Maya alphabet. In some cases the pedigree is so plain as to be indisputable. For instance, take the H. Maya, hashtag, Old Greek, hashtag, Old Hebrew, hashtag, Phoenician, hashtag. Or take the letter O. Maya, O, Old Greek, O, Old Hebrew, O, Phoenician, O. Or take the letter T. Maya, hashtag, Old Greek, hashtag, Old Phoenician, hashtag, and hashtag. Or take the letter Q. Maya, hashtag, Old Phoenician, hashtag, and hashtag, Greek, hashtag. Or take the letter K. Maya, hashtag, Egyptian, hashtag, Ethiopian, hashtag, Phoenician, hashtag. Or take the letter N. Maya, hashtag, Egyptian, hashtag, Pelasgian, hashtag, Arcadian, hashtag, Phoenician, hashtag. Surely all this cannot be accident. But we find another singular proof of the truth of this theory. It will be seen that the Maya alphabet lacks the letter D and the letter R. The Mexican alphabet possessed a D. The sounds D and T were probably indicated in the Maya tongue by the same sign, called T in the Landa alphabet. The Finns and Lapps do not distinguish between these two sounds. In the oldest known form of the Phoenician alphabet, that found on the Moab stone, we find in the same way but one sign to express the D and T. D does not occur on the Etruscan monuments, T being used in its place. It would, therefore, appear that after the Maya alphabet passed to the Phoenicians they added two new signs for the letters D and R. And it is a singular fact that their poverty of invention seems to have been such that they used to express both D and R, the same sign, with very little modification, which they had already obtained from the Maya alphabet as the symbol for B. To illustrate this we place the signs side by side, it thus appears that the very signs D and R, in the Phoenician, early Greek, and ancient Hebrew, which are lacking in the Maya, were supplied by imitating the Maya sign for B. And it is a curious fact that while the Phoenician legends claim that Tot invented the art of writing, yet they tell us that Tot made records, and delivered them to his successors and to foreigners, of whom one was Osiris, the Egyptian god, the inventor of the 3 letters. Did these 3 letters include the D and R, which they did not receive from the Atlantean alphabet, as represented to us by the Maya alphabet? In the alphabetical table which we herewith append we have represented the sign V, or Vav, or F, by the Maya sign for U. In the present so-called Hebrew, as in the Syriac, Sabaic, Palmyrenic, and some other kindred writings, the Vav takes the place of F, and indicates the sounds of V in U. F occurs in the same place also on the Idalian tablet of Cyprus, in Lycian, also in Tuareg, Berber, and some other writings. American Cyclopedia, Art. F. Since writing the above, I find in the Proceedings of the American Philosophical Society, for December, 1880, page 154, an interesting article pointing out other resemblances between the Maya alphabet and the Egyptian. I quote: "It is astonishing to notice that while Landa's first B is, according to Valentini, represented by a footprint, and that path and footprint are pronounced B in the Maya dictionary, the Egyptian sign for B was the human leg. Still more surprising is it that the H of Landa's alphabet is a tie of cord, while the Egyptian H is a twisted cord. But the most striking coincidence of all occurs in the coiled or curled line representing Landa's U. For it is absolutely identical with the Egyptian curled U. The Mayan word for to wind or bend is uk. But why should Egyptians, confined as they were to the valley of the Nile, and abhorring as they did the sea and sailors, write their U precisely like Landa's alphabet U in Central America? There is one other remarkable coincidence between Landa's and the Egyptian alphabets, and, by the way, the English and other Teutonic dialects have a curious share in it. Landa's D, T, is a disk with lines inside the 4 quarters, the allowed Mexican symbol for a day or sun. So far as sound is concerned, the English day represents it. So far as the form is concerned, the Egyptian cake, ideograph 4, 1, country and 2, the sun's orbit is essentially the same. It would appear as if both the Phoenicians and Egyptians drew their alphabet from a common source, of which the Maya is a survival, but did not borrow from one another. They followed out different characteristics in the same original hieroglyph, as, for instance, in the letter B. And yet I have shown that the closest resemblances exist between the Maya alphabet and the Egyptian signs, in the C, H, T, I, K, M, N, O, Q, and S, 11 letters in all. In some cases, as in the N and K, the signs are identical. The K, in both alphabets, is not only a serpent, but a serpent with a protuberance or convolution in the middle. If we add to the above the B and U, referred to in the Proceedings of the American Philosophical Society, we have 13 letters out of 16 in the Maya and Egyptian related to each other. Can any theory of accidental coincidences account for all this? And it must be remembered that these resemblances are found between the only 2 phonetic systems of alphabet in the world. Let us suppose that 2 men agree that each shall construct apart from the other a phonetic alphabet of 16 letters. That they shall employ only simple forms, combinations of straight or curved lines, and that their signs shall not in any wise resemble the letters now in use. They go to work apart. They have a multitudinous array of forms to draw from the 1,000 possible combinations of lines, angles, circles, and curves. When they have finished, they bring their alphabets together for comparison. Under such circumstances it is possible that out of the 16 signs one sign might appear in both alphabets. There is 1 chance in 100 that such might be the case. But there is not 1 chance in 500 that this sign should in both cases represent the same sound. It is barely possible that 2 men working thus apart should bid upon 2 or 3 identical forms, but altogether impossible that these forms should have the same significance. And by no stretch of the imagination can it be supposed that in these alphabets so created, without correspondence, 13 out of 16 signs should be the same in form and the same in meaning. It is probable that a full study of the Central American monuments may throw stronger light upon the connection between the Maya and the European alphabets. And that further discoveries of inscriptions in Europe may approximate the alphabets of the New and Old Worlds still more closely by supplying intermediate forms. We find in the American hieroglyphs peculiar signs which take the place of pictures, and which probably, like the hieratic symbols mingled with the hieroglyphics of Egypt, represent alphabetical sounds. For instance, we find this sign on the walls of the palace of Palenque, image. This is not unlike the form of the Phoenician T used in writing, image, and image. We find also upon these monuments the letter O represented by a small circle, and entering into many of the hieroglyphs, we also find the tau sign, thus, image, often repeated, also the sign which we have supposed to represent B, image. Also this sign, image, which we think is the simplification of the letter K, also this sign, which we suppose to represent E, image, also this figure, image, and this, image. There is an evident tendency to reduce the complex figures to simple signs whenever the writers proceed to form words. Although it has so far been found difficult, if not impossible, to translate the compound words formed from the Maya alphabet. Yet we can go far enough to see that they used the system of simpler sounds for the whole hieroglyph to which we have referred. Bishop Landa gives us, in addition to the alphabet, the signs which represent the days and months, and which are evidently compounds of the Maya letters. For instance, we have this figure as the representative of the month mole, image. Here we see very plainly the letter, X for M, the sign for O, and we will possibly find the sign for L in the right angle to the right of the M sign, and which is derived from the figure in the second sign for L in the Maya alphabet. One of the most ancient races of Central America is the Chiapenec, a branch of the Mayas. They claim to be the first settlers of the country. They came, their legends tell us, from the east, from beyond the sea. And even after the lapse of so many thousand years most remarkable resemblances have been found to exist between the Chiapenec language and the Hebrew, the living representative of the Phoenician tongue. The Mexican scholar, Senor Melgar, North Americans of Antiquity, page 475, gives the following list of words taken from the Chiapenec and the Hebrew. English/Chiapenec/Hebrew. Son/bin/ben. Daughter/bat/bath. Father/abag/abba. Star in zodiac/chimac/kaima. King/molo/malak. Name applied to Adam/abag/abba. Afflicted/chanam/chanan. God/alab/alab. September/tsikin/tiskiri. More/sheik/chi. Rich/chabin/chabik. Son of Seth/Anat/Enos. To give/votan/votan. Thus, while we find such extraordinary resemblances between the Maya alphabet and the Phoenician alphabet, we find equally surprising coincidences between the Chiapenec tongue, a branch of the Mayas, and the Hebrew, a branch of the Phoenician. Attempts have been repeatedly made by European scholars to trace the letters of the Phoenician alphabet back to the elaborate hieroglyphics from which all authorities agree they must have been developed, but all such attempts have been failures. But here, in the Maya alphabet, we are not only able to extract from the heart of the hieroglyphic the typical sign for the sound, but we are able to go a step farther, and, by means of the inscriptions upon the monuments of Copan and Palenque, deduce the alphabetical hieroglyph itself from an older and more ornate figure. We thus not only discover the relationship of the European alphabet to the American, but we trace its descent in the very mode in which reason tells us it must have been developed. All this proves that the similarities in question did not come from Phoenicians having accidentally visited the shores of America, but that we have before us the origin, the source, the very matrix in which the Phoenician alphabet was formed. In the light of such a discovery, the inscriptions upon the monuments of Central America assume incalculable importance. They take us back to a civilization far anterior to the oldest known in Europe. They represent the language of antediluvian times. It may be said that it is improbable that the use of an alphabet could have ascended to antediluvian times, or to that prehistoric age when intercourse existed between ancient Europe and America. But it must be remembered that if the flood legends of Europe and Asia are worth anything, they prove that the art of writing existed at the date of the deluge, and that records of antediluvian learning were preserved by those who escaped the flood. While Plato tells us that the people of Atlantis engraved their laws upon columns of bronze and plates of gold, there was a general belief among the ancient nations that the art of writing was known to the antediluvians. The Druids believed in books more ancient than the flood. They styled them the Books of Feralt, and the Writings of Pridian or Hu. Ceridwen consults them before she prepares the mysterious cauldron which shadows out the awful catastrophe of the deluge. Faber's Pagan Idolatry, Volume 2, pages 150-151. In the first avatar of Vishnu we are told that the divine ordinances were stolen by the demon Hayagriva. Vishnu became a fish, and after the deluge, when the waters had subsided, he recovered the holy books from the bottom of the ocean. Berosus, speaking of the time before the deluge, says, Oannes wrote concerning the generations of mankind and their civil polity. The Hebrew commentators on Genesis say, our rabbins assert that Adam, our father of blessed memory, composed a book of precepts, which were delivered to him by God in paradise. Smith's Sacred Annals, page 49. That is to say, the Hebrews preserved a tradition that the Adami, the people of Ad, or Atlantis, possessed, while yet dwelling in paradise, the art of writing. It has been suggested that without the use of letters it would have been impossible to preserve the many details as to dates, ages, and measurements, as of the ark, handed down to us in Genesis. Josephus, quoting Jewish traditions, says, the births and deaths of illustrious men, between Adam and Noah, were noted down at the time with great accuracy. Ant. Lib 1, cap. 3, c. 3. Suedas, a Greek lexicographer of the 11th century, expresses tradition when he says, Adam was the author of arts and letters. The Egyptians said that their god Anubis was an antediluvian, and it wrote annals before the flood. The Chinese have traditions that the earliest race of their nation, prior to history, taught all the arts of life and wrote books. The Goths always had the use of letters. And Legrand affirms that before or soon after the flood, there were found the acts of great men engraved in letters on large stones. Fosbroke's Encyclopedia of Antiquity, Volume 1, page 355. Pliny says, letters were always in use. Strabo says, the inhabitants of Spain possessed records written before the deluge. Jackson's Chronicles of Antiquity, Volume 3, page 85. Mitford, History of Greece, Volume 1, p. 121, says, nothing appears to us so probable as that it, the alphabet, was derived from the antediluvian world. 8. The Bronze Age in Europe. There exist in Europe the evidences of three different ages of human development. 1. The Stone Age, which dates back to a vast antiquity. It is subdivided into two periods, an age of rough stone implements, and a later age, when these implements were ground smooth and made in improved forms. 2. The Bronze Age, when the great mass of implements were manufactured of a compound metal, consisting of about 9 parts of copper and 1 part of tin. 3. An age when iron superseded bronze for weapons and cutting tools, although bronze still remained in use for ornaments. This age continued down to what we call the historical period, and embraces our present civilization. Its more ancient remains are mixed with coins of the Gauls, Greeks, and Romans. The Bronze period has been one of the perplexing problems of European scientists. Articles of bronze are found over nearly all that continent, but in especial abundance in Ireland and Scandinavia. They indicate very considerable refinement and civilization upon the part of the people who made them. And a wide diversity of opinion has prevailed as to who that people were and where they dwelt. In the first place, it was observed that the age of bronze, a compound of copper and tin, must, in the natural order of things, have been preceded by an age when copper and tin were used separately. before the ancient metallurgists had discovered the art of combining them, and yet in Europe the remains of no such age have been found. Sir John Lubbock says, Prehistoric Times, page 59, the absence of implements made either of copper or tin seems to me to indicate that the art of making bronze was introduced into, not invented in, Europe. The absence of articles of copper is especially marked. Nearly all the European specimens of copper implements have been found in Ireland. And yet out of 1,283 articles of the Bronze Age, in the Great Museum at Dublin, only 30 celts and 1 sword blade are said to be made of pure copper, and even as to some of these there seems to be a question. Where on the face of the earth are we to find a copper age? Is it in the barbaric depths of that Asia out of whose uncivilized tribes all civilization is said to have issued? By no means. Again we are compelled to turn to the West. In America, from Bolivia to Lake Superior, we find everywhere the traces of a long-enduring copper age. Bronze existed, it is true, in Mexico, but it held the same relation to the copper as the copper held to the bronze in Europe. It was the exception as against the rule. And among the Chippeways of the shores of Lake Superior, and among them alone, we find any traditions of the origin of the manufacture of copper implements. And on the shores of that lake we find pure copper, out of which the first metal tools were probably hammered before man had learned to reduce the ore or run the metal into molds. And on the shores of this same American lake we find the ancient mines from which some people, thousands of years ago, derived their supplies of copper. Sir W. R. Wilde says, it is remarkable that so few antique copper implements have been found, in Europe, although a knowledge of that metal must have been the preliminary stage in the manufacture of bronze. He thinks that this may be accounted for by supposing that, but a short time elapsed between the knowledge of smelting and casting copper ore and the introduction of tin, and the subsequent manufacture and use of bronze. But here we have in America the evidence that thousands of years must have elapsed during which copper was used alone, before it was discovered that by adding 1/10 part of tin it gave a harder edge, and produced a superior metal. The Bronze Age cannot be attributed to the Roman civilization. Sir John Lubbock shows, Prehistoric Times, page 21, that bronze weapons have never been found associated with Roman coins or pottery, or other remains of the Roman period. That bronze articles have been found in the greatest abundance in countries like Ireland and Denmark, which were never invaded by Roman armies. And that the character of the ornamentation of the works of bronze is not Roman in character, and that the Roman bronze contained a large proportion of lead, which is never the case in that of the Bronze Age. It has been customary to assume that the Bronze Age was due to the Phoenicians, but of late the highest authorities have taken issue with this opinion. Sir John Lubbock, Ibid, p. 73, gives the following reasons why the Phoenicians could not have been the authors of the Bronze Age. First, the ornamentation is different. In the Bronze Age this always consists of geometrical figures, and we rarely, if ever, find upon them representations of animals and plants, while on the ornamented shields, etc. Described by Homer, as well as in the decoration of Solomon's temple, animals and plants were abundantly represented. The cuts on page 242 will show the character of the ornamentation of the Bronze Age. In the next place, the form of burial is different in the Bronze Age from that of the Phoenicians. In the third place, the Phoenicians, so far as we know them, were well acquainted with the use of iron. In Homer we find the warriors already armed with iron weapons, and the tools used in preparing the materials for Solomon's temple were of this metal. This view is also held by M. de Fallenberg, in the Bulletin de la Société des Sciences, of Bern. See, Smithsonian Republic, 1865-66, page 383. He says, it seems surprising that the nearest neighbors of the Phoenicians, the Greeks, the Egyptians, the Etruscans, and the Romans, should have manufactured plumbiferous bronzes. While the Phoenicians carried to the people of the north only pure bronzes without the alloy of lead. If the civilized people of the Mediterranean added lead to their bronzes, it can scarcely be doubted that the calculating Phoenicians would have done as much, and, at least, with distant and half-civilized tribes, have replaced the more costly tin by the cheaper metal. On the whole, then, I consider that the first knowledge of bronze may have been conveyed to the populations of the period Tinder review not only by the Phoenicians, but by other civilized people dwelling more to the southeast. Professor E. Deser, in his work on the lacustrine constructions of the Lake of Neuchatel, says, "The Phoenicians certainly knew the use of iron, and it can scarcely be conceived why they should have excluded it from their commerce on the Scandinavian coasts. The Etruscans, moreover, were acquainted with the use of iron as well as the Phoenicians, and it has already been seen that the composition of their bronzes is different, since it contains lead, which is entirely a stranger to our bronze epoch. We must look, then, beyond both the Etruscans and Phoenicians in attempting to identify the commerce of the Bronze Age of our Palafites. It will be the province of the historian to inquire whether, exclusive of Phoenicians and Carthaginians, there may not have been some maritime and commercial people who carried on a traffic through the ports of Liguria with the populations of the Age of Bronze of the lakes of Italy before the discovery of iron. We may remark, in passing, that there is nothing to prove that the Phoenicians were the first navigators. History, on the contrary, positively mentions prisoners, under the name of Tokhari, who were vanquished in a naval battle fought by Ramses III. In the 13th century before our era, and whose physiognomy, according to Morton, would indicate the Celtic type. Now there is room to suppose that if these Tokhari were energetic enough to measure their strength on the sea with one of the powerful kings of Egypt, they must, with stronger reason, have been in a condition to carry on a commerce along the coasts of the Mediterranean, and perhaps of the Atlantic. If such a commerce really existed before the time of the Phoenicians, it would not be limited to the southern slope of the Alps, it would have extended also to the people of the Age of Bronze in Switzerland. The introduction of bronze would thus ascend to a very high antiquity, doubtless beyond the limits of the most ancient European races. For the merchants of the Bronze Age we must look beyond even the Tokhari, who were contemporaries of the Phoenicians. The Tokhari, we have seen, are represented as taken prisoners, in a sea fight with Ramses III. Of the 20th dynasty, about the 13th century BC. They are probably the Tokhari of Strabo. The accompanying figure represents one of these people as they appear upon the Egyptian monuments. See Knot and Gliddon's Types of Mankind, p. 108, here we have, not an inhabitant of Atlantis, but probably a representative of one of the mixed races that sprung from its colonies. Dr. Morton thinks these people, as painted on the Egyptian monuments, to have strong Celtic features. Those familiar with the Scotch Highlanders may recognize a speaking likeness. It is at least interesting to have a portrait of one of the daring race who more than 3,000 years ago left the west of Europe in their ships to attack the mighty power of Egypt. They were troublesome to the nations of the East for many centuries, for in 700 BC we find them depicted on the Assyrian monuments. This figure represents one of the Tokhari of the time of Sennacherib. It will be observed that the headdress, apparently of feathers, is the same in both portraits, though separated by a period of 600 years. It is more reasonable to suppose that the authors of the Bronze Age of Europe were the people described by Plato, who were workers in metal, who were highly civilized, who preceded in time all the nations which we call ancient. It was this people who passed through an age of copper before they reached the age of bronze, and whose colonies in America represented this older form of metallurgy as it existed for many generations. Professor Deser says, "We are asked if the preparation of bronze was not an indigenous invention which had originated on the slopes of the Alps. In this idea we acquiesced for a moment. But we are met by the objection that, if this were so, the natives, like the ancient tribes of America, would have commenced by manufacturing utensils of copper. Yet thus far no utensils of this metal have been found except a few in the strand of Lake Garda. The great majority of metallic objects is of bronze, which necessitated the employment of tin, and this could not be obtained except by commerce, inasmuch as it is a stranger to the Alps. It would appear, therefore, more natural to admit that the art of combining tin with copper, in other words, that the manufacture of bronze, was of foreign importation. He then shows that, although copper ores are found in the Alps, the probability is that even the copper also was of foreign importation. Now, in view of the prodigious quantity of bronze manufactured at that epoch, this single branch of commerce must itself have necessitated the most incessant commercial communications. And as this commerce could not, as we have seen, have been carried on by the Romans, Greeks, Etruscans, or Phoenicians, because their civilizations flourished during the Iron Age, to which this age of bronze was anterior. Where then are we to look for a great maritime and commercial people, who carried vast quantities of copper, tin, and bronze, unalloyed by the lead of the south of Europe, to Denmark, Norway, Sweden, Ireland, England, France, Spain, Switzerland, and Italy? Where can we find them save in that people of Atlantis, whose ships, docks, canals, and commerce provoked the astonishment of the ancient Egyptians, as recorded by Plato? The Toltec root for water is atl. The Peruvian word for copper is anti, from which, probably, the Andes derived their name, as there was a province of Anti on their slopes. May it not be that the name of Atlantis is derived from these originals, and signified the Copper Island, or the Copper Mountains in the sea? And from these came the thousands of tons of copper and tin that must, during the Bronze Age, have been introduced into Europe. There are no ancient works to indicate that the tin mines of Cornwall were worked for any length of time in the early days. See Prehistoric Times, page 74. Morlet has pointed out that the bronze implements of Hallstatt, in Austria, were of foreign origin, because they contain no lead or silver. Or, if we are to seek for the source of the vast amount of copper brought into Europe somewhere else than in Atlantis, may it not be that these supplies were drawn in large part from the shores of Lake Superior in America? The mining operations of some ancient people were there carried on upon a gigantic scale, not only along the shores of the lake but even far out upon its islands. At Isle Royale vast works were found, reaching to a depth of 60 feet. Great intelligence was shown in following up the richest veins. Even when interrupted, the excavations were drained by underground drains. On 3 sections of land on this island the amount of mining exceeded that mined in 20 years in one of our largest mines, with a numerous force constantly employed. In one place the excavations extended in a nearly continuous line for 2 miles. No remains of the dead and no mounds are found near these mines. It would seem, therefore, that the miners came from a distance, and carried their dead back with them. Henry Gilman, Smithsonian Republic, 1873, page 387, supposes that the curious so-called garden beds of Michigan were the fields from which they drew their supplies of food. He adds, the discoveries in Isle Royale throw a new light on the character of the mound builders, giving us a totally distinct conception of them, and dignifying them with something of the prowess and spirit of adventure which we associate with the higher races. The copper, the result of their mining, to be available, must, in all probability, have been conveyed in vessels, great or small, across a treacherous and stormy sea, whose dangers are formidable to us now, being dreaded even by our largest craft, and often proving their destruction. Leaving their homes, those men dared to face the unknown, to brave the hardships and perils of the deep and of the wilderness, actuated by an ambition which we today would not be ashamed to acknowledge. Such vast works in so remote a land must have been inspired by the commercial necessities of some great civilization. And why not by that ancient and mighty people who covered Europe, Asia, and Africa with their manufactures of bronze, and who possessed, as Plato tells us, enormous fleets trading to all parts of the inhabited world, whose cities roared with the continual tumult of traffic, whose dominion extended to Italy and Egypt, and who held parts of the great opposite continent of America under their control. A continuous waterway led, from the island of Atlantis to the Gulf of Mexico, and thence up the Mississippi River and its tributaries almost to these very mines of Lake Superior. Arthur Mitchell says, The Past and the Present, p. 132. The discovery of bronze, and the knowledge of how to make it, may, as a mere intellectual effort, be regarded as rather above than below the effort which is involved in the discovery and use of iron. As regards bronze, there is first the discovery of copper, and the way of getting it from its ore, then the discovery of tin, and the way to get it from its ore. And then the further discovery that, by an admixture of tin with copper in proper proportions, an alloy with the qualities of a hard metal can be produced. It is surely no mistake to say that there goes quite as much thinking to this as to the getting of iron from its ore, and the conversion of that iron into steel. There is a considerable leap from stone to bronze, but the leap from bronze to iron is comparatively small. It seems highly improbable, if not altogether absurd, that the human mind, at some particular stage of its development, should here, there, and everywhere, independently. And as the result of reaching that stage, discover that an alloy of copper and tin yields a hard metal useful in the manufacture of tools and weapons. There is nothing analogous to such an occurrence in the known history of human progress. It is infinitely more probable that bronze was discovered in one or more centers by one or more men, and that its first use was solely in such center or centers. That the invention should then be perfected, and its various applications found out, and that it should thereafter spread more or less broadly over the face of the earth, is a thing easily understood. We will find the knowledge of bronze wherever the colonies of Atlantis extended, and nowhere else, and Plato tells us that the people of Atlantis possessed and used that metal. The indications are that the Bronze Age represents the coming in of a new people, a civilized people. With that era, it is believed, appears in Europe for the first time the domesticated animals, the horse, the ox, the sheep, the goat, and the hog. Morlett, Smithsonian Republic, 1860, page 311. It was a small race, with very small hands. This is shown in the size of the sword hilts. They are not large enough to be used by the present races of Europe. They were a race with long skulls, as contradistinguished from the round heads of the stone period. The drawings on the following page represent the types of the two races. This people must have sent out colonies to the shores of France, Spain, Italy, Ireland, Denmark, and Norway, who bore with them the arts and implements of civilized life. They raised crops of grain, as is proved by the bronze sickles found in different parts of Europe. It is not even certain that their explorations did not reach to Iceland. Says Humboldt. When the Northmen first landed in Iceland, A.D. 875, although the country was uninhabited, they found their Irish books, mass bells, and other objects which had been left behind by earlier visitors, called paper. These papi, fathers, were the clerici of Decule. If, then, as we may suppose from the testimony here referred to, these objects belonged to Irish monks, paper, who had come from the Faroe Islands, why should they have been termed in the native sagas, Westmen, Vestmen? Who had come over the sea from the westward, Kommer till Vesten, half. Humboldt's Cosmos, Volume 2, 238. If they came from the west, they could not have come from Ireland, and the Scandinavians may easily have mistaken Atlantean books and bells for Irish books and mass bells. They do not say that there were any evidences that these relics belonged to a people who had recently visited the island. And, as they found the island uninhabited, it would be impossible for them to tell how many years or centuries had elapsed since the books and bells were left there. The fact that the implements of the Bronze Age came from some common center, and did not originate independently in different countries, is proved by the striking similarity which exists between the bronze implements of regions as widely separated as Switzerland, Ireland, Denmark, and Africa. It is not to be supposed that any overland communication existed in that early age between these countries. And the coincidence of design which we find to exist can only be accounted for by the fact that the articles of bronze were obtained from some seagoing people, who carried on a commerce at the same time with all these regions. Compare, for instance, these two decorated bronze celts. The first from Ireland, the second from Denmark, and then compare both these with a stone celt found in a mound in Tennessee, given below. Here we have the same form precisely. Compare the bronze swords in the four preceding illustrations from Ireland, Sweden, Switzerland, and Denmark, and then observe the same very peculiar shape, the leaf shape, as it is called, in the stone sword from Big Harpeth River, Tennessee. We shall find, as we proceed, that the Phoenicians were unquestionably identified with Atlantis, and that it was probably from Atlantis they derived their god Baal, or Bel, or El, whose name crops out in the bell of the Babylonians, the Elohim. And the Beelzebub of the Jews, and the Allah of the Arabians, and we find that this great deity, whose worship extended so widely among the Mediterranean races, was known and adored also upon the northern and western coasts of Europe. Professor Nielsen finds traces of Baal worship in Scandinavia. He tells us that the festival of Baal, or Balder, was celebrated on Midsummer's Night in Scania, and far up into Norway, almost to the Lofoten Islands, until within the last 50 years. The feast of Baal, or Beltin, was celebrated in Ireland to a late period. I argue from these facts, not that the worship of Baal came to Ireland and Norway from Assyria or Arabia, but that the same great parent race which carried the knowledge of Baal to the Mediterranean brought it also to the western coasts of Europe. And with the adoration of Baal they imported also the implements of bronze now found in such abundance in those regions. The same similarity of form exists in the bronze knives from Denmark and Switzerland, as represented in the illustrations on page 254. In the central figure we have a representation of an Egyptian-looking man holding a cup before him. We shall see, as we proceed, that the magnetic needle, or mariner's compass, dates back to the days of Hercules, and that it consisted of a bar of magnetized iron floating upon a piece of wood in a cup. It is possible that in this ancient relic of the Bronze Age we have a representation of the magnetic cup. The magnetic needle must certainly have been an object of great interest to a people who, through its agency, were able to carry on commerce on all the shores of Europe, from the Mediterranean to the Baltic. The second knife represented above has upon its handle a wheel, or cross surrounded by a ring, which, we shall see hereafter, was preeminently the symbol of Atlantis. If we are satisfied that these implements of bronze were the work of the artisans of Atlantis, of the antediluvians, they must acquire additional and extraordinary interest in our eyes. And we turn to them to earn something of the habits and customs of that great, original, broad-eyed, sunken race. We find among the relics of the Bronze Age an urn, which probably gives us some idea of the houses of the Atlanteans. It is evidently made to represent a house, and shows us even the rude fashion in which they fastened their doors. The Mandan Indiana built round houses very much of this appearance. The museum at Munich contains a very interesting piece of pottery, which is supposed to represent one of the lake villages or hamlets of the era when the people of Switzerland dwelt in houses erected on piles driven into the bottom of the lakes of that country. The accompanying illustration represents it. The double spiral ornament upon it shows that it belongs to the Bronze Age. Among the curious relics of the Bronze Age are a number of razor-like knives, from which we may conclude that the habit of shaving the whole or some part of the face or head dates back to a great antiquity. The illustrations below represent them. These knives were found in Denmark. The figures upon them represent ships, and it is not impossible that their curious appendages may have been a primitive kind of sails. An examination of the second of these bronze knives reveals a singular feature. Upon the handle of the razor there are 10 series of lines, the stars in the sky are 10 in number. And there were probably 10 rings at the left-hand side of the figure, 2 being obliterated. There were, we are told, 10 sub-kingdoms in Atlantis. And precisely as the 13 stripes on the American flag symbolize the 13 original states of the Union, so the recurrence of the figure 10 in the emblems upon this bronze implement may have reference to the 10 subdivisions of Atlantis. The large object in the middle of this ship may be intended to represent a palm tree, the symbol, as we shall see, in America, of Aztlan, or Atlantis. We have but to compare the pictures of the ships upon these ancient razor knives with the accompanying representations of a Roman galley and a ship of William the Conqueror's time, to see that there can be no question that they represented the galleys of that remote age. They are doubtless faithful portraits of the great vessels which Plato described as filling the harbors of Atlantis. We give on page 258 a representation of a bronze dagger found in Ireland, a strongly made weapon. The cut below it represents the only implement of the Bronze Age yet found containing an inscription. It has been impossible to decipher it, or even to tell to what group of languages its alphabet belongs. It is proper to note, in connection with a discussion of the Bronze Age, that our word bronze is derived from the Basque, or Iberian bronzea, from which the Spanish derive bronze, and the Italians bronzo. The copper mines of the Basques were extensively worked at a very early age of the world, either by the people of Atlantis or by the Basques themselves, a colony from Atlantis. The probabilities are that the name for bronze, as well as the metal itself, dates back to Plato's island. I give some illustrations on pages 239 and 242 of ornaments and implements of the Bronze Age, which may serve to throw light upon the habits of the ancient people. It will be seen that they had reached a considerable degree of civilization. That they raised crops of grain, and cut them with sickles, that their women ornamented themselves with bracelets, armlets, earrings, finger rings, hairpins, and amulets, that their mechanics used hammers, adzes, and chisels. And that they possessed very fair specimens of pottery. Sir John Lubbock argues, Prehistoric Times, pages 14, 16, etc. A new civilization is indicated not only by the mere presence of bronze but by the beauty and variety of the articles made from it. We find not only, as before, during the Stone Age, axes, arrows, and knives, but, in addition, swords, lances, sickles, fishhooks, earrings, bracelets, pins, rings, and a variety of other articles. If the bronze implements of Europe had been derived from the Phoenicians, Greeks, Etruscans, or Romans, the nearer we approached the site of those nations the greater should be the number of bronze weapons we would find, but the reverse is the case. Sir John Lubbock, Prehistoric Times, page 20, shows that more than 350 bronze swords have been found in Denmark, and that the Dublin Museum contains 1,283 bronze weapons found in Ireland. While, he says, I have only been able to hear of 6 bronze swords in all Italy. This state of things is inexplicable unless we suppose that Ireland and Denmark received their bronze implements directly from some maritime nation whose site was practically as near their shores as it was to the shores of the Mediterranean. We have but to look at our map on page 43, ante, to see that Atlantis was considerably nearer to Ireland than it was to Italy. The striking resemblance between the bronze implements found in the different portions of Europe is another proof that they were derived from one and the same source, from some great mercantile people who carried on their commerce at the same time with Denmark. Norway, Ireland, Spain, Greece, Italy, Egypt, Switzerland, and Hungary. Mr. Wright, Essays on Archaeology, p. 120, says, whenever we find the bronze swords or celts, whether in Ireland, in the far west, in Scotland, in distant Scandinavia, in Germany, or still farther east, in the Sclavonic countries, they are the same, not similar in character, but identical. Says Sir John Lubbock, Prehistoric Times, page 59, not only are the several varieties of celts found throughout Europe alike, but some of the swords, knives, daggers, etc. are so similar that they seem as if they must have been cast by the same maker. What race was there, other than the people of Atlantis, that existed before the Iron Age, before the Greek, Roman, Etruscan, and Phoenician, that was civilized, that worked in metals, that carried on a commerce with all parts of Europe? Does history or tradition make mention of any such? We find a great resemblance between the pottery of the Bronze Age in Europe and the pottery of the ancient inhabitants of America. The two figures on page 260 represent vases from one of the mounds of the Mississippi Valley. Compare them with the following from the lake dwellings of Switzerland. It will be seen that these vases could scarcely stand upright unsupported. And we find that the ancient inhabitants of Switzerland had circles or rings of baked earth in which they placed them when in use, as in the annexed figure. The mound builders used the same contrivance. The illustrations of discoidal stones on page 263 are from the North Americans of Antiquity, page 77. The objects represented were taken from an ancient mound in Illinois. It would be indeed surprising if two distinct peoples, living in two different continents, thousands of miles apart, should, without any intercourse with each other, not only form their vases in the same inconvenient form, but should hit upon the same expedient as a remedy. We observe, in the American spearhead and the Swiss hatchets, on the opposite page, the same overlapping, of the metal around the staff, or handle, a very peculiar mode of uniting them together, which has now passed out of use. A favorite design of the men of the Bronze Age in Europe is the spiral or double spiral form. It appears on the face of the urn in the shape of a lake dwelling, which is given on page 255. It also appears in the rock sculptures of Argyllshire, Scotland, here shown. We find the same figure in an ancient fragment of pottery from the Little Colorado, as given in the United States Pacific Railroad Survey Report, Volume 3, page 49, Art. Pottery. It was part of a large vessel. The annexed illustration represents this. The same design is also found in ancient rock etchings of the Zuñas of New Mexico, of which the cut on page 265 is an illustration. We also find this figure repeated upon vase from a Mississippi Valley mound, which we give elsewhere. See page 260. It is found upon many of the monuments of Central America. In the treasure house of Atrus, at Mycenae, Greece, a fragment of a pillar was found which is literally covered with this double spiral design. See Rosengarten's Architectural Styles, p. 59. This treasure house of Atrus is one of the oldest buildings in Greece. We find the double spiral figure upon a shell ornament found on the breast of a skeleton, in a carefully constructed stone coffin, in a mound near Nashville, Tennessee. Lenormand remarks, ANC, Civil, Volume 2, page 158, that the bronze implements found in Egypt, near Memphis, had been buried for 6,000 years. And that at that time, as the Egyptians had a horror of the sea, some commercial nation must have brought the tin, of which the bronze was in part composed, from India, the Caucasus, or Spain, the nearest points to Egypt in which tin is found. Here has shown that the civilized plants of the lake dwellings are not of Asiatic, but of African, and, to a great extent, of Egyptian origin. Their stone axes are made largely of jade or nephrite, a mineral which, strange to say, geologists have not found in place on the continent of Europe. Foster's Prehistoric Races, page 44. Compare this picture of a copper axe from a mound near LaPorte, Indiana, with this representation of a copper axe of the Bronze Age, found near Waterford, Ireland. Professor Foster pronounces them almost identical. Compare this specimen of pottery from the lake dwellings of Switzerland with the following specimen from San Jose, Mexico. Professor Foster calls attention to the striking resemblance in the designs of these two widely separated works of art, one belonging to the Bronze Age of Europe, the other to the Copper Age of America. These, then, in conclusion, are our reasons for believing that the Bronze Age of Europe has relation to Atlantis. 1. The admitted fact that it is anterior in time to the Iron Age relegates it to a great antiquity. 2. The fact that it is anterior in time to the Iron Age is conclusive that it is not due to any of the known European or Asiatic nations, all of which belong to the Iron Age. 3. The fact that there were in Europe, Asia, or Africa no copper or tin age prior to the Bronze Age, is conclusive testimony that the manufacture of bronze was an importation into those continents from some foreign country. 4. The fact that in America alone of all the world is found the Copper Age, which must necessarily have preceded the Bronze Age, teaches us to look to the westward of Europe and beyond the sea for that foreign country. 5. We find many similarities in forms of implements between the Bronze Age of Europe and the Copper Age of America. 6. If Plato told the truth, the Atlanteans were a great commercial nation, trading to America and Europe, and, at the same time, they possessed bronze, and were great workers in the other metals. 7. We shall see hereafter that the mythological traditions of Greece referred to a Bronze Age which preceded an Iron Age, and placed this in the land of the gods, which was an island in the Atlantic Ocean, beyond the Pillars of Hercules. And this land was, as we shall see, clearly Atlantis. 8. As we find but a small development of the Bronze Age in America, it is reasonable to suppose that there must have been some intermediate station between America and Europe, where, during a long period of time, the Bronze Age was developed out of the Copper Age, and immense quantities of bronze implements were manufactured and carried to Europe. 9. Artificial deformation of the skull. An examination of the American monuments shows that the people represented were in the habit of flattening the skull by artificial means. The Greek and Roman writers had mentioned this practice, but it was long totally forgotten by the civilized world, until it was discovered, as an unheard-of wonder, to be the usage among the Carib Islanders and several Indian tribes in North America. It was afterward found that the ancient Peruvians and Mexicans practiced this art. Several flattened Peruvian skulls are depicted in Morton's Crania Americana. It is still in use among the Flathead Indians of the northwestern part of the United States. In 1849 a remarkable memoir appeared from the pen of M. Rathke, showing that similar skulls had been found near Kerch, in the Crimea, and calling attention to the Book of Hippocrates, De Aries, Acquisiti Locu, Lib 4, and a passage of Strabo, which speaks of the practice among the Scythians. In 1854 Dr. Fitzinger published a learned memoir on the skulls of the Avars, a branch of the Uralian race of Turks. He shows that the practice of flattening the head had existed from an early date throughout the East, and described an ancient skull, greatly distorted by artificial means, which had lately been found in Lower Austria. Skulls similarly flattened have been found in Switzerland and Savoy. The Huns under Attila had the same practice of flattening the heads. Professor Anders Retzius proved, see Smithsonian Report, 1859, that the custom still exists in the south of France, and in parts of Turkey. Not long since a French physician surprised the world by the fact that nurses in Normandy were still giving the children's heads a sugar loaf shape by bandages and a tight cap, while in Brittany they preferred to press it round. No doubt they are doing so to this day. Tyler's Anthropology, page 241. Professor Wilson remarks, "Trifling as it may appear, it is not without interest to have the fact brought under our notice, by the disclosures of ancient barrows and cysts, that the same practice of nursing the child and carrying it about, bound to a flat cradle-board, prevailed in Britain and the north of Europe long before the first notices of written history reveal the presence of man beyond the Baltic or the English Channel. And that in all probability the same custom prevailed continuously from the shores of the German Ocean to Bering Strait." Smithsonian Report, 1862, page 286. Dr. L. Goss testifies to the prevalence of the same custom among the Caledonians and Scandinavians in the earliest times, and Dr. Thurman has treated of the same peculiarity among the Anglo-Saxons. Crania Britannica, chapter 4, page 38. Here, then, is an extraordinary and unnatural practice which has existed from the highest antiquity, over vast regions of country, on both sides of the Atlantic, and which is perpetuated unto this day in races as widely separated as the Turks, the French, and the Flathead Indians. Is it possible to explain this except by supposing that it originated from some common center? The annexed out represents an ancient Swiss skull, from a cemetery near Lausanne, from a drawing of Frederick Troyot. Compare this with the illustration given on page 271, which represents a Peruvian flat head, copied from Morton's Ethnography and Archaeology of the American Aborigines, 1846. This skull is shockingly distorted. The dotted lines indicate the course of the bandages by which the skull was deformed. The following heads are from Del Rio's Account of Palenque, copied into Knott and Gliddon's Types of Mankind, page 440. They show that the receding forehead was a natural characteristic of the ancient people of Central America. The same form of head has been found even in fossil skulls. We may therefore conclude that the skull flattening, which we find to have been practiced in both the Old and New Worlds, was an attempt of other races to imitate the form of skull of a people whose likenesses are found on the monuments of Egypt and of America. It has been shown that this peculiar form of the head was present even in the fetus of the Peruvian mummies. Hippocrates tells us that the practice among the Scythians was for the purpose of giving a certain aristocratic distinction. Amédée Thierry, in his History of Attila, says the Huns used it for the same reason, and the same purpose influences the Indians of Oregon. Dar. Lund, a Swedish naturalist, found in the bone caves of Minas Gerais, Brazil, ancient human bones associated with the remains of extinct quadrupeds. These skulls, says Lund, show not only the peculiarity of the American race but in an excessive degree, even to the entire disappearance of the forehead. Sir Robert Schomburgk found on some of the affluents of the Orinoco a tribe known as Frog Indians, whose heads were flattened by nature, as shown in newly born children. In the accompanying plate we show the difference in the conformation of the forehead in various races. The upper dotted line, A, represents the shape of the European forehead, the next line, B, that of the Australian. The next, C, that of the mound builder of the United States, the next, D, that of the Guanche of the Canary Islands, and the next, E, that of a skull from the Inca cemetery of Peru. We have but to compare these lines with the skulls of the Egyptians, Kurds, and the heroic type of heads in the statues of the gods of Greece, to see that there was formerly an ancient race marked by a receding forehead. And that the practice of flattening the skull was probably an attempt to approximate the shape of the head to this standard of an early civilized and dominant people. Not only do we find the same receding forehead in the skulls of the ancient races of Europe and America, and the same attempt to imitate this natural and peculiar conformation by artificial flattening of the head. But it has been found, see Henry Gilman's Ancient Man in Michigan, Smithsonian Report, 1875, p. 242, that the mound builders and Peruvians of America, and the Neolithic people of France and the Canary Islands, had alike an extraordinary custom of boring a circular bowl in the top of the skulls of their dead, so that the soul might readily pass in and out. More than this, it has been found that in all these ancient populations the skeletons exhibit a remarkable degree of platicnemism, or flattening of the tibiae or leg bones. Obid, 1873, page 367. In this respect the mound builders of Michigan were identical with the man of Cro-Magnon and the ancient inhabitants of Wales. The annexed ancient Egyptian heads, copied from the monuments, indicate either that the people of the Nile deformed their heads by pressure upon the front of the skull, or that there was some race characteristic which gave this appearance to their heads. These heads are all the heads of priests, and therefore represented the aristocratic class. The first illustration below is taken from a stucco relief found in a temple at Palenque, Central America. The second is from an Egyptian monument of the time of Ramesses IV. The outline drawing on the following page shows the form of the skull of the royal Inca line. The receding forehead here seems to be natural, and not the result of artificial compression. Both illustrations at the bottom of the preceding page show the same receding form of the forehead, due to either artificial deformation of the skull or to a common race characteristic. We must add the fact that the extraordinary practice of deforming the skull was found all over Europe and America to the catalogue of other proofs that the people of both continents were originally united in blood and race. With the kavod, the practice of circumcision, unity of religious beliefs and customs, folklore, and alphabetical signs, language and flood legends, we array together a mass of unanswerable proofs of prehistoric identity of race. Part 4. The Mythologies of the Old World, a Recollection of Atlantis. Traditions of Atlantis. We find allusions to the Atlanteans in the most ancient traditions of many different races. The great antediluvian king of the Mussulman was Shedad ben Ad, or Shed-Ad, the son of Ad, or Atlantis. Among the Arabians the first inhabitants of that country are known as the Adites, from their progenitor, who is called Ad, the grandson of Ham. These Adites were probably the people of Atlantis or Atlantis. They are personified by a monarch to whom everything is ascribed, and to whom is assigned several centuries of life. Ancient History of the East, Lenormant and Chevalier, Volume 2, page 295, Ad came from the northeast. He married 1,000 wives, had 4,000 sons, and lived 1,200 years. His descendants multiplied considerably. After his death his sons Shaddad and Shedad reigned in succession over the Adites. In the time of the latter the people of Ad were 1,000 tribes, each composed of several thousands of men. Great conquests are attributed to Shedad. He subdued, it is said, all Arabia and Iraq. The migration of the Canaanites, their establishment in Syria, and the shepherd invasion of Egypt are, by many Arab writers, attributed to an expedition of Shedad. Ibid, page 296. Shedad built a palace ornamented with superb columns, and surrounded by a magnificent garden. It was called Iram. It was a paradise that Shedad had built in imitation of the celestial paradise, of whose delights he had heard. Ancient History of the East, page 296. In other words, an ancient, sun-worshipping, powerful, and conquering race overran Arabia at the very dawn of history. They were the sons of Atlantis. Their king tried to create a palace and Garden of Eden like that of Atlantis. The Adites are remembered by the Arabians as a great and civilized race. They are depicted as men of gigantic stature. Their strength was equal to their size, and they easily moved enormous blocks of stone. Ibid, they were architects and builders. They raised many monuments of their power. And hence, among the Arabs, arose the custom of calling great ruins, buildings of the Adites. To this day the Arabs say, as old as Ad. In the Quran allusion is made to the edifices they built on high places for vain uses. Expressions proving that their idolatry was considered to have been tainted with Sabiism or star worship. Ibid. In these legends, says Lenormand, we find traces of a wealthy nation, constructors of great buildings, with an advanced civilization, analogous to that of Chaldea, professing a religion similar to the Babylonian. A nation, in short, with whom material progress was allied to great moral depravity and obscene rites. These facts must be true and strictly historical, for they are everywhere met with among the Cushites, as among the Canaanites, their brothers by origin. Nor is there wanting a great catastrophe which destroys the whole Adite nation, except a very few who escape because they had renounced idolatry. A black cloud assails their country, from which proceeds a terrible hurricane, the waterspout, which sweeps away everything. The first Adites were followed by a second Adite race, probably the colonists who had escaped the deluge. The center of its power was the country of Sheba proper. This empire endured for 1,000 years. The Adites are represented upon the Egyptian monuments as very much like the Egyptians themselves. In other words, they were a red or sunburnt race. Their great temples were pyramidal, surmounted by buildings. Ancient History of the East, p. 321, the Sabaeans, says Agatharchides, de Mari Erythrio, page 102, have in their houses an incredible number of vases, and utensils of all sorts, of gold and silver, beds and tripods of silver, and all the furniture of astonishing richness. Their buildings have porticos with columns sheathed with gold, or surmounted by capitals of silver. On the friezes, ornaments, and the framework of the doors they place plates of gold encrusted with precious stones. All this reminds one of the descriptions given by the Spaniards of the temples of the sun in Peru. The Adites worshipped the gods of the Phoenicians under names but slightly changed. Their religion was especially solar. It was originally a religion without images, without idolatry, and without a priesthood. Ibid, page 325. They worshipped the sun from the tops of pyramids. Ibid, they believed in the immortality of the soul. In all these things we see resemblances to the Atlanteans. The great Ethiopian or Kushite Empire, which in the earliest ages prevailed, as Mr. Rawlinson says, from the Caucasus to the Indian Ocean, from the shores of the Mediterranean to the mouth of the Ganges, was the empire of Dionysus, the empire of Ad, the empire of Atlantis. El-Eldrasi called the language spoken to this day by the Arabs of Mara, in eastern Arabia, the language of the people of Ad, and Dr. J.H. Carter, in the Bombay Journal of July, 1847, says, "It is the softest and sweetest language I have ever heard." It would be interesting to compare this primitive tongue with the languages of Central America. The god Thoth of the Egyptians, who was the god of a foreign country, and who invented letters, was called Athoths. We turn now to another ancient race, the Indo-European family, the Aryan race. In Sanskrit Adam, means first. Among the Hindus the first man was Adame, his wife was Hiva. They dwelt upon an island, said to be Ceylon. They left the island and reached the mainland, when, by a great convulsion of nature, their communication with the parent land was forever cut off. See, Bible in India. Here we seem to have a recollection of the destruction of Atlantis. Mr. Bryant says, Ad and Ada signify the first. The Persians called the first man Ad-Amma. Adon was one of the names of the supreme god of the Phoenicians, from it was derived the name of the Greek god Adonis. The Arvad of Genesis was the Arad of the Cushites, it is now known as Ruad. It is a series of connected cities 12 miles in length, along the coast, full of the most massive and gigantic ruins. Sir William Jones gives the tradition of the Persians as to the earliest ages. He says, Moshan assures us that in the opinion of the best-informed Persians the first monarch of Iran, and of the whole earth, was Mashabad. That he received from the Creator, and promulgated among men a sacred book, in a heavenly language, to which the Mussulman author gives the Arabic title of Desatir, or Regulations. Mashabad was, in the opinion of the ancient Persians, the person left at the end of the last great cycle, and consequently the father of the present world. He and his wife having survived the former cycle, were blessed with a numerous progeny. He planted gardens, invented ornaments, forged weapons, taught men to take the fleece from sheep and make clothing, he built cities, constructed palaces, fortified towns, and introduced arts and commerce. We have already seen that the primal gods of this people are identical with the gods of the Greek mythology, and were originally kings of Atlantis. But it seems that these ancient divinities are grouped together as the Aditya. And in this name Aditya, we find a strong likeness to the Semitic Adits, and another reminiscence of Atlantis, or Atlantis. In corroboration of this view we find 1. The gods who are grouped together as the Aditya are the most ancient in the Hindu mythology. 2. They are all gods of light, or solar gods. Whitney's Oriental and Linguistic Studies, page 39. 3. There are 12 of them. Ibid. 4. These 12 gods presided over 12 months in the year. 5. They are a dim recollection of a very remote past. Says Whitney, it seems as if here was an attempt on the part of the Indian religion to take a new development in a moral direction, which a change in the character and circumstances of the people has caused to fail in the midst, and fall back again into forgetfulness, while yet half-finished and indistinct. Ibid. 6. These gods are called the sons of Aditi, just as in the Bible we have allusions to the sons of Adab, who were the first metallurgists and musicians. Aditi is not a goddess. She is addressed as a queen's daughter, she of fair children. 7. The Aditya are elevated above all imperfections, they do not sleep or wink. The Greeks represented their gods as equally wakeful and omniscient. Their character is all truth. They hate and punish guilt. We have seen the same traits ascribed by the Greeks to the Atlantean kings. 8. The sun is sometimes addressed as an Aditya. 9. Among the Aditya is Varuna, the equivalent of Uranos, whose identification with Atlantis I have shown. In the Vedas Varuna is the god of the ocean. 10. The Aditya represent an earlier and purer form of religion, while in hymns to the other deities long, life, wealth, power, are the objects commonly prayed for, of the Aditya is craved purity, forgiveness of sin, freedom from guilt and repentance. Oriental and Linguistic Studies, page 43. 11. The Aditya, like the Adits, are identified with the doctrine of the immortality of the soul. Yama is the god of the abode beyond the grave. In the Persian story he appears as Yima, and is made ruler of the Golden Age and founder of the paradise. Ibid, page 45. See Zamna, page 167 ante. In view of all these facts, one cannot doubt that the legends of the sons of Ad, the Adits, and the Aditya, all refer to Atlantis. Mr. George Smith, in the Chaldean account of the creation, p. 78, deciphered from the Babylonian tablets, shows that there was an original race of men at the beginning of Chaldean history, a dark race, the Zalmakakati, who were called Admi or Adami. They were the race who had fallen, and were contradistinguished from the Sarku, or light race. The fall probably refers to their destruction by a deluge, in consequence of their moral degradation and the indignation of the gods. The name Adam is used in these legends, but as the name of a race, not of a man. Genesis, chapter 5, 2, distinctly says that God created man male and female, and called their name Adam. That is to say, the people were the Adami, the people of Ad, or Atlantis. The author of the book of Genesis, says M. Schobel, in speaking of the men who were swallowed up by the deluge, always describes them as Hadam, Adamite humanity. The race of Cain lived and multiplied far away from the land of Seth, in other words, far from the land destroyed by the deluge. Josephus, who gives us the primitive traditions of the Jews, tells us, chapter 2, p. 42, that Cain traveled over many countries before he came to the land of Nod. The Bible does not tell us that the race of Cain perished in the deluge. Cain went out from the presence of Jehovah, he did not call on his name. The people that were destroyed were the sons of Jehovah. All this indicates that large colonies had been sent out by the motherland before it sunk in the sea. Across the ocean we find the people of Guatemala claiming their descent from a goddess called Attit, or grandmother, who lived for 400 years, and first taught the worship of the true God, which they afterward forgot. Bancroft's Native Races, Volume 3, page 75. While the famous Mexican calendar stone shows that the sun was commonly called Tonatiuh, but when it was referred to as the god of the deluge it was then called Atl Tonatiuh, or Atonadia. Valentini's Mexican calendar stone, Art. Maya Archaeology, page 15. We thus find the sons of Ad at the base of all the most ancient races of men, to wit, the Hebrews, the Arabians, the Chaldeans, the Hindus, the Persians, the Egyptians, the Ethiopians, the Mexicans, and the Central Americans. Testimony that all these races traced their beginning back to a dimly remembered Atlantis. 2. The kings of Atlantis become the gods of the Greeks. Lord Bacon said, "The mythology of the Greeks, which their oldest writers do not pretend to have invented, was no more than a light air, which had passed from a more ancient people into the flutes of the Greeks, which they modulated to such descants as best suited their fancies. This profoundly wise and great man, who has illuminated every subject which he has touched, guessed very close to the truth in this utterance." The Honorable W. E. Gladstone has had quite a debate of late with Mr. Cox as to whether the Greek mythology was underlaid by a nature worship, or a planetary or solar worship. Peru, worshipping the sun and moon and planets, probably represents very closely the simple and primitive religion of Atlantis, with its sacrifices of fruits and flowers. This passed directly to their colony in Egypt. We find the Egyptians in their early ages sun and planet worshippers. Ptah was the object of their highest adoration. He is the father of the god of the sun, the ruler of the region of light. Ra was the sun god. He was the supreme divinity at On, or Heliopolis, near Memphis. His symbol was the solar disk, supported by two rings. He created all that exists below the heavens. The Babylonian Trinity was composed of Idea, Anu, and Bel. Bel represented the sun, and was the favorite god. Sin was the goddess of the moon. The Phoenicians were also sun worshippers. The sun was represented by Balsamine, the great god, the god of light and the heavens, the creator and rejuvenator. The attributes of both Baal and Moloch, the good and bad powers of the sun, were united in the Phoenician god Melkart, king of the city, whom the inhabitants of Tyre considered their special patron. The Greeks called him Melicertes, and identified him with Hercules. By his great strength and power he turned evil into good, brought life out of destruction, pulled back the sun to the earth at the time of the solstices, lessened excessive beat and cold, and rectified the evil signs of the zodiac. In Phoenician legends he conquers the savage races of distant coasts, founds the ancient settlements on the Mediterranean, and plants the rocks in the Straits of Gibraltar. American Cyclopedia, Art. Mythology. The Egyptians worshipped the sun under the name of Ra, the Hindus worshipped the sun under the name of Rama, while the great festival of the sun, of the Peruvians, was called Rami. Sun worship, as the ancient religion of Atlantis, underlies all the superstitions of the colonies of that country. The Samoyed woman says to the sun, "When thou, God, risest, I too rise from my bed." Every morning even now the Brahmins stand on one foot, with their hands held out before them and their faces turned to the east, adoring the sun. In Germany or France one may still see the peasant take off his hat to the rising sun. Anthropology, page 361. The Romans, even, in later times, worshipped the sun at Emesa, under the name of Elagabalus, typified in the form of a black conical stone, which it was believed had fallen from heaven. The conical stone was the emblem of Bel. Did it have relation to the mounds and pyramids? Sun worship was the primitive religion of the red men of America. It was found among all the tribes. Dorman, Origin of Primitive Superstitions, page 338. The Chichimecs called the sun their father. The Comanches have a similar belief. But, compared with such ancient nations as the Egyptians and Babylonians, the Greeks were children. A priest of Sais said to Solon, "You Greeks are novices in knowledge of antiquity. You are ignorant of what passed either here or among yourselves in days of old. The history of 8,000 years is deposited in our sacred books. But I can ascend to a much higher antiquity, and tell you what our fathers have done for 9,000 years, I mean their institutions, their laws, and their most brilliant achievements." The Greeks, too young to have shared in the religion of Atlantis, but preserving some memory of that great country and its history, proceeded to convert its kings into gods, and to depict Atlantis itself as the heaven of the human race. Thus we find a great solar or nature worship in the elder nations, while Greece has nothing but an incongruous jumble of gods and goddesses, who are born and eat and drink and make love and ravish and steal and die. And who are worshipped as immortal in presence of the very monuments that testify to their death. These deities, to whom the affairs of the world were entrusted, were, it is believed, immortal, though not eternal in their existence. In Crete there was even a story of the death of Zeus, his tomb being pointed out. Murray's Mythology, page 2. The history of Atlantis is the key of the Greek mythology. There can be no question that these gods of Greece were human beings. The tendency to attach divine attributes to great earthly rulers is one deeply implanted in human nature. The savages who killed Captain Cook firmly believed that he was immortal, that he was yet alive, and would return to punish them. The highly civilized Romans made gods out of their dead emperors. Dar. Livingstone mentions that on one occasion, after talking to a bushman for some time about the deity, he found that the savage thought he was speaking of Sukhumi, the principal chief of the district. We find the barbarians of the coast of the Mediterranean regarding the civilized people of Atlantis with awe and wonder. Their physical strength was extraordinary, the earth shaking sometimes under their tread. Whatever they did was done speedily. They moved through space almost without the loss of a moment of time. This probably alluded to the rapid motion of their sailing vessels. They were wise, and communicated their wisdom to men. That is to say, they civilized the people they came in contact with. They had a strict sense of justice, and punished crime rigorously, and rewarded noble actions, though it is true they were less conspicuous for the latter. Murray's Mythology, page 4. We should understand this to mean that where they colonized they established a government of law, as contradistinguished from the anarchy of barbarism. There were tales of personal visits and adventures of the gods among men, taking part in battles and appearing in dreams. They were conceived to possess the form of human beings, and to be, like men, subject to love and pain, but always characterized by the highest qualities and grandest forms that could be imagined. Ibid. Another proof that the gods of the Greeks were but the deified kings of Atlantis is found in the fact that the gods were not looked upon as having created the world. They succeeded to the management of a world already in existence. The gods dwelt on Olympus. They lived together like human beings, they possessed palaces, storehouses, stables, horses, etc. They dwelt in a social state which was but a magnified reflection of the social system on earth. Quarrels, love passages, mutual assistance, and such instances as characterize human life, were ascribed to them. Ibid, page 10. Where was Olympus? It was in Atlantis. The ocean encircled the earth with a great stream, and was a region of wonders of all kinds. Ibid, page 23. It was a great island, the then civilized world. The encircling ocean was spoken of in all the ancient legends. Okeanos lived there with his wife Tethys. These were the islands of the blessed, the garden of the gods, the sources of the nectar and ambrosia on which the gods lived. Murray's Mythology, page 23. Nectar was probably a fermented intoxicating liquor, and ambrosia bread made from wheat. Soma was a kind of whiskey, and the Hindus deified it. The gods lived on nectar and ambrosia simply meant that the inhabitants of these blessed islands were civilized, and possessed a liquor of some kind and a species of food superior to anything in use among the barbarous tribes with whom they came in contact. This blessed land answers to the description of Atlantis. It was an island full of wonders. It lay spread out in the ocean like a disk, with the mountains rising from it. Ibid. On the highest point of this mountain dwelt Zeus, the king, while the mansions of the other deities were arranged upon plateaus, or in ravines lower down the mountain. These deities, including Zeus, were 12 in number: Zeus, or Jupiter, Hera, or Juno, Poseidon, or Neptune, Demeter, or Ceres, Apollo, Artemis, or Diana, Hephaestos, or Vulcan, Pallas Athena, or Minerva, Ares, or Mars, Aphrodite, or Venus, Hermes, or Mercury, and Hestia, or Vesta. These were doubtless the 12 gods from whom the Egyptians derived their kings. Where two names are given to a deity in the above list, the first name is that bestowed by the Greeks, the last that given by the Romans. It is not impossible that our division of the year into 12 parts is a reminiscence of the 12 gods of Atlantis. Diodorus Siculus tells us that among the Babylonians there were 12 gods of the heavens, each personified by one of the signs of the zodiac, and worshipped in a certain month of the year. The Hindus had 12 primal gods, the Aditya. Moses erected 12 pillars at Sinai. The Mandan Indians celebrated the flood with 12 typical characters, who danced around the ark. The Scandinavians believed in the 12 gods, the Aesir, who dwelt on Asgard, the Norse Olympus. Diligent investigation may yet reveal that the number of a modern jury, 12, is a survival of the ancient council of Asgard. According to the traditions of the Phoenicians, the gardens of the Hesperides were in the remote west. Murray's Manual of Mythology, page 258. Atlas lived in these gardens. Ibid, page 259. Atlas, we have seen, was king of Atlantis. The Elysian fields, the happy islands, were commonly placed in the remote west. They were ruled over by Kronos. Ibid, page 60. Tartarus, the region of Hades, the gloomy home of the dead, was also located under the mountains of an island in the midst of the ocean in the remote west. Ibid, page 58. Atlas was described in Greek mythology as an enormous giant, who stood upon the western confines of the earth, and supported the heavens on his shoulders, in a region of the west where the sun continued to shine after he had set upon Greece. Ibid, page 156. Greek tradition located the island in which Olympus was situated, in the far west, in the ocean beyond Africa, on the western boundary of the known world, where the sun shone when it had ceased to shine on Greece, and where the mighty Atlas held up the heavens. And Plato tells us that the land where Poseidon and Atlas ruled was Atlantis. The Garden of the Hesperides, another name for the dwelling place of the gods, was situated at the extreme limit of Africa. Atlas was said to have surrounded it on every side with high mountains. Smith's Sacred Annals, Patriarchal Age, page 131. Here were found the golden apples. This is very much like the description which Plato gives of the great plain of Atlantis, covered with fruit of every kind, and surrounded by precipitous mountains descending to the sea. The Greek mythology, in speaking of the Garden of the Hesperides, tells us that the outer edge of the garden was slightly raised, so that the water might not run in and overflow the land. Another reminiscence of the surrounding mountains of Atlantis as described by Plato, and as revealed by the deep-sea soundings of modern times. Kronos, or Saturn, Dionysus, Hyperion, Atlas, Hercules, were all connected with a great Saturnian continent. They were kings that ruled over countries on the western shores of the Mediterranean, Africa and Spain. One account says, Hyperion, Atlas, and Saturn, or Kronos, were sons of Uranos, who reigned over a great kingdom composed of countries around the western part of the Mediterranean, with certain islands in the Atlantic. Hyperion succeeded his father, and was then killed by the Titans. The kingdom was then divided between Atlas and Saturn, Atlas taking northern Africa, with the Atlantic islands, and Saturn the countries on the opposite shore of the Mediterranean to Italy and Sicily. Baldwin's Prehistoric Nations, page 357. Plato says, speaking of the traditions of the Greeks, dialogues, laws, c. 4, page 713, there is a tradition of the happy life of mankind in the days when all things were spontaneous and abundant. In like manner God in his love of mankind placed over us the demons, who are a superior race, and they, with great care and pleasure to themselves and no less to us, taking care of us and giving us place and reverence and order and justice never failing, made the tribes of men happy and peaceful. For Kronos knew that no human nature, invested with supreme power, is able to order human affairs and not overflow with insolence and wrong. In other words, this tradition refers to an ancient time when the forefathers of the Greeks were governed by Kronos, of the Cronian Sea, the Atlantic, king of Atlantis, through civilized Atlantean governors, who by their wisdom preserved peace and created a golden age for all the populations under their control. They were the demons, that is, the knowing ones, the civilized. Plato puts into the mouth of Socrates these words, Dialogues, Cradulus, p. 397. My notion would be that the sun, moon, and stars, earth, and heaven, which are still the gods of many barbarians, were the only gods known to the aboriginal Hellenes. What shall follow the gods? Must not demons and heroes and men come next? Consider the real meaning of the word demons. You know Hesiod uses the word. He speaks of a golden race of men who came first. He says of them, but now that fate has closed over this race, they are holy demons upon earth, beneficent averters of ills, guardians of mortal men. He means by the golden men not men literally made of gold, but good and noble men. He says we are of the age of iron. He called them demons because they were delta alpha mu omicron nu epsilon, knowing or wise. This is made the more evident when we read that this region of the gods, of Kronos and Uranos and Zeus, passed through, first, a golden age, then a silver age, these constituting a great period of peace and happiness. Then it reached a bronze age, then an iron age, and finally perished by a great flood, sent upon these people by Zeus as a punishment for their sins. We read, men were rich then, in the silver age, as in the golden age of Kronos, and lived in plenty, but still they wanted the innocence and contentment which were the true sources of man happiness in the former age. And accordingly, while living in luxury and delicacy, they became overbearing in their manners to the highest degree, were never satisfied, and forgot the gods, to whom, in their confidence of prosperity and comfort, they denied the reverence they owed. Then followed the Bronze Age, a period of constant quarreling and deeds of violence. Instead of cultivated lands, and a life of peaceful occupations and orderly habits, there came a day when everywhere might was right and men, big and powerful as they were, became physically worn out. Finally came the Iron Age, in which enfeebled mankind had to toil for bread with their hands, and, bent on gain, did their best to overreach each other. Dike, or Astrea, the goddess of justice and good faith, modesty and truth, turned her back on such scenes, and retired to Olympus, while Zeus determined to destroy the human race by a great flood. The whole of Greece lay under water, and none but Deucalion and his wife Pyrrha were saved. Murray's Mythology, page 44. It is remarkable that we find here the same succession of the Iron Age after the Bronze Age that has been revealed to scientific men by the patient examination of the relics of antiquity in Europe. And this identification of the land that was destroyed by a flood, the land of Kronos and Poseidon and Zeus, with the Bronze Age, confirms the view expressed in Chapter 8. Page 237, that the bronze implements and weapons of Europe were mainly imported from Atlantis. And here we find that the flood that destroyed this land of the gods was the flood of Deucalion, and the flood of Deucalion was the flood of the Bible, and this, as we have shown, was the last great deluge of all, according to the Egyptians, which destroyed Atlantis. The foregoing description of the golden age of Kronos, when men were rich and lived in plenty, reminds us of Plato's description of the happy age of Atlantis, when men despised everything but virtue, not caring for their present state of life, and thinking lightly of the possession of gold and other property. A time when, as the chants of the Delaware Indians stated it, page 109, all were willingly pleased, all were well happified. While the description given by Murray in the above extract of the degeneracy of mankind in the land of the gods, a period of constant quarreling and deeds of violence, when might was right, agrees with Plato's account of the Atlanteans. When they became aggressive, unable to bear their fortune, unseemly, base, filled with unrighteous avarice and power, and, in a most wretched state. And here again I might quote from the chant of the Delaware Indians, they became troubled, hating each other, both were fighting, both were spoiling, both were never peaceful. And in all three instances the gods punished the depravity of mankind by a great deluge. Can all these precise coincidences be the result of accident? May we not even suppose that the very word Olympus is a transformation from Atlantis, in accordance with the laws that regulate the changes of letters of the same class into each other? Olympus was written by the Greeks Olympos. The letter A in Atlantis was sounded by the ancient world broad and full, like the A in our words all or altar. In these words it approximates very closely to the sound of O. It is not far to go to convert Atlantis into Oluntos, and this into Olympos. We may, therefore, suppose that when the Greeks said that their gods dwelt in Olympus, it was the same as if they said that they dwelt in Atlantis. Nearly all the gods of Greece are connected with Atlantis. We have seen the 12 principal gods all dwelling on the mountain of Olympus, in the midst of an island in the ocean in the far west, which was subsequently destroyed by a deluge on account of the wickedness of its people. And when we turn to Plato's description of Atlantis, page 13, we find that Poseidon and Atlas dwelt upon a mountain in the midst of the island. And on this mountain were their magnificent temples and palaces, where they lived, separated by great walls from their subjects. It may be urged that Mount Olympus could not have referred to any mountain in Atlantis, because the Greeks gave that name to a group of mountains partly in Macedonia and partly in Thessaly. But in Mysia, Lycia, Cyprus, and elsewhere there were mountains called Olympus, and on the plain of Olympia, in Elis, there was an eminence bearing the same designation. There is a natural tendency among uncivilized peoples to give a local habitation to every general tradition. Many of the oldest myths, says Baldwin, prehistoric nations, p. 376, relate to Spain, northwestern Africa, and other regions on the Atlantic, such as those concerning Hercules, the Cronidi, the Hyperboreans, the Hesperides, and the islands of the Blessed. Homer described the Atlantic region of Europe in his account of the wanderings of Ulysses. In the ages previous to the decline of Phoenician influence in Greece and around the Aegean Sea, the people of those regions must have had a much better knowledge of Western Europe than prevailed there during the Ionian or Hellenic period. The mythology of Greece is really a history of the kings of Atlantis. The Greek heaven was Atlantis. Hence the references to statues, swords, etc. that fell from heaven, and were preserved in the temples of the different states along the shores of the Mediterranean from a vast antiquity, and which were regarded as the most precious possessions of the people. They were relics of the lost race received in the early ages. Thus we read of the brazen or bronze anvil that was preserved in one city, which fell from heaven, and was 9 days and 9 nights in falling. In other words, it took 9 days and nights of a sailing voyage to bring it from Atlantis. The modern theory that the gods of Greece never had any personal existence, but represented atmospheric and meteorological myths, the movements of clouds, planets, and the sun, is absurd. Rude nations repeat, they do not invent. To suppose a barbarous people creating their deities out of clouds and sunsets is to reverse nature. Men first worship stones, then other men, then spirits. Resemblances of names prove nothing. It is as if one would show that the name of the great Napoleon meant the lion of the desert, Napoleon, and should thence argue that Napoleon never existed, that he was a myth, that he represented power in solitude, or some such stuff. When we read that Jove whipped his wife, and threw her son out of the window, the inference is that Jove was a man, and actually did something like the thing described. Certainly gods, sublimated spirits, aerial sprites, do not act after this fashion, and it would puzzle the mythmakers to prove that the sun, moon, or stars whipped their wives or flung recalcitrant young men out of windows. The history of Atlantis could be in part reconstructed out of the mythology of Greece. It is a history of kings, queens, and princes, of love-making, adulteries, rebellions, wars, murders, sea voyages, and colonizations. Of palaces, temples, workshops, and forges, of sword-making, engraving and metallurgy, of wine, barley, wheat, cattle, sheep, horses, and agriculture generally. Who can doubt that it represents the history of a real people? Uranos was the first god, that is to say, the first king of the great race. As he was at the commencement of all things, his symbol was the sky. He probably represented the race previous even to the settlement of Atlantis. He was a son of Gaia, the earth. He seems to have been the parent of 3 races, the Titans, the Hecatoncheires, and the Cyclopes or Cyclops. I incline to the belief that these were civilized races, and that the peculiarities ascribed to the last 2 refer to the vessels in which they visited the shores of the barbarians. The empire of the Titans was clearly the empire of Atlantis. The most judicious among our mythologists, says Dr. Rees, New British Cyclopedia, Art. Titans, such as Gerard Vossius, Marsham, Bochet, and Father Thomas Sin, are of opinion that the partition of the world among the sons of Noashem, Ham, and Japheth, was the original of the tradition of the same partition among Jupiter, Neptune, and Pluto, upon the breaking up of the great empire of the Titans. The learned Pezron contends that the division which was made of this vast empire came, in aftertimes, to be taken for the partition of the whole world. That Asia remaining in the hands of Jupiter, Zeus, the most potent of the 3 brothers, made him looked upon as the god of Olympus, that the sea and islands which fell to Neptune occasioned their giving him the title of God of the Sea. And that Spain, the extremity of the then known world, thought to be a very low country in respect of Asia, and famous for its excellent mines of gold and silver, failing to Pluto, occasioned him to be taken for the god of the infernal regions. We should suppose that Pluto possibly ruled over the transatlantic possessions of Atlantis in America, over those portions of the opposite continent, which Plato tells us were dominated by Atlas and his posterity, and which, being far beyond or below sunset, were the underworld of the ancients. While Atlantis, the Canaries, etc., constituted the island division with Western Africa and Spain. Murray tells us, Mythology, page 58, that Pluto's share of the kingdom was supposed to lie in the remote west. The underworld of the dead was simply the world below the western horizon. The home of the dead has to do with that far west region where the sun dies at night. Anthropology, page 350. On the coast of Brittany, where Cape Raz stands out westward into the ocean, there is the Bay of Souls, the launching place where the departed spirits sail off across the sea. Ibid. In like manner, Odysseus found the land of the dead in the ocean beyond the Pillars of Hercules. There, indeed, was the land of the mighty dead, the grave of the drowned Atlanteans. However this be, continues F. Pezron, the empire of the Titans, according to the ancients, was very extensive. They possessed Phrygia, Thrace, a part of Greece, the island of Crete, and several other provinces to the inmost recesses of Spain. To these Sanchoniathon seems to join Syria, and Diodorus adds a part of Africa, and the kingdoms of Mauritania. The kingdoms of Mauritania embraced all that northwestern region of Africa nearest to Atlantis, in which are the Atlas Mountains, and in which, in the days of Herodotus, dwelt the Atlantes. Neptune, or Poseidon, says, in answer to a message from Jupiter, "No vassal god, nor of his train am I. 3 brothers, deities, from Saturn came. And ancient Rhea, earth's immortal dame. Assigned by lot our triple rule we know. Infernal Pluto sways the shades below. O'er the wide clouds, and o'er the starry plain. Ethereal Jove extends his high domain. My court beneath the hoary waves I keep. And hush the roaring of the sacred deep." Iliad, Book 18. Homer alludes to Poseidon as the god whose liquid arms are hurled around the globes, whose earthquakes rock the world. Mythology tells us that when the Titans were defeated by Saturn they retreated into the interior of Spain. Jupiter followed them up, and beat them for the last time near Tartessus, and thus terminated a 10 years' war. Here we have a real battle on an actual battlefield. If we needed any further proof that the empire of the Titans was the empire of Atlantis, we would find it in the names of the Titans. Among these were Oceanus, Saturn or Kronos, and Atlas. They were all the sons of Uranos. Oceanus was at the base of the Greek mythology. Plato says, Dialogues, Timaeus, Volume 2, page 533, Oceanus and Tethys were the children of earth and heaven, and from these sprung Phorcys, and Kronos, and Rhea, and many more with them. And from Kronos and Rhea sprung Zeus and Hera, and all those whom we know as their brethren, and others who were their children. In other words, all their gods came out of the ocean, they were rulers over some ocean realm. Kronos was the son of Oceanus, and Kronos was an Atlantean god, and from him the Atlantic Ocean was called by the ancients, the Cronian Sea. The elder Minos was called the son of the ocean. He first gave civilization to the Cretans. He engraved his laws on brass, precisely as Plato tells us the laws of Atlantis were engraved on pillars of brass. The wanderings of Ulysses, as detailed in the Odyssey of Homer, are strangely connected with the Atlantic Ocean. The islands of the Phaeacians were apparently in mid-ocean. We dwell apart, afar. Within the unmeasured deep, amid its waves. The most remote of men, no other race, hath commerce with us. Odyssey, Book 6. The description of the Phaeacian walls, harbors, cities, palaces, ships, etc., seems like a recollection of Atlantis. The island of Calypso appears also to have been in the Atlantic Ocean, 20 days' sail from the Phaeacian Isles. And when Ulysses goes to the land of Pluto, the underworld, the home of the dead, he reached the far confines of Oceanus, beyond the Pillars of Hercules. It would be curious to inquire how far the poems of Homer are Atlantean in their relations and inspiration. Ulysses's wanderings were a prolonged struggle with Poseidon, the founder and god of Atlantis. The Hecatoncheires, or Cetimeni, beings each with 100 hands, were 3 in number, Cottos, Gyges or Guys, and Briareus, and represented the frightful crashing of waves and its resemblance to the convulsions of earthquakes. Murray's Mythology, page 26. Are not these 100 arms the oars of the galleys, and the frightful crashing of the waves their movements in the water? The Cyclopes also were 3 in number, Brontes, with his thunder, Steropes, with his lightning, and Argesh, with his stream of light. They were represented as having only one eye, which was placed at the juncture between the nose and brow. It was, however, a large, flashing eye, as became beings who were personifications of the storm cloud, with its flashes of destructive lightning and peals of thunder. We shall show hereafter that the invention of gunpowder dates back to the days of the Phoenicians, and may have been derived by them from Atlantis. It is not impossible that in this picture of the Cyclopes we see a tradition of seagoing ships, with a light burning at the prow, and armed with some explosive preparation, which, with a roar like thunder, and a flash like lightning, destroyed those against whom it was employed. It at least requires less strain upon our credulity to suppose these monsters were a barbarian's memory of great ships than to believe that human beings ever existed with 100 arms, and with one eye in the middle of the forehead, and giving out thunder and lightning. The natives of the West India Islands regarded the ships of Columbus as living creatures, and that their sails were wings. Berosus tells us, speaking of the ancient days of Chaldea, in the first year there appeared, from that part of the Erythraean Sea which borders upon Babylonia, an animal endowed with reason, by name Oans, whose whole body, according to the account of Apollodorus, was that of a fish. That under the fish's head he had another head, with feet also below, similar to those of a man, subjoined to the fish's tail. His voice too and language was articulate and human, and a representation of him is preserved even unto this day. This being was accustomed to pass the day among men, but took no food at that season, and he gave them an insight into letters and arts of all kinds. He taught them to construct cities, to found temples, to compile laws, and explained to them the principles of geometrical knowledge. He made them distinguish the seeds of the earth, and showed them how to collect the fruits. In short, he instructed them in everything which could tend to soften manners and humanize their laws. From that time nothing material has been added by way of improvement to his instructions. And when the sun set, this being, Oans, retired again into the sea, and passed the night in the deep, for he was amphibious. After this there appeared other animals like Oans. This is clearly the tradition preserved by a barbarous people of the great ships of a civilized nation, who colonized their coast and introduced the arts and sciences among them. And here we see the same tendency to represent the ship as a living thing, which converted the war vessels of the Atlanteans, the Cyclopes, into men with one blazing eye in the middle of the forehead. Uranos was deposed from the throne, and succeeded by his son Cronos. He was called the Ripener, the harvest god, and was probably identified with the beginning of the agricultural period. He married his sister Rhea, who bore him Pluto, Poseidon, Zeus, Hestia, Demeter, and Hera. He anticipated that his sons would dethrone him, as he had dethroned his father, Uranos, and he swallowed his first 5 children, and would have swallowed the 6th child, Zeus, but that his wife Rhea deceived him with a stone image of the child. And Zeus was conveyed to the island of Crete, and there concealed in a cave and raised to manhood. Subsequently Cronos yielded back to the light the children he had swallowed. This myth probably means that Cronos had his children raised in some secret place, where they could not be used by his enemies as the instruments of a rebellion against his throne. And the stone image of Zeus, palmed off upon him by Rhea, was probably some other child substituted for his own. His precautions seem to have been wise. For as soon as the children returned to the light they commenced a rebellion, and drove the old gentleman from his throne. A rebellion of the Titans followed. The struggle was a tremendous one, and seems to have been decided at last by the use of gunpowder, as I shall show farther on. We have seen Cronos identified with the Atlantic, called by the Romans the Cronian Sea. He was known to the Romans under the name of Saturn, and ruled over a great Saturnian continent, in the Western Ocean. Saturn, or Cronos, came to Italy. He presented himself to the king, Janus, and proceeded to instruct the subjects of the latter in agriculture, gardening, and many other arts then quite unknown to them. As, for example, how to tend and cultivate the vine. By such means he at length raised the people from a rude and comparatively barbarous condition to one of order and peaceful occupations, in consequence of which he was everywhere held in high esteem, and, in course of time, was selected by Janus to share with him the government of the country, which thereupon assumed the name of Saturnia, a land of seed and fruit. The period of Saturn's government was sung in later days by poets as a happy time, when sorrows were unknown, when innocence, freedom, and gladness reigned throughout the land in such a degree as to deserve the title of the Golden Age. Murray's Mythology, page 32. All this accords with Plato's story. He tells us that the rule of the Atlanteans extended to Italy, that they were a civilized, agricultural, and commercial people. The civilization of Rome was therefore an outgrowth directly from the civilization of Atlantis. The Roman Saturnalia was a remembrance of the Atlantean colonization. It was a period of joy and festivity, master and slave met as equals. The distinctions of poverty and wealth were forgotten, no punishments for crime were inflicted, servants and slaves went about dressed in the clothes of their masters, and children received presents from their parents or relatives. It was a time of jollity and mirth, a recollection of the Golden Age. We find a reminiscence of it in the Roman carnival. The third and last on the throne of the highest god was Zeus. We shall see him, a little farther on, by the aid of some mysterious engine overthrowing the rebels, the Titans, who rose against his power, amid the flash of lightning and the roar of thunder. He was called the Thunderer, and the Mighty Thunderer. He was represented with thunderbolts in his hand and an eagle at his feet. During the time of Zeus, Atlantis seems to have reached its greatest height of power. He was recognized as the father of the whole world, he everywhere rewarded uprightness, truth, faithfulness, and kindness, he was merciful to the poor, and punished the cruel. To illustrate his rule on earth the following story is told. Philemon and Baucis, an aged couple of the poorer class, were living peacefully and full of piety toward the gods in their cottage in Phrygia, when Zeus, who often visited the earth, disguised, to inquire into the behavior of men, paid a visit, in passing through Phrygia on such a journey, to these poor old people, and was received by them very kindly as a weary traveler, which he pretended to be. Bidding him welcome to the house, they set about preparing for their guest, who was accompanied by Hermes, as excellent a meal as they could afford, and for this purpose were about to kill the only goose they had left, when Zeus interfered. For he was touched by their kindliness and genuine piety, and that all the more because he had observed among the other inhabitants of the district nothing but cruelty of disposition and a habit of reproaching and despising the gods. To punish this conduct he determined to visit the country with a flood, but to save from it Philemon and Baucis, the good aged couple, and to reward them in a striking manner. To this end he revealed himself to them before opening the gates of the great flood, transformed their poor cottage on the hill into a splendid temple, installed the aged pair as his priest and priestess, and granted their prayer that they might both die together. When, after many years, death overtook them, they were changed into two trees, that side by side in the neighborhood, an oak and a linden. Murray's Mythology, page 38. Here we have another reference to the flood, and another identification with Atlantis. Zeus was a kind of Henry VIII, and took to himself a number of wives. By Demeter, Ceres, he had Persephone, Proserpine, by Leto, Apollo and Artemis, Diana. By Dion, Aphrodite, Venus, by Semele, Dionysus, Bacchus, by Maia, Hermes, Mercury, by Alcmene, Hercules, etc., etc. We have thus the whole family of gods and goddesses traced back to Atlantis. Hera, or Juno, was the first and principal wife of Zeus. There were numerous conjugal rows between the royal pair, in which, say the poets, Juno was generally to blame. She was naturally jealous of the other wives of Zeus. Zeus on one occasion beat her, and threw her son Hephaestus out of Olympus. On another occasion he hung her out of Olympus with her arms tied and two great weights attached to her feet, a very brutal and ungentlemanly trick, but the Greeks transposed this into a beautiful symbol. The two weights, they say, represent the earth and sea, an illustration of how all the phenomena of the visible sky were supposed to hang dependent on the highest god of heaven. Ibid, page 47. Juno probably regarded the transaction in an altogether different light. And she therefore united with Poseidon, the king's brother, and his daughter Athena, in a rebellion to put the old fellow in a straitjacket, and would have succeeded had not Thetis brought to his aid the sea giant Aegean, probably a warship. She seems in the main, however, to have been a good wife, and was the type of all the womanly virtues. Poseidon, the first king of Atlantis, according to Plato, was, according to Greek mythology, a brother of Zeus, and a son of Kronos. In the division of the kingdom he fell heir to the ocean and its islands, and to the navigable rivers. In other words, he was king of a maritime and commercial people. His symbol was the horse. He was the first to train and employ horses. That is to say, his people first domesticated the horse. This agrees with what Plato tells us of the importance attached to the horse in Atlantis, and of the baths and racecourses provided for him. He was worshipped in the island of Tinos in the character of a physician, showing that he represented an advanced civilization. He was also master of an agricultural people. The ram with the golden fleece for which the Argonauts sailed was the offspring of Poseidon. He carried in his hand a three-pronged symbol, the trident, doubtless an emblem of the three continents that were embraced in the empire of Atlantis. He founded many colonies along the shores of the Mediterranean. He helped to build the walls of Troy, the tradition thus tracing the Trojan civilization to an Atlantean source. He settled Attica and founded Athens, named after his niece Athena, daughter of Zeus, who had no mother, but had sprung from the head of Zeus, which probably signified that her mother's name was not known. She was a foundling. Athena caused the first olive tree to grow on the Acropolis of Athens, parent of all the olive trees of Greece. Poseidon seems to have had settlements at Corinth, Aegina, Naxos, and Delphi. Temples were erected to his honor in nearly all the seaport towns of Greece. He sent a sea monster, to wit, a ship, to ravage part of the Trojan territory. In the Iliad, Poseidon appears as ruler of the sea, inhabiting a brilliant palace in its depths, traversing its surface in a chariot, or stirring the powerful billows until the earth shakes as they crash upon the shores. He is also associated with well-watered plains and valleys. Murray's Mythology, p. 51. The palace in the depths of the sea was the palace upon Olympus in Atlantis. The traversing of the sea referred to the movements of a mercantile race. The shaking of the earth was an association with earthquakes. The well-watered plains and valleys remind us of the great plain of Atlantis described by Plato. All the traditions of the coming of civilization into Europe point to Atlantis. For instance, Helios, who lived at Eleusis, near Athens, hospitably received Demeter, the Greek Ceres, the daughter of Poseidon, when she landed. And in return she taught him the use of the plough, and presented his son with the seed of barley, and sent him out to teach mankind how to sow and utilize that grain. Dionysus, grandson of Poseidon, traveled through all the known world, even into the remotest parts of India, instructing the people, as be proceeded, how to tend the vine, and how to practice many other arts of peace. Besides teaching them the value of just and honorable dealings. Murray's Mythology, page 119. The Greeks celebrated great festivals in his honor down to the coming of Christianity. The nymphs of Grecian mythology were a kind of middle beings between the gods and men, communicating with both, loved and respected by both, living like the gods on ambrosia. In extraordinary cases they were summoned, it was believed, to the councils of the Olympian gods. But they usually remained in their particular spheres, in secluded grottos and peaceful valleys, occupied in spinning, weaving, bathing, singing sweet songs, dancing, sporting. Or accompanying deities who passed through their territories, hunting with Artemis, Diana, rushing about with Dionysus, Bacchus, making merry with Apollo or Hermes, Mercury, but always in a hostile attitude toward the wanton and excited satyrs. The nymphs were plainly the female inhabitants of Atlantis dwelling on the plains, while the aristocracy lived on the higher lands. And this is confirmed by the fact that part of them were called Atlantids, offspring of Atlantis. The Hesperides were also daughters of Atlas. Their mother was Hesperis, a personification of the region of the west. Their home was an island in the ocean, off the north or west coast of Africa. And here we find a tradition which not only points to Atlantis, but also shows some kinship to the legend in Genesis of the tree and the serpent. Titia, a goddess of the earth, gave Zeus a tree bearing golden apples on it. This tree was put in the care of the Hesperides, but they could not resist the temptation to pluck and eat its fruit. Thereupon a serpent named Ladon was put to watch the tree. Hercules slew the serpent, and gave the apples to the Hesperides. Heracles, Hercules, we have seen, was a son of Zeus, king of Atlantis. One of his 12 labors, the 10th, was the carrying off the cattle of Geryon. The meaning of Geryon is the red glow of the sunset. He dwelt on the island of Erythea, in the remote west, beyond the Pillars of Hercules. Hercules took a ship, and after encountering a storm, reached the island and placed himself on Mount Abas. Hercules killed Geryon, stole the cattle, put them on the ship, and landed them safely, driving them through Iberia, Gaul, and over the Alps down into Italy. Murray's Mythology, page 257. This was simply the memory of a cattle raid made by an uncivilized race upon the civilized, cattle-raising people of Atlantis. It is not necessary to pursue the study of the gods of Greece any farther. They were simply barbarian recollections of the rulers of a great civilized people who in early days visited their shores, and brought with them the arts of peace. Here then, in conclusion, are the proofs of our proposition that the gods of Greece had been the kings of Atlantis. 1. They were not the makers, but the rulers of the world. 2. They were human in their attributes. They loved, sinned, and fought battles, the very sites of which are given. They founded cities, and civilized the people of the shores of the Mediterranean. 3. They dwelt upon an island in the Atlantic, in the remote west, where the sun shines after it has ceased to shine on Greece. 4. Their land was destroyed in a deluge. 5. They were ruled over by Poseidon and Atlas. 6. Their empire extended to Egypt and Italy and the shores of Africa, precisely as stated by Plato. 7. They existed during the Bronze Age and at the beginning of the Iron Age. The entire Greek mythology is the recollection, by a degenerate race, of a vast, mighty, and highly civilized empire, which in a remote past covered large parts of Europe, Asia, Africa, and America. 3. The gods of the Phoenicians also kings of Atlantis. Not alone were the gods of the Greeks the deified kings of Atlantis, but we find that the mythology of the Phoenicians was drawn from the same source. For instance, we find in the Phoenician cosmogony that the Titans, Rephaim, derived their origin from the Phoenician gods Agris and Agrotus. This connects the Phoenicians with that island in the remote west, in the midst of ocean, where, according to the Greeks, the Titans dwelt. According to Sanchoniathon, Auranes was the son of Autochthon, and, according to Plato, Autochthon was one of the 10 kings of Atlantis. He married his sister Gu. He is the Uranos of the Greeks, who was the son of Gaia, the earth, whom he married. The Phoenicians tell us, Auranes had by Gu 4 sons, Elos, El, who is called Kronos, and Betulus, Bethel, and Dagon, which signifies bread corn, and Atlas, Tammuz. Here, again, we have the names of 2 other kings of Atlantis. These 4 sons probably represented 4 races, the offspring of the earth. The Greek Uranos was the father of Kronos, and the ancestor of Atlas. The Phoenician god Auranes had a great many other wives. His wife Gu was jealous, they quarreled, and he attempted to kill the children he had by her. This is the legend which the Greeks told of Zeus and Juno. In the Phoenician mythology Kronos raised a rebellion against Auranes, and, after a great battle, dethroned him. In the Greek legends it is Zeus who attacks and overthrows his father, Kronos. Auranes had a daughter called Astarte, Ashtoreth, another called Rhea. And Dagon, after he had found out bread corn and the plough, was called Zeusorotrius. We find also, in the Phoenician legends, mention made of Poseidon, founder and king of Atlantis. Kronos gave Attica to his daughter Athena, as in the Greek legends. In a time of plague he sacrificed his son to Auranes, and circumcised himself, and compelled his allies to do the same thing. It would thus appear that this singular rite, practiced as we have seen by the Atlantidi of the Old and New Worlds, the Egyptians, the Phoenicians, the Hebrews, the Ethiopians, the Mexicans, and the Red Men of America, dates back, as we might have expected, to Atlantis. Kronos visits the different regions of the habitable world. He gave Egypt as a kingdom to the god Tot, who had invented the alphabet. The Egyptians called him Thoth, and he was represented among them as the god of letters, the clerk of the underworld, bearing a tablet, pen, and palm branch. This not only connects the Phoenicians with Atlantis, but shows the relations of Egyptian civilization to both Atlantis and the Phoenicians. There can be no doubt that the royal personages who formed the gods of Greece were also the gods of the Phoenicians. We have seen the autochthon of Plato reappearing in the autochthon of the Phoenicians. The Atlas of Plato in the Atlas of the Phoenicians, the Poseidon of Plato in the Poseidon of the Phoenicians, while the kings Mestor and Nisius of Plato are probably the gods Mysor and Amynus of the Phoenicians. Sanchoniathon tells us, after narrating all the discoveries by which the people advanced to civilization, that the Cabri set down their records of the past by the command of the god Tot. And they delivered them to their successors and to foreigners, of whom one was Osiris, the inventor of the three letters, the brother of Chua, who is called the first Phoenician. Lenormant and Chevalier, Ancient History of the East, Volume 2, page 228. This would show that the first Phoenician came long after this line of the kings or gods, and that he was a foreigner, as compared with them. And, therefore, that it could not have been the Phoenicians proper who made the several inventions narrated by Sanchoniathon, but some other race, from whom the Phoenicians might have been descended. And in the delivery of their records to the foreigner Osiris, the god of Egypt, we have another evidence that Egypt derived her civilization from Atlantis. Max Muller says, "The Semitic languages also are all varieties of one form of speech. Though we do not know that primitive language from which the Semitic dialects diverged, yet we know that at one time such language must have existed. We cannot derive Hebrew from Sanskrit, or Sanskrit from Hebrew. But we can well understand how both may have proceeded from one common source. They are both channels supplied from one river, and they carry, though not always on the surface, floating materials of language which challenge comparison, and have already yielded satisfactory results to careful analyzers." Outlines of Philosophy of History, Volume 1, page 475. There was an ancient tradition among the Persians that the Phoenicians migrated from the shores of the Erythraean Sea, and this has been supposed to mean the Persian Gulf. But there was a very old city of Erythea, in utter ruin in the time of Strabo, which was built in some ancient age, long before the founding of Gades, near the site of that town, on the Atlantic coast of Spain. May not this town of Erythea have given its name to the adjacent sea? And this may have been the starting point of the Phoenicians in their European migrations. It would even appear that there was an island of Erythea. In the Greek mythology the 10th labor of Hercules consisted in driving away the cattle of Geryon, who lived in the island of Erythea, an island somewhere in the remote west, beyond the Pillars of Hercules. Murray's Mythology, page 257. Hercules stole the cattle from this remote oceanic island, and, returning drove them, through Iberia, Gaul, over the Alps, and through Italy. Ibid. It is probable that a people emigrating from the Erythraean Sea, that is, from the Atlantic, first gave their name to a town on the coast of Spain. And at a later date to the Persian Gulf, as we have seen the name of York carried from England to the banks of the Hudson, and then to the Arctic Circle. The builders of the Central American cities are reported to have been a bearded race. The Phoenicians, in common with the Indians, practiced human sacrifices to a great extent. They worshipped fire and water, adopted the names of the animals whose skins they wore, that is to say, they had the totemic system, telegraphed by means of fires, poisoned their arrows, offered peace before beginning battle, and used drums. Bancroft's Native Races, Volume 5, page 77. The extent of country covered by the commerce of the Phoenicians represents to some degree the area of the old Atlantean Empire. Their colonies and trading posts extended east and west from the shores of the Black Sea, through the Mediterranean to the west coast of Africa and of Spain, and around to Ireland and England. While from north to south they ranged from the Baltic to the Persian Gulf. They touched every point where civilization in later ages made its appearance. Strabo estimated that they had 300 cities along the west coast of Africa. When Columbus sailed to discover a new world, or rediscover an old one, he took his departure from a Phoenician seaport, founded by that great race 2,500 years previously. This Atlantean sailor, with his Phoenician features, sailing from an Atlantean port, simply reopened the path of commerce and colonization which had been closed when Plato's island sunk in the sea. And it is a curious fact that Columbus had the antediluvian world in his mind's eye even then, for when he reached the mouth of the Orinoco he thought it was the river Guin, that flowed out of paradise, and he wrote home to Spain. There are here great indications suggesting the proximity of the earthly paradise, for not only does it correspond in mathematical position with the opinions of the holy and learned theologians, but all other signs concur to make it probable. Sanchoniathon claims that the learning of Egypt, Greece, and Judea was derived from the Phoenicians. It would appear probable that, while other races represent the conquests or colonizations of Atlantis, the Phoenicians succeeded to their arts, sciences, and especially their commercial supremacy. And hence the close resemblances which we have found to exist between the Hebrews, a branch of the Phoenician stock, and the people of America. Upon the Syrian Sea the people live, who style themselves Phoenicians. These were the first great founders of the world. Founders of cities and of mighty states. Who showed a path through seas before unknown. In the first ages, when the sons of men knew not which way to turn them, they assigned to each his first apartment, they bestowed of land a portion and of sea a lot, and sent each wandering tribe far off to share a different soil and climate. Hence arose the great diversity, so plainly seen, mid nations widely severed. Dionysius of Susiana, AD 3. 4. The god Odin, Woden, or Wotan. In the Scandinavian mythology the chief god was Odin, the Woden, Wotan, or Wotan of the Germans. He is represented with many of the attributes of the Greek god Zeus, and is supposed by some to be identical with him. He dwelt with the 12 Aesir, or gods, upon Asgard, the Norse Olympus, which arose out of Midgard, a land halfway between the regions of frost and fire, to wit, in a temperate climate. The Scandinavian Olympus was probably Atlantis. Odin is represented as a grave-looking elderly man with a long beard, carrying in his hand a spear, and accompanied by 2 dogs and 2 ravens. He was the father of poetry, and the inventor of runic writing. The Chiapenese of Central America, the people whose language we have seen furnishing such remarkable resemblances to Hebrew, claim to have been the first people of the New World. Clavigero tells us, Historia Antique, del Mexico, eng trans. 1807, Volume 1, that according to the traditions of the Chiapenese there was a Wotan who was the grandson of the man who built the ark to save himself and family from the deluge. He was one of those who undertook to build the tower that should reach to heaven. The Lord ordered him to people America. He came from the east. He brought 7 families with him. He had been preceded in America by 2 others, and Imox. He built a great city in America called Nakan, City of the Serpents. The serpent that tempted Eve was Naash, from his own race, which was named Chan, a serpent. This Nakan is supposed to have been Palenque. The date of his journey is placed in the legends in the year 3000 of the world, and in the 10th century BC. He also founded 3 tributary monarchies, whose capitals were Toulon, Mayapan, and Chiquimula. He wrote a book containing a history of his deeds, and proofs that he belonged to the tribe of Chans, serpents. He states that he is the 3rd of the Votans. That he conducted 7 families from Valum Votan to this continent, and assigned lands to them, that be determined to travel until he came to the root of heaven and found his relations, the Culebras, and made himself known to them. That he accordingly made 4 voyages to Chivim, that he arrived in Spain, that he went to Rome, that he saw the house of God building, that he went by the road which his brethren, the Culebras, had bored. That he marked it, and that he passed by the houses of the 13 Culebras. He relates that, in returning from one of his voyages, he found 7 other families of the Tsiquil nation who had joined the first inhabitants, and recognized in them the same origin as his own, that is, of the Culebras. He speaks of the place where they built the first town, which from its founders received the name of Tsiquil. He affirms that, having taught them the refinement of manners in the use of the table, tablecloths, dishes, basins, cups, and napkins, they taught him the knowledge of God and his worship, his first ideas of a king, and obedience to him. That he was chosen captain of all these united families. It is probable that Spain and Rome are interpolations. Cabrera claims that the Votanites were Carthaginians. He thinks the Chivim of Votan were the Hivim, or Givim, who were descended of Hate, son of Canaan, Phoenicians. They were the builders of Acheron, Azotus, Ascalon, and Gaza. The scriptures refer to them as Hivites, Givim, in Deuteronomy, chapter 2. Verse 32, and Joshua, chapter 13, verse 4. He claims that Cadmus and his wife Hermione were of this stock, and according to Ovid they were metamorphosed into snakes, culebras. The name Hivites in Phoenician signifies a snake. Votan may not, possibly, have passed into Europe, but may have traveled altogether in Africa. His singular allusion to a way which the culebras had bored seems at first inexplicable, but Dr. Livingstone's last letters, published November 8, 1869, in the Proceedings of the Royal Geographical Society, mention that tribes live in underground houses in Rua. Some excavations are said to be 30 miles long, and have running rills in them. A whole district can stand a siege in them. The writings therein, I have been told by some of the people, are drawings of animals, and not letters. Otherwise I should have gone to see them. People very dark, well made, an outer angle of eyes slanting inward. And Captain Grant, who accompanied Captain Speke in his famous exploration of the sources of the Nile, tells of a tunnel or subway under the river Kaoma, on the highway between Luemba and Marunga, near Lake Tanganyika. His guide Manua describes it to him. I asked Manua if he had ever seen any country resembling it. His reply was, "This country reminds me of what I saw in the country to the south of the Lake Tanganyika, when traveling with an Arab's caravan from Unjinyemba. There is a river there called the Kaoma, running into the lake, the sides of which are similar in precipitousness to the rocks before us." I then asked, "Do the people cross this river in boats?" "No, they have no boats. And even if they had, the people could not land, as the sides are too steep. They pass underneath the river by a natural tunnel, or subway." He and all his party went through it on their way from Luemba to Orungu, and returned by it. He described its length as having taken them from sunrise till noon to pass through it, and so high that, if mounted upon camels, they could not touch the top. Tall reeds, the thickness of a walking stick, grew inside. The road was strewed with white pebbles, and so wide, 400 yards, that they could see their way tolerably well while passing through it. The rocks looked as if they had been planed by artificial means. Water never came through from the river overhead, it was procured by digging wells. Manua added that the people of Wambwe take shelter in this tunnel, and live there with their families and cattle, when molested by the Wat-Yuta, a warlike race, descended from the Zulu Kaffirs. But it is interesting to find in this book of Votan, however little reliance we may place in its dates or details, evidence that there was actual intercourse between the Old World and the New in remote ages. Humboldt remarks, "We have fixed the special attention of our readers upon this Votan, or Woden, an American who appears of the same family with the Wads or Odins of the Goths and of the people of Celtic origin. Since, according to the learned researches of Sir William Jones, Odin and Buddha are probably the same person, it is curious to see the names of Bon Var, Woodensday, and Votan designating in India, Scandinavia, and in Mexico the day of a brief period." Views de Cordilleras, page 148, edition 1810. There are many things to connect the mythology of the Gothic nations with Atlantis. They had, as we have seen, flood legends. Their gods Crota and Satar were the Kronos and Saturn of Atlantis. Their Baal was the bell of the Phoenicians, who were closely connected with Poseidon and Atlas, and, as we shall see hereafter, their language has a distinct relationship with the tongues of the Arabians, Cushites, Chaldeans, and Phoenicians. The pyramid, the cross, and the Garden of Eden. No fact is better established than the reverence shown to the sign of the cross in all the ages prior to Christianity. We cannot do better than quote from an able article in the Edinburgh Review of July, 1870, upon this question. From the dawn of organized paganism in the Eastern world to the final establishment of Christianity in the Western, the cross was undoubtedly one of the commonest and most sacred of symbolical monuments. And, to a remarkable extent, it is so still in almost every land where that of Calvary is unrecognized or unknown. Apart from any distinctions of social or intellectual superiority, of caste, color, nationality, or location in either hemisphere, it appears to have been the aboriginal possession of every people in antiquity, the elastic girdle, so to say, which embraced the most widely separated heathen communities, the most significant token of a universal brotherhood, to which all the families of mankind were severally and irresistibly drawn, and by which their common descent was emphatically expressed, or by means of which each and all preserved, amid every vicissitude of fortune, a knowledge of the primeval happiness and dignity of their species. Where authentic history is silent on the subject, the material relics of past and long since forgotten races are not wanting to confirm and strengthen this supposition. Diversified forms of the symbol are delineated more or less artistically, according to the progress achieved in civilization at the period, on the ruined walls of temples and palaces, on natural rocks and sepulchral galleries, on the hoariest monoliths and the rudest statuary, on coins, medals, and vases of every description, and, in not a few instances, are preserved in the architectural proportions of subterranean as well as superterranean structures, of tumuli as well as fanes. The extraordinary sanctity attaching to the symbol, in every age and under every variety of circumstance, justified any expenditure incurred in its fabrication or embellishment. Hence the most persistent labor, the most consummate ingenuity, were lavished upon it. Populations of essentially different culture, tastes, and pursuits, the highly civilized and the demi-civilized, the settled and nomadic, vied with each other in their efforts to extend the knowledge of its exceptional import and virtue among their latest posterities. The marvelous rock-hewn caves of Elephanta and Ellora, and the stately temples of Mathura and Tirupati, in the east, may be cited as characteristic examples of one laborious method of exhibiting it. And the megalithic structures of Callanish and Newgrange, in the west, of another, while a third may be instanced. In the great temple at Mitzla, the city of the moon, in Ojaka, Central America. Also excavated in the living rock, and manifesting the same stupendous labor and ingenuity as are observable in the cognate caverns of Salsette, of endeavors, we repeat, made by peoples as intellectually as geographically distinct, and followers withal of independent and unassociated deities, to magnify and perpetuate some grand primeval symbol. Of the several varieties of the cross still in vogue, as national or ecclesiastical emblems, in this and other European states, and distinguished by the familiar appellations of St. George, St. Andrew, the Maltese, the Greek, the Latin, etc., etc. There is not one among them the existence of which may not be traced to the remotest antiquity. They were the common property of the Eastern nations. No revolution or other casualty has wrought any perceptible difference in their several forms or delineations, they have passed from one hemisphere to the other intact, have survived dynasties, empires, and races, have been born on the crest of each successive wave of Aryan population in its course toward the west, and, having been reconsecrated in later times by their lineal descendants, are still recognized as military and national badges of distinction. Among the earliest known types is the crux ansata, vulgarly called the key of the Nile, because of its being found sculptured or otherwise represented so frequently upon Egyptian and Coptic monuments. It has, however, a very much older and more sacred signification than this. It was the symbol of symbols, the mystical Tao, the bidden wisdom, not only of the ancient Egyptians but also of the Chaldeans, Phoenicians, Mexicans, Peruvians, and of every other ancient people commemorated in history, in either hemisphere. And is formed very similarly to our letter T, with a roundlet, or oval, placed immediately above it. Thus it was figured on the gigantic emerald or glass statue of Serapis, which was transported, 293 BC. By order of Ptolemy Soter from Sinope, on the southern shores of the Black Sea, re-erected within that famous labyrinth which encompassed the banks of Lake Moeris, and destroyed by the victorious army of Theodosius, A.D. 389, despite the earnest entreaties of the Egyptian priesthood to spare it, because it was the emblem of their god and of the life to come. Sometimes, as may be seen on the breast of an Egyptian mummy in the Museum of the London University, the simple T only is planted on the frustum of a cone, and sometimes it is represented as springing from a heart. In the first instance signifying goodness, in the second, hope or expectation of reward. As in the oldest temples and catacombs of Egypt, so this type likewise abounds in the ruined cities of Mexico and Central America. Graven as well upon the most ancient cyclopean and polygonal walls as upon the more modern and perfect examples of masonry. And is displayed in an equally conspicuous manner upon the breasts of innumerable bronze statuettes which have been recently disinterred from the cemetery of Jugalpa, of unknown antiquity, in Nicaragua. When the Spanish missionaries first set foot upon the soil of America, in the 15th century, they were amazed to find the cross was as devoutly worshipped by the Red Indians as by themselves. And were in doubt whether to ascribe the fact to the pious labors of St. Thomas or to the cunning device of the evil one. The hallowed symbol challenged their attention on every hand and in almost every variety of form. It appeared on the bas-reliefs of ruined and deserted as well as on those of inhabited palaces, and was the most conspicuous ornament in the great temple of Gozumel, off the coast of Yucatan. According to the particular locality, and the purpose which it served, it was formed of various materials, of marble and gypsum in the open spaces of cities and by the wayside, of wood in the teocallis or chapels on pyramidal summits and in subterranean sanctuaries, and of emerald or jasper in the palaces of kings and nobles. When we ask the question how it comes that the sign of the cross has thus been reverenced from the highest antiquity by the races of the Old and New Worlds, we learn that it is a reminiscence of the Garden of Eden, in other words, of Atlantis. Professor Hardwick says, all these and similar traditions are but mocking satires of the old Hebrew story, jarred and broken notes of the same strain. But with all their exaggerations they intimate how in the background of man's vision lay a paradise of holy joy, a paradise secured from every kind of profanation, and made inaccessible to the guilty. A paradise full of objects that were calculated to delight the senses and to elevate the mind, a paradise that granted to its tenant rich and rare immunities, and that fed with its perennial streams the tree of life and immortality. To quote again from the writer in the Edinburgh Review, already cited, its undoubted antiquity, no less than its extraordinary diffusion, evidences that it must have been, as it may be said to be still in unchristianized lands, emblematical of some fundamental doctrine or mystery. The reader will not have failed to observe that it is most usually associated with water. It was the key of the Nile, that mystical instrument by means of which, in the popular judgment of his Egyptian devotees, Osiris produced the annual revivifying inundations of the sacred stream. It is discernible in that mysterious pitcher or vase portrayed on the brazen table of Bembus, before mentioned, with its 4 lips discharging as many streams of water in opposite directions. It was the emblem of the water deities of the Babylonians in the east and of the Gothic nations in the west, as well as that of the rain deities respectively of the mixed population in America. We have seen with what peculiar rites the symbol was honored by those widely separated races in the Western Hemisphere. And the monumental slabs of Nineveh, now in the museums of London and Paris, show us how it was similarly honored by the successors of the Chaldees in the Eastern. In Egypt, Assyria, and Britain it was emblematical of creative power and eternity, in India, China, and Scandinavia, of heaven and immortality, in the 2 Americas, of rejuvenescence and freedom from physical suffering. While in both hemispheres it was the common symbol of the resurrection, or the sign of the life to come, and, finally, in all heathen communities, without exception, it was the emphatic type, the sole enduring evidence, of the divine unity. This circumstance alone determines its extreme antiquity, an antiquity, in all likelihood, long antecedent to the foundation of either of the 3 great systems of religion in the East. And, lastly, we have seen how, as a rule, it is found in conjunction with a stream or streams of water, with exuberant vegetation, and with a bill or a mountainous region, in a word, with a land of beauty, fertility, and joy. Thus it was expressed upon those circular and sacred cakes of the Egyptians, composed of the richest materials of flour, of honey, of milk, and with which the serpent and bull, as well as other reptiles and beasts consecrated to the service of Isis and their higher divinities, were daily fed. And upon certain festivals were eaten with extraordinary ceremony by the people and their priests. The cross cake, says Sir Gardner Wilkinson, was their hieroglyph for civilized land. Obviously a land superior to their own, as it was, indeed, to all other mundane territories. For it was that distant, traditional country of sempiternal contentment and repose, of exquisite delight and serenity, where nature, unassisted by man, produces all that is necessary for his sustentation. And this land was the Garden of Eden of our race. This was the Olympus of the Greeks, where this same mild season gives the blooms to blow, the buds to harden and the fruits to grow. In the midst of it was a sacred and glorious eminence, the umbilicus orbis terrarum, toward which the heathen in all parts of the world, and in all ages, turned a wistful gaze in every act of devotion, and to which they hoped to be admitted, or rather, to be restored, at the close of this transitory scene. In this glorious eminence, do we not see Plato's mountain in the middle of Atlantis, as he describes it? Near the plain and in the center of the island there was a mountain, not very high on any side. In this mountain there dwelt one of the earth-born primeval men of that country, whose name was Evener, and he had a wife named Leucippe, and they had an only daughter, who was named Cleito. Poseidon married her. He enclosed the hill in which she dwelt all around, making alternate zones of sea and land, larger and smaller, encircling one another. There were 2 of land and 3 of water, so that no man could get to the island. He brought streams of water under the earth to this mountain island, and made all manner of food to grow upon it. This island became the seat of Atlas, the over-king of the whole island. Upon it they built the great temple of their nation. They continued to ornament it in successive generations, every king surpassing the one who came before him to the utmost of his power, until they made the building a marvel to behold for size and beauty. And they had such an amount of wealth as was never before possessed by kings and potentates, as is not likely ever to be again. The gardens of Alcinous and Laertes, of which we read in Homeric song, and those of Babylon, were probably transcripts of Atlantis. The sacred eminence in the midst of a superabundant, happy region figures more or less distinctly in most every mythology, ancient or modern. It was the Mesomphalos of the earlier Greeks, and the Omphalium of the Cretans, dominating the Elysian fields, upon whose tops, bathed in pure, brilliant, incomparable light, the gods passed their days in ceaseless joys. The Buddhists and Brahmins, who together constitute nearly half the population of the world, tell us that the decussated figure, the cross, whether in a simple or a complex form, symbolizes the traditional happy abode of their primeval ancestors, that paradise of Eden toward the east, as we find expressed in the Hebrew. And, let us ask, what better picture, or more significant characters, in the complicated alphabet of symbolism, could have been selected for the purpose than a circle and a cross, the one to denote a region of absolute purity and perpetual felicity. The other, those 4 perennial streams that divided and watered the several quarters of it. Edinburgh Review, January, 1870. And when we turn to the mythology of the Greeks, we find that the origin of the world was ascribed to Okeanos, the ocean. The world was at first an island surrounded by the ocean, as by a great stream. It was a region of wonders of all kinds. Okeanos lived there with his wife Tethys. These were the islands of the blessed, the gardens of the gods, the sources of nectar and ambrosia, on which the gods lived. Within this circle of water the earth lay spread out like a disk, with mountains rising from it, and the vault of heaven appearing to rest upon its outer edge all around. Murray's Manual of Mythology, pages 23, 24, seek. On the mountains dwelt the gods, they had palaces on these mountains, with storerooms, stabling, etc. The gardens of the Hesperides, with their golden apples, were believed to exist in some island of the ocean, or, as it was sometimes thought, in the islands off the north or west coast of Africa. They were far famed in antiquity. For it was there that springs of nectar flowed by the couch of Zeus, and there that the earth displayed the rarest blessings of the gods. It was another Eden. Ibid, page 156. Homer described it in these words. Stern winter smiles on that auspicious clime. The fields are florid with unfading prime. From the bleak pole no winds inclement blow. Mold the round hail, or flake the fleecy snow. But from the breezy deep the blessed inhale the fragrant murmurs of the western gale. It was the sacred Asgard of the Scandinavians, springing from the center of a fruitful land, which was watered by 4 primeval rivers of milk, severally flowing in the direction of the cardinal points, the abode of happiness and the height of bliss. It is the Tian Shan, the celestial mountainland, the enchanted gardens of the Chinese and Tartars, watered by the 4 perennial fountains of Tikan, or immortality. It is the hill-encompassed isla of the Singalese and Thibetians, the everlasting dwelling place of the wise and just. It is the Sinnaru of the Buddhist, on the summit of which is Torudasa, the habitation of Sikra, the supreme god, from which proceed the 4 sacred streams, running in as many contrary directions. It is the Slavrata, the celestial earth, of the Hindu, the summit of his golden mountain Meru, the city of Brahma, in the center of Jambadwipa, and from the 4 sides of which gush forth the 4 primeval rivers, reflecting in their passage the colorific glories of their source, and severally flowing northward, southward, eastward, and westward. It is the Garden of Eden of the Hebrews. And the Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground made the Lord God to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight, and good for food. The tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. And a river went out of Eden to water the garden, and from thence it was parted, and became into 4 heads. The name of the first is Pison. That is it which compasseth the whole land of Havilah, where there is gold, and the gold of that land is good, there is bdellium and the onyx stone. And the name of the second river is Gin, the same is it that compasseth the whole land of Ethiopia. And the name of the third river is Hiddekel, that is it which goeth toward the east of Assyria. And the 4th river is Euphrates. And the Lord God took the man and put him into the Garden of Eden to dress it and to keep it. Gen 2, 8:1-5. As the 4 rivers named in Genesis are not branches of any one stream, and head in very different regions, it is evident that there was an attempt, on the part of the writer of the book, to adapt an ancient tradition concerning another country to the known features of the region in which he dwelt. Josephus tells us, chapter 1, page 41, now the Garden of Eden was watered by 1 river, which ran round about the whole earth, and was parted into 4 parts. Here in the 4 parts we see the origin of the cross, while in the river running around the whole earth we have the wonderful canal of Atlantis, described by Plato, which was carried around the whole of the plain, and received the streams which came down from the mountains. The streams named by Josephus would seem to represent the migrations of people from Atlantis to its colonies. Pison, he tells us, denotes a multitude, it ran into India. The Euphrates and Tigris go down into the Red Sea while the Gihon runs through Egypt. We are further told, chapter 2, page 42, that when Cain, after the murder of Abel, left the land of Adam, he traveled over many countries, before he reached the land of Nod, and the land of Nod was to the eastward of Adam's home. In other words, the original seat of mankind was in the west, that is to say, in the direction of Atlantis. Wilson tells us that the Aryans of India believed that they originally came from the west. Thus the nations on the west of the Atlantic look to the east for their place of origin, while on the east of the Atlantic they look to the west, thus all the lines of tradition converge upon Atlantis. But here is the same testimony that in the Garden of Eden there were 4 rivers radiating from one parent stream. And these 4 rivers, as we have seen, we find in the Scandinavian traditions, and in the legends of the Chinese, the Tartars, the Singalese, the Thibetians, the Buddhists, the Hebrews, and the Brahmins. And not only do we find this tradition of the Garden of Eden in the Old World, but it meets us also among the civilized races of America. The elder Montezuma said to Cortez, "Our fathers dwelt in that happy and prosperous place which they called Aztlan, which means whiteness. In this place there is a great mountain in the middle of the water which is called Culhuacan, because it has the point somewhat turned over toward the bottom, and for this cause it is called Culhuacan, which means, crooked mountain." He then proceeds to describe the charms of this favored land, abounding in birds, game, fish, trees, fountains enclosed with elders and junipers, and alder trees both large and beautiful. The people planted maize, red peppers, tomatoes, beans, and all kinds of plants, in furrows. Here we have the same mountain in the midst of the water which Plato describes, the same mountain to which all the legends of the most ancient races of Europe refer. The inhabitants of Aslan were boatmen. Bancroft's Native Races, Volume 5, p. 325, E. G. Squire, in his Notes on Central America, p. 349, says, "It is a significant fact that in the map of their migrations, presented by Gemelli, the place of the origin of the Aztecs is designated by the sign of water, Atl standing for Atzlan, a pyramidal temple with grades. And near these a palm tree." This circumstance did not escape the attention of Humboldt, who says, "I am astonished at finding a palm tree near this teocalli. This tree certainly does not indicate a northern origin." The possibility that an unskillful artist should unintentionally represent a tree of which he had no knowledge is so great, that any argument dependent on it hangs upon a slender thread. North Americans of Antiquity, page 266. The Miztecs, a tribe dwelling on the outskirts of Mexico, had a tradition that the gods, in the day of obscurity and darkness, built a sumptuous palace, a masterpiece of skill, in which they made their abode upon a mountain. The rock was called the Place of Heaven. There the gods first abode on earth, living many years in great rest and content, as in a happy and delicious land, though the world still lay in obscurity and darkness. The children of these gods made to themselves a garden, in which they put many trees, and fruit trees, and flowers, and roses, and odorous herbs. Subsequently there came a great deluge, in which many of the sons and daughters of the gods perished. Bancroft's Native Races, Volume 3, page 71. Here we have a distinct reference to Olympus, the garden of Plato, and the destruction of Atlantis. And in Plato's account of Atlantis we have another description of the Garden of Eden and the golden age of the world. Also, whatever fragrant things there are in the earth, whether roots, or herbage, or woods, or distilling drops of flowers and fruits, grew and thrived in that land. And again the cultivated fruits of the earth, both the edible fruits and other species of food which we call by the name of legumes, and the fruits having a hard rind, affording drinks and meats and ointments. All these that sacred island, lying beneath the sun, brought forth in abundance. For many generations, as long as the divine nature lasted in them, they were obedient to the laws, and well affectioned toward the gods, who were their kinsmen. For they possessed true and in every way great spirits, practicing gentleness and wisdom in the various chances of life, and in their intercourse with one another. They despised everything but virtue, not caring for their present state of life, and thinking lightly of the possession of gold and other property, which seemed only a burden to them, neither were they intoxicated by luxury. Nor did wealth deprive them of their self-control. But they were sober, and saw clearly that all these goods were increased by virtuous friendship with one another, and that by excessive zeal for them, and honor of them, the good of them is lost, and friendship perishes with them. All this cannot be a mere coincidence. It points to a common tradition of a veritable land, where 4 rivers flowed down in opposite directions from a central mountain peak. And these 4 rivers, flowing to the north, south, east, and west, constitute the origin of that sign of the cross which we have seen meeting us at every point among the races who were either descended from the people of Atlantis, or who, by commerce and colonization, received their opinions and civilization from them. Let us look at the question of the identity of the Garden of Eden with Atlantis from another point of view. If the alphabet of the Phoenicians is kindred with the Maya alphabet, as I think is clear, then the Phoenicians were of the same race. Or of some race with which the Mayas were connected. In other words, they were from Atlantis. Now we know that the Phoenicians and Hebrews were of the same stock, used the same alphabet, and spoke almost precisely the same language. The Phoenicians preserved traditions, which have come down to us in the writings, of Sanchoniathon, of all the great essential inventions or discoveries which underlie civilization. The first 2 human beings, they tell us, were Protogonos and Ion, Adam and Haveth, who produced Genos and Genea, Ken and Kenath, from whom again are descended 3 brothers, named Phos, Fur, and Phlox, light, fire, and flame. Because they have discovered how to produce fire by the friction of 2 pieces of wood, and have taught the use of this element. In another fragment, at the origin of the human race we see in succession the fraternal couples of Autochthon and Technites, Adam and Quen, Cain, inventors of the manufacture of bricks. Agros and Agrotes, Sod and Sed, fathers of the agriculturists and hunters, then Aminos and Mugos, who taught to dwell in villages and rear flocks. The connection between these Atlantean traditions and the Bible record is shown in many things. For instance, the Greek text, in expressing the invention of Aminos, uses the words kappa mu alpha pi omicron mu nu alpha, which are precisely the same as the terms ohol eumykne, which the Bible uses in speaking of the dwellings of the descendants of Jabal, Gen. Chapter 4, v. 20. In like manner Lamech, both in the signification of his name and also for the savage character attributed to him by the legend attached to his memory, is a true synonym of Agrotes. And the title of Lambda Tau Alpha Iota, given to Agros and Agrotes in the Greek of the Phoenician history, fits in wonderfully with the physiognomy of the race of the Cainites in the Bible narrative. Whether we take Lambda Tau Alpha Iota simply as a Hellenized transcription of the Semitic Elim, the strong, the mighty, or whether we take it in its Greek acceptation, the wanderers. For such is the destiny of Cain and his race according to the very terms of the condemnation which was inflicted upon him after his crime, Gen 4, 14, and this is what is signified by the name of his grandson Yered. Only, in Sanchoniathon the genealogy does not end with Aminos and Mugos, as that of the Cainites in the Bible does with the 3 sons of Lamech. These 2 personages are succeeded by Miser and Sydyk, the released and the just, as Sanchoniathon translates them, but rather the upright and the just, Misher and Cutic, who invent the use of salt. To Miser is born Tautos, Taut, to whom we owe letters, and to Sydyk the Cabri or Carabants, the institutors of navigation. Lenormant, Genealogies between Adam and the Deluge. Contemporary Review, April, 1880. We have, also, the fact that the Phoenician name for their goddess Astonome, Ashta-Noema, whom the Greeks called Nemon, was the same as the name of the sister of the 3 sons of Lamech, as given in Genesis, Naima, or Naama. If, then, the original seat of the Hebrews and Phoenicians was the Garden of Eden, to the west of Europe, and if the Phoenicians are shown to be connected, through their alphabets, with the Central Americans, who looked to an island in the sea, to the eastward, as their starting point, the conclusion becomes irresistible that Atlantis and the Garden of Eden were one and the same. The Pyramid. Not only are the Cross and the Garden of Eden identified with Atlantis, but in Atlantis, the habitation of the gods, we find the original model of all those pyramids which extend from India to Peru. This singular architectural construction dates back far beyond the birth of history. In the Puranas of the Hindus we read of pyramids long anterior in time to any which have survived to our day. Cheops was preceded by a countless host of similar erections which have long since mouldered into ruins. If the reader will turn to page 104 of this work he will see, in the midst of the picture of Aslan, the starting point of the Aztecs, according to the Badarini pictured writing, a pyramid with worshippers kneeling before it. 50 years ago Mr. Faber, in his Origin of Pagan Idolatry, placed artificial tumuli, pyramids, and pagodas in the same category, conceiving that all were transcripts of the holy mountain which was generally supposed to have stood in the center of Eden, or, rather, as intimated in more than one place by the psalmist, the garden itself was situated on an eminence. Psalms, chapter 3, v. 4, and chapter 68, verses 15, 16, 18. The pyramid is one of the marvelous features of that problem which confronts us everywhere, and which is insoluble without Atlantis. The Arabian traditions linked the pyramid with the flood. In a manuscript preserved in the Bodleian Library, and translated by Dr. Sprenger, Abu Baki says, "The wise men, previous to the flood, foreseeing an impending judgment from heaven either by submersion or fire, which would destroy every created thing, built upon the tops of the mountains in Upper Egypt many pyramids of stone, in order to have some refuge against the approaching calamity. 2 of these buildings exceeded the rest in height, being 400 cubits high and as many broad and as many long. They were built with large blocks of marble, and they were so well put together that the joints were scarcely perceptible. Upon the exterior of the building every charm and wonder of physic was inscribed. This tradition locates these monster structures upon the mountains of Upper Egypt, but there are no buildings of such dimensions to be found anywhere in Egypt. Is it not probable that we have here another reference to the great record preserved in the land of the deluge? Were not the pyramids of Egypt and America imitations of similar structures in Atlantis? Might not the building of such a gigantic edifice have given rise to the legends existing on both continents in regard to a Tower of Babel? How did the human mind hit upon this singular edifice, the pyramid? By what process of development did it reach it? Why should these extraordinary structures crop out on the banks of the Nile, and amid the forests and plains of America? And why, in both countries, should they stand with their sides square to the 4 cardinal points of the compass? Are they in this, too, a reminiscence of the cross, and of the 4 rivers of Atlantis that ran to the north, south, east, and west? There is yet a third combination that demands a specific notice. The decussated symbol is not unfrequently planted upon what Christian archaeologists designate a Calvary, that is, upon a mount or a cone. Thus it is represented in both hemispheres. The megalithic structure of Callanish, in the island of Lewis before mentioned, is the most perfect example of the practice extant in Europe. The mount is preserved to this day. This, to be brief, was the recognized conventional mode of expressing a particular primitive truth or mystery from the days of the Chaldeans to those of the Gnostics, or from one extremity of the civilized world to the other. It is seen in the treatment of the ash Yggdrasil of the Scandinavians, as well as in that of the bo tree of the Buddhists. The prototype was not the Egyptian, but the Babylonian crux ansata, the lower member of which constitutes a conical support for the oval or sphere above it. With the Gnostics, who occupied the debatable ground between primitive Christianity and philosophic paganism, and who inscribed it upon their tombs, the cone symbolized death as well as life. In every heathen mythology it was the universal emblem of the goddess or mother of heaven, by whatsoever name she was addressed, whether as Melita, Astarte, Aphrodite, Isis, Mata, or Venus. And the several eminences consecrated to her worship were, like those upon which Jupiter was originally adored, of a conical or pyramidal shape. This, too, is the ordinary form of the altars dedicated to the Assyrian god of fertility. In exceptional instances the cone is introduced upon one or the other of the sides, or is distinguishable in the always accompanying mystical tree. Edinburgh Review, July, 1870. If the reader will again turn to page 104 of this work he will see that the tree appears on the top of the pyramid or mountain in both the Aztec representations of Aztlan, the original island home of the Central American races. The writer just quoted believes that Mr. Faber is correct in his opinion that the pyramid is a transcript of the sacred mountain which stood in the midst of Eden, the Olympus of Atlantis. He adds, Thomas Maurice, who is no mean authority, held the same view. He conceived the use to which pyramids in particular were anciently applied to have been threefold, namely, as tombs, temples, and observatories. And this view he labors to establish in the 3rd volume of his Indian Antiquities. Now, whatever may be their actual date, or with whatsoever people they may have originated, whether in Africa or Asia, in the lower valley of the Nile or in the plains of Chaldea, the pyramids of Egypt were unquestionably destined to very opposite purposes. According to Herodotus, they were introduced by the Hyksos, and Proclus, the Platonic philosopher, connects them with the science of astronomy, a science which, he adds, the Egyptians derived from the Chaldeans. Hence we may reasonably infer that they served as well for temples for planetary worship as for observatories. Subsequently to the descent of the shepherds, their hallowed precincts were invaded by royalty, from motives of pride and superstition. And the principal chamber in each was used as tombs. The pyramidal imitations, dear to the hearts of colonists of the sacred mountain upon which their gods dwelt, was devoted, as perhaps the mountain itself was, to sun and fire worship. The same writer says, that Sabian worship once extensively prevailed in the New World is a well-authenticated fact. It is yet practiced to some extent by the wandering tribes on the northern continent, and was the national religion of the Peruvians at the time of the conquest. That it was also the religion of their more highly civilized predecessors on the soil, south of the equator more especially, is evidenced by the remains of fire altars, both round and square, scattered about the shores of lakes Umeå and Titicaca, and which are the counterparts of the Geber Dok Mez overhanging the Caspian Sea. Accordingly, we find, among these and other vestiges of antiquity that indissolubly connected those long since extinct populations in the New with the races of the Old World, the well-defined symbol of the Maltese cross. On the Mexican ferroher before alluded to, and which is most elaborately carved in bas-relief on a massive piece of polygonous granite, constituting a portion of a cyclopean wall, the cross is enclosed within the ring. And accompanying it are 4 tassel-like ornaments, graved equally well. Those accompaniments, however, are disposed without any particular regard to order, but the 4 arms of the cross, nevertheless, severally and accurately point to the cardinal quarters. The same regularity is observable on a much smaller but not less curious monument, which was discovered some time since in an ancient Peruvian huaca or catacomb, namely, a syrinx or pandine pipe, cut out of a solid mass of lapis olaris. The sides of which are profusely ornamented, not only with Maltese crosses, but also with other symbols very similar in style to those inscribed on the obelisks of Egypt and on the monoliths of this country. The like figure occurs on the equally ancient Otrusco black pottery. But by far the most remarkable example of this form of the cross in the New World is that which appears on a second type of the Mexican ferroher, engraved on a tablet of gypsum, and which is described at length by its discoverer, Captain Dupaix, and depicted by his friend, M. Baradier. Here the accompaniments, a shield, a hamlet, and a couple of bedannulets or rosaries, are, with a single exception, identical in even the minutest particular with an Assyrian monument emblematical of the deity. No country in the world can compare with India for the exposition of the pyramidal cross. There the stupendous labors of Egypt are rivaled, and sometimes surpassed. Indeed, but for the fact of such monuments of patient industry and unexampled skill being still in existence, the accounts of some others which have long since disappeared, having succumbed to the ravages of time and the fury of the bigoted Mussulman, would sound in our ears as incredible as the story of Porsenna's tomb, which o'ertopped old Pelion, and made Asa like a wart. Yet something not very dissimilar in character to it was formerly the boast of the ancient city of Benares, on the banks of the Ganges. We allude to the great temple of Bind Madhu, which was demolished in the 17th century by the Emperor Aurangzeb. Tavernier, the French baron, who travelled thither about the year 1680, has preserved a brief description of it. The body of the temple was constructed in the figure of a colossal cross, i.e., a St. Andrew's cross, with a lofty dome at the center, above which rose a massive structure of a pyramidal form. At the 4 extremities of the cross there were 4 other pyramids of proportionate dimensions, and which were ascended from the outside by steps, with balconies at stated distances for places of rest, reminding us of the Temple of Belus, as described in the pages of Herodotus. The remains of a similar building are found at Hutra, on the banks of the Jumna. This and many others, including the subterranean temple at Elephanta and the caverns of Elora and Salsette, are described at length in the well-known work by Maurice, who adds that, besides these, there was yet another device in which the Hindu displayed the all-pervading sign. This was by pyramidal towers placed crosswise. At the famous temple of Chilambram, on the Coromandel coast, there were 7 lofty walls, one within the other, round the central quadrangle, and as many pyramidal gateways in the midst of each side which forms the limbs of a vast cross. In Mexico pyramids were found everywhere. Cortés, in a letter to Charles V, states that he counted 400 of them at Cholula. Their temples were on those high places. The most ancient pyramids in Mexico are at Teotihuacan, 8 leagues from the city of Mexico. The two largest were dedicated to the sun and moon respectively, each built of cut stone, with a level area at the summit, and 4 stages leading up to it. The larger one is 680 feet square at the base, about 200 feet high, and covers an area of 11 acres. The Pyramid of Cholula, measured by Humboldt, is 160 feet high, 1,400 feet square at the base, and covers 45 acres. The Great Pyramid of Egypt, Cheops, is 746 feet square, 450 feet high, and covers between 12 and 13 acres. So that it appears that the base of the Teotihuacan structure is nearly as large as that of Cheops, while that of Cholula covers nearly 4 times as much space. The Cheops pyramid, however, exceeds very much in height both the American structures. Señor Garcia y Cubas thinks the pyramids of Teotihuacan, Mexico, were built for the same purpose as those of Egypt. He considers the analogy established in 11 particulars, as follows: 1. The site chosen is the same. 2. The structures are orientated with slight variation. 3. The line through the centers of the structures is in the astronomical meridian. 4. The construction in grades and steps is the same. 5. In both cases the larger pyramids are dedicated to the sun. 6. The Nile has a valley of the dead, as in Teotihuacan there is a street of the dead. 7. Some monuments in each class have the nature of fortifications. 8. The smaller mounds are of the same nature and for the same purpose. 9. Both pyramids have a small mound joined to one of their faces. 10. The openings discovered in the Pyramid of the Moon are also found in some Egyptian pyramids. 11. The interior arrangements of the pyramids are analogous. Ensayo de un estudio. It is objected that the American edifices are different in form from the Egyptian, in that they are truncated, or flattened at the top. But this is not an universal rule. In many of the ruined cities of Yucatan one or more pyramids have been found upon the summit of which no traces of any building could be discovered, although upon surrounding pyramids such structures could be found. There is also some reason to believe that perfect pyramids have been found in America. Waldeck found near Palenque 2 pyramids in a state of perfect preservation, square at the base, pointed at the top and 31 feet high, their sides forming equilateral triangles. Bancroft's Native Races, Volume 5, page 58. Bradford thinks that some of the Egyptian pyramids, and those which with some reason it has been supposed are the most ancient, are precisely similar to the Mexican teocalli. North Americans of Antiquity, page 423. And there is in Egypt another form of pyramid called the mastaba, which, like the Mexican, was flattened on the top, while in Assyria structures flattened like the Mexican are found. In fact, says one writer, this form of temple, the flat-topped, has been found from Mesopotamia to the Pacific Ocean. The Phoenicians also built pyramids. In the 13th century the Dominican Brocard visited the ruins of the Phoenician city of Mrith or Marathos, and speaks in the strongest terms of admiration of those pyramids of surprising grandeur. Constructed of blocks of stone from 26 to 28 feet long, whose thickness exceeded the stature of a tall man. Prehistoric Nations, page 144. If, says Ferguson, we still hesitate to pronounce that there was any connection between the builders of the pyramids of Suku and Oaxaca, or the temples of Xochicalco and Burro Buddir, we must at least allow that the likeness is startling and difficult to account for on the theory of mere accidental coincidence. The Egyptian pyramids all stand with their sides to the cardinal points, while many of the Mexican pyramids do likewise. The Egyptian pyramids were penetrated by small passageways, so were the Mexican. The Pyramid of Teotihuacan, according to Almarez, has, at a point 69 feet from the base, a gallery large enough to admit a man crawling on hands and knees, which extends, inward, on an incline, a distance of 20 feet. And terminates in 2 square wells or chambers, each 5 feet square and one of them 15 feet deep. Mr. Lowenstern states, according to Mr. Bancroft, Native Races, Volume 4, page 533, that the gallery is 157 feet long, increasing in height to over 6 feet and a half as it penetrates the pyramid. That the well is over 6 feet square, extending, apparently, down to the base and up to the summit, and that other cross-galleries are blocked up by debris. In the Pyramid of Cheops there is a similar opening or passageway 49 feet above the base. It is 3 feet 11 inches high, and 3 feet 5.5 inches wide. It leads down a slope to a sepulchral chamber or well, and connects with other passageways leading up into the body of the pyramid. In both the Egyptian and the American pyramids the outside of the structures was covered with a thick coating of smooth, shining cement. Humboldt considered the Pyramid of Cholula of the same type as the Temple of Jupiter Belus, the pyramids of Maidoun Dachauer, and the group of Saqqara, in Egypt. In both America and Egypt the pyramids were used as places of sepulture. And it is a remarkable fact that the system of earthworks and mounds, kindred to the pyramids, is found even in England. Salisbury Hill, at Avebury, is an artificial mound 170 feet high. It is connected with ramparts, avenues, 1,480 yards long, circular ditches, and stone circles, almost identical with those found in the valley of the Mississippi. In Ireland the dead were buried in vaults of stone, and the earth raised over them in pyramids flattened on the top. They were called moats by the people. We have found the stone vaults at the base of similar truncated pyramids in Ohio. There can be no doubt that the pyramid was a developed and perfected mound, and that the parent form of these curious structures is to be found in Salisbury Hill, and in the mounds of earth of Central America and the Mississippi Valley. We find the emblem of the cross in pre-Christian times venerated as a holy symbol on both sides of the Atlantic, and we find it explained as a type of the 4 rivers of the Happy Island where the civilization of the race originated. We find everywhere among the European and American nations the memory of an Eden of the race, where the first men dwelt in primeval peace and happiness, and which was afterward destroyed by water. We find the pyramid on both sides of the Atlantic, with its 4 sides pointing, like the arms of the cross, to the 4 cardinal points, a reminiscence of Olympus. And in the Aztec representation of Olympos, Aztlan, we find the pyramid as the central and typical figure. Is it possible to suppose all these extraordinary coincidences to be the result of accident? We might just as well say that the similarities between the American and English forms of government were not the result of relationship or descent, but that men placed in similar circumstances had spontaneously and necessarily reached the same results. 6. Gold and silver, the sacred metals of Atlantis. Money is the instrumentality by which man is lifted above the limitations of barter. Baron Storch terms it the marvelous instrument to which we are indebted for our wealth and civilization. It is interesting to inquire into the various articles which have been used in different countries and ages as money. The following is a table of some of them. Articles of utility. India, cakes of tea. China, pieces of silk. Abyssinia, salt. Iceland and Newfoundland, codfish. Illinois, in early days coonskins. Bornu, Africa, cotton shirts. Ancient Russia, skins of wild animals. West India Islands, 1500 coconuts. Massachusetts Indians, wampum and musketballs. Virginia, 1700 tobacco. British West India Islands, pins, snuff, and whiskey. Central South America, soap, chocolate, and eggs. Ancient Romans, cattle. Ancient Greece, nails of copper and iron. The Lacedaemonians, iron. The Burman Empire, lead. Russia, 1828 to 1845, platinum. Rome, under Numa Pompilius, wood and leather. Rome, under the Caesars, land. Carthaginians, leather. Ancient Britons, cattle, slaves, brass, and iron. England, under James II, tin, gunmetal, and pewter. South Sea Islands, axes and hammers. Articles of ornament. Ancient Jews, jewels. The Indian Islands and Africa, cowrie shells. Conventional signs. Holland, 1574, pieces of pasteboard. China, 1200, bark of the mulberry tree. It is evident that every primitive people uses as money those articles upon which they set the highest value, as cattle, jewels, slaves, salt, musket balls, pins, snuff, whiskey, cotton shirts, leather, axes, and hammers. Or those articles for which there was a foreign demand, and which they could trade off to the merchants for articles of necessity, as tea, silk, codfish, coonskins, coconuts, and tobacco. Then there is a later stage, when the stamp of the government is impressed upon paper, wood, pasteboard, or the bark of trees, and these articles are given a legal tender character. When a civilized nation comes in contact with a barbarous people, they seek to trade with them for those things which they need. A metalworking people, manufacturing weapons of iron or copper, will seek for the useful metals, and hence we find iron, copper, tin, and lead coming into use as a standard of values, as money. For they can always be converted into articles of use and weapons of war. But when we ask how it chanced that gold and silver came to be used as money, and why it is that gold is regarded as so much more valuable than silver, no answer presents itself. It was impossible to make either of them into pots or pans, swords or spears. They were not necessarily more beautiful than glass or the combinations of tin and copper. Nothing astonished the American races more than the extraordinary value set upon gold and silver by the Spaniards. They could not understand it. A West Indian savage traded a handful of gold dust with one of the sailors accompanying Columbus for some tool, and then ran for his life to the woods lest the sailor should repent his bargain and call him back. The Mexicans had coins of tin shaped like a letter T. We can understand this, for tin was necessary to them in hardening their bronze implements, and it may have been the highest type of metallic value among them. A round copper coin with a serpent stamped on it was found at Palenque, and T-shaped copper coins are very abundant in the ruins of Central America. This too we can understand, for copper was necessary in every work of art or utility. All these nations were familiar with gold and silver, but they used them as sacred metals for the adornment of the temples of the sun and moon. The color of gold was something of the color of the sun's rays, while the color of silver resembled the pale light of the moon, and hence they were respectively sacred to the gods of the sun and moon. And this is probably the origin of the comparative value of these metals. They became the precious metals because they were the sacred metals, and gold was more valuable than silver, just as the sun god was the great god of the nations, while the mild moon was simply an attendant upon the sun. The Peruvians called gold the tears wept by the sun. It was not used among the people for ornament or money. The great temple of the sun at Cuzco was called the place of gold. It was, as I have shown, literally a mine of gold. Walls, cornices, statuary, plate, ornaments, all were of gold, the very ewers, pipes, and aqueducts, even the agricultural implements used in the garden of the temple, were of gold and silver. The value of the jewels which adorned the temple was equal to $180 million. The riches of the kingdom can be conceived when we remember that from a pyramid in Chimu a Spanish explorer named Toledo took, in 1577, $4,450,284 in gold and silver. New American Cyclopedia, Art. American Antiquities. The gold and silver of Peru largely contributed to form the metallic currency upon which Europe has carried on her commerce during the last 300 years. Gold and silver were not valued in Peru for any intrinsic usefulness. They were regarded as sacred because reserved for the two great gods of the nation. As we find gold and silver mined and worked on both sides of the Atlantic at the earliest periods of recorded history, we may fairly conclude that they were known to the Atlanteans. And this view is confirmed by the statements of Plato, who represents a condition of things in Atlantis exactly like that which Pizarro found in Peru. Doubtless the vast accumulations of gold and silver in both countries were due to the fact that these metals were not permitted to be used by the people. In Peru the annual taxes of the people were paid to the Inca in part in gold and silver from the mines, and they were used to ornament the temples, and thus the work of accumulating the sacred metals went on from generation to generation. The same process doubtless led to the vast accumulations in the temples of Atlantis, as described by Plato. Now, as the Atlanteans carried on an immense commerce with all the countries of Europe and Western Asia, they doubtless inquired and traded for gold and silver for the adornment of their temples. And they thus produced a demand for and gave a value to the two metals otherwise comparatively useless to man, a value higher than any other commodity which the people could offer their civilized customers. And as the reverence for the great burning orb of the sun, master of all the manifestations of nature, was tenfold as great as the veneration for the smaller, weaker, and variable goddess of the night, so was the demand for the metal sacred to the sun 10 times as great as for the metal sacred to the moon. This view is confirmed by the fact that the root of the word by which the Celts, the Greeks, and the Romans designated gold was the Sanskrit word karat, which means, the color of the sun. Among the Assyrians gold and silver were respectively consecrated to the moon precisely as they were in Peru. A pyramid belonging to the palace of Nineveh is referred to repeatedly in the inscriptions. It was composed of 7 stages, equal in height, and each one smaller in area than the one beneath it. Each stage was covered with stucco of different colors, a different color representing each of the heavenly bodies, the least important being at the base, white, Venus, black, Saturn, purple, Jupiter, blue, Mercury, vermilion, Mars, silver, the moon, and gold, the sun. Lenormant's Ancient History of the East, Volume 1, page 463. In England, to this day the new moon is saluted with a bow or a courtesy, as well as the curious practice of turning one silver, which seems a relic of the offering of the moon's proper metal. Tyler's Anthropology, page 361. The custom of wishing, when one first sees the new moon, is probably a survival of moon worship, the wish taking the place of the prayer. And thus has it come to pass that, precisely as the physicians of Europe, 50 years ago, practiced bleeding, because for thousands of years their savage ancestors had used it to draw away the evil spirits out of the man, so the business of our modern civilization is dependent upon the superstition of a past civilization. And the bankers of the world are today perpetuating the adoration of the tears wept by the sun, which was commenced ages since on the island of Atlantis. And it becomes a grave question, when we remember that the rapidly increasing business of the world, consequent upon an increasing population, and a civilization advancing with giant steps, is measured by the standard of a currency limited by natural laws, decreasing annually in production, and incapable of expanding proportionately to the growth of the world, whether this Atlantean superstition may not yet inflict more incalculable injuries on mankind than those which resulted from the practice of phlebotomy. Part 5. The Colonies of Atlantis. The Central American and Mexican colonies. The western shores of Atlantis were not far distant from the West India Islands. A people possessed of ships could readily pass from island to island until they reached the continent. Columbus found the natives making such voyages in open canoes. If, then, we will suppose that there was no original connection between the inhabitants of the mainland and of Atlantis, the commercial activity of the Atlanteans would soon reveal to them the shores of the Gulf. Commerce implies the plantation of colonies, the trading post is always the nucleus of a settlement. We have seen this illustrated in modern times in the case of the English East India Company and the Hudson Bay Company. We can therefore readily believe that commercial intercourse between Atlantis and Yucatan, Honduras and Mexico, created colonies along the shores of the Gulf which gradually spread into the interior, and to the high tablelands of Mexico. And, accordingly, we find, as I have already shown, that all the traditions of Central America and Mexico point to some country in the east, and beyond the sea, as the source of their first civilized people. And this region, known among them as Aztlan, lived in the memory of the people as a beautiful and happy land, where their ancestors had dwelt in peace for many generations. Dar. Le Plongeon, who spent 4 years exploring Yucatan, says, 1/3 of this tongue, the Maya, is pure Greek. Who brought the dialect of Homer to America? Or who took to Greece that of the Mayas? Greek is the offspring of the Sanskrit. Is Maya? Or are they coeval? The Maya is not devoid of words from the Assyrian. That the population of Central America, and in this term I include Mexico, was at one time very dense, and had attained to a high degree of civilization, higher even than that of Europe in the time of Columbus, there can be no question. And it is also probable, as I have shown, that they originally belonged to the white race. Desire Charnay, who is now exploring the ruins of Central America, says, North American Review, January, 1881, p. 48, the Toltecs were fair, robust, and bearded. I have often seen Indians of pure blood with blue eyes. Quetzalcoatl was represented as large, with a big head and a heavy beard. The same author speaks, page 44, of the ocean of ruins all around, not inferior in size to those of Egypt. At Teotihuacan he measured one building 2,000 feet wide on each side, and 15 pyramids. Each nearly as large in the base as Cheops. The city is indeed of vast extent. The whole ground, over a space of 5 or 6 miles in diameter, is covered with heaps of ruins, ruins which at first make no impression, so complete is their dilapidation. He asserts the great antiquity of these ruins, because we found the very highways of the ancient city to be composed of broken bricks and pottery, the debris left by earlier populations. This continent, he says, page 43, is the land of mysteries. We here enter an infinity whose limits we cannot estimate. I shall soon have to quit work in this place. The long avenue on which it stands is lined with ruins of public buildings and palaces, forming continuous lines, as in the streets of modern cities. Still, all these edifices and halls were as nothing compared with the vast substructures which strengthened their foundations. We find the strongest resemblances to the works of the ancient European races. The masonry is similar. The cement is the same, the sculptures are alike, both peoples used the arch. In both continents we find bricks, glassware, and even porcelain. North American Review, December, 1880, pages 524, 525, with blue figures on a white ground. Also bronze composed of the same elements of copper and tin in like proportions, coins made of copper, round and T-shaped, and even metallic candlesticks. Desire Charnay believes that he has found in the ruins of Tula the bones of swine, sheep, oxen, and horses, in a fossil state, indicating an immense antiquity. The Toltecs possessed a pure and simple religion, like that of Atlantis, as described by Plato, with the same sacrifices of fruits and flowers. They were farmers, they raised and wove cotton, they cultivated fruits. They used the sign of the cross extensively, they cut and engraved precious stones. Among their carvings have been found representations of the elephant and the lion, both animals not known in America. The forms of sepulture were the same as among the ancient races of the Old World. They burnt the bodies of their great men, and enclosed the dust in funeral urns. Some of their dead were buried in a sitting position, others reclined at full length, and many were embalmed like the Egyptian mummies. When we turn to Mexico, the same resemblances present themselves. The government was an elective monarchy, like that of Poland, the king being selected from the royal family by the votes of the nobles of the kingdom. There was a royal family, an aristocracy, a privileged priesthood, a judiciary, and a common people. Here we have all the several estates into which society in Europe is divided. There were 30 grand nobles in the kingdom, and the vastness of the realm may be judged by the fact that each of these could muster 100,000 vassals from their own estates, or a total of 3 millions. And we have only to read of the vast hordes brought into the field against Cortes to know that this was not an exaggeration. They even possessed that which has been considered the crowning feature of European society, the feudal system. The nobles held their lands upon the tenure of military service. But the most striking feature was the organization of the judiciary. The judges were independent even of the king, and held their offices for life. There were supreme judges for the larger divisions of the kingdom, district judges in each of the provinces, and magistrates chosen by the people throughout the country. There was also a general legislative assembly, Congress, or Parliament, held every 80 days, presided over by the king, consisting of all the judges of the realm, to which the last appeal lay. The rites of marriage, says Prescott, were celebrated with as much formality as in any Christian country. And the institution was held in such reverence that a tribunal was instituted for the sole purpose of determining questions relating to it. Divorces could not be obtained until authorized by a sentence of the court, after a patient hearing of the parties. Slavery was tolerated, but the labors of the slave were light, his rights carefully guarded, and his children were free. The slave could own property, and even other slaves. Their religion possessed so many features similar to those of the Old World, that the Spanish priests declared the devil had given them a bogus imitation of Christianity to destroy their souls. The devil, said they, stole all he could. They had confessions, absolution of sins, and baptism. When their children were named, they sprinkled their lips and bosoms with water, and the Lord was implored to permit the holy drops to wash away the sin that was given it before the foundation of the world. The priests were numerous and powerful. They practiced fasts, vigils, flagellations, and many of them lived in monastic seclusion. The Aztecs, like the Egyptians, had progressed through all the three different modes of writing, the picture writing, the symbolical, and the phonetic. They recorded all their laws, their tribute rolls specifying the various imposts, their mythology, astronomical calendars, and rituals, their political annals and their chronology. They wrote on cotton cloth, on skins prepared like parchment, on a composition of silk and gum, and on a species of paper, soft and beautiful, made from the aloe. Their books were about the size and shape of our own, but the leaves were long strips folded together in many folds. They wrote poetry and cultivated oratory, and paid much attention to rhetoric. They also had a species of theatrical performances. Their proficiency in astronomy is thus spoken of by Prescott. That they should be capable of accurately adjusting their festivals by the movements of the heavenly bodies. And should fix the true length of the tropical year with a precision unknown to the great philosophers of antiquity, could be the result only of a long series of nice and patient observations, evincing no slight progress in civilization. Their women, says the same author, are described by the Spaniards as pretty, though with a serious and rather melancholy cast of countenance. Their long, black hair might generally be seen wreathed with flowers, or, among the richer people, with strings of precious stones and pearls from the Gulf of California. They appear to have been treated with much consideration by their husbands, and passed their time in indolent tranquility, or in such feminine occupations as spinning, embroidery, and the like, while their maidens beguiled the hours by the rehearsal of traditionary tales and ballads. Numerous attendants of both sexes waited at the banquets. The balls were scented with perfumes, and the court strewed with odoriferous herbs and flowers, which were distributed in profusion among the guests as they arrived. Cotton napkins and ewers of water were placed before them as they took their seats at the board. Tobacco was them offered, in pipes, mixed with aromatic substances, or in the form of cigars inserted in tubes of tortoise-shell or silver. It is a curious fact that the Aztecs also took the dried tobacco leaf in the pulverized form of snuff. The table was well supplied with substantial meats, especially game, among which the most conspicuous was the turkey. Also, there were found very delicious vegetables and fruits of every variety native to the continent. Their palate was still further regaled by confections and pastry, for which their maize flour and sugar furnished them ample materials. The meats were kept warm with chafing dishes. The table was ornamented with vases of silver and sometimes gold of delicate workmanship. The favorite beverage was chocolatl, flavored with vanilla and different spices. The fermented juice of the maguey, with a mixture of sweets and acids, supplied various agreeable drinks of different degrees of strength. It is not necessary to describe their great public works, their floating gardens, their aqueducts, bridges, forts, temples, palaces, and gigantic pyramids, all ornamented with wonderful statuary. We find a strong resemblance between the form of arch used in the architecture of Central America and that of the oldest buildings of Greece. The Palenque arch is made by the gradual overlapping of the strata of the building, as shown in the accompanying cut from Baldwin's Ancient America, page 100. It was the custom of these ancient architects to fill in the arch itself with masonry, as shown in the picture on page 355 of the Arch of Las Mañas, Palenque. If now we took it the representation of the treasure house of Atrus, at Mycenae, on page 354, one of the oldest structures in Greece, we find precisely the same form of arch, filled in the same way. Rosengarten, Architectural Styles, p. 59, says. The base of these treasure houses is circular, and the covering of a dome shape. It does not, however, form an arch, but courses of stone are laid horizontally over one another in such a way that each course projects beyond the one below it, till the space at the highest course becomes so narrow that a single stone covers it. Of all those that have survived to the present day, the treasure house at Atrus is the most venerable. The same form of arch is found among the ruins of that interesting people, the Etruscans. Etruscan vaults are of two kinds. The more curious and probably the most ancient are false arches, formed of horizontal courses of stone, each a little overlapping the other, and carried on until the aperture at the top could be closed by a single superincumbent slab. Such is the construction of the Regulini Galassi vault, at Cervetir, the ancient Caira. Rawlinson's Origin of Nations, page 117. It is sufficient to say, in conclusion, that Mexico, under European rule, or under her own leaders, has never again risen to her former standard of refinement, wealth, prosperity, or civilization. 2. The Egyptian colony. What proofs have we that the Egyptians were a colony from Atlantis? 1. They claimed descent from the 12 great gods, which must have meant the 12 gods of Atlantis, to wit, Poseidon and Cleito and their 10 sons. 2. According to the traditions of the Phoenicians, the Egyptians derived their civilization from them. And as the Egyptians far antedated the rise of the Phoenician nations proper, this must have meant that Egypt derived its civilization from the same country to which the Phoenicians owed their own origin. The Phoenician legends show that Mysore, from whom the Egyptians were descended, was the child of the Phoenician gods Amanus and Magus. Mysore gave birth to Tot, the god of letters, the inventor of the alphabet, and Tot became Thoth, the god of history of the Egyptians. Sanchoniathon tells us that Kronos, king of Atlantis, visited the south, and gave all Egypt to the god Tot, that it might be his kingdom. Mysore is probably the king Mestor named by Plato. 3. According to the Bible, the Egyptians were descendants of Ham, who was one of the 3 sons of Noah who escaped from the deluge, to wit, the destruction of Atlantis. 4. The great similarity between the Egyptian civilization and that of the American nations. 5. The fact that the Egyptians claimed to be red men. 6. The religion of Egypt was preeminently sun worship, and Ra was the sun god of Egypt, Rama, the son of the Hindus, Rana, a god of the Toltecs, Rami, the great festival of the sun of the Peruvians, and Rayam, a god of Yemen. 7. The presence of pyramids in Egypt and America. 8. The Egyptians were the only people of antiquity who were well informed as to the history of Atlantis. The Egyptians were never a maritime people, and the Atlanteans must have brought that knowledge to them. They were not likely to send ships to Atlantis. 9. We find another proof of the descent of the Egyptians from Atlantis in their belief as to the underworld. This land of the dead was situated in the west, hence the tombs were all placed, whenever possible, on the west bank of the Nile. The constant cry of the mourners as the funeral procession moved forward was, "To the west, to the west." This underworld was beyond the water, hence the funeral procession always crossed a body of water. Where the tombs were, as in most cases, on the west bank of the Nile was crossed; where they were on the eastern shore the procession passed over a sacred lake. R. S. Poole, Contemporary Review, August, 1881, page 17. In the procession was a sacred ark of the sun. All this is very plain. The underworld in the west, the land of the dead, was Atlantis, the drowned world, the world beneath the horizon, beneath the sea, to which the peasants of Brittany looked from Cape Raz. The most western cape projecting into the Atlantic. It was only to be reached from Egypt by crossing the water, and it was associated with the ark, the emblem of Atlantis in all lands. The soul of the dead man was supposed to journey to the underworld by a water progress, Ibid, p. 18. His destination was the Elysian fields, where mighty corn grew, and where he was expected to cultivate the earth, this task was of supreme importance. Ibid, page 19. The Elysian fields were the Elysian of the Greeks, the abode of the blessed, which we have seen was an island in the remote west. The Egyptian belief referred to a real country, they described its cities, mountains, and rivers. One of the latter was called Uruns, a name which reminds us of the Atlantean god Uranos. In connection with all this we must not forget that Plato described Atlantis as that sacred island lying beneath the sun. Everywhere in the ancient world we find the minds of men looking to the west for the land of the dead. Poole says, how then can we account for this strong conviction? Surely it must be a survival of an ancient belief which flowed in the very veins of the race. Contemporary Review, 1881, page 19. It was based on an universal tradition that under an immense ocean, in the far west, there was an underworld, a world comprising millions of the dead, a mighty race that had been suddenly swallowed up in the greatest catastrophe known to man since he had inhabited the globe. 10. There is no evidence that the civilization of Egypt was developed in Egypt itself, it must have been transported there from some other country. To use the words of a recent writer in Blackwood, till lately it was believed that the use of the papyrus for writing was introduced about the time of Alexander the Great. Then Lepsius found the hieroglyphic sign of the papyrus roll on monuments of the 12th dynasty, afterward be found the same sign on monuments of the 4th dynasty, which is getting back pretty close to Menes, the proto-monarch. And, indeed, little doubt is entertained that the art of writing on papyrus was understood as early as the days of Menes himself. The fruits of investigation in this, as in many other subjects, are truly most marvelous. Instead of exhibiting the rise and progress of any branches of knowledge, they tend to prove that nothing had any rise or progress, but that everything is referable to the very earliest dates. The experience of the Egyptologist must teach him to reverse the observation of Topsy, and to expect that nothing growed, but that as soon as men were planted on the banks of the Nile they were already the cleverest men that ever lived. Endowed with more knowledge and more power than their successors for centuries and centuries could attain to. Their system of writing, also, is found to have been complete from the very first. But what are we to think when the antiquary, grubbing in the dust and silt of 5,000 years ago to discover some traces of infant effort, some rude specimens of the ages of Magog and Mizraim, in which we may admire the germ that has since developed into a wonderful art, breaks his shins against an article so perfect that it equals if it does not excel the supreme stretch of modern ability? How shall we support the theory if it come to our knowledge that, before Noah was cold in his grave, his descendants were adepts in construction and in the fine arts, and that their achievements were for magnitude such as, if we possess the requisite skill, we never attempt to emulate? As we have not yet discovered any trace of the rude, savage Egypt, but have seen her in her very earliest manifestations already skillful, erudite, and strong, it is impossible to determine the order of her inventions. Light may yet be thrown upon her rise and progress, but our deepest researches have hitherto shown her to us as only the mother of a most accomplished race. How they came by their knowledge is matter for speculation. That they possessed it is matter of fact. We never find them without the ability to organize labor, or shrinking from the very boldest efforts in digging canals and irrigating, in quarrying rock, in building, and in sculpture. The explanation is simple. The waters of the Atlantic now flow over the country where all this magnificence and power were developed by slow stages from the rude beginnings of barbarism. And how mighty must have been the parent nation of which this Egypt was a colony. Egypt was the magnificent, the golden bridge, 10,000 years long, glorious with temples and pyramids, illuminated and illustrated by the most complete and continuous records of human history, along which the civilization of Atlantis, in a great procession of kings and priests, philosophers and astronomers, artists and artisans, streamed forward to Greece, to Rome, to Europe, to America. As far back in the ages as the eye can penetrate, even where the perspective dwindles almost to a point, we can still see the swarming multitudes, possessed of all the arts of the highest civilization, pressing forward from out that other and greater empire of which even this wonder-working Nile land is but a faint and imperfect copy. Look at the record of Egyptian greatness as preserved in her works. The pyramids, still in their ruins, are the marvel of mankind. The river Nile was diverted from its course by monstrous embankments to make a place for the city of Memphis. The artificial lake of Moeris was created as a reservoir for the waters of the Nile. It was 450 miles in circumference and 350 feet deep, with subterranean channels, floodgates, locks, and dams, by which the wilderness was redeemed from sterility. Look at the magnificent mason work of this ancient people. Mr. Kenrick, speaking of the casing of the Great Pyramid, says, the joints are scarcely perceptible, and not wider than the thickness of silver paper. And the cement so tenacious that fragments of the casing stone still remain in their original position, notwithstanding the lapse of so many centuries, and the violence by which they were detached. Look at the ruins of the labyrinth, which aroused the astonishment of Herodotus. It had 3,000 chambers, half of them above ground and half below, a combination of courts, chambers, colonnades, statues, and pyramids. Look at the Temple of Karnak, covering a square each side of which is 1,800 feet. Says a recent writer, travelers one and all appear to have been unable to find words to express the feelings with which these sublime remains inspired them. They have been astounded and overcome by the magnificence and the prodigality of workmanship here to be admired. Courts, halls, gateways, pillars, obelisks, monolithic figures, sculptures, rows of sphinxes, are massed in such profusion that the sight is too much for modern comprehension. Denon says, it is hardly possible to believe, after having seen it, in the reality of the existence of so many buildings collected on a single point, in their dimensions, in the resolute perseverance which their construction required, and in the incalculable expense of so much magnificence. And again, it is necessary that the reader should fancy what is before him to be a dream, as he who views the objects themselves occasionally yields to the doubt whether he be perfectly awake. There were lakes and mountains within the periphery of the sanctuary. The Cathedral of Notre Dame at Paris could be set inside one of the halls of Karnak, and not touch the walls. The whole valley and delta of the Nile, from the catacombs to the sea, was covered with temples, palaces, tombs, pyramids, and pillars. Every stone was covered with inscriptions. The state of society in the early days of Egypt approximated very closely to our modern civilization. Religion consisted in the worship of one God and the practice of virtue. 42 commandments prescribed the duties of men to themselves, their neighbors, their country, and the deity. A heaven awaited the good and a hell the vicious. There was a judgment day when the hearts of men were weighed. He is sifting out the hearts of men before his judgment seat. Monogamy was the strict rule. Not even the kings, in the early days, were allowed to have more than one wife. The wife's rights of separate property and her dower were protected by law. She was the lady of the house. She could buy, sell, and trade on her own account. In case of divorce her dowry was to be repaid to her, with interest at a high rate. The marriage ceremony embraced an oath not to contract any other matrimonial alliance. The wife's status was as high in the earliest days of Egypt as it is now in the most civilized nations of Europe or America. Slavery was permitted, but the slaves were treated with the greatest humanity. In the Confessions, buried with the dead, the soul is made to declare that, I have not incriminated the slave to his master. There was also a clause in the commandments, which protected the laboring man against the exaction of more than his day's labor. They were merciful to the captives made in war. No picture represents torture inflicted upon them, while the representation of a sea fight shows them saving their drowning enemies. Reginald Stuart Poole says, Contemporary Review, August, 1881, p. 43. When we consider the high ideal of the Egyptians, as proved by their portrayals of a just life, the principles they laid down as the basis of ethics, the elevation of women among them, their humanity in war, we must admit that their moral place ranks very high among the nations of antiquity. The true comparison of Egyptian life is with that of modern nations. This is far too difficult a task to be here undertaken. Enough has been said, however, to show that we need not think that in all respects they were far behind us. Then look at the proficiency in art of this ancient people. They were the first mathematicians of the Old World. Those Greeks whom we regard as the fathers of mathematics were simply pupils of Egypt. They were the first land surveyors. They were the first astronomers, calculating eclipses, and watching the periods of planets and constellations. They knew the rotundity of the earth, which it was supposed Columbus had discovered. The signs of the zodiac were certainly in use among the Egyptians 1,722 years before Christ. One of the learned men of our day, who for 50 years labored to decipher the hieroglyphics of the ancients, found upon a mummy case in the British Museum a delineation of the signs of the zodiac, and the position of the planets. The date to which they pointed was the autumnal equinox of the year 1722 BC. Professor Mitchell, to whom the fact was communicated, employed his assistants to ascertain the exact position of the heavenly bodies belonging to our solar system on the equinox of that year. This was done, and a diagram furnished by parties ignorant of his object, which showed that on the 7th of October, 1722 BC the moon and planets occupied the exact point in the heavens marked upon the coffin in the British Museum. Goodrich's Columbus, page 22. They had clocks and dials for measuring time. They possessed gold and silver money. They were the first agriculturists of the Old World, raising all the cereals, cattle, horses, sheep, etc. They manufactured linen of so fine a quality that in the days of King Amasis, 600 years BC, a single thread of a garment was composed of 365 minor threads. They worked in gold, silver, copper, bronze, and iron. They tempered iron to the hardness of steel. They were the first chemists. The word chemistry comes from chemi, and chemi means Egypt. They manufactured glass and all kinds of pottery. They made boats out of earthenware. And, precisely as we are now making railroad car wheels of paper, they manufactured vessels of paper. Their dentists filled teeth with gold, their farmers hatched poultry by artificial beat. They were the first musicians. They possessed guitars, single and double pipes, cymbals, drums, lyres, harps, flutes, the sambric, asher, etc. They had even castanets, such as are now used in Spain. In medicine and surgery they had reached such a degree of perfection that several hundred years BC the operation for the removal of cataract from the eye was performed among them. One of the most delicate and difficult feats of surgery, only attempted by us in the most recent times. The Papyrus of Berlin states that it was discovered, rolled up in a case, under the feet of an Anubis in the town of Sikkim, in the days of Tet, or Thoth, after whose death it was transmitted to King Sent, and was then restored to the feet of the statue. King Sent belonged to the Second Dynasty, which flourished 4751 BC, and the papyrus was old in his day. This papyrus is a medical treatise. There are in it no incantations or charms. But it deals in reasonable remedies, draughts, unguents and injections. The later medical papyri contain a great deal of magic and incantations. Great and splendid as are the things which we know about oldest Egypt, she is made 1,000 times more sublime by our uncertainty as to the limits of her accomplishments. She presents not a great, definite idea, which, though hard to receive, is, when once acquired, comprehensible and clear. Under the soil of the modern country are hid away thousands and thousands of relics which may astonish the world for ages to come, and change continually its conception of what Egypt was. The effect of research seems to be to prove the objects of it to be much older than we thought them to be, some things thought to be wholly modern having been proved to be repetitions of things Egyptian. And other things known to have been Egyptian being by every advance in knowledge carried back more and more toward the very beginning of things. She shakes our most rooted ideas concerning the world's history. She has not ceased to be a puzzle and a lure, there is a spell over her still. Renan says, it has no archaic epoch. Osborne says, it bursts upon us at once in the flower of its highest perfection. Cease says, A Miracle in Stone, p. 40, it suddenly takes its place in the world in all its matchless magnificence, without father, without mother, and as clean apart from all evolution as if it had dropped from the unknown heavens. It had dropped from Atlantis. Rawlinson says, Origin of Nations, page 13. Now, in Egypt, it is notorious that there is no indication of any early period of savagery or barbarism. All the authorities agree that, however far back we go, we find in Egypt no rude or uncivilized time out of which civilization is developed. Menes, the first king, changes the course of the Nile, makes a great reservoir, and builds the Temple of Tha at Memphis. We see no barbarous customs, not even the habit, so slowly abandoned by all people, of wearing arms when not on military service. Tyler says, Anthropology, p. 192. Among the ancient cultured nations of Egypt and Assyria, handicrafts had already come to a stage which could only have been reached by thousands of years of progress. In museums still may be examined the work of their joiners, stonecutters, goldsmiths, wonderful in skill and finish, and in putting to shame the modern artificer. To see gold jewelry of the highest order, the student should examine that of the ancients, such as the Egyptian, Greek, and Etruscan. The carpenters' and masons' tools of the ancient Egyptians were almost identical with those used among us today. There is a plate showing an Aztec priestess in Delafield's Antiquities of America, p. 61, which presents a headdress strikingly Egyptian. In the celebrated Tablet of the Cross, at Palenque, we see a cross with a bird perched upon it, to which, or to the cross, two priests are offering sacrifice. In Mr. Stevens's representation from the vocal Memnon we find almost the same thing, the difference being that, instead of an ornamented Latin cross, we have a crux commissa, and instead of one bird there are two, not on the cross, but immediately above it. In both cases the hieroglyphics, though the characters are of course different, are disposed upon the stone in much the same manner. Bancroft's Native Races, Volume 5, page 61. Even the obelisks of Egypt have their counterpart in America. Quoting from Molina, History of Chile, Tom. I, page 169, McCullough writes, between the hills of Mendoza and La Punta is a pillar of stone 150 feet high, and 12 feet in diameter. Researches, pages 171, 172. The columns of Copan stand detached and solitary, so do the obelisks of Egypt, both are square or four-sided, and covered with sculpture. Bancroft's Native Races, Volume 5, p. 60. In a letter by Jomard, quoted by Delafield, we read, I have recognized in your memoir on the division of time among the Mexican nations, compared with those of Asia, some very striking analogies between the Toltec characters and institutions observed on the banks of the Nile. Among these analogies there is one which is worthy of attention, it is the use of the vague year of 365 days, composed of equal months, and of 5 complementary days. Equally employed at Thebes and Mexico, a distance of 3,000 leagues. In reality, the intercalation of the Mexicans being 13 days on each cycle of 52 years, comes to the same thing as that of the Julian calendar, which is 1 day in 4 years. And consequently supposes the duration of the year to be 365 days 6 hours. Now such was the length of the year among the Egyptians, they intercalated an entire year of 375 days every 1,460 years. The fact of the intercalation, by the Mexicans, of 13 days every cycle, that is, the use of a year of 365 days and a quarter, is a proof that it was borrowed from the Egyptians, or that they had a common origin. Antiquities of America, pages 52, 53. The Mexican century began on the 26th of February, and the 26th of February was celebrated from the time of Nabonassar, 747 BC. Because the Egyptian priests, conformably to their astronomical observations, had fixed the beginning of the month Thoth, and the commencement of their year, at noon on that day. The 5 intercalated days to make up the 365 days were called by the Mexicans Nemontemi, or useless, and on them they transacted no business. While the Egyptians, during that epoch, celebrated the festival of the birth of their gods, as attested by Plutarch and others. It will be conceded that a considerable degree of astronomical knowledge must have been necessary to reach the conclusion that the true year consisted of 365 days and 6 hours. Modern science has demonstrated that it consists of 365 days and 5 hours. Less 10 seconds. And a high degree of civilization was requisite to insist that the year must be brought around, by the intercalation of a certain number of days in a certain period of time, to its true relation to the seasons. Both were the outgrowth of a vast, ancient civilization of the highest order, which transmitted some part of its astronomical knowledge to its colonies through their respective priesthoods. Can we, in the presence of such facts, doubt the statements of the Egyptian priests to Solon, as to the glory and greatness of Atlantis, its monuments, its sculpture, its laws, its religion, its civilization? In Egypt we have the oldest of the Old World children of Atlantis. In her magnificence we have a testimony to the development attained by the parent country. By that country whose kings were the gods of succeeding nations, and whose kingdom extended to the uttermost ends of the earth. The Egyptian historian, Manetho, referred to a period of 13,900 years as the reign of the gods, and placed this period at the very beginning of Egyptian history. These 13,900 years were probably a recollection of Atlantis. Such a lapse of time, vast as it may appear, is but as a day compared with some of our recognized geological epochs. 3. The colonies of the Mississippi Valley. If we will suppose a civilized, maritime people to have planted colonies, in the remote past, along the headlands and shores of the Gulf of Mexico, spreading thence, in time, to the tablelands of Mexico and to the plains and mountains of New Mexico and Colorado, what would be more natural than that these adventurous navigators, passing around the shores of the Gulf, should, sooner or later, discover the mouth of the Mississippi River? And what more certain than that they would enter it, explore it, and plant colonies along its shores, wherever they found a fertile soil and a salubrious climate? Their outlying provinces would penetrate even into regions where the severity of the climate would prevent great density of population or development of civilization. The results we have presupposed are precisely those which we find to have existed at one time in the Mississippi Valley. The mound builders of the United States were preeminently a river people. Their densest settlements and greatest works were near the Mississippi and its tributaries. Says Foster, Prehistoric Races, page 110, the navigable streams were the great highways of the mound builders. Mr. Fontaine claims, How the World Was Peopled, that this ancient people constructed levees to control and utilize the bayous of the Mississippi for the purpose of agriculture and commerce. The Yazoo River is called Yazuokina, the river of ancient ruins. There is no evidence that they had reached the Atlantic coast. No authentic remains of the mound builders are found in the New England states, nor even in the state of New York. North Americans of Antiquity, page 28. This would indicate that the civilization of this people advanced up the Mississippi River and spread out over its tributaries, but did not cross the Allegheny Mountains. They reached, however, far up the Missouri and Yellowstone rivers, and thence into Oregon. The headwaters of the Missouri became one of their great centers of population, but their chief sites were upon the Mississippi and Ohio rivers. In Wisconsin we find the northern central limit of their work. They seem to have occupied the southern counties of the state, and the western shores of Lake Michigan. Their circular mounds are found in Minnesota and Iowa, and some very large ones in Dakota. Illinois and Indiana were densely populated by them. It is believed that the vital center of their colonies was near the junction of the Ohio and Mississippi rivers. The chief characteristic of the mound builders was that from which they derived their name, the creation of great structures of earth or stone, not unlike the pyramids of Mexico and Egypt. Between Alton and East St. Louis is the great mound of Cahokia, which may be selected as a type of their works. It rises 97 feet high, while its square sides are 700 and 500 feet respectively. There was a terrace on the south side 160 by 300 feet, reached by a graded way. The summit of the pyramid is flattened, affording a platform 200 by 450 feet. It will thus be seen that the area covered by the mound of Cahokia is about as large as that of the greatest pyramid of Egypt, Cheops, although its height is much less. The number of monuments left by the mound builders is extraordinarily great. In Ohio alone there are more than 10,000 tumuli, and from 1,000 to 1,500 enclosures. Their mounds were not cones but four-sided pyramids, their sides, like those of the Egyptian pyramids, corresponding with the cardinal points. Foster's Prehistoric Races, page 112. The mound builders had attained a considerable degree of civilization. They were able to form, in the construction of their works, perfect circles and perfect squares of great accuracy, carried over the varying surface of the country. One large enclosure comprises exactly 40 acres. At Hopetown, Ohio, are two walled figures, one a square, the other a circle, each containing precisely 20 acres. They must have possessed regular scales of measurement, and the means of determining angles and of computing the area to be enclosed by the square and the circle, so that the space enclosed by each might exactly correspond. The most skillful engineer of this day would find it difficult, says Mr. Squire, without the aid of instruments, to lay down an accurate square of the great dimensions above represented, measuring, as they do, more than 4/5 of a mile in circumference. But we not only find accurate squares and perfect circles, but also, as we have seen, octagons of great dimensions. They also possessed an accurate system of weights. Bracelets of copper on the arms of a skeleton have been found to be of uniform size, measuring each 2 9/10 inches, and each weighing precisely 4 ounces. They built great military works surrounded by walls and ditches, with artificial lakes in the center to supply water. One work, Fort Ancient, on the Little Miami River, Ohio, has a circuit of between 4 and 5 miles. The embankment was 20 feet high. The fort could have held a garrison of 60,000 men with their families and provisions. Not only do we find pyramidal structures of earth in the Mississippi Valley very much like the pyramids of Egypt, Mexico, and Peru, but a very singular structure is repeated in Ohio and Peru. I refer to the double walls or prolonged pyramids. If I may coin an expression, shown in the cut page 375. The mound builders possessed chains of fortifications reaching from the southern line of New York diagonally across the country, through central and northern Ohio to the Wabash. It would appear probable, therefore, that while they advanced from the south it was from the northeast the savage races came who drove them south or exterminated them. At Marietta, Ohio, we find a combination of the cross and pyramid, c.p. 334, ante. At Newark, Ohio, are extensive and intricate works. They occupy an area 2 miles square, embraced within embankments 12 miles long. One of the mounds is a threefold symbol, like a bird's foot. The central mound is 155 feet long, and the other two each 110 feet at length. Is this curious design a reminiscence of Atlantis and the three-pronged trident of Poseidon? See fourth figure, p. 242, ante. The mound builders made sun-dried brick mixed with rushes, as the Egyptians made sun-dried bricks mixed with straw. They worked in copper, silver, lead, and there are evidences, as we shall see, that they wrought even in iron. Copper implements are very numerous in the mounds. Copper axes, spearheads, hollow buttons, bosses for ornaments, bracelets, rings, etc., are found in very many of them strikingly similar to those of the Bronze Age in Europe. In one in Butler County, Ohio, was found a copper fillet around the head of a skeleton, with strange devices marked upon it. Silver ornaments have also been found, but not in such great numbers. They seem to have attached a high value to silver, and it is often found in thin sheets, no thicker than paper, wrapped over copper or stone ornaments so neatly as almost to escape detection. The great esteem in which they held a metal so intrinsically valueless as silver, is another evidence that they must have drawn their superstitions from the same source as the European nations. Copper is also often found in this manner plated over stone pipes, presenting an unbroken metallic luster, the overlapping edges so well polished as to be scarcely discoverable. Beads and stars made of shells have sometimes been found doubly plated, first with copper then with silver. The mound builders also understood the art of casting metals, or they held intercourse with some race who did. A copper axe cast has been found in the state of New York. See Lubbock's Prehistoric Times, page 254, note. Professor Foster, Prehistoric Races, p. 259, also proves that the ancient people of the Mississippi Valley possessed this art, and he gives us representations of various articles plainly showing the marks of the mold upon them. A rude article in the shape of an axe, composed of pure lead, weighing about half a pound, was found in sinking a well within the trench of the ancient works at Circleville. There can be no doubt it was the production of the mound builders, as galena has often been found on the altars in the mounds. It has been generally thought, by Mr. Squire and others, that there were no evidences that the mound builders were acquainted with the use of iron, or that their plating was more than a simple overlaying of one metal on another, or on some foreign substance. Some years since, however, a mound was opened at Marietta, Ohio, which seems to have refuted these opinions. Drive S. P. Hildreth, in a letter to the American Antiquarian Society, thus speaks of it. Lying immediately over or on the forehead of the body were found 3 large circular bosses, or ornaments for a sword belt or buckler. They are composed of copper overlaid with a thick plate of silver. The fronts are slightly convex, with a depression like a cup in the center, and they measure 2 inches and a quarter across the face of each. On the back side, opposite the depressed portion, is a copper rivet or nail, around which are 2 separate plates by which they were fastened to the leather. 2 small pieces of leather were found lying between the plates of one of the bosses. They resemble the skin of a mummy, and seem to have been preserved by the salts of copper. Near the side of the body was found a plate of silver, which appears to have been the upper part of a sword scabbard. It is 6 inches in length, 2 in breadth, and weighs 1 ounce. It seems to have been fastened to the scabbard by 3 or 4 rivets, the holes of which remain in the silver. 2 or 3 pieces of copper tube were also found, filled with iron rust. These pieces, from their appearance, composed the lower end of the scabbard, near the point of the sword. No signs of the sword itself were discovered, except the rust above mentioned. The mound had every appearance of being as old as any in the neighborhood, and was at the first settlement of Marietta covered with large trees. It seems to have been made for this single personage, as this skeleton alone was discovered. The bones were very much decayed, and many of them crumbled to dust upon exposure to the air. Mr. Squire says, these articles have been critically examined, and it is beyond doubt that the copper bosses were absolutely plated, not simply overlaid, with silver. Between the copper and the silver exists a connection such as, it seems to me, could only be produced by heat, and if it is admitted that these are genuine relics of the mound builders, it must, at the same time, be admitted that they possessed the difficult art of plating one metal upon another. There is but one alternative, viz. that they had occasional or constant intercourse with a people advanced in the arts, from whom these articles were obtained. Again, if Dr. Hildreth is not mistaken, oxidized iron or steel was also discovered in connection with the above remains, from which also follows the extraordinary conclusion that the mound builders were acquainted with the use of iron, the conclusion being, of course, subject to the improbable alternative already mentioned. In connection with this subject, we would refer to the interesting evidences that the copper mines of the shore of Lake Superior had been at some very remote period worked by the mound builders. There were found deep excavations, with rude ladders, huge masses of rock broken off, also numerous stone tools, and all the evidences of extensive and long-continued labor. It is even said that the great Ontonagon mass of pure copper which is now in Washington was excavated by these ancient miners, and that when first found its surface showed numerous marks of their tools. There seems to be no doubt, then, that the mound builders were familiar with the use of copper, silver, and lead, and in all probability of iron. They possessed various mechanical contrivances. They were very probably acquainted with the lathe. Beads of shell have been found looking very much like ivory, and showing the circular striae, identical with those produced by turning in a lathe. In a mound on the Scioto River was found around the neck of a skeleton triple rows of beads, made of marine shells and the tusks of some animal. Several of these, says Squire, still retain their polish, and bear marks which seem to indicate that they were turned in some machine, instead of being carved or rubbed into shape by hand. Not among the least interesting and remarkable relies, continues the same author, obtained from the mounds are the stone tubes. They are all carved from fine-grained materials, capable of receiving a polish, and being made ornamental as well as useful. The finest specimen yet discovered, and which can scarcely be surpassed in the delicacy of its workmanship, was found in a mound in the immediate vicinity of Chillicothe. It is composed of a compact variety of slate. This stone cuts with great clearness, and receives a fine though not glaring polish. The tube under notice is 13 inches long by 1 1/10 in diameter. One end swells slightly, and the other terminates in a broad, flattened, triangular mouthpiece of fine proportions, which is carved with mathematical precision. It is drilled throughout. The bore is 7/10 of an inch in diameter at the cylindrical end of the tube, and retains that caliber until it reaches the point where the cylinder subsides into the mouthpiece, when it contracts gradually to 1/10 of an inch. The inner surface of the tube is perfectly smooth till within a short distance of the point of contraction. For the remaining distance the circular striae, formed by the drill and boring, are distinctly marked. The carving upon it is very fine. That they possessed saws is proved by the fact that on some fossil teeth found in one of the mounds the striae of the teeth of the saw could be distinctly perceived. When we consider that some of their porphyry carvings will turn the edge of the best-tempered knife, we are forced to conclude that they possessed that singular process, known to the Mexicans and Peruvians, of tempering copper to the hardness of steel. We find in the mounds adzes similar in shape to our own, with the edges beveled from the inside. Drills and gravers of copper have also been found, with chisel-shaped edges or sharp points. It is not impossible, says Squire, but, on the contrary, very probable, from a close inspection of the mound pottery, that the ancient people possessed the simple approximation toward the potter's wheel. And the polish which some of the finer vessels possess is due to other causes than vitrification. Their sculptures show a considerable degree of progress. They consist of figures of birds, animals, reptiles, and the faces of men, carved from various kinds of stones, upon the bowls of pipes, upon toys, upon rings, and in distinct and separate figures. We give the opinions of those who have examined them. Mr. Squire observes, various though not abundant specimens of their skill have been recovered, which in elegance of model, delicacy, and finish, as also in fineness of material, come fully up to the best Peruvian specimens, to which they bear, in many respects, a close resemblance. The bowls of most of the stone pipes are carved in miniature figures of animals, birds, reptiles, etc. All of them are executed with strict fidelity to nature, and with exquisite skill. Not only are the features of the objects faithfully represented, but their peculiarities and habits are in some degree exhibited. The two heads here presented, intended to represent the eagle, are far superior in point of finish, spirit, and truthfulness, to any miniature carvings, ancient or modern, which have fallen under the notice of the authors. The peculiar defiant expression of the king of birds is admirably preserved in the carving, which in this respect, more than any other, displays the skill of the artist. Traces of cloth with doubled and twisted fiber have been found in the mounds, also matting, also shuttle-like tablets, used in weaving. There have also been found numerous musical pipes, with mouthpieces and stops. Lovers' pipes, curiously and delicately carved, reminding us of Bryant's lines. Till twilight came, and lovers walked and wooed. In a forgotten language, and old tunes. From instruments of unremembered forms. Gave the soft winds a voice. There is evidence which goes to prove that the mound builders had relations with the people of a semi-tropical region in the direction of Atlantis. Among their sculptures, in Ohio, we find accurate representations of the lamantine, manatee, or sea cow, found today on the shores of Florida, Brazil, and Central America, and of the toucan, a tropical and almost exclusively South American bird. Seashells from the Gulf, pearls from the Atlantic, and obsidian from Mexico, have also been found side by side in their mounds. The antiquity of their works is now generally conceded. From the ruins of Nineveh and Babylon, says Mr. Glidden, we have bones of at least 2,500 years old. From the pyramids and the catacombs of Egypt both mummied and unmummied crania have been taken, of still higher antiquity, in perfect preservation. Nevertheless, the skeletons deposited in our Indian mounds, from the lakes to the Gulf, are crumbling into dust through age alone. All the evidence points to the conclusion that civilized or semi-civilized man has dwelt on the western continent from a vast antiquity. Maize, tobacco, quinoa, and the mandico plants have been cultivated so long that their wild originals have quite disappeared. The only species of palm cultivated by the South American Indians, that known as the Gulielma speciosa, has lost through that culture its original nut-like seed, and is dependent on the hands of its cultivators for its life. Alluding to the above-named plants, Dr. Brinton, Myths of the New World, page 37, remarks, several are sure to perish unless fostered by human care. What numberless ages does this suggest? How many centuries elapsed ere man thought of cultivating Indian corn? How many more ere it had spread over nearly 100 degrees of latitude and lost all resemblance to its original form? In the animal kingdom certain animals were domesticated by the aborigines from so remote a period that scarcely any of their species, as in the case of the llama of Peru, were to be found in a state of unrestrained freedom at the advent of the Spaniards. Short's North Americans of Antiquity, page 11. The most ancient remains of man found in Europe are distinguished by a flattening of the tibia, and this peculiarity is found to be present in an exaggerated form in some of the American mounds. This also points to a high antiquity. None of the works, mounds, or enclosures are found on the lowest formed of the river terraces which mark the subsidence of the streams. And as there is no good reason why their builders should have avoided erecting them on that terrace while they raised them promiscuously on all the others, it follows, not unreasonably, that this terrace has been formed since the works were erected. Baldwin's Ancient America, page 47. We have given some illustrations showing the similarity between the works of the mound builders and those of the Stone and Bronze Age in Europe. See pages 251, 260, 261, 262, 265, 266, ante. The mound builders retreated southward toward Mexico, and probably arrived there sometime between AD 29 and AD 231, under the name of Nahuas. They called the region they left in the Mississippi Valley, Hu-Hu-Tlapalan, the old Red Land, in allusion, probably, to the red clay soil of part of the country. In the mounds we find many works of copper but none of bronze. This may indicate one of two things: either the colonies which settled the Mississippi Valley may have left Atlantis prior to the discovery of the art of manufacturing bronze, by mixing 1 part of tin with 9 parts of copper, or, which is more probable, the manufactures of the mound builders may have been made on the spot. And as they had no tin within their territory they used copper alone, except, it may be, for such tools as were needed to carve stone, and these, perhaps, were hardened with tin. It is known that the Mexicans possessed the art of manufacturing true bronze. And the intercourse which evidently existed between Mexico and the Mississippi Valley, as proved by the presence of implements of obsidian in the mounds of Ohio, renders it probable that the same commerce which brought them obsidian brought them also small quantities of tin, or tin-hardened copper implements necessary for their sculptures. The proofs, then, of the connection of the mound builders with Atlantis are: 1. Their race identity with the nations of Central America who possessed flood legends, and whose traditions all point to an eastern, oversea origin. While the many evidences of their race identity with the ancient Peruvians indicate that they were part of one great movement of the human race, extending from the Andes to Lake Superior, and, as I believe, from Atlantis to India. 2. The similarity of their civilization, and their works of stone and bronze, with the civilization of the Bronze Age in Europe. 3. The presence of great truncated mounds, kindred to the pyramids of Central America, Mexico, Egypt, and India. 4. The representation of tropical animals, which point to an intercourse with the regions around the Gulf of Mexico, where the Atlanteans were colonized. 5. The fact that the settlements of the mound builders were confined to the valley of the Mississippi, and were apparently densest at those points where a population advancing up that stream would first reach high, healthy, and fertile lands. 6. The hostile nations which attacked them came from the north. And when the mound builders could no longer hold the country, or when Atlantis stink in the sea, they retreated in the direction whence they came, and fell back upon their kindred races in Central America. As the Roman troops in Gaul and Britain drew southward upon the destruction of Rome. 7. The Natchez Indians, who are supposed to have descended from the mound builders, kept a perpetual fire burning before an altar, watched by old men who were a sort of priesthood, as in Europe. 8. If the tablet said to have been found in a mound near Davenport, Iowa, is genuine, which appears probable, the mound builders must either have possessed an alphabet, or have held intercourse with some people who did. See North Americans of Antiquity, page 38. This singular relic exhibits what appears to be a sacrificial mound with a fire upon it. Over it are the sun, moon, and stars, and above these a mass of hieroglyphics which bear some resemblance to the letters of European alphabets, and especially to that unknown alphabet which appears upon the inscribed bronze celt found near Rome. See page 258 of this work. For instance, one of the letters on the celt is this, ####. On the Davenport tablet we find this sign, ####. On the celt we have ####. On the tablet, ####. On the celt we have ####. On the tablet, ####. 4. The Iberian colonies of Atlantis. At the farthest point in the past to which human knowledge extends, a race called Iberian inhabited the entire peninsula of Spain, from the Mediterranean to the Pyrenees. They also extended over the southern part of Gaul as far as the Rhone. It is thought that the Iberians from Atlantis and the northwest part of Africa, says Winchell, settled in the southwest of Europe at a period earlier than the settlement of the Egyptians in the northeast of Africa. The Iberians spread themselves over Spain, Gaul, and the British Islands as early as 4000 or 5000 BC. The fourth dynasty, of the Egyptians, according to Brucksch, dates from about 3500 BC. At this time the Iberians had become sufficiently powerful to attempt the conquest of the known world. Pre-Adamites, page 443. The Libyan Amazons of Diodorus, that is to say, the Libyans of the Iberian race, must be identified with the Libyans with brown and grizzly skin, of whom Brucksch has already pointed out the representations figured on the Egyptian monuments of the fourth dynasty. Ibid. The Iberians, known as Sicanes, colonized Sicily in the ancient days. They were the original settlers in Italy and Sardinia. They are probably the source of the dark-haired stock in Norway and Sweden. Bottician claims that the Iberians embraced the Ligurians, Cantabrians, Asturians, and Aquitanians. Strabo says, speaking of the Turguli and Turdetani, they are the most cultivated of all the Iberians. They employ the art of writing, and have written books containing memorials of ancient times, and also poems and laws set in verse, for which they claim an antiquity of 6,000 years. Strabo, Lib 3, page 139. The Iberians are represented today by the Basques. The Basque are, of middle size, compactly built, robust and agile, of a darker complexion than the Spaniards, with grey eyes and black hair. They are simple but proud, impetuous, merry, and hospitable. The women are beautiful, skillful in performing men's work, and remarkable for their vivacity and grace. The Basques are much attached to dancing, and are very fond of the music of the bagpipe. New American Cyclopedia, Art. Basques. According to Paul Broca, their language stands quite alone, or has mere analogies with the American type. Of all Europeans, we must provisionally hold the Basques to be the oldest inhabitants of our quarter of the world. Pescal, Races of Men, page 501. The Basque language, the Euskara, has some common traits with the Magyar, Osmanli, and other dialects of the Altai family, as, for instance, with the Finnic on the Old Continent. As well as the Algonquin Lenape language and some others in America. New American Cyclopedia, Art. Basques. Duponceau says of the Basque tongue. This language, preserved in a corner of Europe by a few thousand mountaineers, is the sole remaining fragment of, perhaps, 100 dialects constructed on the same plan, which probably existed and were universally spoken at a remote period in that quarter of the world. Like the bones of the mammoth, it remains a monument of the destruction produced by a succession of ages. It stands single and alone of its kind, surrounded by idioms that have no affinity with it. We have seen them settling, in the earliest ages, in Ireland. They also formed the base of the dark-haired population of England and Scotland. They seem to have race affinities with the Berbers, on the Mediterranean coast of Africa. Dar. Bodishin, for 15 years a surgeon in Algiers, says. Persons who have inhabited Brittany, and then go to Algeria, are struck with the resemblance between the ancient Armoricans, the Bretons, and the Kabyles, of Algiers. In fact, the moral and physical character is identical. The Breton of pure blood has a long head, light yellow complexion of bistre tinge, eyes black or brown, stature short, and the black hair of the Kabyle. Like him, he instinctively hates strangers, in both are the same perverseness and obstinacy, same endurance of fatigue, same love of independence, same inflection of the voice, same expression of feelings. Listen to a Kabyle speaking his native tongue, Rue, and you will think you bear a Breton talking Celtic. The Bretons, he tells us, form a strong contrast to the people around them, who are Celts of tall stature, with blue eyes, white skins, and blonde hair. They are communicative, impetuous, versatile, they pass rapidly from courage to despair. The Bretons are entirely different, they are taciturn, hold strongly to their ideas and usages, are persevering and melancholic, in a word, both in morale and physique they present the type of a southern race, of the Atlanteans. By Atlanteans Dar. Bodishin refers to the inhabitants of the Barbary states, that being one of the names by which they were known to the Greeks and Romans. He adds. The Atlanteans, among the ancients, passed for the favorite children of Neptune. They made known the worship of this god to other nations, to the Egyptians, for example. In other words, the Atlanteans were the first known navigators. Like all navigators, they must have planted colonies at a distance. The Bretons, in our opinion, sprung from one of them. Neptune was Poseidon, according to Plato, founder of Atlantis. I could multiply proofs of the close relationship between the people of the Bronze Age of Europe and the ancient inhabitants of northern Africa, which should be read remembering that connecting ridge which, according to the deep-sea soundings, united Africa and Atlantis.